Achaeus actually had something else to say. In the Atlantic continent, there was no distinction between countries. It was the power of the family that ruled everything. Achaeus' family was the most famous armorist family in the armorist continent, the O'Neill family. Achaeus was the candidate for the next head of the O'Neill family. On the Atlantic continent, the power of a family had been completely magnified. The power of a family was not any weaker than an empire. There were countless small families serving them. The few small dimensions that were previously conquered by the Atlantic continent were also done by a few famous large families. The first family that conquered a dimension could turn that dimension into their own family's territory, and the family would develop and grow even stronger. Although the O'Neill family was the most famous armorist family in the armorist continent, they had never been able to conquer a plane, so their strength was not as good as before. The Atlantic continent was not quite the same as the Divine Realm. In the Divine Realm, they knew that there were a few dimensions around them. Knowing where that dimension was it was like having coordinates. Therefore, if they wanted to conquer that dimension, they would set up according to that dimension's coordinates, and then break through the spatial barrier in one fell swoop, conquering that dimension. On the other hand, the Atlantic continent did not have such an ability. They did not know which dimensions were around them, nor did they know the coordinates of those dimensions. As such, it would be extremely difficult for them to break through the spatial barrier. They could only find a place and set up a magic array. This magic array was very strange because it could only break through the spatial barrier if there was another space at the coordinates opposite to it. Otherwise, the magic array would be destroyed and could no longer be used. The few planes that the Atlantic continent had conquered had all been encountered like this. The O'Neill family was not very lucky. They had also set up a few mages like this, but they had placed them in the wrong positions, so they had never been able to break through the spatial barrier. They had even caused a considerable loss to the family. It must be known that the materials needed to set up such a mage were very expensive. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to set up that magic array? This time, it was a coincidence. Achaeus had heard a report from his subordinate clan a few days ago that a spatial rift had suddenly appeared in a remote valley in the O'Neill family's territory. The rift was getting bigger and bigger. The entire O'Neill family was shocked when they heard the news. The first thing they thought of wasn't happiness, but fear. They were afraid that a higher plane had broken through the spatial barrier and attacked them, because they had dealt with lower-level planes in the same way in the past. So the O'Neill family immediately sealed off the valley, as well as the news. While their family was still thinking about what to do, Achaeus, adventurous spirit, was back. He led a few of his most powerful and loyal subordinates into the spatial rift and appeared on a large island in front of the Arc continent. It was the island mentioned in the previous article. Once Achaeus arrived at the island, he was relieved. If the spatial rift was man-made, there must be someone on this side of the spatial rift. It couldn't be a deserted island. However, Achaeus didn't immediately return home to report this. He wanted to see what the continent was like. Therefore, he led a few of his men and flew around to beat people up. They first flew south for a while, but they didn't encounter anything. Then they flew north and arrived at the Flame Island. By chance, they were discovered by Kai. Achaeus had been trying to get information from Zhao Hai. He wanted to know how strong the people on the Arc continent were. If they were strong, they would not go to war with them. However, they could do some business with them. If they were not strong, he would return to his family and ask them to prepare for an invasion. Therefore, after hearing about the strength of the Arc continent from Zhao Hai, Achaeus knew that their chance had come. The strength of the Arc continent was so weak that Achaeus believed that the O'Neill family had the ability to conquer the Arc continent. That was why he sounded so arrogant when he spoke to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was a smart person, so he could tell the change in his tone. However, Zhao Hai did not care. What he had said was what had happened on the Arc continent in the past. Now, the Arc continent had changed beyond recognition. If Achaeus really had any ill intentions towards the Arc continent, then he would be completely wrong. The demonic mech that Achaeus had sent out to perform landed after a short while. Zhao Hai looked at the mech with envy and said, "This is really good stuff. If our Rasen Empire had this, we would be able to conquer the entire Arc continent in a short time. Mr. Achaeus, I wonder if you can sell me a few mechas. I'm only here to scout the way. My fleet will arrive in 2 days. We're here to pick the fire element grass on the Flame Island to make a special potion. When my ship arrives in 2 days, we'll trade with you immediately. No matter what you want, we'll do it. We can give you anything, as long as you sell us a few pieces of devil armor." However, Achaeus' expression changed when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He only managed to calm down after a while and said to Zhao Hai, "Sir, I can't agree to your request yet. I need to discuss it with my family. How about this? Let's go back to our family and discuss it with them. I believe they will be very interested. If they agree, we will send people to the Arc continent to look for you. What do you think, sir?" Zhao Hai said regretfully, "I see. That's such a pity. How about this? Please take this. This is a token from my family. If your family agrees to do business with us, you can take this token and come to the Rosen Empire to find me. Our Buddha family will welcome you with open arms." Achaeus took the item from Zhao Hai and found that it was a small red crystal plate. It looked very delicate. On the plate there were two patterns. Looking closely, it was the word Buddha. In order to not raise any suspicions, Achaeus kept the sign and said, "All right, sir. I'll immediately return to the clan and discuss this with them. Please wait for a while, sir. We'll have a reply very soon." Zhao Hai nodded. Achaeus jumped onto the armor and flew south. Zhao Hai looked at Achaeus back and sneered. Then his figure flashed and he entered the space. Laura and the others were all sitting in the space and they all had ugly expressions. When they saw Zhao Hai enter, Laura immediately said, "Big brother Hai, that guy is too much. He clearly has bad intentions towards the Ark continent, but he still has to put on that act. It's so annoying." Zhao Hai smiled. "Well, don't be angry anymore. I just wanted to test his reaction by saying that my clan's fleet was behind us. If he really didn't have any evil intention towards us, he would definitely contact us. If he had any evil intention towards us, he would definitely not want to contact us in case of alerting the enemy. That guy was really cheated. I think if I didn't say that my clan's fleet was behind us, he would definitely have killed me in case of exposing the secret. He can't do that now because they're only around rank 9. He won't act rashly without the confidence to annihilate me and the fleet I mentioned." Lola snorted coldly. "Let his family come. It's good that they come. That way the Ark continent will be even more lively. I want to see if their family can win against the god race and the underworld." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is actually an opportunity for us. The next time they appear on the Ark continent, I believe they'll launch a large-scale attack. At that time, we should go to war with the Protoss and fight our way to the Divine Realm. When they come, we can destroy them. Then we can get a batch of powerful devil armor. We'll become even stronger." Big brother Hai, you heard it too. Achaeus said that the powerful people on their continent are also divided into 12 levels. That means that there are powerful people on their continent who are equivalent to high-level gods. This time they have launched a large-scale attack, so their strength can't be too weak. "Can we destroy them?" said Lies with a frown. Zhao Hai smiled. "No matter which dimension it is, there won't be many experts. Those who stand at the top of the pyramid will always be the minority. Furthermore, Accuse and the others are just a family. It's not a single dimension that's attacking us. I don't believe that their family is more powerful than the Golden Bull divine race." That was what she thought. No matter which family it was, they couldn't be stronger than the gods. If the gods were everywhere, the Ark continent would have been destroyed by the gods. However, she looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Big brother Hai, what's with the token you gave him at the end? Why does that thing look like a blood staff?" Zhao Hai nodded. "You're right. That thing is the blood staff. It's just a small part of the staff. I just wanted to try and see if I could separate the staff and give a small piece to that person. That way we could monitor him. I didn't expect to succeed. That small card is a small part of the blood staff. Kai can we see what that guy is doing now?" Kai replied, and the image on the screen changed. It was a very small space, and a person was standing there. He was wearing a helmet-like thing on his head, and his hands and feet were also wearing armor-like things. This person was Achaeus. Laura was stunned for a moment before her eyes widened. "So this is how that iron guy does it. Interesting, very interesting." However, Zhao Hai squinted his eyes. He could see a lot of things from Achaeus's attire. Although the way Achaeus and the others were operating the demonic armor looked very strange, one had to admit that it was very convenient. No ordinary person could operate the demonic armor like them. It seemed that the people of Atlan continent had really developed the wondrous uses of magic arrays to the extreme. On the screen, Achaeus was controlling the machine to fly forward at an extremely fast speed. After looking at him for a while, Zhao Hai realized that there was nothing to see, so he didn't care anymore. He turned the screen back to the Thunder tribe. He had only been talking to Hiko for a short while before this happened. He had then rushed to see Achaeus, and he had no idea what Hiko and the others were doing. When Zhao Hai turned the screen, he realized that Hiko and the others were on their way. There was nothing to see on the road, so Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to them. He turned the screen to the gnomes. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw the background of the gnomes. The background was very different now. Under the breadfruit trees, there were small houses built beautifully. Zhao Hai took a closer look and found that the houses were made of mud and grass. There were also breadfruit shells on the houses. Zhao Hai turned to Kai and asked, "Kai, what have these gnomes exchanged for? Let me see." Kai replied and pulled out a list. There were only some ordinary tools on the list, and there was nothing special about them. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod his head. It seemed that these gnomes were really clever. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to build such a house with these simple tools. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It looks good. By the way, Kai what have the gnomes been doing these days? Are they just building houses?" Kai smiled and said, "No, young master, you don't know. There are a few gnomes who can read among those gnomes. Those gnomes who can read are teaching those gnomes who can't read. Don't underestimate this house they built. There are magic arrays in this house, and those magic arrays are very advanced. It must be very comfortable to live in." Zhao Hai was taken aback. He zoomed in on the screen and looked at the goblin's house. There were indeed a few magic arrays set up inside. There were even some mats made of straw. It looked very good. Zhao Hai nodded and smiled. "It seems like my thinking was right. These goblins are not any weaker than the Atlan people. It's just that their inheritance was interrupted by the god race, so they didn't make such powerful mecha. If the goblins were allowed to develop normally, they might be as powerful as Achaeus and the others. Laura was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes lit up and she turned to Zhao Hai. Big brother Hai, you mean to get the demonic armor civilization from the Atlan continent and let the gnomes study it? Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. I originally wanted these gnomes to study magic machinery. Now that Achaeus and the others have appeared, this is a good opportunity for me. The magic arrays used on their magic armors are very advanced, and it is obvious that they have been researched for many years. These gnomes are very talented in this area. It is just right to let them study those magic arrays. Who knows, they might be able to develop something. Lola nodded and said, not bad. That's good too. The gnomes are still able to pass down some of their inheritance in such an environment. It's not easy. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. From what these goblins have done, it seems like they can't pass down the entire inheritance of the goblin race. Although those magic arrays are good, it's obvious that their inheritance is broken. However, it's not easy for them to pass down so many inheritances. If other races were like them, they wouldn't be able to pass down the inheritance. They would probably only think about how to eat their fill. They are really amazing. The others all nodded. They really admired the goblins for what they had done. Under the suppression of the god clan, they could still pass down their inheritance. It was already amazing. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I thought they didn't have any inheritance, so I wasn't in a hurry to let them learn about magic arrays and the language on the Ark continent. Now, it seems that this plan has to be brought forward. Select a few mages from the undead creatures and let them teach the goblins how to read and write. Also, teach them some knowledge related to magic arrays. Oh right, Laura, what has father-in-law been busy with these days? Laura smiled and said, Father is making the defensive magic array you mentioned. It's almost complete. Why, do you have something to do? Zhao Hai was stunned. He had asked Kellan to study the magic arrays because he wanted to start a war with the god race and demon race. However, after the people of the Ark continent had moved into the realm, he had forgotten about it. He had thought Kellan had stopped studying the magic arrays, but he had not expected Kellan to still be studying them, and he had almost succeeded. Zhao Hai sighed and said, this is my fault. I should have told father-in-law not to let him continue his research. It has been hard on him these days. Now that we have enough troops, it doesn't matter if we have the magic array or not. Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Laura. Laura, how about this? When father-in-law's research is done, tell him not to do any research for the time being. Sort out his previous research and make a book. These books are to teach the goblins and the people on the Ark continent so that everyone can study together. What do you think? Laura's eyes brightened. Yes, of course. My father has wanted to do this for a long time, but the people on the Ark continent have never paid much attention to magic arrays. They only use magic arrays as auxiliary things, so even if my father wants to print his research results into a book, I'm afraid no one will read it, so he has not been able to do it. Now that he is going to print it, he will be very happy. Zhao Hai smiled and turned to Kai. Kai, you've already taken a picture of the magic arrays on the demonic armors that Accuse and the others are using. You should sort out those magic arrays and then print them out. When the time comes, I'll hand them over to father-in-law and let him slowly study them. I think that with these magic arrays, he'll really have something to do in the future. However, Laura, you have to take care of father-in-law. He's not young anymore, so he can't be too tired. Laura smiled and said, don't worry. I've already adjusted my father's condition. Although he still likes to do research, he's no longer so desperate. This is what he likes to do. If we don't let him do it, it will only be torture for him. Moreover, he's already a 9th-tier powerhouse. He's not that old, so it won't be a problem for him to do these things. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything else. Kellan's body was indeed in good condition. With the environment in the realm and the food they ate, Kellan looked younger and more energetic than before. Zhao Hai didn't need to look at him like he was an old man. After arranging everything, Zhao Hai turned to look at the screen again. The screen was now showing the underworld creatures in the orc grassland. The undead creatures seemed to have advanced a little. Zhao Hai looked at the undead creatures and sighed. The undead creatures of the underworld were advancing very quickly. They were already at 2/3 of the grassland, and they were still advancing. The speed was truly a headache. Fortunately, the people on the Ark continent had all moved away. Without them, Zhao Hai had even more problems to deal with. Zhao Hai pulled up the screen a few more times in the direction of the icy plains in the far north. As soon as the screen moved, he was stunned. He realized that the Dimension's surveillance ability seemed to have been strengthened. In the past, when the Protos held a meeting, they would cover their meeting place with a magic array so that the surveillance cameras would not be able to see the meeting. They would only show a white area. It was the same for the black fog in the underworld. The surveillance cameras could not penetrate too far into the underworld. It seemed that the black fog contained a lot of energy. It was because of this that Zhao Hai knew that the Dimension's surveillance wasn't all powerful. There were some things that the surveillance couldn't do. However, just now, he noticed that the distance the surveillance cameras extended into the black mist seemed to have increased a lot. This was something that Zhao Hai did not expect. Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask Kai, why do I feel like the surveillance device's ability has been strengthened? Is it like this? Kai nodded with a proud look on her face. That's right. Young master, why did you only realize this now? Now that the realm's level has been upgraded, the monitoring ability has naturally been strengthened. Zhao Hai laughed and said, it's my fault. I've been so busy these days that I didn't notice this. Ha ha ha, good. It's good that you increased it. It'll be more convenient to monitor anything in the future. Kai smiled and said, there's one more thing that will make you even happier, young master. The medicinal herbs that were produced in the magical space can already be used. This time, we can make 10 bottles of God-rank potions, and the production of these medicinal herbs will slowly increase in the future. The most important thing is that the ordinary crops produced in the magical space can also be bought by the magical space. The funds will come back very soon, and young master can buy those things again. Zhao Hai clapped his hands and said, that's great. We're finally going to have money again. Without money, I've always felt uneasy. That's great. That's right, Kai. Let's make those God-rank potions first. Laura, let's not look at anything else. Let's go to the Ark space and help Grandpa Grimm and the others have a good meal, Laura replied happily. They had been busy with the Ark continent and the god and demon races' affairs, so they had not had a good meal with Grimm and the others. They had nothing to do these few days, so they could spend more time with Grimm and the others. After Kai made some arrangements, Zhao Hai and the others entered the space of the Ark in a flash. The island where the Buddha family was located was not far from the Ark continent. However, the island had a special status in the hearts of the people on the Ark continent. This was because the people living on the island were the Buddha family. The Buddha family was Zhao Hai's family, and no one on the Ark continent dared to disrespect this family. However, it was also because of this that Zhao Hai had to reduce the Buddha family's contact with the people on the Ark continent. The Buddha family no longer did business with the people on the Ark continent. No matter what the Buddha family sold on the continent, they would be sold out immediately. They would not bargain and would even pay more. How could Zhao Hai continue with this kind of business? If Zhao Hai continued to do business like this, the people on the Ark continent would think that the Buddha family was not doing business. He was trying to make money, and that was not good. So Zhao Hai and the others had to stop doing business on the Ark continent and only buy some things from the Ark continent. The island that the Buddha family was on was similar to the Black Earth wilderness. The people on the island still lived the same way, but now it was not only the original people of the Buddha family and their slaves on the island. There were also some elves, dwarves, and many orcs. Zhao Hai had moved these people to the Black Dirt wastelands when they were on the continent. After they moved to the Ark continent, Zhao Hai allowed them to leave freely. Some dwarves, elves, and orcs left the island and returned to their clans, but some stayed. They liked the environment and atmosphere of the Buddha family, so they stayed and became members of the Buddha family. The island was now a self-sufficient world. The elves could make all kinds of art pieces on the island. They could keep the art pieces for themselves or sell them. Zhao Hai accepted the art pieces and kept some that he liked. Most of them were sold to the realm. Although the price was not as high as it was on the Ark continent, it was more than enough for the elves. They had to worry about food and water here. As long as he could do what he liked, he would be fine. The dwarf race was in a similar situation. They liked to forge iron. In the past, they would forge whatever their tribesmen asked them to do without any freedom. However, it was different here. They could forge whatever they liked. If there was a dwarf, he would build an iron house for himself. No one would care about him. After all, there was no need to worry about food and drink here. They could also be fully satisfied with their daily needs. They could do whatever they liked. It could be said that the island where the Buddha family was located was a completely free country. Here, everyone could do what they liked. As long as they didn't do bad things, no one would care what they did. In a free country, one could not do whatever they wanted. The premise was that one could not do bad things, otherwise there would still be laws to punish one. This was only relative freedom. One could choose to do what one liked to do. It had been a while since Zhao Hai had returned to the Buddha family's island. The people on the Ark continent had given the island an interesting name, Paradise Island. Of course, the people on the Ark continent did not know about the story of the origin of the peach blossom. However, they knew that the Buddha family liked to use this as the name of their pearls. Therefore, they called the island Paradise Island, which suited Zhao Hai's wishes. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that the Buddha family's products were rarely seen on the mainland now. Therefore, as long as it was an authentic product of the Taoyuan brand, it was in high demand. If anyone had an item of the Taoyuan brand, it would be amazing. It was usually kept as a family heirloom. Zhao Hai had already spread the method of making wine. He told the humans how to make grain wine. The elves mainly used wine and fruits, the orcs mainly used milk wine, and the dwarves used a very common wine called sweet potato wine. The dwarves had a lot of potato blocks, and the ones on the Ark continent were similar to sweet potatoes on Earth. That was why Zhao Hai passed down the wine to them. Of course, he was not so stubborn as to only pass down one type. Almost all the wine recipes on the Arc continent were separated. They were all passed down by Zhao Hai, but people would choose the recipe that suited them according to their preferences and practical needs. The moment Zhao Hai arrived on the island, he saw the slaves working in the fields. They talked and laughed as they worked, and they seemed to be very happy. To Zhao Hai's surprise, the workers were very interesting. The tools in their hands were all different. Zhao Hai took a closer look and found that the tools were very well made. However, some of them were farm tools that he had never seen before. It seemed that they were made by the crazy inventor on the island to let the slaves test them out and see if they worked well. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He followed Laura and the others into the castle. The wineries in the castle had stopped. Even if they produced some wine, they were only for themselves. Most of the people had gone to do what they liked. Therefore, the castle looked much emptier than before. There were quite a lot of people in the castle. The first 100 slaves that followed Zhao Hai had all settled down in the castle. In the past, they had to help the Buddha family manage the new slaves, but now they didn't have to, so they all returned to the castle. The moment the people in the castle saw Zhao Hai coming back, the slaves hurriedly came over to bow to him. Zhao Hai took a look at the slaves and found that they were all white and quiet. Their clothes were not bad, but they did not look too rich. They did not look like nouveau rich at all. However, a few of them gave off a scholarly aura. It seemed that they were the kind of people who liked to study. Zhao Hai smiled at them and said, "How is it? Is everyone happy now?" Everyone laughed, and one of the brawny men said, "I'm happy. I'm the happiest. Young master once told me that we can eat meat every day. Now we can eat meat every day. Look at how strong I am now." Zhao Hai looked over and saw a fat man. This man was not very tall, only about 1.8 meters, but his weight was probably more than 250 pounds. He was really fat. However, Zhao Hai could tell that although this person was fat, he did not appear stupid at all. He could also tell that this person's body was hiding a huge power. What made Zhao Hai the most happy was that this person was actually about to suddenly reach level 9 and become a divine-level expert. Zhao Hai waved his hand at the man and said, "Come here. Think about it, you seem to be graying right. When you first came here, you were the slimest one, but I didn't expect you to be so fat now. Ha ha ha, good, not bad, you like cultivation, don't you?" When the fatty called Liang heard that Zhao Hai could actually call out his name, he couldn't help but say excitedly, "That's right. I didn't expect young master to remember my name. I'm not very smart. I've learned from you, but I don't know much. I just like to cultivate." I didn't expect young master to see through all this. Zhao Hai smiled. "Work hard. You're about to break through. If you succeed, you'll be the first person in our Buddha family to break through to the divine level on your own." The fat man was obviously not a scheming person. When he heard Zhao Hai's words, he happily agreed. Zhao Hai greeted everyone before entering the main hall of the main castle. Zhao Hai rarely came to the main castle these days. He usually stayed in the villa, where it was more convenient for him to do things. Green and the others were already waiting for him in the main hall. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the main hall, they immediately welcomed him. Green even said, "Young master, how come you have time to come back today? Is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "It's nothing much. It's been peaceful outside these few days. There's nothing for me to worry about, so I came to take a look." Hearing that he was fine, Jelen was relieved. Zhao Hai bowed to Kellen and Kun Zheng before sitting down. Then Zhao Hai explained what had happened outside, including what had happened in the Atlantic continent. Green and the others listened quietly. After Zhao Hai finished, Green said, "So there's another dimensional rift in the Arc continent, and this time the people who appeared have bad intentions towards the Arc continent." Zhao Hai nodded with a bitter smile. "That's right. The strength of this new continent should be similar to that of the demon race. However, they have an extremely powerful demonic armor. This demonic armor is more than 10 meters tall and is engraved with magic arrays. It can also change forms. Its attack power has already reached the peak of the 9th rank." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Kellen's eyes lit up. "What kind of magic array? Draw it out for me to see." Zhao Hai had already guessed that Kellen would say that. He smiled and said, "Father-in-law, don't worry. I've asked Heir to sort it out. You'll be able to see it in 2 days. There are many magic arrays, and each of them has different uses. You can study them carefully when the time comes." Kellen nodded happily. He had started studying magic arrays to forget how much he missed his wife, but he had not expected that he would become so obsessed with it. "Young master," Grim turned to Zhao Hai, "are you really going to attack the Proto soon?" Zhao Hai nodded. "It's true. We've almost crippled the Golden Bull celestial race. They won't dare to send any more troops to attack us. This is a good opportunity for us to join forces with the Thunder race and destroy the Golden Bull celestial race. This will vent my anger." Grim and the others didn't object. The Golden Bull celestial race's actions this time were indeed infuriating. They actually used an entire race as a blood sacrifice. Even they were furious, let alone Zhao Hai. Seeing that no one objected, Zhao Hai continued, "Grandpa Grim, there's one more thing. Right now, the magical world has started to produce God-rank potions. Heir is already working on it. This time we can produce 10 bottles of God-rank potions. How do you think we should split them?" Grim was stunned for a moment, then he said in great joy, "Really? You can produce so many at once." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He frowned and said, "I see. I was planning to keep these potions for you. Why don't I give them to them next time?" Green smiled and said, "We'll give it to them this time and give it to us next time. The realm will produce more in the future anyway. What are you afraid of? Besides, our old bones are still very strong. It's not like we'll die in a short time. It's okay." Hearing Green's words, Zhao Hai could only nod his head and agree to Green's request. At this time, Merlin and the others had already prepared the food, and they went to the dining room to eat. Just like that, Zhao Hai stayed in the boundless space for 3 days. These 3 days were a rare time for him to relax. He went to visit the slaves, the giant horned bull tribe, the King Kong ape tribe, the dwarves, and the elves. He was everywhere on the island. Leisure time was always very short. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai wanted to stay for a few more days, but the things happening outside didn't allow him to stay in the origin space anymore. Heir and the others had already reached the outer perimeter of the Light Disk Ming cult nation and were ready to officially start their attack on the gods' race. Zhao Hai had to appear at this time. For the past few days, Zhao Hai had been visiting Hiko and the Great Demon King every day. Most of the residents of the demon cities had moved into the realm, but it would take some time before they could move all the demons into the realm. However, the demon army was ready to attack at any time. In addition to the demonic race, Kai-Er had also finished preparing the defensive magic array. Kellen had also successfully researched the defensive magic array. This was good news for Zhao Hai. With this defensive magic array, he would be even more confident in dealing with the god race. Zhao Hai did not lack crystals. What he lacked was something that he could use crystals with. The appearance of this defensive magic array was just right. Kellen's defensive magic array was not that simple. During the experiment, Kellen had recorded the data of this defensive magic array in detail. This magic array was now used by 10,000 people, 50,000 people, and 100,000 people. It was different because it was too small, and the number of crystals used was also different. It was because of this that the magic array had only been successfully made now. Outside the border of the Church of Light, the army had gathered. However, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they had arranged themselves in a formation, ready to attack the Church of Light. Within the kingdom of the Church of Light, the god race had gathered an army of nearly 20 million soldiers to meet the enemy. A long city wall had been built at the border of the kingdom of the Church of Light. Huge magic cannons were placed on the city wall. Waves of god race soldiers were floating in the air in an orderly formation. On the opposite side, there were also a few troops. The barbarians and winged horses were on the 2 wings, and the center was Zhao Hai's undead army and the demon's demon army. As the thunder race didn't have a lot of people, they also stood in the center. The 2 sides were confronting each other. Looking at the god race people in the radiant cult, who were facing a great enemy, he couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that we would turn around and attack the gods so soon. To be honest, when you demons and the gods attacked the Ark continent together, I felt like I would never have been able to wait for this day. Zhao Hai was sitting in the demonic dragon king's black dragon carriage and talking to demonic dragon 5. The demon dragon king laughed. When we first attacked the Ark continent, we never thought that there would be a day like this. We never thought that we would be able to settle down in a place better than the Ark continent. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, to be honest, the Nephilims didn't do anything evil on the Ark continent this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you enter the realm. You know that I've already moved all the people on the Ark continent into the realm. I have no more worries. When the time comes, I can slowly deal with you and the Protoss. I will win sooner or later. Devil Dragon King didn't think that Zhao Hai was bragging. To be honest, after entering the space and seeing Zhao Hai's magical place, Devil Dragon King understood that even if Zhao Hai didn't bring them into the space, he would be able to take care of them sooner or later. The Demon Dragon King laughed and said, "This is also the good luck of our demon race. Sir, you should also know that the blood space formation used by our demon race also requires a blood sacrifice. It's just that we chose the dragon race, and the dragon race is also a member of the god race. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we would be on the same level as the god race now." Zhao Hai laughed. "That's what you demons thought. Dragons are much harder to deal with than normal humans. You used the blood of dragons instead of humans. This is a good thing for you demons." As the 2 of them were talking, Heir had already arrived beside them. When Zhao Hai saw Heir, he bowed to her and said, "Mr. Heir, are you preparing to attack?" Hiko nodded. "That's right, sir. As you can see, there are many magic cannons on the city walls. The gods' magic cannons are very powerful, and it's difficult for ordinary divine-level experts to withstand them. In terms of range, they are even further than the magic cannons on the Ark continent. However, these cannons are too heavy and inconvenient to move, so we didn't bring them to the battlefield. So the first thing we need to do is to destroy these magic cannons." "Sir, do you have any ideas?" "Don't worry about that, Mr. Heir. Leave it to me," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a row of dragon undead flew out from his team. These undead were very strange. They each had a magic cannon on top of their heads. The magic cannons they were using were not the ordinary magic cannons used on the Ark continent, but the giant magic cannons used by the gods. These were only the undead creatures. If it were a dragon, it would not be able to withstand their attacks. Hiko was stunned when he saw the magic cannons. He had been living in the Protoss army for a long time, so he knew that the magic cannons were the Protoss magic cannons. However, he did not expect Zhao Hai to have one. Zhao Hai looked at Fei and smiled. The last time I went to cause trouble at the Church of Light, I grabbed these magic cannons on the way. I can use them today. I see, Hiko said with a smile. It's a good time to let the Protoss know how powerful their magic cannons are. Zhao Hai smiled but did not say anything. Although the god race's magic cannon was powerful, Zhao Hai had thought that it was not enough in the past. The main problem was the lack of energy. In the past, the god race could only use ordinary magic crystals as energy, which was incomparable to the crystal stones in Zhao Hai's hands. The magic cannons were all powered by Zhao Hai's crystals, so they were naturally more powerful. That was why Zhao Hai used them. Other than the dragons, there were also 4 undead creatures operating the magic cannons on each dragon. Zhao Hai didn't have many giant magic cannons, so it seemed like the Protoss had the advantage. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. His magic cannon was made of crystals. In terms of power and range, it was much stronger than the Protoss magic cannon. The Protoss magic cannon couldn't hit him, but he could hit the Protoss magic cannon. In that case, the Protoss would be at a disadvantage. Sure enough, the dragons stopped after flying for a while. The undead creatures began to adjust the muzzles of the cannons. After a while, more than 20 red lights flew straight to the wall of the kingdom of the Church of Light. The god race who were controlling the magic cannons were shocked. They wanted to activate the magic shield, but it was too late. The red lights exploded as soon as they landed on the wall. The giant magic cannon was indeed much more powerful than the ones on the Ark continent. Of course, it also cost more crystals to use, but Zhao Hai did not care. What he needed now was power. The attack from Zhao Hai and the others was beyond the expectations of the Protoss. The Protoss had long heard of the Ark continent's magic cannons. They had suffered a few losses from them, but they had never thought that their magic cannons were any weaker than the Ark continent's magic cannons. Therefore, the Protoss were confident that they could defend the Church of Light. When the undead dragons appeared, the people of the Church of Light saw them. Naturally, they also saw many large magic cannons. They did not pay much attention to them. After all, Zhao Hai did not have many large magic cannons. In their opinion, even if they used their artillery to suppress the enemy, they would be able to disable the magic cannons. However, they had never expected Zhao Hai's magic cannon to be so powerful. It was able to hit them even before they were within range. This made the artilleries of the Protoss worried. Zhao Hai didn't mind and ordered the undead creatures to continue firing at the Protoss walls. In fact, with their strength, the walls were almost useless. Besides, the Protoss didn't seem to have much research on defensive magic cannons. The place they lived in didn't have any powerful defensive magic arrays. If the Protoss also had a powerful defensive magic array, then Zhao Hai's previous guerrilla tactics would be useless. Unfortunately, the Protoss did not value the use of various magic arrays. When the God clan had been fighting against the other races, they had always been suppressing their opponents. They had almost always had the upper hand, and there hadn't been much danger. It was impossible for their rear to be attacked. Even their camp had never been attacked. As time passed, the Protoss naturally became very arrogant. They believed that defensive magic arrays were unnecessary to the Protoss. Therefore, over the years, the Protoss had never studied defensive magic arrays. Under such circumstances, they were at a disadvantage when facing Zhao Hai's attack. The Protoss also realized that their artillery could only take a beating and was of no use. They had no choice but to give up on their artillery and slowly retreat. Zhao Hai was overjoyed when he saw the Protoss give up on their magic cannons. He waved his hand and summoned more large undead creatures. These undead creatures were equipped with magic cannons produced by the Ark continent. Although the magic cannons of the Ark continent were not as powerful as the giant magic cannons of the Protoss, now that the Protoss had given up on their magic cannons, it was time for their magic cannons to show their power. The Protoss had noticed this as well, but it was impossible for them to return to the artilleryman's position. The magic cannons from the Ark continent were already within range. If the Protoss returned to their artilleryman's position, they would be bombarded by the artilleries from the Ark continent. The Protoss also realized that if they continued like this, they would only be able to take a beating. They wouldn't be able to fight back at all. The Protoss soldiers immediately pounced on Zhao Hai and the others. When they were more than 1,000 meters away from Zhao Hai's army, a dark cloud suddenly rose from the Protoss army. Zhao Hai knew what it was with one look. It was a javelin thrown by the Protoss. Although the Protoss couldn't place a blood thunder bead on each javelin like Zhao Hai, their javelins had a long range and were very lethal to ordinary people. However, the first thing they had to face was Zhao Hai's undead army. The Protoss javelin was too weak against Zhao Hai's undead army. The Protoss could not be blamed for not being flexible. After all, they had conquered one dimension after another with these things in their hands. The Barbarian Dimension, the Winged Horse Dimension, and the Thunder Dimension were all of a higher level than the Arc Continent. At the very least, they could produce god-tier powerhouses in their dimensions, but the Arc Continent could not. It was precisely because the Protoss were able to conquer one dimension after another with their weapons that they rarely developed new weapons. As a result, they were lacking in offensive means when faced with Zhao Hai's various attacks. Their methods were too simple, and they had no effect on Zhao Hai. The Golden Bull Celestial race had already started developing new weapons to deal with Zhao Hai. However, the development of new weapons could not be completed in 1 or 2 days. Therefore, it would take some time before they could use new weapons to deal with Zhao Hai. Previously, Zhao Hai had been worried about the god race's javelin attacks. Now, however, he no longer had such a problem. Kellen's defensive magic array had already been developed. Once it was developed, he would use it. As soon as the god creatures threw their javelins, a red, translucent shield suddenly appeared around the undead creatures. The moment their javelins touched the shield, they were burned to ashes. Currently, Zhao Hai had a lot of fire crystals, so he gave the undead the cannons. At the same time, he wanted to test the defensive magic array. The defensive magic array's defensive capabilities didn't disappoint Zhao Hai. The spears thrown by the Protoss didn't even hit the barrier. Instead, the spears were burned to ashes. This was a testament to the barrier's strength. The members of the gods race were also stunned by the scene in front of them. It wasn't just the members of the gods race. Heir and the others were the same. Only the Devil Dragon King remained calm, but he also had a look of joy on his face. The reason why the Demon Dragon King was happy was because Zhao Hai had equipped the Demon Battle Team with the same defensive magic array. This defensive magic array was used by 1 in every 10,000 people. The magic array would be carried on the back of a large undead creature. It would follow the advance or retreat of the army. This would ensure that the army would have the protection of a barrier at all times during the battle. The protection of this shield was not to be underestimated, let alone the fact that the defensive power of this shield was extremely shocking. Even if the defensive power of this shield was not very good and could only block a few attacks, it would reduce a lot of casualties. At the same time, it would greatly boost the morale of their own side and lower the morale of the enemy. I didn't dare to fight you gods head-on before, but now, hee, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Zhao Hai ordered the cannon carrying undead to retreat, while Big Finger's undead charged forward. As soon as the undead rushed forward, the Protoss army was in a commotion. It was because the undead that rushed forward were dressed exactly like the Protoss army. They were also the undead that had been transformed from the Protoss army. The undead of the Protoss that had charged forward had initially advanced in the Rubik's Cube formation. However, when they were about 1,000 meters away from the Protoss army, they suddenly turned into a cone formation, and the cone was still spinning. To be honest, not many of the Protoss army had ever fought the Arc army head-on, so it was the first time they had encountered such a formation. On top of that, the undead that were charging at them were the Protoss, so the Protoss army could not help but panic. However, the Protoss army was indeed worthy of being called the Protoss. Just as the two armies were about to face each other, their formation stabilized, and they quickly distanced themselves from each other. Then everyone set up their territory. However, a scene that terrified the Protoss appeared. At the same time that they set up the barrier, the undead army of the Protoss also set up the barrier. The entire continent changed without them realizing it. The rotation of the formation was getting faster, but it was not rotating with one person as the tip. Instead, it was rotating with 4 people as the tip. The domain formed by the 4 people was in the shape of a sword, which turned the tip of the entire formation into a great killing weapon. Most of the Protoss shields were also in the shape of swords. The entire cone-shaped formation seemed to have turned into a bamboo shoot with its scales peeled off. The huge bamboo shoot charged straight into the Protoss army like a huge meat grinder. Wherever it passed, blood and flesh flew. Although the Protoss army had also set up their domains, they felt like they were fighting against countless godly-level experts when they faced the bamboo array. Their domains didn't last long before they were shattered. All the Protoss who had their domains shattered only had one end: death. Zhao Hai stood there quietly without moving. Devil Dragon King stood beside Zhao Hai and looked at the bamboo shoot array in shock. To be honest, even the most powerful devil army in the devil race couldn't set up such a formation. Such a formation required too much cooperation from the army. People had thoughts, and people with thoughts would make mistakes. In addition, people's reaction speed was the same. It was almost impossible. The Demon Dragon King had no doubt that even if it was the demon army, they could only wait for death when they encountered such an undead army. They would not even have the chance to resist. As for Heir, the barbarians, and the winged horse race, when they saw Zhao Hai's methods, they were also shocked speechless. If Zhao Hai used such a method to deal with them, they would not even have the chance to resist before they were strangled to death. Although Zhao Hai's eyes seemed to be fixed on the bamboo shoot array, he had already asked Kai to pay attention to their expressions. The reason he had revealed the magic cannon and the bamboo shoot array was to let these people know that he was the most powerful existence among them. Any alliance must have an alliance leader. Otherwise, the alliance would be a pile of loose sand. It would be considered good if they didn't fight with the God Clan, let alone the God Clan. To become the alliance leader, there was no better way than to show his strength. Zhao Hai needed to show his strength so that the Thunder Tribe, Barbarian Tribe, and Winged Horse Tribe would truly submit to him and listen to his command. Only in this way could Zhao Hai fight against the gods' race. Otherwise, he would have returned to the medium to wash up and sleep. The Barbarian race and Winged Horse race's opinions on him had already been confirmed by Heir. It was also because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to use the killer as the chicken to establish his might. He wanted to kill it for the Barbarian race and Winged Horse race to see, so that they would fear him and submit to him. Zhao Hai was very happy about this alliance because he knew that it would take a long time to deal with the gods' race by himself. However, with the help of the Thunder race and the Barbarian race, the time he needed would be greatly reduced. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to listen to anyone's orders. He was a timid person and didn't want to put his life in the hands of others. It seemed that the effect was very good now. The Barbarian race, the Winged Horse race, and the Thunder race had all been shocked by him. In the future, he would not encounter too much resistance when commanding them. On the other hand, the Protoss army was in a state of panic. They had not expected Zhao Hai's attack to be so fierce and brutal. They did not even have the chance to fight back. At this moment, the bamboo shoot array exploded into countless small bamboo shoots that shot towards the Shen clan's array. Finally, the Shen clan's array could no longer maintain its form. The Shen clan's army, which had never known what fear was, suddenly had deserters. In fact, Zhao Hai had used the bamboo shoot array once before. However, there weren't as many people who knew how to use territory skills, so it wasn't as powerful back then. Now that Zhao Hai had so many undead creatures, the array's power was greatly enhanced when he added them into it. As soon as the Protoss army fled, Zhao Hai immediately gave an order to the Thunder, Barbarian, Winged Horse, and Inferno armies. Everyone charged forward together. Zhao Hai commanded the other undead creatures to clean up the battlefield and pick up all the weapons that the Protoss had thrown away. This included the giant magic cannons that the Protoss had installed on the city wall. There were not many Protoss troops in the Cult of Light at the moment. The 20+ million Protoss troops that were blocking Zhao Hai's way were almost all the Protoss troops in the Cult of Light. Now that they had been defeated by Zhao Hai, the Cult of Light had almost no defensive power left. Zhao Hai's side was full of experts. It would not be a problem for them to fight for a day or two. On the other hand, the Protoss army had been scared out of their wits by Zhao Hai's attacks. They could not organize any effective resistance at all. They simply retreated to the Divine Realm. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others chased after them until the sky turned dark. However, Zhao Hai did not show up much during this pursuit. He commanded the undead army to pack up all the resources left in the kingdom of the Church of Light and transport them back to the realm. The most abundant harvest was food, goblin slaves, and magic cannons. There were still many daily necessities in the kingdom of the Church of Light, which Zhao Hai had taken with him. This was because the kingdom of the Church of Light was different from the other places on the Ark continent. The people in the kingdom of the Church of Light had been used as blood sacrifices by the god race. Most of the things in their houses were not destroyed. Therefore, Zhao Hai had gained a lot this time. These daily necessities were not good, and they were all old. Even if they were given to the people on the Ark continent, no one would like to use them. Even the people of the Beast God clan would not use these old things. Zhao Hai had built many things that looked like churches in the Beast clan. The Beast clan could use the coiled sheep and other magical beasts to exchange for the daily necessities they wanted. They would not care about these things anymore. However, Zhao Hai wanted to give these things to the Infernals and Gnomes. The Infernals were already lacking in resources. Zhao Hai looked at the Infernals that had moved into the realm and realized that they really didn't have anything good. Just like what the demonic Dragon King had said, they could pack their things and bring some plants or demonic beasts into the realm. Even so, some people would still come empty-handed. The demonic Dragon King was even more ruthless. He asked them to bring stones. These stones were used by them to build their houses in the space because they were unwilling to destroy the grass and trees in the space. As for the gnomes, they were so poor that they had almost nothing except for themselves and a pair of tattered pants. They would be overjoyed to be given these old things. The demonic Dragon King had been following Zhao Hai the whole time. He saw the undead creatures moving things into the medium as if they were scraping the ground. As long as it was something useful, they would move it into the medium regardless of whether it was good or bad. However, he was a little puzzled. However, he was still quite envious of those things. After all, the Infernals were too poor. Zhao Hai continued to search as he moved forward. Naturally, he could not move too fast. Meanwhile, the Protoss army had already escaped back to the Protoss race through the new continent. At At the last moment, they finally organized a defense around the spatial rift, blocking the army that was chasing them outside. Even though they didn't manage to attack all the way into the god world, Heir and the others were still very happy. To be able to defeat the enemy in one battle was definitely a great thing for them. This also gave him the confidence to fight against the god race. Zhao Hai left a few cities behind for the three races to rest in. After exchanging a few words with Hiko and the others, Zhao Hai let them rest while he brought the demon army back to the demonic dimension. When they arrived at the demonic dimension, Zhao Hai realized that the dimension had changed greatly. Many demonic beasts had already built their own houses. The demonic tribe that did not have their own houses were building their own. The reason why they were so slow in their construction was because they did not have access to local materials. The things they used to build their houses were either from the Arc continent or from the demonic dimension. They rarely destroyed the things in the dimension. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't mind. He waved his hand and said to the demonic dragon king, "You don't need to be so polite. Right, I have also collected a lot of things from the Church of Light. If you demon race people don't mind, I can share a part of those things with you. How about it?" After the items were sent to the demonic dimension, the demonic dragon king immediately arranged for people to distribute them. After the demonic dragon king was done with his work, Zhao Hai invited him into the sword carriage. After the two of them sat down, Zhao Hai said to the demonic dragon king, "Mystic dragon, I have something to tell you." A few days ago, another spatial rift appeared on the Arc continent. Zhao Hai then told the mystic dragon king about what had happened in Atlan. The demonic dragon king's expression didn't change. Now that the demonic race's people were going to enter the medium, he didn't have to worry about those things. However, he knew that Zhao Hai had his reasons for telling him this. Hence, he just listened quietly. After Zhao Hai finished, he said to Zhao Hai, "What do you mean? Kill the group of people who entered the Arc continent," Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. "Take the demon machine from them. That way we'll have more confidence in dealing with the Protoss." "Sir, do you want us to send out our troops?" The demonic dragon king nodded. Zhao Hai shook his head. "It doesn't seem necessary now, but I can't guarantee that I won't use it in the future. I want to let you all know so that you can be prepared. I also want to choose some of you demons who are excited about magic arrays and train them so that they can create their own magic machines as soon as possible." The demonic dragon king frowned and said, "Sir, what's the point of going through all this trouble? We'll just annihilate the people in that space and snatch the manufacturing method of the demon machine. If Sir doesn't have enough troops, our demon race can send troops. Please rest assured, sir." Zhao Hai was amused. This was a typical demon response. If they had their eyes on something, they would just take it. There was no need to think so much. It was just like how the demons had their eyes on the Arc continent. They just had to take it. There was no need to think so much. When the demonic dragon king saw Zhao Hai smile, she asked in confusion, "What is it, sir? Did I say anything wrong?" "You're right," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "It's just that I don't want to start a war with 3 planes at the same time, so it's better for us to deal with this matter in a safe manner." The demonic dragon king was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Zhao Hai was currently at war with the Protoss, and the underworld had already entered the Arc continent. If Atlan was included, Zhao Hai would have 3 enemies on the Arc continent: the Protoss, the underworld, and the Atlantic continent. These 3 places, the first one was a dimension. If Zhao Hai really started a war with these 3 places at the same time, it would be the same as starting a war with 3 dimensions at the same time. "Then what do you mean, sir?" The demonic dragon king frowned. Zhao Hai smiled. "Take care of the people who invaded the Arc continent. First, snatch the magic machine they are using and study it. After we solve the problem with the Protoss, we will deal with the Atlantic continent." The demonic dragon king thought for a moment and nodded. Right now, their main enemy was the god race. Although the people from the Atlantic continent were also very dangerous, they were still not as strong as the god race. The enmity between them and the god race was too deep. Moreover, they had the thunder race's external aid. If they did not take this opportunity to settle the god race's matter, it would be a huge problem. Hence, the most important thing now was to settle the god race's matter first. The matter of the Atlantic continent, or whatever, could be put aside for the time being. "Then what do you intend to do next, sir?" The demonic dragon king continued. "NBSB," Zhao Hai said, "let's deal with the god race first. I'm just informing you so that you know what to do. You don't have to worry about anything else." The demonic dragon king responded. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly felt the great demon king's message fish beeping. Zhao Hai was stunned and immediately took out the message fish. The moment he took out the message fish, he heard the great demon king's voice, "Teacher, are you there?" Zhao Hai was taken aback, but he quickly replied, "I'm here. Is there anything I can help you with, your majesty?" The great demon king immediately said, "Sir, quickly close the spatial rift. There is a beast tied here in our demon territory. Those demons are heading straight for the spatial rift." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. Then he moved his body and appeared at the crack in space. The crack was near a medium-sized city in the Devil Realm. This way, people in and outside the city could enter the space quickly. However, the situation outside the space was not good. It was not Zhao Hai's first time seeing a beast lake. He had seen a few beast tides in the Black Soil Wasteland. However, the beast tides in the Black Soil Wasteland were child's play compared to the beast tides in the Devil Realm. The Devil Realm was now filled with all kinds of magical beasts. Some of these magical beasts were attacking the city, while some were rushing towards the spatial crack. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up when he saw this. He immediately said to the messenger fish, "Don't worry, your majesty. I just need to make some adjustments. These magical beasts can also enter the space." Zhao Hai was still thinking about how to get the demonic beasts into the dimension. How could he let go of such an opportunity? Zhao Hai didn't send any message about the space crack. He only moved the space behind the crack. It turned out that the space behind the crack was the demonic dimension. With this move, Zhao Hai was transferred into the Hell dimension. The infernal realm was originally suitable for dark-type creatures to live in, and most of the demonic beasts in the demonic realm were dark-type creatures. Therefore, Zhao Hai had moved the dimension behind the crack to the infernal realm, allowing the demonic beasts to enter it. If they wanted to use the space to take all the magical beasts in, they would have to catch them one by one, unless the magical beasts wanted to enter the space themselves, or they tricked them into the space like they did with the magical beasts in the corpse swamp. However, these were all very scary. But now, these demonic beasts were running into the space on their own. Zhao Hai could use this opportunity to put all these demonic beasts into the space. Although these demonic beasts were hostile to the space, the biggest advantage of the space was that it could turn hostility into hostility, especially toward demonic beasts. The attitude of the realm towards humans and magical beasts were completely different. If a person was hostile to the realm wouldn't change that person's mind. It would only change slowly and imperceptibly so that you wouldn't feel it. However, he was a lot more brutal with demonic beasts. As long as the demonic beasts were hostile to him, he would subdue them without a second thought. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't worried that the demonic beasts would cause trouble in the boundless space. The more demonic beasts that entered the boundless space, the better. They might even be able to help the boundless space upgrade. Although the great demon king did not understand what Zhao Hai meant, he did not say anything. He believed that Zhao Hai knew what he was doing. Moreover, he was busy dealing with the demonic beasts that were attacking the city, so he did not have the time to explain to Zhao Hai. When he heard Zhao Hai's words, he stopped his conversation with him. Before the demonic beasts entered the dimension, Zhao Hai had already changed the background of the dimension. He also made the crack bigger so that the demonic beasts could enter more easily. What happened next shocked Zhao Hai and the Asmodeans. When the demonic beasts saw the spatial crack, they pounced on it like flies. Even the magical beasts that were attacking the city stopped attacking. Instead, they went straight for the space crack. Many of the weaker magical beasts had been trampled to death by other magical beasts. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw the situation. Although he wanted the demonic beasts to enter the space, he didn't expect this to happen. It was beyond his expectations. Those magical beasts rushed straight into the space as if something extraordinary was attracting them. This situation also attracted the attention of the Great Demon King and the others. When the Great Demon King saw that the magical beasts had not attacked the city but entered the space instead, he was a little worried about his clansmen who had entered the space, so he immediately took out the message fish and said loudly, Sir, did you hear that?" Zhao Hai took out the messenger fish and said, "Your Majesty, I heard you. Don't worry. The magical beasts aren't going to the dimension where your people are. They are going to another place. Your Majesty, don't worry." The Demon King's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhao Hai's words. Although Zhao Hai's words were not eye-catching, they had revealed something else. Zhao Hai's dimension did not only contain the two dimensions where his people and the people from the Ark were. There was another dimension, or perhaps a few other dimensions. The Great Demon King had to reevaluate Zhao Hai's abilities. He realized that he had underestimated Zhao Hai's power. Zhao Hai could put the people of the Ark continent in one dimension, the demons in another dimension, and of course, other races in another dimension. However, he had no idea how many dimensions Zhao Hai had. If Zhao Hai had a lot of dimensions, he could feed a lot of people. If all these people could provide Zhao Hai with the power of faith, then he would be able to do it. The number of people here was probably no less than the number of people in the God race, demon race, and the Ark continent combined. Zhao Hai didn't care about all this. He was looking at the demonic beasts rushing into the space. This was definitely a good thing for him. He had heard a series of notifications from the space. There was only one type of notification, which was to subdue the hostile demonic beasts. In other words, all the demonic beasts that entered the space would become Zhao Hai's subordinates. Zhao Hai had high hopes for the magical beasts in the Devil Realm. They were as strong as magical beasts. If he were to really consider the situation, these magical beasts would be the best choice as mounts. They were strong and fearless, which was a worry that the original magical beasts on the Ark continent did not have. There were too many demonic beasts, and he couldn't bring all of them into the space in a short time. Fortunately, the demonic beasts seemed to have their eyes on the space. They didn't even look at Zhao Hai, who was floating in the air. They just wanted to enter the space, which saved Zhao Hai a lot of trouble. After watching for a while, Zhao Hai felt bored, so he returned to the mansion in the Q zone. As soon as he entered the mansion, he saw Laura and the others sitting there, staring at the screen. The screen was showing the situation of the beast tide. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He turned to Kai and said, "Kai, do you know why these magical beasts keep running into the space? What's going on?" Kai laughed and said, "This might be because the young master has changed his background. Most of these magical beasts are of the dark attribute, and the hell space has a certain effect on the dark attribute. Magical beasts have an instinctive intuition for things that can make them stronger. They might have felt that the hell space can make them more powerful, so they ran in there without caring about their lives." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's great. All the demonic beasts have entered the dimension. This is definitely a good thing for us. Maybe when all the demonic beasts enter, the dimension will be upgraded." Kai smiled and said, "I don't think it's possible. Although there are a lot of these magical beasts, there are not many types. Many of the weaker magical beasts have been trampled to death by the powerful magical beasts before they could enter the space. It's impossible to upgrade the space through these magical beasts." Zhao Hai nodded. "If you can't level up, then so be it. In any case, after these magical beasts enter the space, there will only be benefits and no harm. Many of these magical beasts have very strong combat power. They aren't any weaker than god-tier experts. Once they enter the space, our strength will be further strengthened." To be continued. Although the demonic beast horde wasn't the biggest one, Zhao Hai had gained a lot from it. After the demonic beasts had entered the dimension, Zhao Hai immediately changed the background to the demonic dimension. Then, he informed the great demon king to let the demonic people enter the dimension. Zhao Hai had also finished his business with the demonic dragon king. Naturally, he wouldn't stay in the demonic realm continent for long. He only rested in the villa in the interspace for a while before coming out of the interspace to look for Heir. Heir and the others were currently resting in the cities of the Cult of Light Empire. Those cities had already been turned into military camps by the God clan. There were also a few supplies stored in them. After living there, they didn't have to worry about food and necessities. However, today's battle had given them a great shock. The combat power that Zhao Hai had displayed today had shocked them. They had not expected Zhao Hai to be so powerful. He was probably even stronger than the Protoss. Most importantly, Zhao Hai had killed so many Protoss today, and those Protoss would become Zhao Hai's undead creatures. Zhao Hai's strength had increased again. Therefore, after Heir, Dingshan, and Zhan Yue had settled their tribesmen, the three of them immediately gathered together to discuss how they should face Zhao Hai. The reason why Zhao Hai had been so ruthless and clean today was to establish his prestige. Obviously, he had achieved his goal. Heir looked at Dingshan and Zhan Yue, sighing in his heart, but he still said, "You've seen Zhao Hai's strength. To be honest, I didn't think he would be so strong. I know that you two still hold a grudge over Zhao Hai killing your clansmen, but we're fighting together now. Zhao Hai is the main force against the Protoss. With him, our three races will have fewer deaths. I hope that the two of you can put aside your hatred and cooperate with Zhao Hai. What do you think?" Dingshan and Zhan Yue looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Zhan Yue said, "To be honest, we do hate Zhao Hai, but we hate the god race even more. Moreover, Zhao Hai has never sent our clansmen to battle in the past few battles. It's obvious that he's giving us face. Don't worry, we won't drag everyone down." Dingshan nodded and said, "That's right. Compared to Zhao Hai, our hatred for the god's race is even greater. Besides, Zhao Hai killed our people. Strictly speaking, we can't blame him. After all, we were invading the Ark continent with the god's race. He attacked our people to protect his home. It's excusable." Heir heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the two of them. He looked at the two of them and nodded. "That's right. Our enemy is the god's race. Dealing with the god's race is our top priority." Dingshan and Zhan Yue nodded. They were not ignorant people. They knew very well that Zhao Hai's strength would only bring them benefits. As for how to distribute the control of Golden Bull continent after they defeated the god race, they didn't need to think about it now because they weren't sure if they could defeat the god race. Dingshan looked at Heir and said, "Heir, according to the current situation, our people should have almost made their move. So the god race can only rely on the space crack for defense. It is impossible for them to have the strength to counterattack us. Do you think we should tell Mr. Zhao Hai that we must attack the Golden Bull continent in one go?" As they were talking, a soldier suddenly came in to reporting, "Mr. Zhao Hai requests an audience." Heir and the other two looked at each other, and the three of them stood up at the same time. "Quickly invite him in." As they spoke, the three of them went out to welcome him. When they reached the door, they saw Zhao Hai walking in. When Zhao Hai saw that the three of them were together, he could not help but be taken aback. Then he smiled and bowed to the three of them. "Zhao Hai greets the three of you. I didn't expect all three of you to be here. It just so happens that I wanted to discuss the matter of attacking the Protoss with the three of you. We wanted to invite you over to discuss this matter, but we couldn't find you. Please forgive us," Heir said with a smile. Hiko had already selectively forgotten the information that Zhao Hai had given him. Of course, Zhao Hai understood that Fei was just being polite, but he did not mind. He just smiled and said, "I don't dare to take it as Sir saying that. I just like to run around aimlessly. I'm making Sir anxious." As he spoke, he followed the three of them into the hall. This was a church in a city in the kingdom of the Church of Light, which was the closest to the New World. There was a strange phenomenon in the kingdom of the Church of Light. The best building in their city was usually a church, not the city lord's mansion. It was really strange. The church was tall and gorgeous, and the walls were full of beautiful murals. The murals were nothing more than stories of how the god race had exterminated the demons, and most of them were made up, not the real history. This was the first time that Zhao Hai had paid so much attention to the Church of Light. Now that he looked at it, he realized that the church was not bad. It could be a good place to play. The murals on the walls were also very artistic. Suddenly, Zhao Hai noticed that on one of the murals there was a winged horse clansman's figure. The winged horse clansman was riding on a Pegasus, holding a knight's spear in his hand and fighting a demon. Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle. He turned to Zhan Yue. "I didn't expect that the winged horse tribe could be compared to the god race in the eyes of the Church of Light. This is not simple." Zhao Hai pointed at the painting as he spoke. Zhan Yue had only been speaking up for Fei and hadn't noticed the mural. Now that Zhao Hai said so, he turned to look at it and snorted. "Those guys from the God Clan must have asked them to draw it. Those bastards from the God Clan have never given up on killing me." Zhan Yue's words weren't wrong at all. The god race didn't really want the winged horse race to be on equal footing with them when they asked people to paint the winged horse race on the murals. Instead, they wanted to use cultural assimilation to make the winged horse race forget their beliefs forever and become the most loyal dogs of the god race. Zhao Hai smiled. The god race has always been like this. They have been trying to control the Arc Continent through the Church of Light. If we hadn't discovered it early, we wouldn't be in this situation today. Fei and the others nodded. After they sat down, people from the Thunder race served them clean water. When the gods' race sent out their troops, they were not allowed to drink, so there was no wine in the city. They could only serve Zhao Hai with clean water. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He took the cup and took a sip. After putting the cup down, he said to the three of them, "I'm here today mainly to discuss the matter of attacking the Protoss with the three of you. I'd like to hear your opinions." Hiko and the other two looked at each other, unsure of Zhao Hai's intentions. After a while, Hiko turned to Zhao Hai and said, "What is your opinion, sir?" Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and smiled. "I only have one opinion, and that is to end the battle as soon as possible. We must get rid of the Golden Bull celestial race as soon as possible and prepare for the other celestial races to enter the Golden Bull continent." Fei and the other two nodded their heads as they had the same thoughts. Man Dingshan said in a deep voice, "When we were talking about this, we had the same idea. I think that now that our race is at war with the gods' race, they won't be able to send more troops to deal with us. We can take this opportunity to attack the gods' race's continent and destroy the Golden Bull god race first." Zhao Hai nodded. "I see. I'm relieved to hear that. Now that we're allies, I won't hide it from you anymore. As you can see, I've subdued the demons, but I still have to tell you that the Arc Continent isn't safe. There's a dimensional crack that connects to the underworld in the Orc Prairies. A large number of undead creatures from the underworld have fled to the Orc Prairies, and a dimensional crack has opened somewhere in the south. This spatial crack was connected to a place called the Atlan Continent. The people of this place were not weak. Most importantly, they used a type of demonic armor. This demonic armor was made of iron men that were more than 10 meters tall. These iron men were extremely powerful. Even fire demons could not withstand a few attacks from these iron men. These iron men were made by the people of the Atlan Continent. They were controlled by humans and were extremely powerful. With the appearance of these two enemies, we can't stay on the Arc Continent any longer. I've already moved everyone on the Arc Continent away. Now I just want to tell you that even if we exterminate the Golden Bull god race, we might not only face the attacks of the god race, but also the attacks of the underworld and the Atlan Continent. This situation is very disadvantageous for us. Therefore, I think we must exterminate the Golden Bull god race as soon as possible and gain a firm foothold in the Golden Bull continent. After that, he used the spatial crack to block the Netherworld and Atlan continent's attacks while he went all out to deal with the god race's other continents. Hiko and the others listened to Zhao Hai's words in shock. They never thought that things would turn out like this. The Arc Continent had already fallen to such a state, and there was even the appearance of the Atom Land and the Devil Armor. Suddenly, Hiko's eyes lit up. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "The demonic armor that Sir is talking about, is it something like the magic puppets made by the gnomes?" Zhao Hai nodded. "That's right, but it's much better than the goblins' magic puppets. If the goblins' magic puppets had the same power as the armor devils, they wouldn't have been slaves." Fei nodded. He had seen goblins' magic puppets before, but they were kept at home by Yun Tianlei as trophies. In fact, Yun Tianlei didn't get the treasure. It was Yun Tianlei's family heirloom. The The God clan dealt with the gnomes before the Thunder clan. Therefore, when Heir became Yun Tianlei's guard, the gnomes were already considered slaves. However, the mighty appearance of the magic puppet had surprised Hiko. The Thunder clansmen were considered tall, but compared to the magic puppets, they were still quite short. Just this point alone was enough to catch Hiko's attention. In fact, when the gods took care of the goblins, they had put in a lot of effort. Although the goblins did not specialize in weapons, they still had things like magic cannons and magic puppets. These two things had extraordinary combat power. It was because of this that the Celestials saw how terrifying the magic cannons and magic puppets were. They believed that if the gnomes were allowed to continue developing like this, the Celestials would lose their dominant position sooner or later. That was why they destroyed the gnomes and forbade anyone in the Celestials from researching magic puppets. On the other hand, the gnomes' magic cannons were left behind by the Protoss. They had contributed greatly to the Protoss' conquest of the realms, but Zhao Hai had snatched them away in the end. The Protoss wanted to research metal puppets to increase their combat power, but the metal puppets were too complicated. Many of them were goblin secret techniques, so they couldn't do anything about them. They had killed all the goblin who knew how to use them. Hiko did not know any of this. In the Divinity, the grudges between the Celestials and the gnomes were briefly mentioned, and there were no detailed records. Hiko only saw a broken metal magic puppet. Although it was already broken, it left a deep impression on Hiko. Now that he heard Zhao Hai say that the Atlan continent's demonic armor was of a higher grade than the goblins' demonic puppets, he could not help but be stunned. After a while, he said with an ugly expression, "Is what teacher said true?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I wouldn't dare to lie about this kind of thing. It just so happens that I know a kind of magic that I learned from the people of the sea. I can store things that happened in the past for a period of time and then release them. I'll show them to you today." With that, he waved his hand, and the time of his meeting with Achaeus was played. The tall metal armor made Hiko and the others gasp. They only came back to their senses when they saw Achaeus and the others' armor transform and fly away from the fiery island. However, they did not say a word for a long time. Zhao Hai closed the monitor screen and looked at the three of them. He said in a deep voice, "They're a flying magic armor squad from the Atlan continent. Before they met me, they had already eliminated some of the magic beasts and fire demons on the Flame Island in a very short time. How did you know he was here?" Hiko looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile when he heard Heir's words. "How do you think I know about your activities on the Ark continent? I'll be honest with you. I have many spies on the Ark continent. Almost the entire Ark continent is under my surveillance." Hiko did not say anything this time. He believed in Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai had always had the upper hand against the Protoss. It would be impossible for Zhao Hai to not have spies on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai looked at Hiko and continued, however. This time, the discovery of these people from Atlan continent was really an accident. At that time, I wanted to attack the Church of Light from behind. It was when you were being held back at the Akara Mountain defense line. So I went around the sea to the south of the kingdom of the Church of Light and happened to discover them. Hiko's confidence grew. When they were fighting with the god race, they had already discovered that the Church of Light had been destroyed. It was from the southeast all the way to the northwest, forming a diagonal line. It must have been Zhao Hai's doing. This way, it was not surprising that Zhao Hai could discover the people of Atlan continent. Man Dingshan turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, do you have the confidence to block the Atlantic continent's demonic armor's attacks from the spatial crack?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I'm confident about that. Don't forget, there is a very strange and dangerous enemy on the Ark continent. It is the underworld." They did not know much about the underworld. Just as Zhao Hai had said, the underworld was too strange. Even the god race did not dare to open the spatial barrier between the underworld and the underworld. Therefore, they did not know much about the underworld. It was precisely because they did not understand that it was even more dangerous. Hiko and the others nodded. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. The dimensional barrier between the Ark continent and the underworld had been opened. The people from the underworld would naturally come to the Ark continent. Once the people from the Atlan continent came to the Ark continent, they would naturally occupy the Ark continent. At that time, they would definitely come into conflict with the underworld. They would not have the time to attack them. At the thought of this, Hiko and the others could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, their expressions quickly turned ugly because they also remembered the danger of the underworld. The underworld had appeared on the Ark continent, and it was only a matter of time before they attacked the spatial rift. Perhaps they could rush into the divine realm through the spatial rift and then attack their plane through the divine realm. That would be even more troublesome. Zhao Hai knew what they were thinking when he saw them. He smiled and said, "There's no need to be anxious. The netherworld won't be able to break in for a while. I think we should get rid of the god race first. Even if we really can't, we can still use the Golden Bull continent as a battlefield to deal with the netherworld. In addition to this, we can also think of ways to close the space passages between the various races and the god world. In the past, you couldn't do this because the god race was blocking the way. However, as long as we defeat the god race, no one will stop us." When Fei Er and the others heard this, they all felt that Zhao Hai's words made sense. In the past, the gods' race did not allow them to discharge the space wall saint, but now the gods' race could no longer control them. As long as the Golden Bull god race came, no one could control what they wanted to do. Hiko nodded. You are right, sir. It seems that our first priority now is to defeat the gods as soon as possible. Sir, do you think we should attack immediately tomorrow? Zhao Hai nodded. That's for the best. We'll attack tomorrow. Also, I have to tell you that the Nephilims are now on the same side as us. The Nephilims have experience in fighting the underworld. There was a spatial crack in the Nephilims that connected to the underworld, but it was sealed by the people of the Nephilims. So I think that as long as we defeat the Protoss, we'll have some time to recover. We can completely treat the people of the underworld as if they're outside of the realm of gods. Fei Er and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fei Er even said, Sir, you're right. We'll make preparations immediately and attack tomorrow. Do you have wine? You can give some to the soldiers. After a day of pursuit, they're very tired. Drinking some wine will help them recover faster. Zhao Hai nodded. Okay, that's not a problem. Get someone to send some wine over in a while, but don't drink too much. Don't delay tomorrow's plan. Fei Er quickly responded. Zhao Hai and the others discussed the attack the next day. After Zhao Hai left, Fei Er and the others went to the main hall and sat down. Man Dingshan turned to Fei Er and said, Fei Er, do you believe Mr. Zhao Hai's words? Fei Er nodded. It should be. Actually, he said all this to tell us that he didn't attack the Protoss just for revenge. More importantly, he wanted to get a chance to recover so that he could use it against the Netherworld. He wanted us to be at ease. Zhan Yue nodded. That's for the best. Mr. Zhao Hai's combat power is strong. If he can attack the Protoss with all his might, then we'll have more confidence in defeating them. We can't pin all our hopes on Mr. Zhao Hai, Hiko said in a low voice. He's strong, but we have to let him know that our three races aren't any weaker than him. Otherwise, we won't be able to speak with dignity in front of him in the future. Man Dingshan and Zhan Yue were not stupid. They immediately understood what Fei Er meant and nodded at the same time. To put it bluntly, they were only allies with Zhao Hai. They were allies who had come together for a common enemy. This alliance was very fragile. There was even a little friction between them and Zhao Hai, who knew if Zhao Hai would use this opportunity to deal with them. Therefore, they had to fight for more authority in this alliance. Otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Fei Er looked at the two of them and continued, All right, everyone, go back and prepare. We must attack the Protoss continent tomorrow. It's best if we work together with our three races. Otherwise, our forces are too weak to compete with Mr. Zhao Hai. The two of them nodded, and after exchanging greetings with Fei Er, they turned and left. After Zhao Hai returned to the origin space, he immediately arranged for the undead creatures to deliver wine to Fei Er and the others. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to Fei Er's situation because he believed that they would make the right choice. Forming an alliance with him would only bring great benefits to their three races, so they wouldn't reject him. Right now, Zhao Hai's focus was on the situation in the Atlan continent. After 2 days of observation, he already knew that there were no countries in the Atlan continent. Everything was decided by the family, and Akia's family was the O'Neill family. Fortunately, Akia's status in the O'Neill family was not low. Therefore, he could hear everything that the O'Neill family was discussing. This was what Zhao Hai was happy about because he could roughly estimate the O'Neill family's strength from the discussions. However, Zhao Hai didn't know much about the devil armors in Atlan. Hence, when the O'Neill family discussed how many devil armors they would offer and what kind of devil armors they would offer, Zhao Hai could only listen like a duck listening to thunder. Although Zhao Hai did not know the combat power of the demonic armors, he could tell from the words of O'Neill's family members that their family would be sending out at least 100,000 different types of demonic armors this time. This was no small number. One could imagine, on Earth, if 100,000 tanks were used in a war, what kind of situation would it be? Moreover, it was the demonic armor that was much more powerful than a tank. However, it would take more than a day or two for the O'Neill family to attack the Ark continent. It would take some time just to mobilize the magic armor, and the O'Neill family didn't want the other families to know that they were going to attack the Ark continent. They wanted to take the Ark continent for themselves, so they had to do it in secret. Naturally, it would take a long time to prepare. It would take at least a few months. Of course, the O'Neill family did something. At the very least, they had the crack in space under surveillance. They also sent a 1,000-strong magic armor team to keep an eye on it. Even if the people from the Ark continent found the crack, they wouldn't be able to seal it up. Zhao Hai had no intention of stopping the O'Neill family's actions. He was thinking of getting the O'Neill family to attack the Ark continent so that he could get more demonic armors and store them in the realm for the goblins to study. Zhao Hai had already sent out the undead to teach the goblins how to read, and the goblins were learning very quickly. Zhao Hai now knew why the gnomes had such big heads. It seemed that their big heads had a lot to do with their fast learning speed. Apart from giving a portion of the living supplies he had obtained from the kingdom of the Church of Light to the demon race, Zhao Hai gave the rest to the gnomes. Although they were all old things, they still made the gnomes happy. Looking at the gnomes, Zhao Hai could not help but think of the time when he gave out items to the slaves. The slaves were like that when they first received items. Although life on the Paradise Island was much better now, few slaves would wear gold and silver because their pursuit was not there. The biggest pursuit of the slaves now was to make themselves more powerful. Even those who had no talent in martial arts and magic would learn a craft and then study their own craft to make themselves more powerful. The slaves did this because in their hearts, Zhao Hai was the most important. They knew that the better they learned, the more help they would be to Zhao Hai. Therefore, they did not spend their time on enjoyment, but on improving their strength. This made Zhao Hai very moved. Now Zhao Hai only hoped that the gnomes would be like the slaves. He would be in luck. He believed that with the gnomes' intelligence, they would be able to make more powerful demonic armor. Thinking of the armor devils, Zhao Hai couldn't help but want to know why the Protoss wanted to exterminate the gnomes. Therefore, he called over a high-level undead general and asked him why the Protoss wanted to exterminate the gnomes. Zhao Hai had purposely left this undead battle general behind so that he could understand more about the Protoss. However, he had been busy these past few days and had not asked about it in detail. Now that he remembered it, he naturally had to ask about it to help him understand his enemy. Zhao Hai sat calmly in the main hall. He had asked the undead god about the destruction of the gnomes. At first, Zhao Hai did not think much about it. He thought that the gods had discovered the goblins' magic technology, which was a threat to their rule. However, after asking the Protoss in detail, Zhao Hai found out that things were not as simple as he had thought. The Protoss had annihilated the gnomes, not only because their magic technology had threatened the Protoss' control, but also because of Lu Wei's orders. Lu Wei usually gave orders to the Protoss through setting up a shadow. And about a day later, the Protoss would report to Lu Wei about what had happened here. It had been almost 1,000 years since the Protoss attacked the gnomes. At that time, Lu Wei was the same as Zhao Hai. More than 1,000 years had passed, and Lu Wei was still the same. This was why the Protoss thought Lu Wei was a high god. The decision to eliminate the gnomes was made after the Protoss reported to Lu Wei. At that time, the gnomes had just created the magic puppet not long ago. The Protoss naturally received the news, so they told Lu Wei about this when they reported to him. After Lu Wei found out about this, he took it very seriously. He immediately ordered the Protoss to destroy the gnomes at all costs so that they could no longer make magic puppets. The Protoss also thought that the magic puppet made by the gnomes would threaten their rule, so they immediately agreed. It was because of these two reasons that the gnomes were exterminated, and their inheritance was almost cut off forever. On the surface, this matter did not seem like much. However, in Zhao Hai's eyes, he realized that something was amiss. It was impossible that Lu Wei didn't know about the existence of the gnomes before, but he didn't attack them before. Why did he attack the gnomes the moment they made the magic puppet? This matter was too unusual. There was one more thing that Zhao Hai could not understand. If Pin Wei was really against people making magic puppets, then what was going on in Atlan? Their demonic armors were many times more advanced than the magic puppets. Why did Lu Wei let the Atlan continent make demonic armors and not the gnomes make the magic puppets? This didn't seem right? Lola and the others also frowned in confusion. They were all smart people, so they naturally realized that something was wrong with this matter. This made them very confused. Hi, do you think Lu Wei has been bullied by a magic puppet before? Is that why he doesn't want the goblins to make magic puppets? Zhao Hai shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. If Lu Wei had suffered at the hands of a magic puppet before, then he should have asked the gnomes to make one. That way, he might be able to learn how to make a magic puppet or find the flaws of a magic puppet through the use of the magic puppets. He shouldn't have stopped people from making one. Furthermore, it could be done in Atlan, but not in the divinity. Isn't this a little too strange? Lola and the others nodded. They were also very puzzled. Zhao Hai looked at the image on the screen and said in a deep voice, "Perhaps everything will be clear when we reach the cultivation world. It's useless to think so much now." Lola nodded and said, "Okay, Big Brother Hai, let's take a break. Tomorrow we will be attacking the Protoss defense line. This time we must take it down. Otherwise, we will be in a very passive position." Zhao Hai nodded. "It looks like we'll have to use our domain weapon tomorrow. We'll break through the Protoss line of defense in the shortest time possible. We can't give them any chance to catch their breath." Lola nodded and said, "Yes, but tomorrow's battle might be very difficult. I think the gods are already prepared. They already know about our magic cannons, javelins, and all kinds of battle formations. They should be thinking of ways to deal with them now. It won't be easy to deal with them like before." Zhao Hai smiled. "So what if they know? With our current attack power, we're not afraid of them. It'll be fine, don't worry." The day passed quickly. Zhao Hai woke up early the next day and called the Demon Dragon King and the Demon Army over. At the same time, he also summoned his undead continent. After meeting up with Hiko and the others, they charged towards the Protoss defense line. When their troops had gathered, the Protoss line of defense had already been seen. With the sound of a horn, the Protoss line of defense immediately moved. Zhao Hai had never thought that he would be able to hide it from the people of the gods' race. He knew very well that it was possible to hide this major battle of tens of millions of people from the other party. Zhao Hai and the others slowly organized themselves and advanced towards the Protoss line of defense. As they moved, Zhao Hai looked at the Protoss line of defense. Not bad, the Protoss did not dare to expand so much. They did not even have any defenses. Their line of defense was pretty decent. All the magic cannons had been built into a house with magic and installed inside. Only the front could be used to fire. Although this limited the flexibility of the magic cannons, it made them safer. There were also many other things in their line of defense. Zhao Hai took a look and saw some things that looked like bed puppets. It seemed that the Protoss had been beaten badly by them. They had no choice but to take out all these things. They didn't want to have a wild battle with them anymore. Heir and the others were standing beside Zhao Hai. Since the door had not been opened yet, they did not need to go back to command their own troops. They all ran to Zhao Hai's side so that they could discuss anything. Heir glanced at the gods' race's line of defense and frowned slightly. This is bad. The Protoss have put in a lot of effort in setting up the defense this time. Don't underestimate the houses they built for the magic cannons. They are not ordinary magic, but a kind of magic that the Protoss have developed in recent years. When this magic is used, it looks like earth magic, but the houses they built with this magic are as hard as ordinary steel. This spell is called the Iron Earth spell. Zhao Hai was stunned. He raised his eyebrows and said, Iron Earth, interesting. It seems like the god race hasn't developed any new weapons in recent years, but they have become more proficient in the use of magic. A magic academy. Zhao Hai asked as he looked at Hiko curiously. Why don't you tell me? What's that? Hiko smiled and said, the Magic Academy is a place where the Protoss research magic. It is also where the children of the Protoss learn magic. However, the children who can go there are usually nobles, royalty, or geniuses. They are very powerful. The students and teachers in a magic academy can match up to an entire army of the Protoss. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He replied softly, oh, I didn't expect the gods to have a place like this. Not bad at all. This means that the people from their magic academy have come. It seems like the gods are really at their wits' end. Heir nodded. That's right. In the divine realm, their magic academy's status is extremely high. Unless they're at the end of their rope, the Golden Bull royal family would not have sent people from their magic academy to help. However, once these people from their magic academy come, we'll be in quite a bit of trouble. It's all right. Let's try and see how strong they are, Zhao Hai said with a smile. As they were talking, the army had already reached the outer defense line of the Protoss. If they continued forward, they would be within the shooting range of the magic cannons of the Protoss. With a wave of his hand, the group stopped. Zhao Hai observed the Protoss defense line carefully. With a wave of his hand, a small group of 50,000 undead creatures formed a cone formation and pounced toward the Protoss defense line. This was just a test, and the Protoss was also very clear about this. However, the Protoss also knew that they could not let this team of undead run over. Who knew what the hell this team of undead had on them? As soon as the squad entered the firing range of the God Clan's magic cannons, they immediately fired. White light shot out from the God Clan's line of defense and headed straight for the squad. The team of undead suddenly spread out and charged forward. Each of them had a few javelins on them, but they didn't fire them because they weren't in shooting range yet. Hiko looked at the undead with envy. To be honest, these undead were the best warriors in the world. They did not feel pain at all, and they were not afraid of death. Even if you destroyed half of their bodies, they could still continue to fight. This was something that no other army could do. However, Hiko knew that no one other than Zhao Hai was capable of commanding the undead to such an extent. The undead did not seem to have any autonomy, so it was much more difficult to command them than to command an ordinary army. Of course, Hiko did not know about the existence of the dimension. He was only looking at the undead from the perspective of a normal undead, and that would only lead to a wrong perspective. Other than giving the order to advance, retreat, and attack, it was impossible to get the undead to form a complicated formation and coordinate with each other. Hiko and the others watched as the undead slithered through the Protoss, cannon fire like fish. Although the Protoss cannon fire was powerful, Zhao Hai realized that it was not a one-sided attack, but a single-point attack. In other words, the cannon fire could only hit one person, and the damage to the others was much lower. It was just like how the Protoss used water-type crystals to power the magic cannons. Zhao Hai immediately understood what was going on. The Protoss used magic crystals to power their magic cannons, but the energy of these magic crystals was much weaker than the crystals he used. Fire crystals were capable of surface-level attacks. If the Protoss magic cannons were also capable of surface-level attacks, the energy of the magic crystals would be greatly reduced. It would not pose any threat to level 9 or god-level beings. Zhao Hai wanted the 50,000 undead to test the Protoss defensive line. He wanted to see what else was there besides the magic cannons and the bed armor. At that moment, the spirits of the dead had already reached the range of the javelins. They immediately took out their javelins and threw them at the Protoss defense line. Meanwhile, the Protoss line of defense had also fired nightmare arrows. These nightmare arrows were released by the bed puppets. They had a very long range and were even larger than the javelins thrown by the undead. To Zhao Hai's surprise, the arrows fired by the Protos exploded right next to the undead. The undead suffered a huge loss and many of them were blown to pieces. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Interesting. I didn't expect the god's race to have developed a secret weapon. Fei-er, do you know why the nightmare arrows they shot out exploded? Fei-er's expression turned ugly as she shook her head. This might really be the god race's secret weapon. I've never heard of them having this kind of nightmare arrow before, and they've never used it before. Zhao Hai nodded and did not mind. He waved his hand again. This time, it was a small team of about 100,000 undead. The 50,000 undead had already been wiped out. However, the 100,000 undead that Zhao Hai had sent out this time were different from the 50,000 he had sent out. Fortunately, Zhao Hai did not let the 50,000 undead use any protective shields. He wanted to see how powerful the Protos, magic cannons, were. After seeing them, Zhao Hai was relieved. The attacks from the Protos, magic cannons, were much weaker than his. They were only effective against some level 9 experts and could deal a certain amount of damage to god-ranked experts. However, the damage was not that great. The reason Zhao Hai had sent out the undead army with a shield was to see how effective the Protos' new nightmare arrows were against the shield. The shield could not withstand the nightmare arrows, then their casualties would increase. The Protos seemed to have understood Zhao Hai's intention. As soon as the formation of 100,000 soldiers entered the firing range of the god cannons, they immediately fired at them. Zhao Hai also realized a problem. Although the magic barrier was very good and could protect the people inside from harm, the people inside could only wait to be attacked. They could not split up and dodge like the undead without the barrier. If the god race's nightmare arrows could really break through their magic shields, the death toll of the spirits inside would be greater than he had imagined. The reason the Protos were attacking with the cannons was to exhaust the energy of the barrier. They did not want the undead to get too close to the defensive line, and Zhao Hai would be able to find out more of their trump cards. However, the Protos had still underestimated the barrier that Clean had created. The barrier was meant for a city, so its defensive power was extremely strong. Although it had not been improved for many years, this also showed how strong a defensive magic array was. Only things with few flaws would be difficult to improve. If the same thing was full of flaws, it would naturally be easy to improve it. The power of the Protos' magic cannons was weaker than Zhao Hai's to begin with. Now that they were hitting the barrier that was powered by the same energy source as the cannons, they were naturally useless. The barrier moved a little, as if the cannons were scratching an itch. The Protos were a little flustered as well, but they quickly calmed down. As soon as the undead entered the range of the bed puppets, the Protos bed puppets fired as well. This time, Zhao Hai did not order the undead to fire their javelins. He wanted to see how powerful the bed puppets were. The nightmare arrows quickly struck the barrier and exploded. Zhao Hai could see the barrier shake slightly, but it did not break. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately ordered the undead to fire their javelins. The javelins went straight for the bed frame. At that moment, an earth wall suddenly rose from the bed frame, blocking the javelins. However, the blood thunder beads in the javelins immediately exploded. The explosion of the blood thunder beads was much more powerful than magic cannons and arrows from the Protos. The earth wall was blown down immediately. Zhao Hai furrowed his brows slightly. It seemed that the god race had used the iron earth technique to create this earth wall. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so resistant to explosions. Even after being hit by so many blood thunder beads, it only fell. It seemed that the god race had made ample preparations this time. Fei-er and the others had unsightly expressions on their faces. They had all fought with Zhao Hai before, so they were naturally very clear about the power of the blood thunder beads. They had never thought that the earth wall of their opponent would be able to block the attack of the blood thunder beads. Fei-er turned to look at Zhao Hai, wanting to hear what he had in mind. Zhao Hai turned to look at Fei-er and smiled. We've already tested the waters, so it's time for the real attack. Let the undead attack first, or else we'll suffer too many casualties. You guys should go back and wait for my orders. NBSB Hiko and the others all responded. They were now completely convinced by Zhao Hai and felt that there was nothing wrong with listening to him. Zhao Hai waited for Fei-er and the rest to leave before turning to the demonic Dragon King and saying, Demon Dragon King, let the undead creatures attack later. Your demon army should not rush forward. Although the demon battle team is not weak, their level is not high. I cannot let them die in vain. In the future, when I can mass-produce god-grade potions and raise their level, let them attack. The demonic Dragon King was stunned for a moment, then nodded. He understood why Zhao Hai was telling him all this. The demonic race had always seen war as a place to show off their bravery. If they let their army enter the battlefield but not fight the enemy, it would be an insult to the demonic race. If Zhao Hai did not explain all this to him, he would definitely think that Zhao Hai was looking down on them, which would cause a misunderstanding. Zhao Hai glanced at the Protos line of defense and waved his hand. The undead creatures immediately pounced toward the Protoss line of defense. However, they were all charging forward with the protective shield, so they weren't afraid of the magic cannons. Many of the undead creatures were huge, and Zhao Hai usually used them to carry the magic cannons. They were all strong, so it wasn't a problem for them to carry one magic cannon. Some of the larger undead creatures could even carry a few magic cannons. As for the god race's huge magic cannons, Zhao Hai usually carried them on the backs of the dragons. The dragons were the strongest, and among all the undead, their offensive and defensive capabilities were the strongest. Zhao Hai followed the army of undead. They were still about 2,000 meters away from the Protoss army. This distance was beyond the range of the Dimension Monitor. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to include the Protoss line of defense into the Dimension map. This way he could use the undead more flexibly. Not long after Zhao Hai and the others advanced, the Protoss magic cannons arrived. Although they were not as powerful as Zhao Hai's magic cannons, they had a long range and were more than enough to deal with an average level 9 expert. Although Zhao Hai had the giant god cannons, there were too few of them. In addition, the Protoss had built houses outside of their magic cannons. It was not easy for Zhao Hai's magic cannons to destroy the Protoss magic cannons. However, Zhao Hai and the others were protected by a magic barrier. The gods' magic cannons could not pose any threat to them. On top of that, Zhao Hai's magic cannons might not have as long a range as the gods' magic cannons, but they were not that far off. As long as they flew a few thousand meters forward, they would start firing at the gods' magic cannons. Soon, the god army's magic cannons entered the range of Zhao Hai's magic cannons. With a single command, Zhao Hai fired the cannons. Although the Protoss had built houses on top of their magic cannons, they always had to leave one side for shooting. Zhao Hai had many magic cannons. Although most of the shots were blocked by the houses built by the Protoss, some of the shots still hit the houses and destroyed a lot of the magic cannons. But at that moment, something happened that caught Zhao Hai by surprise. The bed bugs of the Protoss were shooting toward them, and the arrows actually hit their team. This was really beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. When he was observing earlier, he noticed that the Protoss bed puppets had a similar range to the ones on the Ark continent. However, he did not expect the Protoss to have a trick up their sleeves. Just now, the Protoss deliberately did not let their bed puppets reach their maximum range. These bastards want to kill me. Zhao Hai became even angrier when he thought about this. His team was also equipped with bed armors, but there were not many of them. The range of the bed armors on the Ark continent was not much farther than the javelins shot by level 9 experts. At the Aklea mountain line of defense, they were more suitable to use bed armors since they were thrown higher. However, in a siege like this, bed armors were not suitable. A bed armors took up a lot of space. It was better to let the undead throw javelins. However, the range of the god race's bed puppets was much longer than the ones on the Ark continent. They had also used a dirty trick. If Zhao Hai's undead army had not used a defensive magic array, they would have suffered a great loss. Zhao Hai had an idea when he saw the situation. A large number of undead creatures suddenly appeared in the middle of the Protoss bed puppets. These undead creatures were all god-tier experts. As soon as they appeared, they immediately attacked the Protoss who were operating the bed puppets. The Protoss clearly didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a skill. They were caught off guard. Soon, the Protoss bed array formation was no longer able to fire any more bed puppets. The god-grade entities that Zhao Hai had sent out were Protoss, and their combat strength wasn't any weaker than the Protoss soldiers. On the contrary, after becoming undead creatures, their combat strength had become even stronger. The other Protoss reacted immediately when the bed puppets were attacked. They wanted to help the bed puppets. Zhao Hai knew that he could not let the god-tier undead continue their attack. If they were surrounded, they would be killed by the Protoss. Zhao Hai's heart skipped a beat, and the god-tier undead immediately returned to the origin space. However, a few of the undead were carrying a few beddings in their hands. However, the undead creatures didn't retreat just like that. In addition to the few bed puppets that they brought into the space, they threw a bunch of blood thunder beads at the Protoss bed puppets. When those blood thunder beads exploded, the bed puppets were destroyed. After the bed armors were destroyed, the Protoss camp was in a state of panic. At that moment, 4 undead creatures appeared at the cannons' positions. These undead creatures appeared suddenly and caught the Protoss off guard. The Protoss who were operating the magic cannons were killed by the undead creatures before they could react. The Protoss magic cannons and bed puppets were taken down in an instant. However, Zhao Hai did not relax. He believed that the Protoss preparations would not be so simple. That was why Zhao Hai didn't let Hiko and the others attack. Instead, he commanded the undead creatures to advance. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, as soon as the undead creatures advanced, a large number of light beams shot out from behind the Protoss bed. It was obvious that they were from magic cannons, followed by an overwhelming number of arrows. Zhao Hai understood the situation with one look. The Protoss had set up 2 camps, one real and one fake. The fake one had already been taken down by Zhao Hai, while the real one was still being developed. Zhao Hai also realized that he could not find the magic cannons or the bed puppets. He used space to check, but he found nothing. Behind the fake bed puppet formation, there was nothing. Other than the fact that he could not see them in space, Zhao Hai realized that he could not see the magic cannons and the bed artilleries with his eyes. He soon realized that the Protoss must have used some kind of illusionary magic array or defensive magic array to cover the area in front of them, so he could not find the bed artilleries and magic cannons. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. It seemed that the Protoss had made ample preparations this time. However, did they really think that they could stop him with just this? Then the gods' race would be too naive. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, the undead creatures suddenly found that their path was blocked by a barrier. Behind the barrier, energy beams and arrows were being shot at the undead from time to time. Zhao Hai and the others were being attacked, but they could not hit anyone. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's group had the defensive magic array. Otherwise, they would have suffered significant losses. However, Zhao Hai felt that they couldn't drag this on any longer. The Protoss must be seizing the opportunity to deal with the Thunder and other two races. If they waited until the three races were finished before turning to deal with them, their losses would be even greater. If things went wrong, they would be stuck here. This was extremely disadvantageous for Zhao Hai. He couldn't let this happen. With a thought, Zhao Hai activated his territory and released the sword chariot. His territory also turned into a tall giant that looked exactly like him. Then, the giant grabbed the sword chariot and stabbed it forward. There was clearly nothing in front of him, but his greatsword seemed to be blocked by a transparent bubble, unable to stab down at all. Zhao Hai increased the strength of his sword. The bubble caved in and then exploded. At the same time, the scenery in front of Zhao Hai changed. A huge base appeared in front of him. This was the Protoss's base. There were magic cannons, bed armors, infantry, cavalrymen, and summoners. At this time, some people dressed as mages were drinking blood. The other Protoss were also looking at Zhao Hai's territory and his territory weapon with shock. Zhao Hai didn't stop. With a wave of his sword, he charged toward the gods' race. At the same time, he gave orders to Heir and the others to attack. Zhao Hai believed that this was the last base of the Protoss. It was impossible for this to be a fake base. Hiko and the others had been stunned by the huge change in the situation. As soon as they received Zhao Hai's news, they immediately gathered their troops and charged towards the Protoss. The Protoss also came back to their senses and began to fight back with all their might. For a while, energy beams, arrows, javelins, and shouts of killing spread throughout the battlefield. At this moment, the Protoss summoners suddenly moved again. They began to chant an incantation under the protection of a small group of Protoss soldiers. Zhao Hai's expression changed when he heard the incantation, because he could tell that it was the same incantation that they had used to summon Lu Wei. Sure enough, after the incantation, a white light shot out from the hands of the summoners. Finally, the white light gathered together and hit the air. A spatial crack appeared, and as soon as it appeared, a figure came out of the spatial crack. Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed at the sight of this person. It was none other than Lu Wei. Back then, Lu Wei had used the power of the small pagoda to project a projection from the self-cultivation world to the Ark continent. The projection had almost killed Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai had taken care of it in the end. Zhao Hai knew that Lu Wei wouldn't give up, but he didn't expect Lu Wei to send another projection down so quickly. Did he think that he could deal with Zhao Hai this time? Zhao Hai stood in the domain and looked coldly at Lu Wei. Lu Wei was also looking at Zhao Hai. After a while, Lu Wei revealed a smile and laughed. Good, I really didn't expect that you're still alive and are living quite well. You've actually fought your way here. Hahaha, these trash are actually useless trash. However, I have to thank them this time. They gave me the chance to personally take revenge. What? Zhao Hai looked at Lu Wei and sneered. You're that confident in dealing with me. Don't be too naive. Last time I took one of your magic treasures. Lu Wei looked at Zhao Hai with hatred. Don't worry, I have plenty of magic treasures. This time I'll extract your soul and refine it with yin fire. I'll make sure you can't reincarnate for all eternity. Zhao Hai smiled and put away his domain and the sword chariot. He knew that these things were useless to Lu Wei. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and a small, crystal-clear pagoda appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Wei and said, I know you are very strong. This clone is much stronger than the previous one. However, it is useless to me. Hahaha. At your level, it is very strong to improve your strength, but it is not difficult for me to improve my strength. Why, you're still looking at me with the same eyes. Then I can only say, old man, you're out of date. Zhao Hai smiled and gently shook the small tower. The small bell on the tower made a clear sound, but all the Protoss who heard this sound had a pained expression on their faces. Lu Wei's expression also changed. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Wei and said, Did you realize that there is a weapon spirit in this tower? Did you think that I, who doesn't know what a weapon spirit is, can't refine your soul? Did you think I used some method to separate your soul from yours so that you can't contact it? As long as you can contact your soul, you can control this tower again. If that's what you really think, then I have to say that you're too naive. Lu Wei's expression changed. He looked at Zhao Hai in shock and said, That's impossible. How do you know all this? This is impossible. Zhao Hai smiled. Elder Lu of the Five Invincible Sect, you have to believe that anything can happen in this world. Just like how I killed you last time, I can do it again this time. After saying that, Zhao Hai lifted the small tower in his hand. The small tower expanded in the wind and became a huge tower that reached the sky. The wind chimes above the pagoda rang with a melodious sound. Everyone who heard this sound felt their minds calm down, and they couldn't even feel the slightest desire to fight. This was a very powerful spiritual attack, and Lu Wei was very clear about it. He just didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to do this. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Wei's expression and smiled. With a wave of his hand, the small tower suddenly covered Lu Wei's body. Lu Wei waved his hand, and a huge shield with a beast head carved on it appeared in front of him. The small tower collided with the shield, causing the shield to only shake a little but not retreat. When Lu Wei saw this situation, he couldn't help but like it. He looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, so it's just a silver wax spearhead, good-looking but useless. You're dead today. Zhao Hai's face was filled with shock. He stared at Lu Wei and said, I didn't expect your clone to be so strong. It seems like you're determined to get rid of me this time. Lu Wei glared at Zhao Hai and coldly said, you don't know how big of a mistake you've made. This space is managed by me. It's a place that provides me with the power of belief, but because of you, everything in this space has been destroyed. Not only can I not receive the power of belief in this space, but I've also lost a clone. I've become the laughing stock of the sect. How can I let you go? If I can't extract your soul and let you suffer the torment of the yin fire for all eternity, how can I relieve the hatred in my heart? Zhao Hai's expression changed. He retracted the small tower and protected it in front of him. Lu Wei patted a small bag on his waist, and a small boat flew out of it. It was a black tower with 18 levels. At the front of the ship, there was a mast with a huge flag on it. The flag was black, and there was a huge word prison written in red on it. There were murals on every floor of the boat. These murals depicted some reapers punishing people with various criminal laws. There were 18 floors, 18 different criminal laws, corresponding to 18 levels of hell. As soon as the small boat was released, it immediately swelled up in the wind and turned into an incomparably huge treasure boat. On this treasure boat, there was a forest of ghost chi. From time to time, the sound of ghost weapons could be heard from the boat, making people feel scared when they heard it and frightened when they saw it. Zhao Hai's face turned even uglier. The bell on the tower in front of him rang even more urgently to resist the demonic sound. At the same time, Zhao Hai's figure retreated rapidly. His face slowly turned ashen, the veins on his head were popping, and his face was covered in sweat. Lu Wei looked at Zhao Hai's expression. The anger in his heart had finally been vented. Ever since he started cultivating, although he had suffered a few losses, they were all in the hands of people at the same level or stronger than him. Who was Zhao Hai? He was just a nobody in the space he ruled, a person who provided him with the power of belief. Such a person had defeated a trace of his divine thought and even took one of his magic weapons. How could he not be angry? How could he bear it? Seeing Zhao Hai retreat, Lu Wei immediately directed the treasured ship to crash into the small tower. The speed of the treasured ship was extremely fast, and the ghostly wail was even sharper. Zhao Hai did not have time to react, and the small tower was hit by the treasured ship. The small tower trembled violently, and a faint crack actually appeared on its sparkling body. At the same time, it also seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Zhao Hai's expression became even more unsightly. A layer of white light emerged from his body and was directly injected into the small tower. However, at this moment, the treasured ship struck again. The small tower shook even more violently, and the cracks on the tower became even more obvious. Zhao Hai couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood in retreat. Of course, Lu Wei wouldn't let Zhao Hai go. He followed behind the treasure ship and chased after Zhao Hai. Fei, and the others had also noticed the battle. Their level of battle was nothing compared to Zhao Hai's level. This time, Lu Wei had released a real ship. Zhao Hai had noticed this as well. In other words, Lu Wei's divine sense had attached itself to this ship to come to this space. This ship was obviously of a higher grade than the Dark Spirit Tower. Fei, and the others had seen Zhao Hai's territory weapon, the Sword Chariot. But to be honest, after seeing Lu Wei's treasure ship, they finally believed that if the territory weapon touched the treasure ship, it would be crushed instantly. There was no resistance at all. In the battle between Zhao Hai and Lu Wei, Fei, and the others were completely unable to turn the tables. This was too shocking for them. The other person who was more shocked was the Devil Dragon King. He had seen Lu Wei's photo before. The photo was made by Zhao Hai, but he had never seen Lu Wei with his own eyes, so he didn't believe it. But now that Lu Wei was standing in front of him, he had to believe it. Lu Wei didn't change his appearance, so the current Lu Wei was exactly the same as in the photo. Even his clothes hadn't changed. Naturally, the Demon Dragon King couldn't be mistaken. Seeing Zhao Hai constantly retreating and spitting out blood, they were all stunned. They knew very well that if Zhao Hai couldn't stop Lu Wei, they could only wait for death. Therefore, they were very concerned about the situation on Zhao Hai's side. Not only them, but the other protos were also concerned about Zhao Hai's battle situation. In fact, Lu Wei's appearance this time was what the protos had done. Lu Wei couldn't take this lying down, so he had ordered the protos to summon him again to deal with Zhao Hai. His idea was good, but he didn't expect Zhao Hai to have anticipated his return and had already made preparations. Lu Wei couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai for a while. The two of them, one running and one chasing, soon reached the Arc Continent. At that moment, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Wei with a smile. Lu Wei was stunned when he saw Zhao Hai's expression, but he still stopped carefully. He was afraid that Zhao Hai was plotting something. Lu Wei looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Brat, don't think that I'll let you off just because you're trying to play tricks. You're dead today." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Wei and smiled. "I want to thank Mr. Lu Wei for giving me another talisman. Hahaha, does Mr. feel strange about why I stopped? Then let Sir know why I stopped." After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared. Lu Wei stopped for a moment and looked around. He realized that there was no change in his surroundings. Zhao Hai was nowhere to be seen. He was stunned. He steered the ship forward, but after flying for a while there was still no change. The shadows around him kept retreating, but Zhao Hai was still nowhere to be seen. This made Lu Wei even more confused. He walked around a few times but still couldn't see Zhao Hai. Lu Wei's face darkened. He suddenly thought that Zhao Hai might have gone to hunt down those protos and deliberately left him here. Lu Wei immediately turned around and flew toward the realm of gods. However, when he turned around, he was stunned. The huge spatial rift that connected the realm of gods and the Arc Continent had disappeared. Lu Wei was taken aback. He looked around, but there was no change in the surrounding scenery. He tried to fly forward, but the scenery around him continued to retreat. When he stopped, the scenery around him was no longer where he had been standing. Everything looked normal, but the only abnormal thing was that the spatial rift was gone, and it was this abnormal thing that made Lu Wei understand that he had fallen into Zhao Hai's trap. He had fallen into an extremely strange formation. Formations were a special means of attack and defense used by the world of cultivators. There was no such thing on the Arc Continent, nor in the Divine Realm. This was because formations were completely different from the magic formations used on the Arc Continent. However, in general, both formations and magic arrays were based on the energy of the world and served one's purpose. However, formations were countless generations more profound than magic arrays, and their uses were countless times more powerful. Compared to the formations of the cultivation world, the magic arrays used by the arcs on land were like the toys of 3-year-old children. Formations were like calculus that college students learned. In the cultivation world, whether you liked it or not, you had to know some arrays. Otherwise, you would be in a difficult situation. They built arrays in their caves, used them when fighting, and even used them in the process of making weapons. It could be said that arrays were closely related to the people of the cultivation world. It was because of this that Lu Wei was certain that he had fallen into Zhao Hai's trap after a few tries. He had entered a formation that Zhao Hai had set up and was trapped inside. Now, he also understood why Zhao Hai had disappeared. Zhao Hai had not gone to kill those gods' race people. He was currently controlling this array. Just as Lu Wei had thought, he had fallen into Zhao Hai's trap. He was indeed in a formation, but this formation did not require someone to control it. In fact, this formation did not need someone to control it, because Lu Wei was in Zhao Hai's innate lotus array. After subduing the innate Tao Lotus, Zhao Hai realized that it had endless uses. Not only could it help him cultivate, but it could also help him attack and trap his enemies. Most importantly, the Tao Lotus was like a living thing. It could absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth and cultivate on its own. The Tao Lotus was constantly helping Zhao Hai absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth to train his body and increase his cultivation. However, the Tao Lotus didn't give all the absorbed yuan qi to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could only use about 70 of the yuan qi of heaven and earth that the Tao Lotus absorbed. The remaining 30 was absorbed and refined by the Tao Lotus. However, it was different during the battle. During the battle, the Tao Lotus would give all the yuan qi she could absorb to Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't dissatisfied with the yuan qi that the Tao Lotus had kept. After all, the Tao Lotus was his natal Dharma treasure. The more powerful the Tao Lotus was, the more powerful he would be. The reason why Zhao Hai kept retreating was because he wanted to lure Lu Wei into the Tao Lotus formation before dealing with him. Lu Wei's clone was extremely powerful. Even Zhao Hai would find it difficult to deal with him. He would probably have to pay a price. However, if Lu Wei was trapped in the Tao Lotus formation, the situation would be different. The Tao Lotus formation was a connate formation, and its power was astonishing. Zhao Hai compared the Tao Lotus to the pagoda in his hand, and realized that the pagoda's abilities were no match for the Tao Lotus. However, Zhao Hai didn't want Lu Wei to know about the Tao Lotus's secret, so he used his spatial abilities to place the Tao Lotus on the Arc Continent. Then, he pretended to be weak and lured Lu Wei over. Now that Lu Wei's clone had entered the Tao Lotus formation, Zhao Hai believed that Lu Wei would not be able to break the Tao Lotus formation or escape. Lu Wei would naturally think that Zhao Hai was only setting up a formation. He would not have thought that Lu Wei had actually entered a Khanate Dharma treasure. Zhao Hai sat in the medium and looked at Lu Wei calmly. He noticed that Lu Wei had stopped and was in deep thought. Zhao Hai knew that Lu Wei must have found out about his current situation and was thinking of a way to break the array. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Wei as he steered the boat around the lotus of the Tao. He was actually just going around in circles. He had never left the range of the lotus of the Tao. Zhao Hai knew that Lu Wei was still relatively lucky. The lotus of the Tao's formation had not officially attacked him yet. Once the lotus of the Tao had officially attacked him, he would not be so lucky. At this moment, Lu Wei stopped and patted the storage bag on his waist. He took out a plate-like thing. On this plate there were many small flags. Lu Wei raised his hand and the plate flew up from his hand. Then it expanded with the wind and slowly became bigger. Finally, it slowly disappeared into the ground, leaving only the small flags on the plate outside. Now, the small flags were the size of normal flags. Lu Wei walked into the range of the plate, picked up a small flag from the middle, and gently waved it. Zhao Hai could tell that Lu Wei was also using a set of array techniques. This array technique was controlled by the plate and the flags. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He quietly looked at Lu Wei because he realized that everything was still under the control of the Tao Lotus. Lu Chuan's array flags and array discs were merely illusions created by the Tao Lotus. In reality, the array flags and array discs had long been destroyed by the Tao Lotus because they were all illusions. However, Lu Wei didn't know any of this. He continued to wave the array flags with all his might as if he was trying his best to break through the array. In reality, what he was holding in his hand was just a phantom, a piece of space. It was just an illusion created by Tao Lotus. Lu Wei waved the array flag for a while and felt that the array had been broken. He flew out of the array board, looked around, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he flew toward the spatial crack in his heart. However, Zhao Hai knew that he was definitely going to die this time. This was because he was heading toward the center of the Tao Lotus. If he flew for a while, the Tao Lotus would immediately attack him. Sure enough, Lu Wei flew forward for a while, and suddenly he flew slower and slower as if he had fallen into a swamp. Obviously, Lu Wei also quickly realized this. His face changed greatly and he immediately stopped. Then he commanded the treasure ship to quickly retreat. However, he didn't know that several invisible forces had formed behind him and were attacking him. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Wei for a while and knew that it was time to wrap things up. Heir and the others were still fighting the Protos, so he couldn't waste too much time here. Moreover, Lu Wei was just a doppelganger, a projection. Normal physical attacks were useless against them, so it was best to use soul attacks directly. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately threw out Lil Pagoda to help Dao Lion deal with Lu Wei. In fact, Lil Pagoda wasn't damaged at all. It was just that Zhao Hai wanted to show weakness, so he made it look like it was about to be crushed. After all, the 10,000-year frost wasn't so easy to break. Lu Wei was really in big trouble now. There were things attacking him from all directions. In Zhao Hai's eyes, the sky was cloudless, but in Lu Wei's eyes, it was like a dark cloud, with lightning striking him from time to time. NBSP Lu Wei pathetically dodged these attacks because he realized that they were all very damaging to him. Zhao Hai thought that the energy attacks wouldn't cause too much damage to Lu Wei. After all, Lu Wei was just a projection, not a real body, so he had asked Lil Pagoda to help. In reality, his understanding of the Tao Lotus was still too lacking. Tao Lotus's main attack was in the soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to trap his enemy. However, Zhao Hai's decision to send Lil Pagoda to help was right. Although Lil Pagoda's strength couldn't compare to Dao Lion's, its attacks on the soul spirit were much more sinister. Dao Lion would only attack the soul spirit, while Lil Pagoda would swallow the soul spirit and refine it, turning it into its own energy. Lu Wei didn't know that Zhao Hai had already released the small tower to deal with him. He was now directing the treasure ship to resist all kinds of attacks. Lu Wei was resisting the pressure of the mountain when he suddenly felt the pressure disappear. He was stunned. At this moment, a huge suction force came from above his head. He was caught off guard and was sucked up. Just as he was commanding the ship to resist the suction force, he suddenly found that he had lost contact with the ship. Lu Wei was shocked. This trace of his divine sense was attached to the treasured ship. If he lost contact with the treasured ship, he would also lose all his power. Lu Wei looked around and found that he was in a room. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a tower. Lu Wei's heart sank. He thought of one thing when he saw this place. He knew that he was in the ghost tower. He could only be considered a trace of spiritual will and did not have much power. Now that he had been sucked into the ghost tower, it was almost equivalent to waiting for death. However, Lu Wei believed that he still had a chance to fight for his life. He remembered that he had used the treasured ship to destroy the ghost tower. As long as he could self-destruct and destroy the small tower, he still had a chance to escape. Lu Wei believed that self-destruction could help him because he still had a wisp of his soul left in the ship, even though he had entered the Dark Soul Tower. As long as a wisp of his soul could escape from the Dark Soul Tower, he could regain control of the ship. He could defeat Zhao Hai, but he could still escape back to the cultivation world. Thinking of this, Lu Wei immediately self-destructed. With a loud boom, his soul became even weaker, but the inside of the Dark Spirit Tower did not move at all. Just as Lu Wei was stunned, countless mouths suddenly appeared inside the Dark Spirit Tower and tore him to pieces. As soon as Lu Wei's soul was shattered, the treasure ship outside also lost control. It slowly shrank and finally became the size of a palm, falling straight to the ground. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't let the ship fall to the ground. A spatial crack appeared beneath the ship and pulled it into the dimension. As soon as the treasured ship entered the space, a notification sound immediately came from the space hostile program detected in the space. Subduing successful. Discovered object containing a large amount of death energy. Its use needs further research. The host can use the object. Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he slowly injected his energy into the boat. As his energy entered the boat slowly grew bigger. Zhao Hai immediately stopped the injection of energy. Just now, Zhao Hai had only injected a little bit of energy into the treasured ship, and it had immediately expanded. Now, the treasured ship had become a ship model that was more than a meter long. Zhao Hai took a closer look at the ship. It still looked ghostly. Zhao Hai realized that using this ship would save a lot of energy compared to using domain weapons. When the energy entered the ship, it was amplified several times. Of course, domain weapons could also amplify energy to a certain extent, but it was much weaker than the ship. If domain weapons could amplify his energy by 1%, the ship could amplify Zhao Hai's energy by 10,000%. The difference was too great. Zhao Hai nodded his head in satisfaction. After putting away the Tao Lotus in the small pagoda, Zhao Hai let out the treasured ship. He stood at the bow of the ship and headed into the divine realm. On the side of the divinity, the army of the undead, the army of the devil, the Thunder clan, the Barbarian clan, and the Winged Horse clan were locked in a fierce battle with the army of the Protoss. The morale of the Protoss was greatly boosted because they had just seen Lu Wei beat Zhao Hai to the point where he vomited blood. In their opinion, Zhao Hai would not be able to escape this time. At this moment, the treasured ship slowly entered the divine realm through the spatial crack. The moment the divine race saw the treasured ship, they couldn't help but cheer. In their opinion, now that the treasured ship had entered, Zhao Hai was finished. But suddenly, the people of the gods' race stopped. They found a person standing on the bow of the ship, and this person was not Lu Wei. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Zhao Hai standing at the bow of the ship. The members of the gods' race were all stunned, but Heir and the others were happy. Zhao Hai looked at the Protoss and sneered, "What's wrong? Are you still waiting for your high god? I'm sorry, but he'll never be back." The gods' race people all looked at Zhao Hai in a daze. They had never thought that Zhao Hai, who had just been vomiting blood and retreating, would actually kill a high god. Zhao Hai didn't stand on ceremony. He directed the ship to crash into the Protoss formation. The crash was extremely fast. The Protoss who were in a daze couldn't block it, so Zhao Hai opened up a bloody path. Those who were hit by the ship were almost instantly torn into pieces. They couldn't be more dead. Those who died were directly sucked into the ship. This was not Zhao Hai putting the corpses into the medium, but the treasured ship putting them away. This situation stunned Zhao Hai. He used his divine thoughts to check the treasured ship and realized that the treasured ship had refined the flesh and blood of those people, along with their divine souls. The flesh and blood had been refined into a part of the treasured ship's energy. The divine souls of those people had been turned into yin souls by the treasured ship. They were also what people often called ghosts. The treasured ship had actually used human flesh and blood as fuel. The more people refined, the heavier the ghost chi on the ship, and the stronger its attack power. Zhao Hai finally understood that the ship was a demonic weapon. It turned all the flesh, blood, and souls of its enemies into a part of the ship. The more souls refined, the more powerful the ship became. Just as Zhao Hai was studying the treasured ship, Hiko and the others also blew and charged toward the Protoss army. The morale of the Protoss army plummeted. By the time Zhao Hai had more or less understood the use of the treasured ship, he found that there were no more Protoss blocking him. The Protoss army had actually been defeated. Zhao Hai understood that Lu Wei must have a very high position in the hearts of the Protoss. Therefore, the more powerful Lu Wei was, the higher the morale of the Protoss. Now that Lu Wei had been killed, the morale of the Protoss army had been greatly reduced. Naturally, they could no longer resist the attack of the allied forces. After defeating the Protoss army, Zhao Hai's group did not stop. Instead, they directly pushed into the Golden Bull continent. To Zhao Hai's surprise, there was not a single person in the Protoss village they passed by. Zhao Hai took a closer look at the Protoss village. It seemed that the people there had not moved away today, but had moved away for a few days. This could be seen from the dust in their houses. They did not leave in a panic, but in an organized way. They had taken away everything that could be eaten and used. Zhao Hai furrowed his brows slightly. Could it be that the gods' race had known that they wouldn't be able to stop them, so he had made preparations in advance to deal with them? At this moment, Heir and the others had also arrived beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had already kept the treasure ship, but Fei, and the others were still looking at him with respect. Battle between Zhao Hai and Lu Wei today had made them completely understand the gap between them and Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Hiko and the rest. How is it? Where did the gods' race retreat to? Fei immediately said they retreated to Holy Light City. That is the largest city of the Protoss in the vicinity. It has a population of more than 20 million, and its defense is very strong. There are more than 5,000 giant magic cannons in the city alone, and there are also many bed armors. Most importantly, there is a defensive magic array on the city. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he frowned and said, "The god race's city has a defensive magic array. How's its defense?" Fei immediately said, "The gods' cities usually have defensive magic arrays. Their defenses are good, too. Even a high god elite wouldn't have an easy time attacking the magic arrays. These were left behind during the war between the gods and the xenogeneic gods. In those years, the xenogeneic gods attacked lands like Golden Bull Continent, so their cities all have defensive magic arrays." Zhao Hai nodded. "Let's stop for now and let everyone have a good rest. At the same time, send people to the space crack to repair the Protoss line of defense. We might need it again in the future." Fei and the others responded and turned to leave. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, was frowning as he looked into the Golden Bull Continent. No one knew what he was thinking. Of course, Zhao Hai wasn't just looking at the scenery. To be honest, the Protoss scenery wasn't much better than the Arc continents. The plants here didn't look too different from the ones on the Arc continent. This was what Zhao Hai was most confused about. What Zhao Hai wanted to know the most right now was why the god race's people had retreated. What were they thinking at the time? Could it be that they knew that Lu Wei couldn't beat him, so they retreated? However, in this case, the defeat of the gods' race just now was somewhat inexplicable. If the gods' race didn't have that much confidence in Lu Wei, they wouldn't have been defeated because Lu Wei was killed. Now that they were defeated, it showed that they had absolute confidence in Lu Wei. However, if they really had absolute confidence in Lu Wei, they shouldn't have withdrawn their people. This was a very contradictory matter. It was also something that Zhao Hai could not figure out the most. He did not quite understand what the gods' race meant by this. After Fei and the others had settled everything, they returned to Zhao Hai's side. They had already treated Zhao Hai as their center of attention. He invited them to board the treasured ship. After they were seated, Zhao Hai explained what he did not understand. When Fei and the rest heard this, they frowned. They were also puzzled. After a long while, Mandingshan said, "Could it be that the gods' race wants to lure us into the Golden Bull Continent and then block the space crack to trap us here in the Golden Bull Continent?" Zhao Hai furrowed his brows. "That's impossible. The Protoss are well aware of our strength. In addition to the strength of your three races, the Protoss can't possibly have the strength to surround and kill us here. At this time, it's clearly unwise to use a strategy of luring the enemy in." Fei frowned and said, "I agree with you, sir. On the surface, it seems that there are many Protoss troops against us, but I don't know if you have noticed that many of these Protoss troops seem to be new recruits. Their combat awareness is very poor." After Lu Wei was killed, Sir's ship crashed into them and they were defeated. This has never happened before in the Protoss army. Zhao Hai nodded. He was well aware of how tough the Protoss army was. They had been fighting against the undead army at the Aklea mountain line for so many days, but they did not show any signs of defeat. This was enough to show how strong their combat awareness was. The Protoss had indeed retreated a little too quickly today. Fei looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So, sir, I think the Protoss may not have that many regular soldiers now. Many of the Protoss who came today may be civilians who were temporarily pulled here. That's why their combat awareness is so poor. If that's the case, then the Protoss will not use the tactic of luring the enemy in. That's the same as seeking death." Zhan Yue frowned and said, "What if the gods' race did it on purpose? They deliberately sent such an army to deal with us, lured us into the Golden Bull Continent, and then dealt with us." Zhao Hai also frowned. Then he turned to the others and said, "It's useless to say anything now. Let's do it this way. We'll stick to our original plan. I'll take care of the defense line at the space crack. Fei immediately send your elite soldiers to contact your clansmen and see how the battle is going. The people you send must be strictly scheduled. If they don't return by the time, it means that the god race really wants to trap us to death. We can't go too deep." Fei and the others responded. At this moment, the demonic Dragon King, who had not spoken for a long time, opened his mouth and said, "Sir, have you ever thought of another possibility? The simplest one is that when Lu Wei appeared, the Protoss might have already withdrawn their people. In other words, Lu Wei came to deal with you after the Protoss had withdrawn. If that's the case, everything has a reasonable explanation." Upon hearing the demonic Dragon King's words, Zhao Hai could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, you are right. It seems that I may have thought too much about it, but no matter what, the strength of the Protoss is there. We cannot take it lightly. It is better to be careful. Anyway, with our current strength, we are not afraid of the Protoss. How about this? We will follow the previous plan, but we will not confront the Protoss here. We will take Holy Light City and build a base there." Hiko and the rest also felt that this was the safest way, and they all nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "If that's the case, I'll have to trouble the few of you. Mystic Dragon, once the line of defense at the crack is completed, the demon army will be stationed there. You must ensure the safety of our retreat. I will leave behind enough magic cannons and javelins. By the way, you should also study the god race's bed puppets. Why can their bed puppets shoot so far? This is really unsightly." When Hiko heard Zhao Hai's words, he laughed and said, "You don't have to think too much about that, sir. The reason why the bed armors of the Protoss can shoot so far is because the materials they use are of very high quality. I have to say, the Protoss are really blessed by the heavens. Not only are they stronger, but even the trees and beasts here are very strong. The materials used to make the bed armors here are better than the ones on the Ark continent and our Thunder God continent, so it's not surprising that their bed armors can shoot so far." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he nodded and smiled. "So that's how it is. I've been thinking too much, but this does remind me that the bed armor on the Ark continent should be reformed. They should be replaced with better materials. With our javelins, it will be easier to deal with the Protoss." The few of them laughed. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "You don't have to worry about the logistics. I'm here. Oh right, the people you send to contact your clansmen can also tell them. If they need any help, do your best to let me know. I'll do my best to help." Fei, and the others nodded happily. They knew very well that their people would be at a disadvantage when fighting the Protoss, especially in terms of weapons. Zhao Hai had many good things in his hands, such as magic cannons, javelins, and defensive magic arrays. These were all weapons against the Protoss. If Zhao Hai could provide them with these things, it would be much easier for them to deal with the Protoss. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "All right, everyone, go back and settle down your clansmen. Take care of the matters in your clan. Oh right, arrange the guards so that the God clan won't launch a sneak attack on them." Although they are scared out of their wits now, the possibility of that happening is very low. When the few of them heard Zhao Hai's words, they laughed again. They had also realized one thing. Following Zhao Hai, they could be filled with laughter even when fighting because they always won. After the few of them left, Zhao Hai led the demonic dragon king back into the space. Once inside, Zhao Hai turned to the demonic dragon king and said, "Demonic dragon, when you leave later, take that sword carriage. Now that I have this ship, I won't be able to use the sword carriage. You can take it. It can increase your combat power." The demonic dragon king was stunned for a moment, then became overjoyed. That sword chariot was a domain weapon of the god's race. Zhao Hai had used it twice in the past, and the demonic dragon king had seen the power of this sword chariot. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to give it to him. Although the demonic dragon king's domain was a black dragon had claws and could pick up a domain weapon. With such a domain weapon, his strength would be strengthened once again. In the future, even if he faced the top existences of the Protoss, he would not be afraid. Zhao Hai smiled. "That's enough. Don't be so polite with me. By the way, I've already arranged for people to repair the crack line of defense. Calculate the situation of the demon army and send them there. Let them familiarize themselves with the weapons." The demonic dragon king responded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out the sword chariot, giving it to the demonic dragon king. Actually, this domain weapon didn't need a demonic beast to pull it along. However, the person who used it needed to use energy to operate it. This was much more tiring than using a demonic beast to pull it. Hence, when there was no battle, domain weapons were usually pulled by demonic beasts. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't need it. However, now that he had given the domain weapon to the Demon Dragon King, he needed it. However, the Demon Dragon King was prepared. He loaded the black carriages that were pulling his carriage onto the sword carriage. This way, he didn't need to choose other demonic beasts. Also, he could command the black dragons more easily. After sending the demonic dragon king back to the demonic dimension, Zhao Hai returned to the empty hall of the dimensional villa. Laura and the others were sitting and studying the small tower and the treasure ship. The small tower and the treasure ship had become smaller. The crystal-clear small tower looked very beautiful, like a piece of art. The treasure ship was also very beautiful, but the feeling of the dark forest was not very pleasant. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and smiled. "How is it? These two things are pretty good, right?" Laura and the others all nodded. Laura even said, "It's not bad, but I don't like that boat. It looks eerie and makes people uncomfortable." Zhao Hai nodded. "That ship still has a lot of problems. I want to modify it a little. How about this? We take these two things to the omnipotent machine and see if it can modify them." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others all became excited. They nodded and pulled Zhao Hai towards the all-purpose machine. When he reached the all-purpose machine, Zhao Hai placed the small tower and the treasure ship there. Then he pressed the start button. A white light shot out from the all-purpose machine and shone on the two items. After a while, he received a voice transmission. "An object containing a large amount of death energy and yin energy has been discovered. It is either a combination of two types of special objects. If you want to upgrade it, you will need to add the following items: mysterious water of the extreme yin, river water of earthfire, boundless golden sand, tree of life, and diamond wood. The total cost is 1 million gold coins. The time required is 48 hours. The host can choose the item to shape it. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He didn't expect the all-purpose machine to be able to combine the small tower and the treasure ship. It also required so many things like Tianguo. It could even choose its own shape. This surprised Zhao Hai. He immediately opened the build page and saw many ship shapes. They were all very strange, and some were very beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at the ships and felt dizzy. After a while, he turned to Laura and the others and said, "What do you guys think? Which one should we choose?" Laura and the others pointed at a picture of a ship almost at the same time. The ship was really beautiful. It had a light-colored hull and a sharp ram at the front. The ship had 18 decks and 9 floors. A big flag was erected at the front of the ship. There was no pattern on the flag, so Zhao Hai could choose the pattern himself. Between the 18th deck and the 9th floor of the ship, there was another floor. There was only one door on this floor, and it was a round pool. There was a pattern in the pool that looked like a Tai-Kai diagram. In the pattern, half of it was water and the other half was fire. Outside the Tai-Kai diagram was the 8 trigrams diagram. There were countless golden lines on the hand that entered the deck. It seemed that that was the power room of the ship. There was also water under the boat. The water was like the waves on the sea, constantly flowing, but it always surrounded the boat, gathering without dispersing. At the back of the boat, there was a round hole from which flames would spew out from time to time. Apart from these things, there were also one-finger cannons on both sides of the ship. Each row had 64 cannons, making a total of 128 cannons. The hull was carved with 18 levels of hell. Although it looked gloomy and terrifying, it had to be said that it had another kind of beauty. On the deck of the ship, there were 4 bells hanging on the 4 corners of each deck. The bells were made into the shape of skeletons and were transparent like crystals. They were very beautiful. The other ships were not as good as this one, so it was no wonder that Laura and the others liked it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, then we'll use this ship. I think we'll use the Buddha family's Berserk Dragon flag on this ship. This ship will be called the Magical Beast. What do you think?" Laura thought for a moment. "I don't mind using the Berserker Dragon flag. However, I don't like the name of the ship being called Demons. How about Hades?" Zhao Hai turned around and looked at the others. They all nodded, so Zhao Hai naturally didn't have any objections. He nodded and said, "All right, Hades it is then. I'll take this." Zhao Hai clicked on the picture, and a white light shot out from the omnipotent machine, covering the small tower and the treasure ship. When the white light sent a message, the small tower and the treasure ship had disappeared. Zhao Hai watched as another million yuan, which he had saved up with great difficulty, disappeared. He had also used up a lot of the mysterious lunar water, the river of earthfire, the golden sand, the diamond tree, and the tree of life. Sigh, Zhao Hai could not help but sigh. "I've really put in a lot of effort this time. I hope I won't lose out." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the other girls all giggled. Zhao Hai and the others returned to the origin space and looked at the god race people working outside. After a while, Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Kai make some arrangements for those undead creatures to go and repair the line of defense. At the same time, sort out the things in the divine realm and collect the plants and magical beasts. In any case, increase the storage of plants in the spatial zone." Kai nodded and went to make the necessary arrangements. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a message fish in his boundless space. He took it out and saw that it was the great demon king's message fish. "Your Majesty, what's the matter?" Zhao Hai immediately asked. The great demon king's voice was filled with joy as he said, "Sir, all of us demons have been moved into the space. You can close the crack. At the same time, I, Jingsheng, have invited you to our place as a guest. I know you don't lack anything, but I want to invite you to try some of our demon world's specialty food. I hope you can come." Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect the demonic tribe to move into the boundless space so quickly. In fact, he didn't know that the reason the demonic tribe moved so slowly was because they had to guard against the demonic beasts in the boundless space. After the demonic beast horde in the demonic realm, they didn't have to worry about the demonic beasts anymore, so their speed naturally increased. "All right," Zhao Hai replied immediately. "I will definitely go. Please rest assured, Your Majesty." After saying that, Zhao Hai put away the messenger fish and turned to Laura and the others with a smile. "How is it? Let's go and try the demon race's special food." Laura smiled. "Sure, I've never tasted demon food before. Let's go together. Do you want to go now?" "Sure, but I'll prepare some gifts for them," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Zhao Hai's gifts were not very expensive, just some magical beasts and wine. Every race loved these things. To Zhao Hai, these things were not very valuable, so he gave them to the demons. There were a lot of these things in the origin space. Although there weren't many gold coins in the origin space, it was because they hadn't emptied the warehouse. If they emptied the warehouse, they would get a lot of money. However, if they sold the things in the warehouse to the origin space, they would be very cheap. It wasn't worth it, so Zhao Hai didn't sell them. Although he didn't have much money now, it wasn't insufficient. He would just keep it for now. Although he still had 10 magic space and 20 normal space that he had not bought yet, it was nothing to Zhao Hai. Those spaces were not used to grow ordinary plants or raise ordinary magical beasts, so Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. In the past, he had wanted to level up the realm so quickly because he wanted the realm to nurture more divine-level experts. But now it seemed like there was no need for that. There were already tens of millions of divine-level undead in the realm, and the infernal realm could even level up the undead, so Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. After preparing everything, Zhao Hai led Laura and the others to the Devil Realm continent. When they reached the Devil Realm, Zhao Hai found that the Great Devil King's Devil War Chariot and the Devil Dragon King's Sword Chariot were already waiting for Zhao Hai at the place where they first entered the Devil Realm. The Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King stood outside the War Chariot and looked at Zhao Hai. As soon as they saw Zhao Hai leading a few women in, the Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King immediately went up to him. The moment they arrived in front of Zhao Hai, they immediately bowed to him and said in unison, "Welcome, sir." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, but he quickly returned the greeting. "Your Majesty, Mo Long, you're too polite. Come, let me introduce you. These are my wives." When the Demon King saw that Zhao Hai had a succubus race's wife, he was stunned. He looked at Barry and said, "I didn't think that you would have a succubus race wife, Mr. Xing." "Madam, you're from the succubus race, right?" The Demonic Dragon King forced a smile. "Your Majesty, this lady is from the succubus race. She's the one I sent to guard the demonic abyss before we started our operation. Her name should be Bailey, right?" Barry bowed to the Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King, then smiled and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Demon Dragon King. Your Highness is right. My name is Bailey." Zhao Hai smiled. "You should know the rules of the succubus race. I broke Barry's mental attack, so she became my wife." "Hee hee, you should thank Barry. If Barry didn't tell me, I wouldn't have decided to bring the demons into the dimension." Bailey was also a smart person. They knew that Zhao Hai was trying to make her look good, so she didn't say anything. However, her love for Zhao Hai deepened. After the few of them were done being polite, Zhao Hai said, "All right, let's not stand on ceremony here. Didn't you say you'd treat me to a meal? Then let's get started." When the Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King heard Zhao Hai's words, they chuckled and said, "All right, sir. We'll start immediately. I brought you some gifts today as well," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Take them." After saying that, he took out the magical beasts and the wine. Other than these two items, Zhao Hai had also prepared a few other things. The first was seeds, those ordinary grain and vegetable seeds. The second was about how to raise magical beasts, and the third was some wine brewing methods. Zhao Hai gave all these things to the Great Demon King. In the past, when the devil race lived in the devil world, their living supplies were very poor. The things they made almost didn't grow. Even if they did grow, they didn't dare to eat it because even if they grew something, it might be poisonous. Obviously, that plant and its seeds were not poisonous, but if you took one home, the thing that grew might be poisonous. This was the reason why everyone in the devil world wanted to leave. The Great Demon King knew the importance of these items to the demon race. He took a look at them and put them away solemnly. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "On behalf of all the demon race, I thank sir." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Forget it, it's what I should do. I brought you into my space, so you're my creatures, aren't you? Hee hee, all right, you don't have to be so polite. Mister, do you need gold now?" The Demonic Dragon King suddenly asked. Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked at Devil Dragon King in confusion and said, "Mo Long, what do you mean by this? Do you have a lot of gold?" The Mystic Dragon smiled wryly and said, "Sir, you may not know this, but gold is useless in the demonic realm. There are several gold mines in the demonic realm, and they are all rich. We demons rarely touch them. We only mine some to add to our weapons to increase the toughness of our weapons. However, I know that gold is very useful for the people of the Ark continent. If you need it, His Majesty and I can mark the plains of those gold mines." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he turned to look at the Great Demon King. The Great Demon King smiled bitterly and said, "I forgot about this matter. The Mystic Dragon is right. In the Devil Realm, there are many kinds of ores. If you need them, we can mark them for you." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good, of course that's good. To be honest with you, I really need those things right now. Okay, wait until tomorrow. I'll sort out the map of the Devil World. You have to mark out the locations of those ores for me. I want all of them." When the Great Demon King heard Zhao Hai say this, not only was he not angry, he said, "Yes, sir. Don't worry, we'll mark it well. We won't miss a single spot." Zhao Hai laughed out loud as he followed the Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King down. This wasn't the new palace of the Great Demon King. It was just a place where a large number of demon people entered the realm. It didn't go through much construction, so it was still the same, but there were a lot of demon people here. Most of them were the first batch of demon soldiers to enter the dimension. They had settled their people down and were here to welcome Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone's expressions and smiled. "Everyone's here. Great, it seems like you really want to treat me to a good meal, but I wonder if I can finish eating with so many people cooking." Unlike what Zhao Hai had expected, everyone was laughing out loud. The demon race people didn't make a sound. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai didn't know what to do, only feeling a little embarrassed. This process repeated 9 times before it finally stopped. Zhao Hai looked at the demons with tears in his eyes. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then he turned to the demons and said, "Okay, no need to be so polite. After we enter the space, we will be one family. No need to be so polite. Just do as you please. I'm here to taste your dishes today." This time the demon race people all laughed. Then they all went to prepare food. At this time, Zhao Hai turned to the great demon king and the demon dragon king and said with a bitter smile, "Don't do this next time. It's making me nervous." The great demon king smiled and said, "Everyone just wants to express their gratitude. I didn't start this. It was everyone's own will. I just didn't stop them." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. After they found a place to sit down, Zhao Hai turned to the demon king and said, "Your Majesty, you have to help me with the demonic war chariot for the next 2 days. I want to take down the Protos' Holy Light City in these 2 days. Originally, I didn't need your help, but the ship I just got needs to be upgraded, so I can't use it for the next 2 days. So I can only ask your Majesty for help." The great demon king was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Don't worry about that, sir. I'll be at your service at any time." Zhao Hai smiled. "That's good. We must take down Holy Light City. This will be our first stop in the divinity." The demonic dragon king said, "With 2 territory weapons, I think it should not be a problem to take down Holy Light City, so you don't have to worry too much." Zhao Hai smiled. "Let's hope so. We are currently fighting the Protos in the divine realm. We don't know much about the Protos. Although we killed many people, those people were not the true upper echelons of the Protos, so we don't know much about their situation. However, Hiko said that the Protos cities all have defensive magic arrays. They also have a lot of magic cannons, so we have to be careful." The demonic dragon king had been following Zhao Hai for the past few days, so he naturally knew what was going on. He just nodded. The great demon king was a smart person, so he didn't ask further. He only said, "Don't worry, sir. I'll do my best when the time comes." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, the food prepared by the demon race was also served. He had to admit that although the demon race did not have many resources, the food they made had a different flavor. It was different from the food of any other country on the Ark continent. After the meal, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the villa. Zhao Hai went to check on the all-purpose machine. The numbers were still jumping, and everything was normal. After returning to the villa, Zhao Hai took a look at the situation at the spatial rift's defensive line. It was doing pretty well. Only then did Zhao Hai relax. He then turned the screen to the Atlan continent, wanting to see the situation there. The Atlan continent was still preparing. Zhao Hai realized that they had a lot of things to prepare. Other than some military supplies that he could see, there were still many things that he did not know about. For example, some parts of the devil armor and the energy used by the devil armor. Zhao Hai discovered that the energy used by the devil armor was also supplied by something known as energy crystals by the Atlan people. However, Zhao Hai had yet to figure out what that energy crystal was. Compared to the energy level of the crystal that Zhao Hai was using, it was more or less. However, Akias was the first one Zhao Haisheng wanted to know about. After returning to the clan and attending the clan meeting, Akias didn't care about anything else. As a result, it was impossible for Zhao Haisheng to know more about those demonic armors. Looking at the Atlan continent, it would take a few more months before they could invade the Ark continent. This allowed Zhao Hai to relax for a while. Just as Zhao Hai was looking at the screen, Heir flew in front of him and placed a map in front of him. "Young master, take a look. This is the map of the devil realm." Zhao Hai looked at the map in shock. "You're done so quickly. I'll send it to the great demon king now, and then we'll immediately send those iron-armored beasts to the demon world to mine." After Zhao Hai gave the map to the great demon king immediately marked the locations of the mines. Zhao Hai took the map back to the medium space and immediately told Kai to arrange for the iron-armored beasts to mine the mines. It had to be said that those iron-armored beasts were the most suitable magic beasts for mining. Their digging speed was very fast, and not only that, even ordinary stones couldn't stop them. In addition, the level of these iron-armored beasts was not low, and they were not stupid at all, so they did not need the dwarves' cooperation at all, and they could complete the mining task by themselves. There were quite a number of iron-armored beasts in the boundless space. Besides sending them to the Protos, Zhao Hai also sent a lot of iron-armored beasts to the Ark continent. There were also many mines on the Ark continent. In the past, Zhao Hai used the undead creatures to mine, but the mining speed was not ideal. Zhao Hai only recently thought of using the iron-armored beasts to mine. After a period of investigation, Zhao Hai had to admit that the iron-armored beasts were born for this. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai realized that the sky was almost bright. It would be time for them to attack Holy Light City. Although Zhao Hai still had doubts about why the Protos had suddenly been defeated, the attack on Holy Light City had to go on. This way, he could try to see if the Protos really had no power to control them, or if they were just trying to lure the enemy in. Zhao Hai used the time before dawn to check on the Orc grassland. The situation was not looking good. The underworld's black mist had already occupied 4/5 of the grassland. The black mist moved very quickly. Suddenly, Zhao Hai was stunned. He suddenly remembered something. Could the underworld be even darker than hell? If that was the case, then could the hell be upgraded with things from the underworld? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't sit still. He immediately opened a spatial crack and sucked in some of the underworld's black mist. As soon as the black mist entered the space, a system announcement came: darkness attribute poisonous fog discovered. It has offensive power and can improve darkness attribute creatures and humanoid robots to a certain extent. It can perfect the hell space. Zhao Hai was overjoyed. It was just as he had expected. The black mist could perfect the space of hell. This was great news. However, Zhao Hai knew that it was useless to store more black mist in the space. The black mist was only useful the first time. After the space recorded the characteristics of the black mist, it didn't matter how much you kept. However, this was a good thing for Zhao Hai. If the black mist was useful to the dimension of hell, could there be other things in the underworld that were useful to the dimension of hell as well? If that was the case, it seemed that it was necessary to make a trip to the netherworld. Zhao Hai looked at the underworld's earth mist and realized that it was getting late. He turned off the screen and went to the Nephilims. There were still many things to do there. After all, they had just entered the dimension and had many things to do. However, the great demon king had already found out about the situation from the devil dragon king. Therefore, he did not rest for the entire night. Instead, he made proper arrangements for the matters in the devil realm space. At the very least, he would not look for anyone to interfere if anything happened. Fortunately, the environment here in the space was very good, and the demon race people didn't have to worry about food or water. All they had to do was to build their homes, and there wasn't much to do. By the time Zhao Hai came to find the demon dragon king and the great demon king, the two of them had almost finished arranging everything. Zhao Hai directly asked the demon dragon king to send the demon army to the space crack and replace the undead creatures that were building the defense line there. The demon army's combat power was not very strong yet, so Zhao Hai could not bear to send them to the battlefield. Zhao Hai believed that these people would have immeasurable achievements in the future. Zhao Hai could use the spatial zone to cultivate powerful people. However, no matter how powerful the people he cultivated were, they had never killed anyone before. On the battlefield, their usefulness would be very limited. On the other hand, the demon army was different. They were people who had survived through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their strength was still low, so they couldn't display too much combat power. However, once their strength increased, the combat power they could display would be greatly reduced. It definitely wasn't something that people who use space to forcefully pull it up could compare to. These people were all treasures to Zhao Hai. It would be a pity to waste them at this time. Therefore, he could not let the demon army participate in large-scale battles yet. When the demon army grew up, it would be time for them to show their might. Most people's strength would increase quickly, but their mental state would increase very slowly. When they were on the battlefield, they would lose their rationality or be at a loss. After settling the matters of the demon army, Zhao Hai led the great demon king, the demonic dragon king, and the undead army to the divine realm. At this moment, Hiko and the rest had just finished their breakfast. As soon as they saw Zhao Hai, Hiko immediately went up to him. However, when they saw the demon war chariot, their expressions changed. They could tell that the demon war chariot was also a domain weapon. The devil's blood staff appeared in Zhao Hai's hand again. It was the weapon he was most familiar with. He had given it to the great devil before, and now he had taken it back. When Zhao Hai saw Hiko and the rest, he smiled. With a wave of his hand, the staff in his hand flew out, forming a small platform in front of him. On this platform, there were tables, chairs, and other necessities. On top of it, there were teapots and teacups. Whether it was the platform, the table, or the chair, even the teapots and teacups were red and translucent, looking very beautiful. However, this surprised Hiko and the others. Hiko had been with the gods' race for a long time, but he had never heard of such a magical thing. "Come, let's sit down and talk," Zhao Hai said as he extended his hand to the platform. After he finished speaking, he went up the platform. The great demon king and the demon dragon king followed him up the platform. Heir and the rest took a look at the platform before they all went up. When they all went up to the platform, Zhao Hai took out some tea leaves and made a pot of tea. After serving them, he pointed at the demon king and said, "Everyone knows about the demon dragon. This is the lord of the demon world, the great demon king. Today I have specially invited the great demon king to help us take down Holy Light City. With 2 domain weapons, we can easily take down Holy Light City. Sir Heir frowned. I saw that the ship you used yesterday was very strong. As long as you take that ship out, Holy Light City will be destroyed in the blink of an eye." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "I also want to take it out, but I can't do it now. I used the ship yesterday and realized that it has many flaws. I still need to upgrade it, so I couldn't help but upgrade it. If I want to use it, I'll have to wait a few days." Although Zhao Hai's words were very normal, Hiko and the others were thinking more. They had all seen the power of the treasured ship. To them, the treasured ship was already the most powerful weapon in the world. However, in Zhao Hai's eyes, such a weapon still had many flaws. He even said that he wanted to upgrade the treasure ship. Therefore, Heir and the others exchanged glances and saw the bewilderment in each other's eyes. However, Heir still said, "That's good too. I believe that the Demon King and the Demon Dragon King's 2 domain weapons will be enough. Sir, don't worry. We've already sent out people to contact our people. We'll only give them 5 days. In these 5 days, even if they encounter some trouble, they can find our people. It's enough for them to make a return trip. If they don't return after 5 days, it means that something has happened to them." Zhao Hai nodded. "Good, it's good that you've sent them out. Today we're going to deal with Holy Light City. Let's go now." The few of them responded and turned around to go down the platform to command their army. Only the Demon Dragon King and the Great Demon King stayed behind. Now, the demon army was at the defense line of the spatial rift, and the undead creatures didn't need their command. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and smiled. With a flip of his hand, he took out an interspatial bag and handed it to the Demon King. "Your Majesty, this is for you. When you go back, give it to the people in the Devil Realm. If there's anything in the future, you'll have to send a letter." Zhao Hai smiled. "This messenger fish isn't fully mature yet. There are still areas for improvement, but it will take time. When the time comes, you can use one messenger fish to contact many people." The Great Demon King laughed. "It's good enough now. These messenger fish are enough for me. With them, I'll have a much easier time in the future." The Demonic Dragon King also laughed and said, "That's right. In the past, we had to get someone to send a letter for everything. It was too inconvenient. With this news fish, it will be much more convenient to do things in the future." Zhao Hai smiled. "I'll give Heir and the others some messenger fish, but not too much. Just let them send an order to their own troops. After all, they are only my allies now." The Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King laughed. At this time, Zhao Hai's platform also began to move forward slowly. The undead army behind them also moved forward slowly. The barbarian cavalry and winged horse cavalry on both sides were the same. Their speed was not very fast, and they maintained their formation. Although the army was not advancing very quickly, they were not far from Holy Light City. It did not take long for Zhao Hai to see a huge city. This city was really huge. How could a big city with a permanent population of more than 20 million be small? The height of the city walls alone was more than 100 meters, and the length of the city walls was probably thousands of miles away. It was many times larger than the big cities in ancient China. Such a big city could only appear in a magical world like this. It was impossible for it to appear on Earth. The entire Holy Light City was now covered in a translucent barrier. It was clear that the city had activated its magic array and was preparing to fight Zhao Hai. He slowly stood up and walked to the edge of the platform. He looked at the big city and exclaimed, "It's really majestic, Your Majesty. I'm afraid it's even bigger than your imperial city, right? I truly didn't expect that an ordinary city in the divine realm would be this big." The Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King also stood up and walked to Zhao Hai's side. Looking at the Holy Light City, the Great Demon King exclaimed, "That's right, it's really majestic. Such a big city can't be found in the Demon Realm or the Arc Continent. I'm afraid it can only be found in the Divine Realm. The people of the Divine Realm call themselves the Divine Race. It seems that there's some truth to it." Zhao Hai smiled. "That's right. It makes sense for them to call themselves the God Race. However, the worst thing they should do is to provoke me. If they provoke me, even if they are true gods, I will not let them off easily." The Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King chuckled. They did not think that Zhao Hai was joking. Zhao Hai did have that kind of strength. The closer they got to Holy Light City, the clearer they could see. The walls of Holy Light City were already filled with the God Race's army. Their walls were very wide. Other than the army, there were many things placed on the wall. There were beds, arrows, magic cannons, and all the things used to defend the city. They had already placed them on the wall and were waiting in formation. Zhao Hai's platform stopped, and so did the entire brigade. They stopped right outside the shooting range of the chariots and magic cannons on Holy Light City, so they did not have to worry about being attacked. Zhao Hai directed the platform to slowly circle around Holy Light City a few times. This city was really well built. The square city walls were made of a type of white stone, looking very majestic. After a long while, Zhao Hai returned to his original position. At this time, Heir, Dingshan, and the others had also arrived on Zhao Hai's platform. The three of them did not show much surprise, perhaps because they were used to it. Zhao Hai gave them 3 interspatial bags and told them about the message fish. Then he said to the 3 of them, "What is the status of Holy Light City in the Golden Bull continent? Are all the cities of the gods race this big?" Hiko was still happy that he had gotten the news fish, but when he heard Zhao Hai's words, he quickly kept his dimensional bag and continued, "The cities of the god race aren't all this big. There are no more than 10 big cities like Holy Light City on the Golden Bull continent. I'm afraid Holy Light City can be ranked in the top 5. Dingshan, I didn't remember it wrong, right?" Dingshan shook his head and said, "If I remember correctly, the Holy Light City is the 4th largest city on the Golden Bull continent. The first city is the Divine Decree City, the second is the Divine Will City, the third is the Divine Light City, and the fourth is the Holy Light City. After that, there are the Holy Earth City, the Holy Weapon City, the Divine Scroll City, the Divine Gray City, the Holy Golden Bull City, and the Holy Sea City. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good." "How are the cities of the gods' race ranked? Is it the building area or the population?" Fei said, "It's the number of people in the area of buildings. It's the largest city on the Golden Bull continent, the Divine Decree City. I heard that it's the place where the god first sent a divine decree. Therefore, it's very large, about twice the size of Holy Light City. The number of people is the same." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's amazing, to be able to build such a big city." "How much manpower and resources did you spend?" "That's amazing." Hiko smiled wryly. "This is the result of the Protos' expansion over countless years. The amount of manpower and resources they spent is astronomical. I heard that the Protos were preparing to expand the 10 major cities again. I think they wanted to wait until they conquered the Arc continent. Then they would gather the manpower and resources of our planes and help them expand the 10 major cities. HMPH, Zhao Hai snorted. "They're trying to use this method to exhaust the potential of our planes. That way, we won't be able to resist them even if we want to." Hiko's face darkened as he nodded. "That's right. If not, our families wouldn't want to deal with them as soon as possible, because if we don't do so, we'll never be able to turn the tables. In fact, this operation was a bit rushed. We're not fully prepared, but we have no choice but to act." Zhao Hai nodded and smiled. Maybe the gods didn't expect that they would suffer such a huge loss at the Arc continent. To them, there isn't even a single god tier being on the Arc continent. As long as they change the laws of the world, they can easily take care of the Arc continent. Fei and the others didn't say anything because they knew that Zhao Hai was speaking the truth. Not only the Protos, but they had also thought the same way back then. Zhao Hai looked at the sky. It was getting late. He nodded and turned to the others. "It's about time. Let's begin. Your Majesty, demonic dragon, it's all up to you today. As long as you can break through the barrier, leave the rest to us. Fei, you should go back as well. I'll inform you if there's anything else." "Yes, sir." The few of them responded and immediately went to prepare. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, stood on the platform without moving. At this time, the demon dragon and the great demon king had also returned to the side of the chariot. Both of them supported their own domains at the same time. The demon dragon king was still using the black dragon domain. His domain turned into the black dragon's hand, and he grabbed the sword chariot with one claw, pouncing straight towards Holy Light City. Meanwhile, the great demon king's domain was in the form of a giant in the shape of a demon. After transforming into a giant, he grabbed a few chains from the demon war chariot. The demon war chariot suddenly seemed to have transformed into a huge chain hammer, and it pounced straight at Holy Light City. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "So this demon war chariot is actually a flail. Interesting." The people of Holy Light City obviously didn't expect Zhao Hai to send two people who could use domain weapons to attack them. They thought Zhao Hai would use a magic cannon or a javelin to attack. If that was the case, they could teach Zhao Hai a lesson. Unfortunately, their plan had failed. At this moment, the demonic dragon king and the great demon king had already arrived outside of Holy Light City. They completely ignored the energy beams from the magic cannons and the arrows. One of them brandished his sword, while the other brandished his hammer, and they directly smashed towards Holy Light City. The two of them landed firmly on Holy Light City, but the translucent barrier only trembled slightly and immediately returned to its original state. Their attacks did not seem to have any effect on the barrier. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He could already see that although the two's attack didn't seem to have any effect on the shield, Zhao Hai's sharp senses had noticed that the energy level of the shield had dropped by a lot. He believed that it wouldn't take long for the shield to be broken. At the same time, Zhao Hai also discovered that this domain weapon could block the energy beams and the energy beams. It was obvious that the energy beams and energy beams of the Protos were far inferior to the domain weapon. They could not do anything to the domain weapon at all. In addition, the domain weapon was quite large in size. Therefore, the Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King could ignore the attacks from Holy Light City. Just when Zhao Hai thought that the Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King could easily break through the magical shield of Holy Light City, two huge figures suddenly appeared from the city. These two huge figures were also two territory-like knight-like territory. They were also holding two territory weapons in their hands. They were two shining silver long knight spears. The appearance of these two people stunned Zhao Hai. He did not expect the Protos to arrange for two people with domain weapons to deal with him. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't know that, just as the Demonic Dragon King had said. The god race had long prepared for Zhao Hai's attack. They had withdrawn all the people from the villages and towns into Holy Light City and set up a line of defense near the spatial rift. Then they had transferred two people who used domain weapons to deal with Zhao Hai and the others at the spatial rift's line of defense. However, Lu Wei suddenly said that he would descend and help them deal with Zhao Hai, so the god race had changed their plan at the last minute. they didn't send the two people with domain weapons to the spatial crack to deal with Zhao Hai. Instead, they left them in Holy Light City. In their opinion, as long as they killed Zhao Hai, they didn't need to fear the others. If a high god made a move, Zhao Hai would die without a doubt. There was no need to send the two experts with domain weapons. However, they did not expect that Lu Wei would fail once again. Zhao Hai had directly attacked Holy Light City, and the frontline army was defeated in an instant. This caught them off guard. Fortunately, the two domain weapon users hadn't left yet. Therefore, they were prepared to let the two domain weapon users attack Zhao Hai while he was attacking Holy Light City with the magic cannon and javelins. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to have two domain weapons and attack the city with them. They had no choice but to ask the two domain weapon users to help. These two people were here to deal with Zhao Hai, but they were delayed by Lu Wei's attack. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King didn't expect that there would be two strong people who used domain weapons in the other side's city. However, both of them were people who had experienced hundreds of battles, and they immediately fought with the two people. However, both the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King were top existences in the demon world. In the demon world, if you want to become such an existence, there is only one way, and that is to fight until you reach this realm. Therefore, they have extremely rich combat experience. Among the Celestials, those who could use domain weapons were also the elites of their race. They had also been through hundreds of battles. This fight could be said to be an opponent with a gap between them. They had met a good talent, and for a moment, it was difficult to tell who was winning. However, Zhao Hai could see that the Great Demon King still had a slight upper hand in the battle with the God's Race Man, while the Demonic Dragon King was at a slight disadvantage in the battle with the God's Race Man. However, it would be impossible for them to determine a winner in a short period of time. Zhao Hai understood why the Demonic Dragon King was at a disadvantage. It was because the Demonic Dragon King had just obtained the Sword Chariot, and he was still not very familiar with the control of the Sword Chariot. That was why he was at a disadvantage. On the other hand, the Great Demon King had obtained the Devil War Chariot for a long time. In addition, he had a very rich combat experience. That was why the Great Demon King was at an advantage, while the Demonic Dragon King was at a disadvantage. Zhao Hai wanted to see if there would be another expert with a domain weapon in Holy Light City. However, after a long while, there was no expert with a domain weapon in Holy Light City. At this time, Hiko and the others had also arrived by Zhao Hai's side. The few of them looked at the Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King fighting the two Protos with ugly expressions. "What's wrong?" Zhao Hai asked. "Are you a little worried?" Hiko shook his head and said, looking at them, "It seems like they won't be finished in a short time. I'm not worried that the Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King will fail, but this is very bad for our original plan. Without the domain weapon, it will be very difficult for us to attack Holy Light City in a short time." Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't be anxious. We've taken down Holy Light City, so we're just staying inside. Aren't we waiting for those who have contacted your people to return? Isn't this a good time? Let's see how strong the Protos who use domain weapons are." When Heir heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Right now, they just had to act as if they were fighting with the God race. Then they would wait for the reply from their race before making the next step of the plan. After they took down Holy Light City, they would face the crazy counterattack of the God race. If they fought with the God race now, the God race would think that they were being blocked, and they might not send any more troops. Time. What they needed now was not Holy Light City, but time. With Zhao Hai around, it didn't matter whether they had the city or not because all their supplies were provided by Zhao Hai. They didn't need to be like the other armies, which had a base in the rear to store food. This allowed them to achieve the stage where they didn't need a base. Wherever Zhao Hai went, it would be their base. "Sir, may I know when your ship can be used?" Heir nodded. Zhao Hai turned to Heir and smiled. "Don't worry, it'll be quick. Don't worry." Heir didn't say anything else. He believed that Zhao Hai knew what he was doing. Now that Zhao Hai and the God's race had reached a point of no return, Zhao Hai would definitely not let the God's race have an easy time. The Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King were still fighting with the two gods. Zhao Hai didn't ask them to stop, nor did he ask anyone else to attack. The gods in Holy Light City didn't attack either. They seemed to be waiting for this battle to end. The Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King had been fighting with the two gods' race beings for more than 2 hours, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Both sides could see that if they continued fighting like this, it would not be effective even if they fought for a few days. Both sides had the intention to retreat. They also knew that there was no point in continuing the battle. Zhao Hai also saw through their thoughts. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a bell rang behind him. This meant that the attack had stopped. It was also what people often called the sound of the golden bell to withdraw the army. As soon as they heard the bell, the Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King immediately retreated slowly. The two men from the gods' race did not pursue them. They knew that they could not do anything to the other party, even if they chased after them. Therefore, they slowly retreated back to Holy Light City. The two Protoss knew very well that with Zhao Hai's current strength, it was possible to attack Holy Light City by force. However, Holy Light City would also cause Zhao Hai to suffer heavy losses. It was precisely because of this that the two Protoss were fearless. In their opinion, Zhao Hai only had a few soldiers under him. If he lost too many soldiers, Zhao Hai would be finished. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only send people with domain weapons to attack today. They wanted to break through Holy Light City in one fell swoop. Now that the two people with domain weapons had been stopped by them, Zhao Hai wouldn't let the ordinary soldiers attack. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to let the ordinary soldiers attack, they wouldn't be afraid. After the Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King returned to Zhao Hai's platform, they looked at Zhao Hai with shame. The two of them bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, sir. We didn't manage to take down Holy Light City." Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and laughed. "It's nothing. The other side also has two experts. I've already seen this. All right, let's not talk about that. I'll tell you my plan. I'm prepared to play with Holy Light City for a few days. What do you think?" The Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King were both battle-hardened figures. They had rich combat experience. When the two of them heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned for a moment. Then the Great Demon King's eyes lit up and said, "What does teacher mean? To stall for time?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. It's a stall for time. First, we have to wait for Heir and the others to contact the other major races. Second, we have to see the reaction of the Protoss. If the Protoss have more troops, I believe they will send them to Holy Light City. Third, we have to wait for 2 more days for the treasured ship to be completed." The Great Demon King thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Sir's idea is not bad. We'll drag this out for a few days and we'll be able to see if the gods' race is strong on the outside but weak on the inside, or if they're preparing some kind of scheme to deal with us. All right, we'll do as Sir says. Otherwise, I'm prepared to put my life on the line and take care of that guy tomorrow." Zhao Hai laughed heartily. "Your Majesty, you don't have to risk your life. Your life is worth a lot of money. There's no need to risk it for a few insignificant people from the Protoss. Don't worry, Fazai, I'll make the arrangements." The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King laughed as well. However, Heir and the rest had bitter smiles on their faces. They were very clear that in the gods' race, anyone who could use a territory weapon would not be a small character. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "All right, that's all for today. Let's retreat and rest. I want to see if the people from Holy Light City dare to attack us. If they do, I want to teach them a lesson." The Great Demon King smiled. "I don't think they'll come. They know that we have people here who use territory weapons. They won't attack us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Everyone go and rest. Tell your men that we are not attacking for the next few days, not because we can't take down Holy Light City, but because we are stalling for time. Let them recuperate and build up their strength. When the time comes for us to attack, if they can't attack, then I won't be polite." Heir and the others nodded and turned to leave. After they left, the Demonic Dragon King immediately said to Zhao Hai, "I'm sorry, sir. My performance today has disappointed you." When Zhao Hai heard what the Demonic Dragon King said, he couldn't help but smile and say, "All right, you didn't disappoint us. You just got the sword chariot and are not used to it. It's nothing. Don't take it to heart." The Great Demon King also comforted him. "That's right, Mystic Dragon, don't take it to heart. For someone who has just obtained a domain weapon, your performance is already beyond my expectations. I remember when I first obtained the Demon Chariot. It took me a long time to learn how to use it." Zhao Hai and the Devil Dragon King laughed. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a notification from the space. "Supplementary design for the all-purpose machine. If the host agrees to use the crystallization ability on the ship-shaped object that is currently being upgraded, it will make the ship-shaped object even tougher. At the same time, it will increase the attack power of the cannons on the ship." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He turned to the Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King and said, "Your Majesty, Mystic Dragon, I'll leave the matters here to you. I have some things to deal with. That's all for today. You can go and rest." The Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King didn't ask Zhao Hai what was going on. The two of them just nodded and returned to Zhao Hai's war chariot. Zhao Hai then entered the medium in a flash. Laura and the others had already arrived in front of the all-purpose machine. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that it must have something to do with the Hades that was in the process of upgrading. As soon as they saw Zhao Hai, Laura and the others immediately made way for him. Zhao Hai walked in front of the all-purpose machine and set it to the picture of Hades. As expected, the picture had the word upgradable. Zhao Hai clicked on the word upgradable, and he realized that the Hades in the picture had changed. The entire Hades had turned into a golden, translucent crystal ship. It still had 18 layers of decks, but there were 9 more fully sealed decks. On the first deck, there were 18 magic cannons, and 9 on both sides of the ship. There were a total of 162 magic cannons on the ship. Below the 9-story deck was a huge cabin. The yin-yang pond magic array that Zhao Hai saw had been moved to this cabin, making it even more hidden. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod at the design. It was really good. The design of the ship was really good. Zhao Hai took a look at the entire ship. Just as he had thought, the yin-yang pool magic array was the ship's power system. It was like a reactor that provided energy for the entire ship. The power system could also absorb energy from the outside world for its own use. It could absorb any kind of energy. The hull was added with a crystal that Zhao Hai didn't even know the name of. This made the hull even stronger, almost to the point of indestructibility. The magic cannons on the ship were not just for show. They could shoot out energy beams, and their power was much stronger than a full-powered attack from a high-level deity. As for how strong they were, Zhao Hai would have to test it out first. This ship had many unique designs from the cultivation world. It could fly in the sky, run on the ground, swim in the sky, and even drill into the ground to advance. Other than that, the ship could also be enlarged or shrunk at will, and it was extremely fast. Most importantly, the ship had also absorbed a portion of the spatial storage capacity. Other than the top floor, which was reserved for Zhao Hai, the rest of the deck, the fully enclosed deck, and the hold could hold both humans and undead creatures. The first time, it could hold 100,000 people. If it was changed to undead creatures, it could hold about 10 million. Zhao Hai took a look. The reason why there was such a huge difference between humans and undead creatures was that the ship had rooms prepared for the humans, so it took up a lot of space. On the other hand, it was different for undead creatures. It was like taking a bus, and the ship would load as many undead creatures as it could. Such a design might be good for others, but it was useless for Zhao Hai. He had the space, so he didn't need to load people into the ship. But no matter what, the design already existed, so there was nothing bad about it. Most importantly, Zhao Hai wanted to see what kind of price he would have to pay to upgrade the current design of the ship. If he were to spend a few million gold coins, he would have to sell everything he had. However, Zhao Hai could not help but be overjoyed. After the new design, he could upgrade the ship without paying any price. The only difference was that the upgrade time would be increased by 12 hours. Of course, Zhao Hai did not say anything and immediately upgraded it. After Zhao Hai was done, Laura looked at Zhao Hai's expression and said, "What's wrong, big brother Hai? Is there something good?" Zhao Hai laughed as he explained the design of the Hades update to Laura and the others. Laura and the others were very happy. After all, the Hades was much more powerful than before, and the more powerful the Hades was, the better. After they sat down in the villa, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you really going to spend a few days here with those Protos?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Why not? Those Protos might be happy that they have stopped them. However, I won't wait until Hiko's people come back to deal with them. Once Pluto is upgraded, I will deal with them immediately. We can afford to wait for a few days. The undead creatures of the underworld and the people of the Atlan continent won't pose any threat to us for a short time. We just need to take care of the Golden Bull God race. I just don't know if these few days will affect Hiko's clansmen. It's good that there's an impact. That's what I want to see," Zhao Hai smiled. They were stunned, and Meljin immediately said, "Big brother Hai, you mean? Are you going to put all the people from the other clans into the space?" "Why not?" Zhao Hai smiled. "If they all lose a lot of people, it'll be easier for us to keep them in the origin space, right? We have so much free space anyway. Isn't it just right to take them in?" Laura and the others all laughed. At this time, Kai said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, should we send the god-tier potions that we made last time to the various races on the continent? What do you think?" Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "All right, we should send it over today. Let's go, we'll go now." The 10 bottles of god-tiered potions had been made long ago, but Zhao Hai had yet to deliver them to the people on the Ark continent. This time, the 10 bottles of potions would be distributed according to Grimm's instructions. The first race would be given 2 bottles. Although the human race had several empires, they could only be considered as one race, so they would be given 2 bottles in total. NBSB Zhao Hai had already thought about it. Once the number of Protos experts increased, he would let them come out of the dimension and join in the battles outside, increasing their strength as quickly as possible. The medicine delivery process went very smoothly. Now, the power of the dimension was starting to show. The attitudes of the various countries toward Zhao Hai had changed completely. This change was partly due to the projections of Zhao Hai fighting the god race, but also partly due to the space. The realm was slowly changing the attitude of the people on the Ark towards Zhao Hai. However, the people in the realm did not feel it. After delivering the god-grade medicine, Zhao Hai came out of the medium. He turned the staff into a platform and stood there quietly, looking in the direction of Holy Light City. At the same time, Zhao Hai had to look at the plants in the Divine Realm. There were many plants in the Divine Realm, but most of them were upgraded versions of the ones on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai tried to keep some in the realm, but there was no notification from the realm. It seemed that the realm believed that the plants in the Divine Realm were the same species as the ones in the realm. The plants in the Ark continent had been upgraded after entering the realm. They might be more advanced than the plants in Godly Land, so it was normal that there was no notification in the realm. In a short while, the Demon Dragon King and the Great Demon King arrived on Zhao Hai's platform. The two of them looked at Zhao Hai, who was standing on the platform, and then looked at each other. They didn't understand what was going on with Zhao Hai. At this moment, the demonic Dragon King spoke. "Sir, what's the matter? What's the matter?" Zhao Hai turned to look at the two of them and smiled. "It's nothing. I'm just here to see how the scenery of the Protos is different from that of the Ark continent. Your Majesty, Mystic Dragon, what kind of attitude do you think we should use to treat the ordinary Protos?" The great Demon King and the demonic Dragon King were both stunned. Then they really didn't know how to answer. If it was up to them, they would naturally kill all of them. However, from Zhao Hai's words, it seemed like he didn't have the heart to do so. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I really wanted to kill them all. But to be honest, I really can't be as cruel as the gods' race to kill those ordinary people." The great Demon King and the Devil Dragon King didn't know what to say. After a while, the Devil Dragon King said, "Why don't we turn them into slaves?" Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. To be honest, he would rather kill those Protos than turn them into slaves. People born in the modern era were very disgusted with slaves. When the demonic Dragon King saw that Zhao Hai didn't seem to agree, they didn't know what to say. The Protos had a large population. It was really a difficult problem to deal with them. After a long while, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Tomorrow the two of you will have to work hard and continue to challenge them. Delay them for another day. When my ship is ready, we'll take down Holy Light City first." The two of them nodded. The great Demon King looked in the direction of Holy Light City and said, "The gods' race has been used to being overbearing all these years. It's time to teach them a good lesson." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's not good for people to be too overbearing. They'll capsize one day. Forget it, let's not think about them. Come, let's have a few drinks. I'll call Heir and the others over." The great Demon King waited for Zhao Hai to finish calling Heir and the others before he said in a deep voice, "Does teacher also want to keep Heir and the other clans into the space?" Zhao Hai turned to look at the great Demon King and smiled. "Your Majesty, you've guessed it. To be honest, I do want to, but we'll have to see what they want. If they don't want to, then forget it. If they agree, it's nothing to keep them in the space." The great Demon King smiled and didn't say anything. However, he was even more curious about Zhao Hai's spatial dimension. He really wanted to know how many spaces Zhao Hai had to accommodate so many people. It was a very peaceful day. The god race people in Holy Light City really didn't dare to attack them. Zhao Hai and the others also had a rare chance to relax. They had a good drink, and Heir and the others were a little drunk. Early the next morning, Zhao Hai and the others organized their army and once again drove to the outskirts of Holy Light City. The great Demon King and the demonic Dragon King once again attacked and fought with the two experts of the Protos. In the end, they retreated again. Everything was no different from yesterday. The Protos were also very puzzled. Why did Zhao Hai and the others attack again and again despite knowing that this method was useless? After returning to the origin space at night, Zhao Hai checked the all-purpose machine. The time on the all-purpose machine was clearly about 10 hours before they could complete the upgrade. After a good night's rest, Zhao Hai had his breakfast and went to check on the all-purpose machine. It would be done in 2 hours. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He came out of the dimension and informed the devil and the others to wait for another 2 hours. The great Demon King and the demonic Dragon King understood Zhao Hai's intention very well. They had no objections and slowly adjusted their breathing in their war chariots, waiting for Zhao Hai's orders. Even though Hiko and the others did not know why Zhao Hai would suddenly delay their attack for 2 hours, they did not ask. Right now, everything was in Zhao Hai's hands. They would not offend him over such a small matter. Meanwhile, Holy Light City was also waiting for Zhao Hai and the others. Just as they were ready, Zhao Hai and the others didn't come. This made the Protos in Holy Light City nervous and angry. 2 hours was neither fast nor slow. In the origin space, Zhao Hai and the others looked at the Atlan continent, the underworld, and the Protos. It was almost time. With a few minutes left, Zhao Hai and the others arrived in front of the all-purpose machine and quietly looked at the constantly changing numbers. As the numbers slowly decreased, Zhao Hai and the others' hearts tightened. Although they already knew what the Hades was like, they still felt nervous when it appeared in front of them. Finally, the number reached 0. The universal machine shot out a white light. When the white light disappeared, a Hades appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and the others were all stunned. A palm-sized boat appeared in front of Zhao Hai and the others. It was made of golden translucent crystals and looked very beautiful. Jian Zhen was a piece of art. Zhao Hai gently dragged the boat in front of his eyes and took a closer look. Indeed, this was the Hades, the ferocious-looking Hades. Beautiful, it was too beautiful. Although he knew that it was a lethal weapon, Zhao Hai still couldn't help but like him because it was too beautiful. Laura and the others also looked at the Hades with their eyes shining. To be honest, they felt that this name didn't suit the ship at all. This ship didn't look evil at all, except for the embossed on the ship. Although the carvings on the ship looked very scary, it didn't mean that it was evil. Many people would draw evil things to scare their enemies. Laura snatched the Hades from Zhao Hai's hands and said with bright eyes, "It's so beautiful. Big brother Hai, why don't we make a few more? How is it?" Zhao Hai looked at Laura and smiled. Believe me, if people like it, we can arrange all kinds of models at home in the future, and they will have the same function as the Hades. Unfortunately, I don't have that ability yet. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. I believe in you. You'll definitely be able to do it. However, Big Brother Hai, can this little thing really be expanded countless times? Zhao Hai smiled and took the Hades from Laura's hands. The ship immediately flew up from Zhao Hai's hands and slowly rose into the air. It slowly grew bigger and bigger until it was almost the size of a city. It was a city that could accommodate millions of people. This kind of city was considered a big city on the Ark continent. Laura and the others looked at Hades' transformation in amazement. Zhao Hai also saw that it was almost there. If it continued to grow, they would not be able to get out of the spatial rift. Zhao Hai turned to look at Laura and the rest. How is it? Not bad, right? Let's go up. Today you will sit on the ship and command the undead creatures to fight. How about it? When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they all cheered and flew straight to the ship. Zhao Hai smiled and followed them. The great demon king and the demonic dragon king were waiting anxiously. With their strength, even if they fought for a few days, they wouldn't lose much combat power. Moreover, these 2 days couldn't even be called a battle. They were afraid that it couldn't even be considered a warm-up. Today, Zhao Hai had said that he would take action in 2 hours. They knew that Zhao Hai's ship had been modified. That was why they were so anxious. They wanted to see what Zhao Hai's ship had been modified to. Heir and the others were also waiting. They weren't in too much of a hurry. After all, Zhao Hai had said that they still had to delay the gods' race for a few days. There was no point in being anxious now. At that moment, a huge spatial rift suddenly appeared in the sky. Almost everyone noticed the spatial rift, including the god race people in Holy Light City. Just as they were looking at the spatial crack in amazement, a huge ship slowly emerged from the crack. Everyone's jaws dropped as they looked at the ship. It was too gorgeous. The golden translucent hull, the deep blue waves below the ship, the sharp and long ram, the tall ship tower, the chess stick that seemed to pierce through the sky, the wind chimes at the corner of the ship, and the gorgeous and ferocious symbols on it all made the ship look extraordinarily gorgeous. Zhao Hai and Laura were standing at the bow of the ship. They were calmly looking at Holy Light City in the distance. At this time, the great demon king and the demon dragon king both reacted. The two of them looked at the road in amazement. Everyone knew what this ship was originally like. They also knew that Zhao Hai was upgrading this ship. However, they did not expect that this ship would look like this after the upgrade. The great demon king and the demonic dragon king looked at Zhao Hai's ship, then at their own war chariots. They suddenly felt that their war chariots were so small. When the Hades had completely stopped, the demon king and the others flew onto the ship. Hiko and the others had also arrived. Zhao Hai saw that they had all boarded the ship and immediately said, "How's everyone's preparation? We'll take down Holy Light City today." "Sir, is this the ship you upgraded?" the great demon lord asked Zhao Hai in surprise. "It's so beautiful. I really didn't expect this boat to be so beautiful." The demonic dragon king also exclaimed, "That's right. It's too beautiful. It turns out that when that ship looks at it, it gives off a sinister feeling. It's as if we've arrived in the netherworld. However, this ship doesn't give off that feeling at all. Sir, how did you do it? It's too amazing." Zhao Hai smiled and did not continue. He turned to the crowd and said, "All right, let's not talk about this for now. I said that we will take down Holy Light City today. Does anyone have any objections?" The others shook their heads. To be honest, after Zhao Hai upgraded the treasure ship to Hades, Hiko and the others had completely lost the will to be on the same level as him. All they wanted to do now was to follow Zhao Hai and deal with the Protoss. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "Good, it's good that you have no objections. Your Majesty, Mystic Dragon, park the chariots on the ship. We don't need them today. Heir, give the order to the army to follow behind the ship. After we break their magic shield, I will send the undead creatures to defeat the resisting army inside. Then you will attack and wipe out all the resisting people." Everyone obeyed. Zhao Hai nodded and directed the Hades towards Holy Light City. The Protoss in Holy Light City had already seen the Hades. It was their first time seeing such a huge ship. Before the Hades arrived, the people of Holy Light City were already panicking. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He continued to have Hades move forward slowly. He didn't increase its speed. He wanted to use this pressure to force the Protoss to react. Soon, the Protoss reacted. The two masters with domain weapons rushed out of Holy Light City. They had to come out. If they didn't come out, the army in Holy Light City would probably have deserters. Just as Zhao Hai and the others had guessed, the army in Holy Light City was not made up of the Protoss' regular army. Many of them were ordinary Protoss people who had picked up weapons. Although they were not weak, their combat awareness was far worse than the Protoss army. The two Protoss experts quickly flew up. When they finally saw Zhao Hai, they immediately charged at him. However, the scene was really comical. It was as if two knights from the middle world were raising their spears and charging at a million-ton ship in the sea. Zhao Hai looked at the two knights and smiled. The ship did not increase its speed or react. It continued to move forward slowly. Soon, the two knights were approaching the Hades. At that moment, a wave suddenly hit the two knights. The two Protoss domains were shattered by the wave, and they were instantly frozen. Their domain weapons had already reached the ship. Zhao Hai took the two of them back to the ship and threw them into the cabin. After a while, they turned into two undead creatures and walked out of the cabin. Seeing Zhao Hai's move, Hiko and the others were even more afraid. They didn't know how strong the Hades was, but they were sure that the strongest part of the ship wasn't the waves under the ship, but the ship itself. The two Protoss who were fighting the Demon King and the Demon Dragon King couldn't even withstand a single blow and were directly turned into undead creatures by Zhao Hai. This was really terrifying. However, what surprised them was yet to come. Pluto was still heading toward Holy Light City at a steady pace. The Protoss in Holy Light City panicked when they saw that their two domain weapon masters couldn't even block one attack from the other. However, the Protoss soldiers still managed to stabilize the situation. The magic cannons in Holy Light City fired arrows at Pluto as if they were free. However, they soon realized that it was all in vain. Such attacks were useless against Pluto. Although the front deck of Pluto was not completely sealed, the waves rolled up and blocked the ship like a shield, easily taking all their attacks. At this time, the Hades was slowly approaching Holy Light City. The horn of Hades was not fast, and it was slowly moving forward. The ram at the front of the ship soon hit the shield of Holy Light City. The shield of Holy Light City was like a balloon that had been pierced by a needle. It first caved in and then burst. On the other hand, the Hades did not slow down at all. It flew straight towards Holy Light City. However, the height of the Hades was not very high. Other than the ram at the front of the ship, the other parts of the ship hit the city wall of Holy Light City. Holy Light City's originally very thick walls seemed to have become a thin layer of paper in an instant, and they were broken through by the Hades. The Hades charged into the city. The Protoss finally panicked. Not only the new soldiers, but the veterans also panicked. But it was not over yet. The magic cannons on both sides of the Hades automatically adjusted their angles, and more than 100 red beams of light were fired directly at the wall of Holy Light City. There was no explosion as expected, nor was there any earth-shaking sound. When the red light hit the wall of Holy Light City, the white stone wall was instantly vaporized, along with everything on the wall, including the magic cannons, the bed armor, and the god creatures. Zhao Hai's expression changed when he saw this. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "What a prodigal." Laura and the others who were standing beside Zhao Hai heard what he said. Couldn't help but burst out laughing, which made the great Demon King and the others, who didn't know what was going on, look at Laura and the others. Zhao Hai regained his composure and waved his hand. A large number of undead creatures rushed out of the cabin and headed straight for Holy Light City. Fei, and the others immediately ordered their armies to join the battle. Holy Light City had no resistance left. This was all because Zhao Hai had underestimated the power of the magic cannons on Hades. He did not expect that one shot would be able to vaporize a city wall that could house tens of millions of people. The great Demon King looked at the battle, then turned to Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. "Sir, are you now annoyed about how to deal with these god race people? To be honest, I really don't feel any sense of accomplishment coming out to fight with you." Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others laughed when they heard the Demon King's words. They didn't expect the Demon King, who had always been serious, to make such a joke. After a while, Zhao Hai calmed down and turned to look at Laura. "Laura, how do you think we should deal with these god race people? Right now, they are filled with hatred towards me." Laura looked at the panicking Protoss and didn't know what to do. After a while, she sighed and said, "Big Brother Hai, what do you think? I can't just kill them all, right? Then aren't we in the same situation as them?" Zhao Hai also smiled bitterly. To be honest, he really couldn't bear to lay his hands on those children. Although he knew that these Protoss were his enemies, he still couldn't do it. After a long while, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Kill those who resist, capture those who can't, and throw them into the space. Let them live and die." Laura also smiled bitterly. From what she could see, this was the best solution. Zhao Hai also discovered that there were more proto-civilians in Holy Light City. Holy Light City was originally a large city that could accommodate 20 million people, but now there were close to 30 million people living in the city. They were not afraid of the soldiers that Zhao Hai had disappeared. Seeing this situation and thinking of the empty Protoss villages they had seen a few days ago, Zhao Hai understood. The Protoss had probably all gathered in Holy Light City, thinking that it was safe. Zhao Hai didn't hold back and ordered the undead creatures to capture those who couldn't resist. He threw them into an empty space and left them to fend for themselves. Those who resisted were all killed and turned into undead creatures. Zhao Hai had compassion, but on the battlefield it was not something that could be gained. You might have compassion, but the other party might not. If you showed sympathy to the other party, you might end up suffering a great loss. Hence, Zhao Hai was not polite to those who dared to resist. The chaotic situation in Holy Light City didn't calm down until it was dark. It wasn't that the Protoss had gone into hiding, but that those who had resisted had been killed by Zhao Hai. As for those who couldn't resist, they had been thrown into Zhao Hai's space. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also plundering the entire Holy Light City. Other than some daily necessities and food, all weapons and other items were allowed to enter the origin space. The food and daily necessities were left for Faye, and the others. After all, they still had to stay here for a few days. The remaining items in the city were enough for Faye, and the others to use. They did not need Zhao Hai to provide for them for the next few days. Zhao Hai was sitting in the living room of his mansion in the realm. Hades was on the coffee table in front of him, and the screen was showing the Protos that Zhao Hai had thrown into the realm. Zhao Hai looked at the Protos, not because they were doing well, but because they were causing trouble. That's right, destruction. They destroyed everything they could see. Ever since they entered the realm, they had started destroying many things in the realm. It was an empty space, and Zhao Hai did not put too many things in there. There were only breadfruit trees and fruit trees in the realm, nothing else. Zhao Hai had originally planned to use them to help the Protos tide over their crisis. They could eat breadfruit, fruit, and even wild vegetables. There were also some small magical beasts in the space, which could allow them to survive. But what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that after the Protos entered the realm, they started destroying everything. They knocked all the breadfruits to the ground, kicked down the trees, and killed any demonic beast they saw as if that was the only way to express their anger. Laura and the others were also sitting in front of the screen, dumbfounded by what they saw. After a while, Laura turned around and looked at Zhao Hai, saying, "Big Brother Hai, if they keep on destroying things like this, will they starve to death?" Zhao Hai looked at the screen and said coldly, "They will. If I don't save them, they will definitely starve to death. However, I'm not in the mood to save them now. It's not scary for a person to have hatred in their heart, but they shouldn't be so stupid because of hatred. I gave them a way out, but they destroyed it themselves." Law looked at the screen and smiled bitterly. She didn't know what to say. What did these gods think those things were? Was it prepared for slaves, or did they not want to live? If they didn't want to live, they should have committed suicide instead of using this method to anger Zhao Hai. NBSB Zhao Hai didn't want to deal with those Protos. There wasn't anything good in that dimension anyway. Even if they destroyed everything in there, it wouldn't be a big loss to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai then transferred the map to Holy Light City. Although Holy Light City had suffered some damage, most of the buildings in the city were still in good condition. It was enough for Faye, and the others to stay. Furthermore, Zhao Hai did not take away any of the daily necessities in the city. Hence, Hiko and the rest were living very comfortably. Many of them were boiling water for a bath. Zhao Hai glanced at them and did not pay any more attention to them. He turned the screen back to the Atlan continent. Zhao Hai wanted to see how the preparations were going. To be honest, Zhao Hai really wanted them to attack the Ark continent as soon as possible. That way, he could get his hands on the mecha earlier. Now that the education of the gnomes was on the right track, Zhao Hai had to admit that the gnomes' learning ability was amazing. The undead creatures that Zhao Hai had sent had given the gnomes all the writings on the Ark continent and many books on magic arrays for them to study. It was not easy to manipulate a magic array. Some spells required the use of special materials. Some magic arrays were better made of metal, while others were better made of wood. Some magic arrays also required very special magic materials to be successfully made. Hence, research on magic arrays wasn't just limited to magic arrays. One also needed to research the materials used to create magic arrays and how to use these materials. One could say that magic arrays were an extremely comprehensive subject. One not only had to learn about magic arrays, but also some alchemy and pharmacy. However, the goblins were really talented in this area. In addition, they already had some basic knowledge of magic arrays. Some of them had even begun to study the medium-sized magic arrays used on the Ark continent. It seemed that the situation was quite good. Zhao Hai was also very happy to see this. The higher the talent of the gnomes, the higher the possibility of them learning how to make demonic armor in the future. This was definitely good news for Zhao Hai. Due to the merfolk's innate genetic defects, they had never produced a god-grade entity. Now that Zhao Hai had given them the god-grade medicine, there was finally a god-grade entity in the merfolk. This was definitely good news for the merfolk. What made the merfolk even happier was that this god-tier potion was like a key, and their bodies were like a treasure vault. In the past, they had no key, so they couldn't open the treasure vault. Now that Zhao Hai had given them the key, the treasure vault within their bodies had finally been opened. With this opening, they realized that their cultivation speed could actually be so fast. The two god-ranked mermaids didn't even need to fight the day they drank the god-ranked potion. They had already learned how to use their domains. This made Zhao Hai feel deeply envious. However, Zhao Hai was also very happy. With the mermaid race's strength, he would have another powerful battle race under his command in the future. This was definitely a good thing. Then Zhao Hai looked at another race that he had not paid attention to for a long time, the Sea Dragon race. Zhao Hai had not paid attention to the Sea Dragon race ever since he put them in the sea in his dimension. Now Zhao Hai wanted to see how they were doing. NBSB Zhao Hai was stunned by what he saw. Several god-level experts had actually appeared in the Sea Dragon race. This truly surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't give them any god-grade medicine, which meant that the god-grade powerhouses of the Sea Dragon tribe had cultivated themselves. Although they were only pseudo-god-grade powerhouses now, this was already very impressive. They had only been in the realm for a short time, and it had only been a year since then. It was really impressive to have such achievements. The members of the Sea Dragon tribe were also very well behaved. Those who had not advanced to the god rank were also working hard to improve their strength, and those who had advanced to the god rank were the same. The entire god tribe seemed to have become a cultivation maniac. This was a good thing for Zhao Hai. After looking through all the places, he suddenly realized that there was nothing left for him to do. Right now, they were fighting against the gods' race. However, they were prepared to wait for news from the Thunder race and the other two races in Holy Light City. They wanted to see the situation there before deciding on their next step. Originally, Zhao Hai had thought that it would take some effort to defeat the Protoss. However, now that he had Hades, Zhao Hai was completely confident that he could conquer the Golden Bull Protoss continent by himself. In this realm, Pluto was like a cheating device. At the moment, the top weapons in this realm were domain weapons. However, those domain weapons were not even worth mentioning in front of Zhao Hai. Right now, the only thing that Zhenhai was curious about was what the high-level demonic armors in the Atlan continent were like. Would they be a little more resistant to attacks than domain weapons? Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he drove all the undead creatures to the Hell Dimension and let them cultivate there. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry, but Hiko and the others were. After seeing the combat power of Hades, Hiko and the others knew that it was impossible to maintain an equal relationship with Zhao Hai. Even if they really defeated the Protoss this time, the three races couldn't win against Zhao Hai. Hades was too terrifying. Of course, Heir and the others knew that the scariest thing was not the Hades, but Zhao Hai. They had seen with their own eyes how powerful the Hades was before. However, when the Hades was in Zhao Hai's hands, it was upgraded. This was a huge blow to Heir and the others. The fact that Zhao Hai could defeat the person who was called a high god by the Protoss was already beyond the expectations of Hiko and the others. The fact that Zhao Hai could use Hades was even more surprising. The fact that Zhao Hai upgraded Hades was no longer just a surprise, but a blow to their confidence. They were indeed shocked by Zhao Hai. When they saw how Hades dealt with the Protoss so easily, Hiko and the others could not muster up any will to resist. It was precisely because of this that Heir and the others wanted to know the situation with their clansmen as soon as possible. They wanted to contact their clansmen as soon as possible and report Zhao Hai's situation to their clan. He didn't dare to send someone to tell his people about Zhao Hai's situation because he was afraid that the Protoss would know about Hades. Hiko knew very well that Hades was a major weapon against the Protoss. The later it was exposed, the better. The reason why he believed that the Protoss did not know about Hades was because they had been too successful in dealing with the Protoss. Not a single person in Holy Light City had escaped. Therefore, the Protoss might not even know what was happening in Holy Light City, let alone know about Hades. Man Dingxian and Zhan Yue had the same thoughts as Heir. The barbarian race and the winged horse race had enmity with Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai had explained it to them many times, they still felt a knot in their hearts. However, when they saw the Hades, this problem disappeared without a trace. They did not want to go against Zhao Hai. That would be suicide. Zhao Hai did not know what Hiko and the others were thinking. He was living a very carefree life, and all these changes were due to the Hades. Hades' attack power was truly too strong. Although Hades was now one with Lil Pagoda, and Lil Pagoda's weapon spirit Fua had disappeared, Zhao Hai realized that he had not lost anything. Hades seemed to be connected to his mind. It knew what he was thinking. With a single thought, Hades would do exactly what he wanted. For Zhao Hai, this was enough. On the third day after Holy Light City was taken down, the people Heir and the others had sent to contact their own races finally returned. They also brought back good news. The Golden Bull Celestial race was afraid that they really didn't have any military strength left. Although the Thunder and other two races couldn't destroy the Holy Light City as easily as Zhao Hai, they were in a stalemate with the Celestial race. The Celestial race didn't seem to have too many military forces to deal with them. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Hai was truly relieved. It seemed that this wasn't a plot of the Golden Bull Celestial race. They really didn't have any more troops. Zhao Hai could now deal with the Golden Bull Celestial race without any worries. After Hiko and the others reported their tribe's situation to Zhao Hai, they immediately sent a letter to their tribesmen. The letter was very detailed about Hades. They sincerely hoped that their tribesmen could cooperate with Zhao Hai. Just as Zhao Hai was about to continue his attack on the Golden Bull continent, a few unexpected guests arrived, forcing Zhao Hai to stop his plans. These unexpected guests were not from the god race, but from the foreign races. After hearing Heir's report, Zhao Hai prepared to attack the Golden Bull continent the next day. When he was resting at night, Zhao Hai glanced at the screen out of habit. Suddenly, he saw a small group of people appear on the screen. This small group of people were not from Heir's group. the other two races, nor were they from the demon race. Instead, they were three groups of foreign races. The alien races on the Ark continent had all entered the realm. Zhao Hai did not send any of them out, so it was impossible for these alien races to come out from the Ark realm. Although they were riding on mounts, they were much stronger than the alien races on the Ark continent. This was only a 1,000-man team, of which 500 were wolf riders from the orc race, 200 were unicorn riders from the elf race, and 300 were armored beast riders from the dwarf race. Although there weren't many of them, it was obvious that they were all elites. Their strength had probably reached the level of a high god. When Zhao Hai saw this small group of cavalrymen, he became curious. Holy Light City wasn't located on the edge of the Golden Bull continent. Instead, it was located in the middle of the Golden Bull continent. How did this small group of cavalrymen sneak in? Could it be that the Golden Bull continent's military strength was lacking to this extent? Even the side defense line is unable to send troops to guard it. This time, Zhao Hai's guess was right, but only half of it. The Golden Bull continent did lack military forces, but they still had troops stationed at some important places on the periphery of the continent. This was because the Golden Bull continent was also afraid of the foreign gods' attack. This time, the reason why these foreign gods could successfully reinforce the Golden Bull continent was that there was indeed a problem with the troops at the border defense line of the Golden Bull continent. The second reason was that this was a carefully prepared and carefully selected operation by the foreign gods. Even if the Golden Bull continent was at its peak, they might have been able to reinforce it, let alone now. Although Zhao Hai did not know how this small group of people had managed to get to Holy Light City, he still decided to meet them. He wanted to know why they had come and see if he could help them. After all, he had a good relationship with the alien races on the Ark continent. It would be good if he could help the alien god. However, before Zhao Hai decided to meet these foreign gods, he still needed to bring a few people with him. These people were the Beast King, the Elven Queen, and the Dwarf Chief. They were the leaders of the three alien races on the Ark continent, and the ones who had come this time were the alien gods. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted them to meet these foreign gods. At the same time, Zhao Hai also asked them to bring the three divine artifacts. As soon as the three patriarchs heard Zhao Hai's words, they immediately saw him appear in Holy Light City. They were all level 9 experts now, and they were all holding divine weapons in their hands. They were all excited. Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and smiled. "Don't be so excited. We're going to see your clansmen soon. Hee, your clansmen in the divine realm." The Beast King held the Beast God's spear and smiled. "That's right. I'm a little excited. I wonder how they're doing in the God's race. However, I don't think they're much better than us." The Elven Queen also smiled. "That's right. I didn't expect that we'd meet our people in the divine realm in such a way. Hee, I'm really excited." Billy was excited as well, but he did not say anything. Zhao Hai smiled and summoned a bone dragon. He stood on the head of the bone dragon and flew out of the city. NBSB Zhao Hai already knew where the foreign gods were, so he didn't pretend he didn't know. He immediately flew over. Soon, Zhao Hai saw a small group of people in front of him. This group of people was none other than the group of non-human gods that Zhao Hai had seen. They were all very respectful, and as soon as they saw Zhao Hai's group, they immediately got into formation. Zhao Hai slowed down the bone dragon's speed. He didn't want the dragon to misunderstand him. He didn't want to get into a conflict with the dragon yet. After all, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Zhao Hai understood this. The other side also realized that Zhao Hai's group didn't seem to have any hostility. Although they didn't take the initiative to attack, they didn't withdraw their formation. They were still in an orderly formation. Very quickly, Zhao Hai was 1,000 meters in front of them. Looking at them, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Hello, everyone. All of you are foreign gods from the divine realm, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Hai from the Ark continent. These three are the Orc King of the Orcs, the Elven Queen of the Elves, and the Patriarch of the Dwarves." The Beast King and the other two immediately bowed to the foreign gods. The foreign gods looked at them in a daze, not knowing what to say. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "Everyone, don't be surprised. We have already counterattacked to the Golden Bull continent and occupied Holy Light City. I wonder what business does everyone have here today?" The foreign gods looked at each other, not knowing what to say. They were sure that these people were from the Ark continent, because the kings of the three alien races were only level 9, which was not common in the divine realm. At this time, one of the orc gods suddenly said, "Stop lying. The king of the beastman race has always been the diamond ape race. When did it become the tiger-headed human race?" Zhao Hai looked at the orc god and smiled. "I think I need to explain this. You must not have been in contact with the Ark continent for a long time, so you are not familiar with the current situation on the Ark continent. The King Kong apes used to be the king of the orcs, but they lost their orc spears in the ice plains of the extreme north, so they were exiled by the orcs. Now the orcs are replaced by the lion and tiger tribes in turns." The orc god looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm talking to my lower-level clansmen. What does it have to do with you?" Zhao Hai was taken aback. He looked at the orc god. The orc gods looked at the orc king with disdain, but they looked at him as if he was their enemy. Zhao Hai frowned slightly. Everyone, I have to ask, what do you mean by being your low-ranked clansman? What do you mean by that? The orc god looked at Zhao Hai in disdain and said, a human doesn't have the right to speak to me. Also, you little tiger, you low-level clansman from the lower realm, who told you to look at me like that? Zhao Hai was not the only one who was stunned. The Beast King and the other two were stunned as well. They realized that it was not just the orc gods who were looking at them with the same expression. The gods of the other two races were also looking at them with the same expression. The three of them were stunned. They had never thought that they would be met with such a gaze when they came to see their clansmen in the divine world with great enthusiasm. This made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Zhao Hai saw the expressions on the three's faces, and he stopped being polite. He looked at the orc gods and said in a deep voice, everyone, I think you have misunderstood us. We are not inferior to you. You have been suppressed by the divine race for years and can only hide in the 3 continents. We have now counterattacked from the Ark continent to the Golden Bull continent, and we don't need your help, so you have no right to speak to us like this. By the way, if we hadn't defeated the Golden Bull divine race's army, you wouldn't have been able to come here so smoothly. You're still sneaky. Zhao Hai's words were extremely rude. The few outsiders were already stunned. However, the Beast King and the others felt that their anger had been vented. Zhao Hai was right. When the gods invaded the Ark continent, it was Zhao Hai who led them to fight against the gods. Where were the gods of the alien races back then? But now, he was putting on an arrogant face here, which indeed made him angry. The foreign gods all looked at Zhao Hai with ugly expressions. An elf suddenly said, as expected, a human has always been arrogant and shameless. Why, my low-level clansman from the lower realm, do you want to stand with this human, or do you want to bring your clansman back to the goddess continent? That is the home of us elves. The elven queen glanced at the elf and suddenly laughed. She said calmly, to be honest, if I had a choice, I would choose to be with Mr. Zhao Hai. The goddess continent is not the home of the elves. If we want, we can make any of the 13 major races in the divine realm our home. The Beast King and Billy laughed. The elven queen was right. As long as Zhao Hai was here, they could make any of the 13 continents of the divine realm their home. However, to be honest, they did not care about it at all. The foreign gods were all dumbfounded. They never thought that the elven queen would be so impolite, especially the elven god who was retorted. She looked at the elven queen and said with a livid expression, do you really know what you're talking about? The gods' race's power is beyond your imagination and you still want to attack them. Are you sure you're not crazy? The elven queen could not help but laugh. She looked at the elven god and said, that's right, I'm not crazy. The god race is indeed very powerful. However, I have to say that the Golden Bull god race isn't powerful at all. Don't worry. The Golden Bull continent will fall into our hands in a few days. However, we have no interest in the other god race continents. Hearing the elven queen's words, Zhao Hai also understood. He turned to the foreign gods and said, I don't know why you've come to the Golden Bull continent today. However, there's one thing that I think will be of help to you. The Golden Bull celestial race no longer has the ability to deal with you. Don't worry. It won't be long before the Golden Bull celestial race will come to the divine world. This place will be jointly ruled by us, the Thunder race, the Barbarian race, and the Winged Horse race. The faces of the foreign gods changed when they heard Zhao Hai's words. They knew about the Thunder race, Barbarian race, and Winged Horse race. After these 3 races were subdued by the Golden Bull celestial race, they had fought with them several times. Although these 3 races were not native to the celestial race, their combat power was really strong. NBSP now that Zhao Hai had said that he had allied with the 3 races, the non-human gods who had originally not believed Zhao Hai began to believe him. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, all right, everyone. You don't have to be as careful as you are now on the Golden Bull continent. Apart from some big cities, I believe that there are no more Golden Bull celestial race troops in other places. We are now returning to Holy Light City. By the way, Holy Light City is now under our control. If you need any help, you can come to Holy Light City to find me. After saying that, Zhao Hai commanded the bone dragon to turn around and fly back to Holy Light City. He ignored the foreign gods, including the Orc King and Billy. They had been provoked by the disdainful looks of the foreign gods. Zhao Hai brought the few of them back to Holy Light City and released the Hades. He invited the few of them onto the ship and sat down. After Laura and the others served them tea, Zhao Hai said, it seems that we can't count on the foreign gods. However, what I find strange is why they came to the Golden Bull continent. The Beast King and the other 2 were still angry. They had never thought that their clansmen in the divine realm would treat them with such an attitude. At this moment, the first one to calm down was the Elven Queen. She frowned and said, Sir, do you think it's because of the Thunder clan and the others? Zhao Hai was taken aback. He understood what the Elven Queen meant. Previously, Heir had said that when they were going to deal with the Protoss, they would ask the gods of the other races to act together. However, Zhao Hai had stopped them. In other words, Heir and the others must have contacted these gods of the other races and made an agreement. Now, when the gods of the other races saw that Heir and the others had not contacted them for a long time, they sent people to the Golden Bull continent to check on them. These people were exactly what they had said. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's possible. How about this? I'll take care of this. You guys should go back to the space. Your family can't leave you." The few of them didn't have any objections. To be honest, they were used to staying in the space and didn't like to go out. After Zhao Hai sent them off, he immediately called the Great Demon King, Heir, and the others to the ship. As soon as they got on the ship, they saw Zhao Hai sitting there. The snacks and tea were already prepared on the ship. They sat down without being polite. They were already used to Zhao Hai's way of speaking. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "I just discovered something." A small group of foreign gods has arrived on the Golden Bull continent, and they are not far from Holy Light City. I just brought the patriarchs of the 3 major foreign races on the Ark continent to meet them, but they didn't look too good, so I didn't bring them back. Heir, did you have any agreement with the foreign gods? When Hiko thought of the faces of those foreign gods, he felt nauseated. He nodded and said, "Yes, we have an agreement with the gods of the alien races. We will go to the Ark continent together. I think they sent people here because we haven't sent anyone to the Ark continent in a long time. But to be honest, I don't like those guys. They are so arrogant that it makes me angry. If I had to say it, the gods beat them up because of their arrogance." When the Great Demon King and the others heard what Hiko said, they all laughed. Zhao Hai laughed as well. He knew that Hiko was joking. Hiko was a person who loved to joke, especially now that they had nothing to worry about. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right. Those guys are so arrogant that it makes me feel nauseous. I think they will still be around here for a few days. Then can we carry out the next step of our plan? We should clean up the Golden Bull continent as soon as possible." Heir and the others nodded. They were really eager to attack the Golden Bull continent. They were very clear that with the Pluto, attacking cities and destroying strongholds would be very easy. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "That's good. Let's get ready. We'll take action tomorrow. Oh right, when you go back today, ask your people to pack up everything in Holy. I'll take everything that can be taken away with me on Pluto." The few of them responded and immediately turned to leave. The Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King did not leave. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and said, "How is it? Are you satisfied with your life in the space?" The Great Demon King laughed and said, "Of course I'm satisfied. Sir, to be honest, this is the life that we demon race people dream of. Now that our people have settled down and we are learning how to grow crops, please rest assured, sir. We will try our best not to destroy the environment in the space." Zhao Hai smiled. "That's good. To tell you the truth, the last time I took those Protos into the realm, I gave them a similar environment to you. I wanted them to live and die there, but I didn't expect them to go to the realm and start destroying it like crazy. I was going to leave those breadfruit trees for them to eat, but unfortunately, they knocked down all the breadfruit. I think it won't be long before they go hungry, but I don't want to care about them anymore. I gave them a chance, but they took it by themselves and destroyed it." The Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King were stunned for a moment. Then they said with disbelief, "Those gods' race really did that." "Why?" Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. "They may think that I want to treat them as slaves, or they want to destroy that place to vent my anger. Anyway, that space is completely deformed now. They are different from you. They have never lived in an environment like the Devil World. In the Divine World, almost none of the God Clan's people have encountered any trouble. They are arrogant and look down on anyone. It is precisely because of this that they have completely lost their ability to judge after being defeated. They're actually the gods' race, ha ha ha." Zhao Hai's last 3 laughs sounded so cold. However, the Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was too angry. These gods' race people really didn't know how to appreciate favors. Zhao Hai had given them such a good opportunity, but they didn't cherish it. The two of them didn't know what to say. They couldn't help but think of the Infernals. If Mo Fang was defeated by Zhao Hai and was captured by the realm like the Protos, what would they do? The two of them thought of the same answer almost at the same time. The demon race's choice was very simple. They would definitely live in the space with peace of mind, carefully protecting the grass and trees there, because the environment in the space was much better than the environment in the demon world. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and smiled. "That's right. After a period of time, I want to let the members of the demon army go to a space that you have never been to train. Perhaps they will be able to become divine-level experts this way." The Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King were both stunned. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'll take you to a host, a place you might not like." With that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and he disappeared from the Hades. The next moment, they appeared in the Hell dimension. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King looked at the Hell space with their eyes wide open. This place was almost the same as the demon world. No, it was even worse than the demon world. The Great Demon King looked around, then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, where is this?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is Hell, a place even worse than the Devil World. However, this place can increase the level of the undead creatures and grow some special medicinal herbs. I can use those medicinal herbs to make a potion that can provide level 9 experts with divine power." Unfortunately, this potion can't be mass-produced yet. Otherwise, I would have given it to the demon army. The great demon king and the demon dragon king looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. They were very clear about how difficult it was to go from level 9 to the divine level. There were many level 9 powerhouses in the demon world, but it was extremely difficult to become a divine level. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as 1 in 10,000. Zhao Hai was actually able to produce a type of medicine that could allow a person to directly rise from level 9 to divine rank. That was truly amazing. It seemed that they had underestimated Zhao Hai's strength all along. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and said, "I recently acquired this dimension. The environment here isn't very good, but if you demons want to cultivate successfully, you have to go to a more harsh environment. In fact, I'll be sending a batch of people from the Ark continent here in the future, so I want to let the demon army cultivate in the Hell dimension. What do you think?" The great demon king and the demonic dragon king looked around, and the two of them nodded at the same time. The environment here in the infernal realm was really bad, and the people of the demon grinding legion were just short of that final step. As long as they could get past that threshold, their future achievements would be limitless. Zhao Hai looked at the great demon king and the demonic dragon king and said, "I've opened this space once before, when the demon world had a demon beast tied. At that time, I opened the space and brought all the demon beasts here. With those fierce demon beasts, I believe this place will become the best training ground." The great demon king and the demonic dragon king were stunned when they heard Zhao Hai's words, but they nodded in agreement. It was true. The demonic beasts on the Ark continent and the divine realm were not as wild and ferocious as the demonic beasts in the demonic realm. So when it came to experimenting, the demonic beasts in the demonic realm were the best. At first, the great demon king was a little worried that if the people in the demon realm stayed in such a good environment for a long time, they might lose their wildness, and then the demon race would no longer be the demon race. But now that there was this space, this problem was solved. The great demon king nodded and said, "Okay, I agree with Sir's opinion. It's right to let the demon army come here to gain experience. I'll tell them when I get back." Zhao Hai smiled. "There's no need to be so anxious. Besides, I don't want them all to come here at once. It's best to come in batches. What do you guys think?" The demonic dragon king nodded and said, "All right. If they all come at the same time, some of us will be lacking in manpower. It's better to come in batches. This way we won't delay the matters here and let them gain experience." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. It's settled then. Go and arrange this. The first batch of 100,000 people can come in at any time." The great demon king nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and Hades appeared in the divine realm. Hiko and the rest were already preparing for tomorrow's attack. Zhao Hai turned to the great demon king and said, "Your Majesty, Mystic Dragon, go and prepare. We'll call you when we find out tomorrow." "Oh right, give the demon army a warning. There are foreign gods here. Tell them to be careful. Those guys might attack the demon army. If they do, don't hold back." Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King laughed, turned around, and left. At this time, Laura and the others came out of the cabin. Meg and Near tidied up the things on the table and served tea and snacks. Laura then said, "I really didn't expect those foreign gods to be like this. It's so disappointing." Zhao Hai smiled. "Perhaps he's been in the divine realm for too long, so he's developed a habit of being arrogant. It's best to ignore him. Who knows, he might come and beg us in the future." Lola shook her head. "I hope they won't ask us for help. Otherwise, Big Brother Hai, don't agree to help them so easily." Zhao Hai smiled and took a sip of tea. He looked at the scenery in the distance. After a while, he said, "To be honest, the scenery here in the divine realm is really not bad. I don't even have the heart to destroy it." After a long while, she sighed and said, "If only we weren't enemies. It's such a pity that there are so many ambitious people in this world." Laura smiled and said, "All right, Big Brother Hai, stop sighing. Are you thinking about the god race in the space again? They asked for it. They can't blame you, don't take it to heart." Zhao Hai smiled wryly. To be honest, he had really taken it to heart. He didn't understand why those god race people were so arrogant. Was it because they had been invincible in the past? Didn't they also trample on countless proud people to have the gods race today? Perhaps this was the reason why they couldn't accept defeat. The next morning, Heir and the others gathered all the things they had collected from Holy Light City and moved them onto the Hades. Everyone on the Hades looked at everything on the ship with curiosity, but they were disappointed. They had only entered the cabin, and there was nothing in the cabin. It was just an empty room. However, the capacity of Hades really surprised them. They didn't expect that Hades could be so good at loading. It could easily load the entire Holy Light City. In fact, they only needed to bring a few simple items. The other daily necessities were useless, but they were still useful to Zhao Hai. Whether it was the gnomes or the Nephilims, they all needed these things. There was strength in numbers. Soon, everything that could be used in Holy Light City had been moved away by Zhao Hai. He then piloted the Hades and flew toward the Golden Bull continent. Heir and the rest followed him. In BSB, Zhao Hai had also noticed that the non-human gods were still watching them from a distance, but Zhao Hai didn't care. If they wanted to see, then he would let them. The great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King didn't sit on Hades. Instead, they rode their war chariots and followed Hades. Zhao Hai had just obtained 2 territory weapons, but he didn't give them to anyone. Instead, he gave them to the 2 undead creatures of the Protos. The army marched toward the Golden Bull continent in a grandiose manner. However, their speed was not very fast. Zhao Hai was also taking care of Fei, and the others. He was afraid that if they flew too fast, Fei, and the others would lose their combat power. Their current enemy was the Protos. Zhao Hai didn't want to annihilate the Protos all by himself. This was too much of a contribution. He didn't want it. He had to let Hiko and the others feel that they had also contributed. This would be beneficial for their future cooperation. Yi Fangshan did not go far. He followed the army. He wanted to see how Zhao Hai was going to fight the Protos. Even now, he still could not believe that Zhao Hai and the others could attack the Protos from the Ark continent. Just as Zhao Hai had thought, they didn't encounter any more Protos along the way. It seemed that the Protos had really all retreated to the big cities and were ready to fight them. Although Zhao Hai was sure that not a single Protos had escaped from Holy Light City, the city had not been in contact with the higher-ups of the Protos for several days. They must have known that something had happened in Holy Light City, so they must have made corresponding arrangements. It was normal for them to withdraw the Protos outside the city. Edna looked at Zhao Hai's group with a heavy expression. She was a dwarf, and to be honest, she was happy to see Billy. However, she was also a little angry that Billy did not bow to her immediately. That was why she looked at Billy with that kind of expression. Just as Zhao Hai had said, they had been in the divinity for a long time, so they were proud of themselves. They thought that they were superior to others, especially the people on the Ark continent. They thought that the people on the Ark continent were not worthy of being on the same level as them. That was why they looked at Billy and the others like that. However, they did not expect to offend Billy and the others. Even though Ladina was very arrogant, she was not a cold-blooded person. She had the same temper as the dwarves on the Ark continent. To them, good was good, bad was bad. There was no gray matter in between. Although he didn't like Billy's attitude and thought that he was inferior to them, he still wanted to take care of Billy. Besides, they also wanted to know if what Zhao Hai said was true. They wanted to know if they could really deal with Protos. It was just as Laura and the others had said. The purpose of Ladina's group's trip to the Golden Bull continent was to contact the Thunder clan, the Barbarian clan, and the Winged Horse clan to deal with the God clan together. This was something they had discussed before. However, the Thunder clan and the others didn't contact them. Therefore, the 3 clans sent this small team to the Golden Bull continent to take a look and see what exactly was happening. However, they didn't expect to meet Zhao Hai and the others as soon as they arrived at the Golden Bull continent. Zhao Hai said that he was going to exterminate the Golden Bull celestial race, which aroused the curiosity of Ladina and the others. That was why they followed Zhao Hai and the others. However, what she saw along the way made her realize that Zhao Hai might not have been lying. They really had a way to deal with the Protos. Otherwise, the Golden Bull continent wouldn't be in such a state. After flying for so long, they hadn't even seen a single Protos, and all the Protos villages had been moved away. Of course, they didn't think that the gods' race was on a group vacation. The reason why the gods' race had left must be because of Zhao Hai and the others. In other words, as soon as the gods' race knew that Zhao Hai and the others had come, they had immediately strengthened their defenses and cleared the fields. The gods of the alien race had also used this tactic more than once to deal with the god race. When they had fought with the god race had attacked the 3 continents of the alien race. They had to use this method to deal with the god race and finally took back the 3 continents. Even when they were at their strongest, they had only managed to attack the Golden Bull continent. They hadn't been able to force the Protos to the point of fortificating their defenses and clearing out the wilderness. However, Zhao Hai had done it. This also showed Zhao Hai's strength from another aspect. It was because of this that Edna and the others had a heavy look on their faces. They knew that what Zhao Hai and the others said was true. They had indeed launched a counterattack on the Protos continent. In other words, the aliens on the Ark continent had the power to be on equal footing with them. They would definitely be unhappy with the attitude they had used against them. However, they still wanted to see how Zhao Hai would attack Holy Light City. They had noticed that the walls of Holy Light City had disappeared. Soon, Zhao Hai and the others arrived outside a medium-sized city of the Protos. This city also had Protos guards, but most of them were Protos civilians. Zhao Hai looked at the city. It was a city with more than 1 million people. It was not the largest on the Ark continent. There weren't any Protos experts using domain weapons in the city, and there weren't many guards either. The only troublesome thing was the barrier, but it wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. He decided to let Hiko and the others deal with the Protos while he broke the barrier. The Protos in the city also saw Zhao Hai and the others. The city was also equipped with magic cannons and bed frames, but Zhao Hai did not even look at them. He just let Pluto rush over and shatter the magic shield. This time, Zhao Hai didn't use the magic cannons on Hades. They were too powerful. If they used those cannons, the small city would be in trouble. After Zhao Hai destroyed the magical barrier, he let Hiko and the others attack. Hiko and the others had been waiting for this day for a long time. To be honest, it was very satisfying to follow Zhao Hai in battle. They didn't need to do anything, and everything was settled. However, this was also the part that gave them the biggest headache, because this way, they would not be able to show themselves at all. They would look like people who followed Zhao Hai to gain military merits. This made Heir and the others very unhappy. Now that they finally had a chance to show off, the people of the three races were all very hardworking. They rushed straight to the small city, and the Protoss in the small city immediately retaliated. Zhao Hai stood on the Hades, calmly watching the battle below. He had already put away his sympathy. These Protoss people were not worthy of his sympathy. Furthermore, this was a war. If he sympathized with them, they would not sympathize with him. On the other hand, Edna and the others behind Zhao Hai and the others were shocked by what they saw. A proto-city with 1 million people and a complete defense system was not easy to attack. To take down such a city, it was impossible without an army of at least 10 million soldiers, and they would need to use territory weapons. In fact, the most troublesome part of a proto-siege was the magic shield. The magic shield was powered by magic crystals. Some of these magic crystals were natural ores, while others were formed in the bodies of magic beasts. It was the same for the magicite gems on the Ark continent. However, the energy contained in the magicite gems in the divine realm was much more powerful than that on the Ark continent. Meanwhile, the magic array of a god race city, with a population of 1 million required close to 10,000 mana stones to be activated. It was enough to withstand 10 attacks from a territory weapon. As long as there were enough magicite gems in the city, it would be extremely difficult to take down a city. However, this barrier that seemed extremely difficult to them was not even worth mentioning in Zhao Hai's eyes. All he needed to do was to ram the ship into it and it would be over. This was the first time they had seen or heard of such a thing. To be honest, they still felt like they were in a dream. The battle in the city was very intense. The Protoss resistance was very tenacious, but their morale was very low because of Zhao Hai's existence. The Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King also moved, and the 2 undead creatures of the Protoss. The 4 of them rode the war chariot and rushed into the city. As long as the Protoss managed to organize an effective resistance, they would immediately destroy it. For a moment, the Protoss were in a completely passive position. Zhao Hai saw that it was about time. He couldn't let Hiko and the others suffer too many casualties. If that happened, the ordinary soldiers of the 3 alien races would blame him. They all knew how powerful Zhao Hai was. If Zhao Hai didn't help now, they would blame him later. Zhao Hai understood human nature too well. These people had rushed forward to make a contribution. However, when their casualties reached a certain level, they would forget that they had come to make a contribution. They would only blame Zhao Hai for not helping them destroy the enemy, leaving them with so many casualties. However, Zhao Hai did not use Hades. Hades was a weapon that should not have appeared in this dimension. To the Protoss, this weapon was too powerful. They had no chance to fight back. Hence, Zhao Hai only released the undead to help Hiko and the others. Other than that, there was another important reason. Zhao Hai was afraid that if he used the Hades too many times, it would trigger the laws of nature and kick him out of this dimension. That would be no fun. He still had many things to do, so he didn't want to use the Hades anymore. With the addition of the undead, the battle ended very quickly. All those who resisted were killed. The remaining Protoss were thrown into Zhao Hai's space. Whether they lived or died in the future was not within Zhao Hai's consideration. After Zhao Hai sped up, he and the others quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Then, with this small city as the center, they began to rest and reorganize. Zhao Hai also paid attention to the team of non-human gods. The foreign gods were still following behind them, but the distance between them seemed to have increased. Zhao Hai ignored them and had Hiko and the others calculate the results of the battle, as well as the casualties. The battle this time was extremely exciting. More than 3,000 people of the Thunder race had died in the battle, while the Barbarian race and the Winged Horse race had more than 2,000 casualties each. This was within their acceptable range. Standing on the Hades, Zhao Hai's heart was heavy as he listened to Hiko's report. To be honest, he did not want to continue fighting like this, but he had no choice. The battle had already reached this stage, and it was not something he could stop just because he wanted to. If he stopped, the people from the Ark continent and the demon race would be fine, but what about Hiko and the others? Just Heir and the others alone would be difficult to deal with the gods' race. Other than Heir and the others, now that the gods of the other races had found out about the situation here, they would probably join in as well. Once they joined in, it would no longer be a matter between them and the Golden Bull celestial race. The entire divine world would probably be lit up with flames of war. Most importantly, the Atlantic continent and the Netherworld had not been eliminated yet. Zhao Hai had always thought that the Netherworld was not as simple as it seemed. Their level division seemed to be more than the god races. Did that mean that the Netherworld actually had some people who were stronger than the god-grade powerhouses? If that was the case, no one would be able to stop the god race's attack if he were to withdraw. Whether it was the god realm or any other plane, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of being conquered by the netherworld. After Hiko and the others finished their report, they looked at Zhao Hai, who was standing still at the bow of the ship. They had no idea what he was thinking. After a while, they realized that Zhao Hai was still not moving. The few of them could not help but feel a little uneasy. In the end, it was the great demon king who spoke. "What's wrong, sir? What's the matter?" Zhao Hai came back to his senses. He turned to look at the great demon king and the others and found that they were all looking at him with worried expressions. He couldn't help but smile and say, "It's nothing, I'm just feeling a little emotional. The casualties in this battle are not small. How about this? Let the undead creatures take the lead in the next battle and try to reduce the casualties." Fei, and the others did not say anything. To be honest, although Fei, and the others wanted to raise their status in Zhao Hai's heart, they were not crazy enough to gamble with the lives of their own people. At that moment, a thunder tribesman suddenly flew to the side of Hades and shouted at Zhao Hai, "Sir, there are a few foreign gods outside who want to see you." NBSB Zhao Hai was taken aback. The reason he had Fei and the others attack today was to show the non-human gods that he was truly working with them and that he wasn't lying. Show your strength and let those who might become your allies know of your strength. These foreign gods might become Zhao Hai's allies, which is why Zhao Hai wanted to show them his strength. Although Zhao Hai was showing off his power to the foreign gods, he didn't expect them to respond so quickly. "Please," Zhao Hai said to the Thunder clansman. The Lei clansman bowed to Zhao Hai and turned to leave. Zhao Hai turned to look at Fei, and the others and smiled. "It seems that those arrogant guys have seen how powerful we are." "Hahaha, I say, should we also show some arrogance?" When Hiko and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned for a moment, then laughed. At that moment, the Thunder tribesmen led 3 foreign gods to the side of the Hades. Zhao Hai looked over and saw that it was the 3 leaders of the gods. Zhao Hai bowed slightly to the 3 of them and said with a smile, "Hello, everyone. Please come up and have a drink." The 3 of them were taken aback. They looked at each other and flew back to the Hades. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the tables, chairs, and food were served. "This way, please." Zhao Hai extended his hand slightly. The 3 of them looked at each other and did not know what to say. They looked around and saw Fei and the rest. They also saw the great demon king and the demonic dragon king, but they did not see anyone from the 3 great alien races that they wanted to see. The 3 of them could not help but look surprised. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 of them and smiled. "The 3 of you must be thinking about where the Beast King and the others are. To be honest, they're not here. In fact, before we counterattack the Protoss, they don't need to participate in any battles. Although the people of their 3 races have been raised to level 9 by me with potions, their combat power is still a little lacking compared to the Protoss, so I didn't let them participate." Sir Ladina looked at Zhao Hai. "You're saying that they're not even here on the Divine Realm's main continent?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Of course not. Last time I just wanted to let them meet you. No matter what, you are of the same race. In the past, in order to deal with the Protoss who went to the lower realm, you people from the Divine World even gave them 3 divine artifacts. They took them with them that day to show you. It's a pity that you didn't give them the chance." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Ladina and the others couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 of them and smiled. "I'm fine, I'm just joking. Come and have a seat. I wonder what business you have with me today." When the 3 of them heard Zhao Hai's words, they walked over to the side table and sat down. Hiko and the others also sat down. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 of them and smiled. "I forgot to introduce the 3 of you. This is Fei, a member of the Thunder clan. This is Man Dingxian, a member of the Man clan. This is Zhan Yue, a member of the Winged Horse clan. These 2 are the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King of the Demon World. The last time I saw the 3 of you, I didn't know your names. Can the 3 of you introduce yourselves?" "I'm Ladina from the Dwarves," Ladina said as she looked at Zhao Hai. "Zio Bingya from the Werewolf clan," the Orc replied in a deep voice. "I'm Eheta of the Elf clan," the Elf replied in a deep voice. "Is there anything I can help you with today?" Zhao Hai nodded. The 3 of them looked at each other and really didn't know what to say. Zio Bingya said in a deep voice, "Today, we followed you and saw your battle with the Protoss. To be honest, the process of the battle was beyond our expectations. I really didn't expect you to be so strong." Zhao Hai was taken aback by Zio Bingya's words. He knew that Zio Bingya and the others would not give in to him so easily in the future. He did not expect Zio Bingya to say this. Zhao Hai laughed. "Actually, this is also luck. The few of you grew up in the Divine Realm and have a lot of contact with the God's race. I think you must know their High God, right? This ship wasn't originally mine, but last time they summoned that High God to deal with me. I defeated him, so this ship is my trophy." When Zio Bingya and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned for a moment. Then their expressions changed. They had been fighting the gods their entire lives, so they knew what the gods' high gods were. However, they did not expect Zhao Hai to be able to defeat them. The great demon king looked at Zio Bingya and the others, smiled and said more than once, "In fact, you've defeated the high god twice. The first time was on the Ark continent. The god race summoned the high god to deal with you, but you took a small tower. The second time was this ship, but it wasn't as beautiful as it is now." Zhao Hai laughed. This boat was made by combining his small tower and the boat. Hee, it's an upgraded version. Not bad, right? Xiao Bingya and the others looked at each other in shock. They did not expect Zhao Hai to be able to do this. It was too shocking. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. Guys, let's get straight to the point. You want to form an alliance with us to deal with the god race, right? Xiao Bingya and the other two looked at each other and nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. It's not impossible to form an alliance, but I don't think you have the final say in this matter. It's best to go back and discuss it with your tribe. If you agree, then you can reply to me as soon as possible. I want to use this time to deal with the Golden Bull divine race. Xiao Bingya and the other two nodded after hearing Zhao Hai's words. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. They didn't have the final say in such a big matter like the alliance. Moreover, it seemed like the demons were on Zhao Hai's side. Fei and the other two seemed to be very close to Zhao Hai as well. In addition, Zhao Hai's powerful combat strength was enough to compete with them. Under such circumstances, they could only report this matter to their clan. Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and smiled. Everyone, the reason why we didn't attack the Golden Bull continent with you this time was my idea. I think you know very well how deep the hatred between your three races and the god race is. If you participate in this attack on the Golden Bull continent, the entire god race will counterattack. At this time, we haven't taken the Golden Bull continent yet, which is very unfavorable to us. If the god race wants to interfere in our fight with the Golden Bull continent, then we will inform you to act together. To be honest, I didn't like your attitude before, but there is a good saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We have a common enemy, the god race. As long as we destroy the god race, we will have a good life, so I am willing to form an alliance with you. Xiao Bingya and the other two didn't say anything, but they looked a little embarrassed. Their attitude wasn't very good before. If they were to treat someone one level lower than them, they wouldn't have anything to say. However, when they were facing Zhao Hai, an expert on the same level as them, their attitude was very disgusting. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to say it so directly. Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and smiled. The three of you, we still have many things to do here, so I won't keep you any longer. I hope that you can contact your clansmen as soon as possible and give us a reply as soon as possible. Are you forming an alliance or not? If you agree, then we'll have to make preparations. Xiao Bingya and the other two looked at each other and stood up at the same time. They bowed to Zhao Hai and turned to leave. Fei could not help but chuckle when he saw Xiao Bingya and the others leave. Sir, you have a way. To be honest, I'm sick of their arrogance. I think they'll restrain themselves after this incident. I really hope they can form an alliance with us, Zhao Hai said with a smile. But to be honest, I'm not too worried if they don't. Fei laughed. When they had been fighting against the three foreign gods, they had always been at a disadvantage, which had puzzled him. Now that Zhao Hai had explained it, he understood. The reason they had felt at a disadvantage against the three foreign gods was because they didn't have the strength to compete with them. They thought that without their help, they would definitely lose. Thus, they had naturally been at a disadvantage. But Zhao Hai was different. His strength was clear for all to see. Whether or not the three foreign gods helped him or allied with him, he wasn't afraid. It was because of this that Zhao Hai was able to be on equal footing with them, or even have the advantage. As the old saying goes, one needs to be strong to forge iron. Fei and the others finally understood this principle. Fei looked at Zhao Hai and said in a low voice, Sir, our attack on the Protoss is going very smoothly, but there is one thing I have to tell you. I heard that there is an ultimate weapon in the 13 continents of the Protoss. Every day when the continent is facing a life and death situation, they will use this weapon. I heard that this weapon is very powerful, but I don't know how successful it is. I have never seen that weapon before. I have only heard of it. Ultimate weapon. Zhao Hai was stunned. And this might be the reason why the three foreign gods were able to defend the three continents and not be destroyed by the god race. It's alright, I really want to see what kind of weapon it is. Seeing how relaxed Zhao Hai was, Fei could not help but remind them, Sir, you have to be careful. I heard from those Protoss that the weapon can move mountains and overturn seas. It's extremely powerful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, okay, don't worry, I'll be careful. No matter what, we must take down the Golden Bull continent. Then sooner or later, we will have to face this weapon. How about this? We will strengthen our attack tomorrow. This way, they can use that weapon to deal with us. Then they can use that weapon to deal with your three races. When Hiko and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned. Then their expressions changed. They had never thought of this. If the gods' race really used that ultimate weapon against their people, they would lose without a doubt. Zhao Hai looked at Hiko and the others and consoled them, all right, don't worry. We'll speed up our attack tomorrow. I really want to see what the Protoss' ultimate weapon looks like. Hiko and the rest stopped talking. Zhao Hai turned to them and said, Fei when you go back, send a letter to your clansmen. Don't push the God clan too hard. Let us deal with them. Yes, the three of them replied. They stood up and bade Zhao Hai farewell before leaving. Zhao Hai looked at Hiko and the others and couldn't help but laugh. The great demon king also laughed and said, Sir, you scared them. but to be honest, that possibility is possible. If I were the master of Golden Bull Continent, I would use my ultimate weapon to destroy their 3 races first and then turn around to fight with us. This way there would be no worries. Zhao Hai nodded. That's right. I thought so too, that's why I reminded them. But the strange thing is, why didn't they mention the ultimate weapon before? Did you forget? The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King looked at each other. They didn't know what to say. It seemed like Heir and the rest had forgotten about this matter, but it was hard to say whether they had really forgotten about it. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled. All right, don't worry. It doesn't matter if they really forgot or not, it's the same to me. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King looked at each other and laughed. The Demon Dragon King even said, "Perhaps Sir will have another weapon." Zhao Hai laughed when he heard that. Zhao Hai was so relaxed not because he looked down on the Protoss' ultimate weapon, but because he was confident. He believed that with Hades' strength, he could defeat Lu Wei. If Hades couldn't defeat Lu Wei, the Protoss wouldn't call him God. If Lu Wei wanted to become a high god of the Protoss, he had to have the strength to do so. Both the Dark Soul Tower and the treasured ship were extremely powerful. If Zhao Hai had not gone through several upgrades, he would not have been able to defeat Lu Wei. In other words, Lu Wei's 2 treasures were even more powerful than the Protoss' ultimate weapons. Otherwise, the Protoss would not have submitted to him. Lu Wei's 2 treasures were both stronger than the god's race's ultimate weapon. If Zhao Hai combined the 2 treasures, wouldn't it be even more powerful? This was the reason why Zhao Hai was so confident. Zhao Hai was very confident, but he would not underestimate his enemies. A lion would use all its strength when hunting a rabbit. Zhao Hai was the same. When Hiko and the others returned to their campsite, they immediately wrote a letter to their clan and had someone send it back. They were really afraid that the situation Zhao Hai had described would happen. Early the next morning, Zhao Hai and the others continued to attack the Golden Bull celestial race. However, Zhao Hai had changed his way of fighting. He asked Heir about the situation on the Golden Bull continent. Zhao Hai and the others were currently located in the southeast of the Golden Bull continent. It was considered inland. If they attacked according to the direction they had attacked in yesterday, they would be attacking the northwest of the Golden Bull continent. It was equivalent to cutting a diagonal line in the Golden Bull continent. Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen. He changed his mind. He wanted to take the southeast of the Golden Bull continent and make it their rear to ensure that no enemy would suddenly appear from behind and attack them. Therefore, his attack direction today was all the enemies in the southeast of the Golden Bull continent. The Golden Bull continent didn't have a lot of military forces. Moreover, the southeastern region was on the defensive. Almost all the troops were concentrated in the cities of various sizes. This gave Zhao Hai an opportunity. Zhao Hai removed the cities one by one as if he was removing nails. At the same time, the map of the Golden Bull continent in the interspace was getting bigger and bigger. In just 3 days, Zhao Hai had conquered dozens of cities in the southeast of the Golden Bull continent. He had thrown all the Protoss into that space. Zhao Hai didn't really want to starve the Protoss to death. Although the Protoss had destroyed some of the land in that space, it was a huge space. As long as the Protoss calmed down, they would realize the importance of those things and naturally wouldn't destroy them. However, it was hard to say how long it would take for the Protoss to forget their hatred for Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect the Protoss to provide him with power of belief anyway. He only threw those Protoss into the origin space because he didn't want to kill more people. After Zhao Hai had cleaned up the entire southeast area of the Golden Bull continent, they immediately began to push into the Golden Bull continent. However, Zhao Hai did not push in recklessly this time. Instead, he went straight for the largest city on the Golden Bull continent, which was also their capital, Divine Decree City. With this flash, they advanced even faster. They were almost in a straight line as they attacked the Divine Decree City. All the cities they encountered along the way had been captured by Zhao Hai and his men. They were truly unstoppable. The speed of Zhao Hai's group's charge had caused the entire Golden Bull continent to panic. Some people from the Golden Bull continent had even started to prepare ships to take refuge in other continents. At this moment, Heir and the others received a reply from their clansmen. They had stopped their attack on the Golden Bull celestial race and were preparing to send some of their clan's influential people to meet Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to fight the Golden Bull celestial race to the death. He just wanted to use this method to make the Golden Bull celestial race focus all their attention on him. Zhao Hai was very clear that he couldn't push the celestial race too hard. Otherwise, if the Golden Bull celestial race really asked for help from the other celestial races, things would become even more troublesome. Therefore, when Zhao Hai received the news that Heir's clansmen had stopped attacking the Golden Bull celestial race, he also slowed down the speed of his attack. He had slowed down not because he didn't want to do anything, but because he wanted to clear up the territories that he had conquered. If his previous attack on the Golden Bull celestial race was a straight line, then it was now a flat line, advancing in parallel. This way, even though his attack speed had slowed down, his territory was getting bigger and bigger. Zhao Hai did this for two reasons. First, he wanted to obtain more territory. Second, he wanted to give the Thunder race and the other two races a chance. Third, he was waiting for the three great S-God races to make a reply. Although Zhao Hai's speed had slowed down, the atmosphere on the Golden Bull continent had become even more tense. This was because Zhao Hai was nibbling away at the Golden Bull continent bit by bit, reducing the living space of the people on the Golden Bull continent. Zhao Hai was also keeping an eye on the Ark continent's reaction. He had already asked Hiko to send a letter to their race. Although the three races had stopped attacking the Ark continent, Zhao Hai had asked them to do something else. He asked them to send out the elite troops of their races to monitor the sea around the Golden Bull continent. He wanted to see if the Golden Bull continent was asking for help from the other continents. The Thunder clan and the other two clans agreed to this request without even thinking about it. Initially, they felt guilty that they couldn't help to deal with the Golden Bull celestial race. Now, there was no need for that. On the third day after Zhao Hai occupied the entire southeast region of the Golden Bull continent, the representatives of the Thunder race and the other two races finally arrived. This time, the three races had sent an extremely luxurious lineup. There were 200,000 elites from the Thunder race, 500,000 elites from the Barbarian race, and 1 million elites from the Winged Horse race. Moreover, all of them were divine rank experts. The leaders of the three races were also very impressive. The leader of the Thunder race and Barbarian race was the great elder of their race, an existence that was only second to the Patriarch. The leader of the Winged Horse race was their chairman. Other than the Patriarch, the Winged Horse race also had a parliament to participate in the ruling. Compared to the great elders of the Barbarian race and the Thunder race, their status wasn't low at all. On the contrary, it might even be higher than that. It could be said that the number 2 human race among the three races had arrived. The status of these people was much higher than Heir and the others. This lineup could really be called gorgeous. When they arrived at the main camp, Zhao Hai and the others were resting in a medium-sized city called Divine Will City. Zhao Hai was still living on the Hades. Hiko and the others had set up a large camp in Divine Will City. When the three races arrived, they went to their own camp. Zhao Hai didn't mind the situation. He was only an ally of the three races, not their king. There was no need for them to visit him first. They had to contact their own people first to understand the situation before coming to visit Zhao Hai. However, the three races didn't make him wait for too long. After they entered the camp and settled down, the leaders of the three races came over. Zhao Hai stood on the deck of the King of Hades and looked at the leaders of the three races. The three of them were not young, and they were dressed in the characteristics of their own races. The first elder of the Barbarian race was wearing a leather robe. He had a strong body and held a cane in his hand. Although he was wearing a robe, it made him look very mighty, like a general wearing a scholar's uniform. The great elder of the Thunder clan was also very tall. He was also wearing a robe and holding a vine stick in his hand. However, this vine stick was much smaller and was about the size of a cane. The chairman of the Winged Horse tribe was dressed in gorgeous clothes and looked very beautiful. He held a well-made cane in his hand and looked more like a great noble on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai smacked the three of them and said, "Zhao Hai greets the three of you. The three of you have rushed all the way here to see Zhao Hai. I am flattered and shocked. Please have a seat." The three of them quickly responded. The chairman of the Winged Horse tribe looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Zhan Fang greets, sir. Sir, you're really too polite. It's only right for me to come here to pay my respects. Please don't say that, sir." The Thunder clan's grand elder also bowed and said, "Zhen Wushwang greets Mr. Heir has already told us about Mr. I really admire Mr.'s ability." Zhao Hai smiled at the three of them. "The three of you don't have to be so polite. Please take a seat. I'm really happy that the three of you have come." Please, there was a table on the deck, and it was filled with food. It wasn't just Zhen Wushwang and his group that had come. Heir and the others had come as well. On Zhao Hai's side, only the great Demon King and the demonic Dragon King had come. After everyone sat down, Laura and the others served the dishes that they had prepared beforehand. This time, the dishes were Zhao Hai's favorite China dishes. Such dishes could not be found on the Ark continent, the Protos, or any other plane. Great Demon King and the others looked at the dishes on the table and were stunned for a moment. However, these people were all people with status and had seen all kinds of big scenes, so they were only stunned for a moment and no one said anything. Zhao Hai personally picked up his glass and poured everyone a glass of wine. Then he smiled and said, "These dishes are unique to our Buddha family. There aren't many people on the continent who have eaten such dishes. I'm very happy that everyone has come today. Please, let's drink to our heart's content." The few of them raised their glasses and returned the greeting. After finishing the wine in their glasses, Zhao Hai poured a second glass. However, this time he did not raise his glass. Instead, he looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone have a taste of our Buddha family's food. There's no need to be polite." The great Demon King and the others ate a mouthful of the dish out of curiosity. The taste was really good and they couldn't help but praise it. Zhao Hai smiled and thanked them. He drank another glass of wine and said, "Is there anything you need from me?" Man Yunjung looked at Zhao Hai and said with a smile, "We are all here on the orders of our patriarch to thank Mr. Zhao Hai. You did not kill us on the Ark continent. At the same time, you formed an alliance with us to fight against the Protoss. You fought in front of us in every battle. This made us very touched." Zhao Hai smiled. "You're too kind. We're allies, and that's what allies should do. Besides, the gods are our common enemy. It's only right to deal with them." Zhan Feng also nodded. "That's right, sir, you've already taken very good care of us. We can't always watch you fight the god race alone. It really makes us feel uneasy." Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "You're too polite. It's really nothing. If you don't use the undead creatures and let your people charge into the enemy lines, it's not something that I, Zhao Hai, would do. We're allies. I'm not trying to take advantage of the situation to control your races. There's no need to waste your strength, right?" Zhan Fang didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so direct. He didn't know how to reply. Zhan Yue knew Zhao Hai's style of speaking, so he smiled and said, "Chairman, sir has always been very straightforward. He's always said whatever he has to his friends. He'll only do so when he's facing his enemies." Zhan Fang nodded and looked at Zhao Hai with appreciation. He raised his glass and said, "Here's a toast to you, sir. You're a true friend. Also, this wine really tastes good." Zhao Hai smiled. "I'm glad you like it. I'll give you some when you go back. Oh, I also have milk wine and fruit wine from the orcs. Hee, there's a lot of wine on the Ark continent, and it tastes good." Zhao Hai and the others were drinking rice wine. It was not very strong, but it was very mellow. Even people who had never drunk strong alcohol could stand it. After the few of them had another glass of wine, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "I've already spoken to the S-God race. We can form an alliance with them, but I hope that they won't make a move against the God race. Does anyone have any objections?" Fei and the others had already written a letter to the clan to inform them about this, so Zhen Wuxuang and the others knew about it. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, the three of them shook their heads. Zhen Wuxuang even said, "We've thought about what Sir said before, but at that time we were afraid that our allies were not strong enough, so we had no choice but to ask the S-God tribe for help. Now that Sir is here, we have to change our plans, or it will be very disadvantageous for us. Also, I really have to thank Sir for the matter of the ultimate weapon this time. Not many people in our three races know about the ultimate weapon, and ever since we were conquered by the Protoss, we have never seen such a weapon. That's why we don't know if he exists or not. That's why we didn't tell Sir. Please don't blame us." Zhao Hai waved his hand. "There's no need to be so polite. It's right to not say anything without confirmation. I don't blame you, so you don't have to be so nervous. Hee, that's right. I'll be giving you some news fish in a while. This will make it more convenient for us to contact each other. It'll also be more convenient for us to contact your tribe. It's best if you give some news fish to the people who are monitoring the Golden Bull Divine Tribe at sea so that they can send us the news as soon as possible. It'll be easier for us to respond. Fei has already sent some information back to the clan. To be honest, sir, that thing is really useful." Zhen Wuxuang nodded. Zhao Hai laughed. This merfolk messenger fish was actually found in the sea of the Ark continent. The merfolk have been using this fish to send messages. However, the other races were suppressed by the Church of Light, so the people of the Ark continent never knew about the existence of the merfolk messenger fish. Zhen Wuxuang and the others nodded. They had some understanding of the situation on the Ark continent. The methods the God race used to deal with the Ark continent were much more effective than the other races. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, the Ark continent would have been under the rule of the God race. Zhao Hai continued, "However, this information fish has its flaws. One fish can only communicate with the right person. This isn't very good. However, I'm thinking of ways to improve it. I hope it'll be useful." "Sir," Zhan Fang said in a deep voice, "you mean that I can use a fish to talk to more than one person in the future? If that's the case, then that's great. However, based on the current situation, I'm afraid it won't be long before the Golden Bull celestial race uses their ultimate weapon. Does Sir have any plans?" Zhao Hai smiled. "In my opinion, there's nothing to be afraid of about this ultimate weapon. It's obvious that the Protoss can't use this weapon easily. If they want to use it, they'll have to pay a high price. However, I'm very curious about this weapon. It's not just the Golden Bull Protoss ultimate weapon. I'm also very curious about the ultimate weapons of the other Protoss." Zhan Fang and the others all laughed. They admired Zhao Hai's confidence. They chatted until everyone was full, then they left. After Zhan Fang and the others left, Laura and the others could come out of the cabin. Laura looked at them with a puzzled expression and said, "Big Brother Hai, what are these guys doing here?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Let's see what kind of person I am. Let's see how determined I am to deal with the Protoss. What else can I do? That's all I can do." "It seems like they're very satisfied," Lola nodded. "Brother Hai, what do we do next?" Zhao Hai smiled. "As I said, I can't help but see what the Protoss ultimate weapon looks like. I want to see if it can add some functions to Hades." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others all laughed. The next day, Zhao Hai continued to push toward the Golden Bull continent. Although his speed was not fast, he was still advancing every day. This had already given the Golden Bull celestial race a huge headache. As for Zhan Fang and the others, it was really an eye-opener for them. The combat power of Hades was beyond their expectations. Although they had heard talk about how powerful Hades was, seeing it with their own eyes still shocked them. On the 5th day after Zhan Fang's group met up with Zhao Hai, news came from the S-God race. This time, it was still Yehida's group who came to deliver the news. They also brought good news to Zhao Hai. They agreed to form an alliance with Zhao Hai and agreed to not attack the Golden Bull God race for now, nor did they provoke the other God races. If the other God races joined the battle on the Ark continent, they would immediately attack the other God races. They would help Zhao Hai and the others from the side. After discussing the details with Yet Ta and the others, Zhao Hai began his large-scale attack on the Golden Bull celestial race according to the plan. This time, Zhao Hai didn't advance slowly. Instead, he accelerated his speed to force the Golden Bull celestial race to use their ultimate weapon as soon as possible. Zhao Hai's plan was extremely successful. On the 10th day after he formed an alliance with the S-God race, the God's race activated their ultimate divine weapon. At that time, Zhao Hai was attacking a medium-sized proto-city. The city's protective shield had already been destroyed by Zhao Hai, and the undead creatures were attacking the city. Zhao Hai stood on the Hades and watched the battle below. Ye Ta and the others stood beside him. After contacting Zhao Hai last time, the three of them didn't leave. They stayed by Zhao Hai's side and watched him break through the proto-cities one by one. Then he either took away the people in the cities or turned them into undead creatures. When they first saw this scene, they were very shocked. However, after a long time, they became numb to it. They only had one thought in their hearts: never become enemies with Zhao Hai. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly felt an extremely powerful aura pouncing toward them from the distance. This was the most powerful aura Zhao Hai had ever felt. Even Lu Wei had not given him this feeling. A trace of excitement flashed in Zhao Hai's eyes. He turned to Yet Ta and the others and said, "Guys, the Golden Bull celestial race might have used their ultimate weapon. Please get off the ship first. If we start fighting later, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you. Furthermore, you might get injured on the ship." The status of Eheda and the others in their own clans was not low, so they knew about the ultimate divine weapon. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, their expressions changed. They bowed to Zhao Hai and left the Hades. Zhao Hai rode the Hades and rushed toward the powerful aura. Zhao Hai had initially thought that the God's race's ultimate God race would definitely be extremely huge and powerful. However, when he saw the God's race's ultimate divine weapon, he was stunned for a moment. That was because the ultimate divine weapon was really too small. It was a golden metal bull that was about the size of an ordinary bull. It was running in the air with its 4 hooves. A man was sitting on the back of the bull. He was wearing a white weapon suit. His hair and beard were white, but he was very tall. Although he was an old man, he still gave off the aura of a lion. Zhao Hai stopped the Hades and looked at the man and the bull approaching. He was not sure if this was the ultimate divine weapon of the Golden Bull celestial race. The old man stopped about 100 meters in front of the Hades. He looked at Zhao Hai and said calmly, "You're Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai looked at the old man and smiled. "That's right, I'm Zhao Hai. May I know who you are?" The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young man, how dare you come to my Golden Bull continent and behave atrociously? Today I will let you know that the divine realm is not a place where you, a person from the lower realm, can behave atrociously." Zhao Hai looked at the old man and smiled. "You can't come. I really don't know. All I know is that the divine realm is a place where people can behave atrociously, but you guys can't do anything to me. Why? Did you use the ultimate divine weapon in your clan? To be honest, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, but I didn't expect you to use it so late. I'm really disappointed." The old man's face was still calm, but Zhao Hai noticed that his beard trembled slightly. It was obvious that his emotions were fluctuating. Zhao Hai could guess the reason. It must be because he had mentioned the ultimate divine weapon. Even among the gods, not many people knew about the ultimate divine weapon. Moreover, the first person to know about it would try his best to keep it a secret. Now that Zhao Hai had mentioned the ultimate divine weapon, the old man was naturally a little excited. Zhao Hai did this on purpose because he didn't know if the metal bull that the old man was riding was an ultimate divine weapon. That was why he tried to test it out, and the result was pretty good. Zhao Hai was sure that the metal bull was an ultimate divine weapon. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said coldly, "I didn't expect that someone from the lower realm like you would know so much about our god's race. However, it's useless to know. You're dead today." With that, the old man waved his hand. A very small magic array disc suddenly appeared in his hand. When the old man put the disc away, Zhao Hai suddenly realized that he was surrounded by nearly 20 domain weapons. There were 20 territory weapons, including 10 knight spears, 5 longswords, and 5 shields. Although these territory weapons were small compared to Pluto, they were still territory weapons, so their attack power was not weak. Zhao Hai didn't even look at the Protoss around him who were using domain weapons. Instead, he looked curiously at the small formation disc in the old man's hand. The small formation disc looked extremely refined and was made of golden metal. It was very beautiful. Zhao Hai was sure that the magic array board was not a simple object. These experts with domain weapons would not have appeared out of thin air. They must have been following the old man, but the magic array in the old man's hand was used as a cover, so Zhao Hai did not notice these protos. At the sight of Zhao Hai, the old man's face darkened. He patted the metal bull's head twice with his left hand, and a small hole suddenly appeared on the head. The old man put the formation plate into the hole, and it disappeared immediately. It was very exquisite. Although the old man was still some distance away from Zhao Hai, he could clearly see the old man's movements. He also saw the metal bull's movements. There was a small groove in the metal bull, just enough to put the magic array disc. It could be described as exquisite. After the old man placed the formation plate, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You're the first one in so many years to come to my Golden Bull continent and cause trouble. You're quite bold, but the dignity of the Golden Bull celestial race can't be trampled on by anyone. You must die." Zhao Hai looked at the old man and smiled. "Do you think you can take my life with just you and these people? Are you guys still sleeping? Do you really think that these people who use domain weapons can pose a threat to me? Stop dreaming. Today I'll let you know what true martial strength is." With a thought, the magic arrays on both sides of Hades began to adjust their angles, aiming at the protos. The old man looked at Zhao Hai quietly. He didn't believe that a few magic cannons would be of any use. He couldn't be blamed for not being well informed. Other than the first time Zhao Hai attacked Holy Light City, he had never used the magic cannons on Hades. During that time, not a single protos escaped, so the protos had no idea how powerful the magic cannons on Hades were. It was impossible for a magic cannon to break the shield of a domain weapon master. Hence, he was not worried at all. The protos powerhouses who used domain weapons didn't take this matter to heart either. They were the top existences of the protos. Even ordinary protos had such pride, let alone them. It was because of their nonchalant attitude that Zhao Hai had the chance to kill them in one shot. Although the people on board saw the magic cannons on Hades aiming at them, none of them moved. They wanted to use this method to intimidate Zhao Hai, so they did not dare to dodge. The magic cannons fired red beams at the same time. The beams of red light pierced the protos domains as if they were paper. The people inside were vaporized. The domain weapons lost control and fell to the ground. However, they quickly disappeared in midair, and Zhao Hai kept them in his origin space. After exterminating the protos, Zhao Hai looked up at the old man sitting on the metal bull and smiled. "Just them. You want my life, in your dreams." Zhao Hai had said this before, but the old man hadn't taken it to heart. He had thought that Zhao Hai was extremely arrogant. However, when he heard Zhao Hai say this, the old man was shocked. The old man looked at Zhao Hai as if he was looking at a monster. He didn't expect that 20 domain realm masters would be killed by Zhao Hai in an instant. Even if he used his domain weapon, he wouldn't be able to do this. For the first time, the old man had a bad feeling. The old man's expression changed when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He looked at Zhao Hai with an ashen face and snorted. "Don't think that you're invincible just because you took care of a few domain weapon users. Today, I'll let you know what an ultimate weapon is. Transform armor." Old man shouted. As the old man spoke, the metal bull he was sitting on suddenly turned into a yellow light and wrapped the old man in it. When the yellow light disappeared, Zhao Hai was stunned. In front of Zhao Hai, the old man from the Protos race stood quietly. However, the metal bull was no longer under his feet. Instead, he was wearing a set of armor. It was a very gorgeous golden armor. When Zhao Hai saw this armor, he could not help but think of something deep in his memory, the Gold Saint. The old man's armor was too similar to the armor of the Gold Saints, but it was more gorgeous. The old man was tall, so he looked even more mighty in this armor. The old man opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Hai. His eyes were cold and emotionless, as if Zhao Hai was a dead man. Zhao Hai snapped out of his daze when the old man's gaze swept over him. He felt a sense of danger, but he immediately patted his head and muttered, "Oh my God, what kind of world is this? Why did the Japanese's things appear? Who the hell can tell me what's going on?" The old man did not care about what Zhao Hai said. He looked at Zhao Hai coldly and said, "Anyone who dares to insult the Golden Bull celestial race will be punished by the High God. You must die." Zhao Hai looked at the old man and shook his head. "It's useless. Although you're making me feel very dangerous, I can also feel that this armor has very high requirements for the user. You can't answer the requirements of the armor at all. You're just forcing yourself to use the armor. You won't be able to last long." The old man looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. "You're right. I can't hold on for long, but it's enough to deal with you. Die." After saying that, the old man didn't make any gestures. He just took a step forward and said loudly, "War Stomp." A weak energy wave was emitted from the old man's feet and headed straight for Zhao Hai's Hades. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He could feel that the old man's attack was extremely powerful. He did not dare to be careless. He said in a low voice, "Huge waves." The waves under Pluto rushed out and turned into a huge wave, heading straight for the transparent force. Boom! The huge wave crashed into the force. As soon as the wave hit the force revealed itself. A huge transparent bull was crashing into Pluto. The giant bull was more than 10 meters long and had a pair of huge curved horns. It was obvious that it was powerful. However, Zhao Hai's monstrous wave was not easy to deal with. The waves had a unique characteristic, which was that they came in waves one after another. When the giant cow broke through one layer of waves, there was another layer behind it. Layer after layer of waves continuously blocked the giant cow's charge. Slowly, the giant cow's charging speed became slower and slower. The giant cow's body became smaller and smaller, and finally it disappeared. The giant bull disappeared, and the waves returned to the bottom of Hades. However, this time the battle created a strong shock wave that spread in all directions. Everything swept by the shock wave felt a huge force. Some undead creatures and protos who were fighting were sent flying by this force, and some of them even spat out blood. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're quite skilled indeed. To think that you could block this attack. However, your luck ends here. Take this, Golden Bull Charge." After saying that, the old man pulled back his right fist and threw out a fierce punch. A golden bull-shaped energy rushed straight toward the Hades. This energy was not as big as the transparent energy, but it was more solid and faster. Zhao Hai looked at the incoming force. With a thought, Hades rapidly shrunk until it was only a 10-meter-long boat. Zhao Hai was no longer sitting on the boat. Instead, he stood in midair and waved his hand. Wave-breaking strike. Pluto rushed forward, and its speed almost reached its limit in an instant. With a yellow flash, it collided with the bull-shaped energy. Just Kai, it was as if someone had used a sword to pierce through a cow's hide. The old man's bull-shaped energy had completely disappeared in the air, but the Hades was still charging at the old man. The old man's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Earth Ox, turn over." He turned his body like a giant old bull. It looked very clumsy, but it was a dexterous attack. He dodged the impact of the Hades. As soon as he dodged Pluto's attack, the old man immediately clenched his fist and shouted, "Take this, Thousand Bulls Crossing." After saying that, he waved his hand again, aiming straight for Zhao Hai, who was still in midair. By the time the old man was done, Hades had yet to return to No Sea's side. The old man threw more than 100 punches in an instant. The first punch had a bull-shaped chi force rushing towards Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai did not care at all. He shouted, "100 flowers bloom." As soon as Zhao Hai finished his sentence, Hades appeared beside them. Hades did not grow in size, but the magic cannons, which had shrunk in size, shot out beams of red light to meet the old man's incoming energy. The red light and the energy collided, and red and yellow flowers bloomed. They were as beautiful as fireworks. At this moment, the old man made another move. However, this time he didn't use his fist. The old man clenched his fists and spread them out on both sides of his body. Then he extended his index finger and said, "Twin horns kill." After he finished speaking, he pushed his finger with his arm and stabbed it forward. As he did so, two streams of energy that looked like bull horns shot out from their fingers and headed straight for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's figure suddenly moved and returned to the Hades. The Hades was like a sharp sword, piercing through the old man's energy. Flying disc collision formation. Zhao Hai finally spoke. The old man had just released his finger, and before he could change his move, Hades' ram was already in front of him. The old man's expression finally changed. At this point, it was impossible for him to change his move. He crossed his arms in front of his body and curled up his body, waiting for Zhao Hai's ram. As luck would have it, Zhao Hai's attack landed on the elbow of the old man's armor. With a crisp sound, the elbow broke. The old man's body rolled back as if he had been hit by a car. At the same time, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. The Hades' speed was slightly reduced due to the collision. The old man used the force of the collision to fly nearly 1,000 meters away. He had no intention of turning back to fight Zhao Hai. With a flash of his body, he disappeared into the distance. The old man's actions were out of Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai looked at the old man who had disappeared and shook his head impatiently. He knew that it was too late to chase after him. The old man could not run in a straight line either. He had no idea where he had run to. Zhao Hai shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. He waved his hand and picked up something from the ground. It was the elbow spike on the old man's armor that he had broken. Zhao Hai took a closer look. He noticed that the elbow spike was silver in color, and there seemed to be a shimmering light on it. It was very beautiful, but at the same time it was very sharp. Zhao Hai waved his hand and threw the spike into his space. He turned to look in the direction the old man had left, then turned back to the city he was charging at. The people in that city were also paying attention to the battle. Now that Zhao Hai had defeated the old man, the protos who were fighting back were shocked. Then they began to panic. Those who were fighting back began to run away. This made it even easier for the undead continent and Hiko's group to attack. After a while, no one in the city was fighting back. Just like before, Zhao Hai directly threw the protos who were no longer fighting back into his origin space. After Zhao Hai was done, Zhen Wuxuang, Zhao Bingya, and the others boarded the Hades. They had witnessed the battle just now. They were not stupid. Of course, they knew that the old man was using the ultimate weapon of the Golden Bull continent. It was because of this that they were even more shocked. Zhao Hai had actually defeated the ultimate weapon of the Golden Bull continent. Hence, when they boarded the Hades, they looked at Zhao Hai differently. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "What's wrong? Don't be surprised, everyone. Strictly speaking, it would be very difficult for me to deal with that person. It was just that his strength was not enough to drive that armor, so he was injured and escaped. Although Zhao Hai was rich, Zhen Wushuang and the others were not stupid. They knew that Zhao Hai was being humble, however they did not say much. They only told Zhao Hai about the casualties and stopped talking. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "For now, our current progress is very smooth. However, after that old man escapes today, we may be in trouble." The armor that the old man is using is the ultimate weapon of the Golden Bull continent. Now that they have discovered that the ultimate weapon is useless against me, they will definitely ask for reinforcements. Elder Zhen Wushuang, Elder Man Yunjiang, Chairman Zhan Fang, I hope that the three of you can contact your clans and ask them to send more people. I think the Golden Bull continent will definitely ask the other continents for help. The three of them agreed. They had also thought of this point. The ultimate weapon was the Golden Bull celestial race's last resort. Now that they had lost even this last resort, if they didn't help, they could only wait for death. The people of the Golden Bull continent weren't idiots. They wouldn't do this. Zhao Hai turned around and looked at Xiao Bingya and the other two. He smiled and said, "The three of you, explain the situation here to your clan leaders and have them prepare. You may be about to make a move." Xiao Bingya and the other two stood up and responded respectfully. They were really afraid of Zhao Hai now and did not know what other tricks he had up his sleeve. They had been following Zhao Hai for the past few days, so they had a better understanding of Zhao Hai's abilities. Those magic cannons, crystals, undead creatures, and even the Hades. Zhao Hai was a mystery. Today, Zhao Hai had let them know what it meant to fight. It was too terrifying. Their races also had ultimate weapons. It could be said that it was because of these ultimate weapons that their three races were able to protect the three continents. However, today, Zhao Hai had taken care of the old man from the Golden Bull continent who used the ultimate weapon in a few moves. This had finally let them witness Zhao Hai's combat power. It was not a joke. Now, in front of Zhao Hai, they did not dare to show any arrogance. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Zhao Hai nodded his head. "All right, let's get ready. We'll be advancing at a faster pace in the next few days. Before the other races' reinforcements arrive, we'll be able to take more territory." The others nodded and turned to leave. Whether it was Zhen Wushuang or Xiao Bingya, they had unconsciously regarded Zhao Hai as their leader. They would definitely listen to Zhao Hai's words. After arranging everything, Zhao Hai returned to the origin space in a flash. When Laura and the others saw him, they immediately surrounded him. "Big brother Hai, how are you? Are you all right?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. However, the ultimate weapon of Golden Bull continent is really something. It was able to block a few of Hades' attacks. Although I didn't unleash Hades' full power, it's already very good to be able to block such an attack." Lola nodded. "That's right. I really didn't expect that their ultimate weapon would be a set of armor. However, that armor looks quite powerful. Brother Hai, if they gather all the ultimate weapons from the other Protos continents to deal with you, will you be in trouble?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen. If I use all my strength to deal with that god race man, I will definitely be able to take care of him easily. However, I don't dare to use my full strength right now because I have discovered that the laws of heaven and earth in the god race's continent have begun to reject me." Laura and the others were stunned. Then their expressions changed. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Really? What kind of feeling is that?" NBSB Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "It seems like you went to a place where everyone was hostile to you and wanted to kick you out of that place. Moreover, they were all very strong. Even if I wanted to resist, I couldn't. That's why I didn't dare to use my full strength." Laura and the others nodded, not knowing what to do. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "All right, you don't have to worry too much about this. I can't leave in a short period of time. Although the laws of the world here reject me, it's not to the point where they have to kick me away. You don't have to worry. To be honest, if it wasn't for the Thunder Clan and the Atlan continent, I really want to leave now. My current strength can't be fully used in the Divine Realm. However, I'm very curious as to why Lu Wei wants to suppress the Goblin race. The Atlantic continent's development route is very similar to the Goblin races, but they're not being suppressed. I want to understand what's going on. After all, the place we're going to this time might be the Cultivation continent. Once we're there, we'll have to face Lu Wei. Lu Wei's true strength is definitely much stronger than his, so I want to understand him more and at the same time accumulate some strength. We'll also have more capital to save our lives." Lola and the others nodded. They still didn't know how powerful Lu Wei was, but they were sure that he was very strong, much stronger than the projections. Lu Wei was just an elder in the 5 unique sect. There might be many elders in the 5 unique sect, and there might be even more powerful existences than the elders. If that was the case, they would have to face an extremely powerful enemy in the cultivation world. In the face of a powerful enemy, having more life-saving means was definitely a good thing for them. Therefore, Laura and the others did not object to Zhao Hai's words. As for the Thunder race, Barbarian race, and Winged Horse race, Laura and the others didn't care about them at all. In their opinion, the people on the Ark continent were already safe. The Devil world was also safe because it had submitted to Zhao Hai. As for the barbarian race, and winged horse race, they were only cooperating with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't need to care about them at all. However, Laura and the others were just like Zhao Hai. They were extremely curious about the demonic armor in the Atlan continent. That demonic armor could actually reach the level of a god-grade expert, which was truly amazing. If they could improve the quality of the demonic armor and make more powerful demonic armor, their combat strength would be further improved, which was very important to them. The most important thing was that Laura and the others wanted to obtain the ultimate weapons of the various continents of the divine realm. Compared to the devil armor, the strength of those ultimate weapons was even more formidable. If they could obtain the ultimate weapons of the various continents, their combat strength would become even more powerful. At that time, they would not have to worry even if they were to face Lu Wei and the others. The war continued. Just as he had said, Zhao Hai had increased the speed of his attack on the divine realm. He no longer lacked soldiers, and had sent the first batch of the demon army to the infernal realm to train. The number of undead creatures under Zhao Hai's command had exceeded 100 million. Every day, Zhao Hai would have a large number of undead creatures entering his territory. These undead creatures were all god-grade powerhouses. It could be said that Zhao Hai's forces wouldn't be at a disadvantage against any of the Protos continents. Most importantly, Zhao Hai now had more than 20 domain weapons. Even for the Protos, this number was very powerful. Right now, the Golden Bull Celestial race had no other way to deal with Zhao Hai other than asking for reinforcements. It could be said that the Golden Bull Celestial race had reached the end of their line. With the increase in the number of undead creatures under Zhao Hai's command, the speed at which he dealt with the Golden Bull Celestial race also increased. Zhao Hai selected the strongest undead creatures and made them use domain weapons. Then he sent them out to attack the various cities of the Protos. This way, the speed of their advancement naturally increased. On the 5th day after the battle between Zhao Hai and the old man from the Golden Bull Celestial race, news came from the barbarian race. They found out that a group of people from the Golden Bull continent was heading in the direction of the Capricorn continent. It seemed that they were going to ask for reinforcements. There weren't many people in this small group, only less than 10,000. However, some of them were old men who rode on metal bulls, along with 2 people who used domain weapons. The rest were the most powerful cavalrymen on the Golden Bull continent. When the barbarian people saw such a formation, they didn't dare to stop them and let them go. When Man Yunjung and the others heard the news, they were relieved. Fortunately, they didn't stop them, otherwise they wouldn't even know how they died. As soon as Zhao Hai heard that the Golden Bull continent had sent out their ultimate weapon users, he immediately ordered the barbarian race and the other 2 races to launch a large-scale attack on the Golden Bull Celestial race. In order to prevent them from being at a disadvantage, when they encountered the experts of the Golden Bull God race with domain weapons, Zhao Hai specially sent 3 undead creatures with domain weapons to each race and let them guard the 3 races. However, what they didn't know was that the 3 teams of undead creatures were carrying a token that was separated from the blood staff. This token was used as a surveillance camera. With the addition of the 3 races and the large number of domain weapons, Zhao Hai and the others had gained the upper hand in the battle against the Golden Bull continent. Now, the Golden Bull continent had given up on the defense of the small and medium-sized cities on the periphery. They had gathered the main troops in several big cities on the Golden Bull continent. Only some ordinary proto-citizens were left in those small cities. However, Zhao Hai didn't relax much because of this. The Golden Bull Celestial race had given an order to their ordinary citizens that they could all stand up and resist Zhao Hai and his group. As long as these ordinary citizens could kill Zhao Hai and his group or an undead creature, they would be able to escape successfully and receive a lawsuit reward from the royal family. They could even become a noble of the Golden Bull Celestial race. Such a reward was very attractive to the ordinary people of the Golden Bull Celestial race. In the divine realm, the status of the royal family and the aristocrats was much higher than that of the people on the ark. In the god race, if you were a noble, then one day you might become the god of a plane. That plane would be your territory, and you could do anything you wanted there. It was precisely because of this that many people in the god race wanted to become aristocrats. However, the god race had very strict control over aristocrats in the past. They would not easily grant titles of nobility to anyone, so there were not many aristocrats on the Golden Bull continent. In this battle against the Ark continent, the Golden Bull continent suffered a huge loss. In order to slow down Zhao Hai's progress, the Golden Bull King gave the order. Those who had the ability to resist no longer stayed in the city. Instead, they began to play guerrilla warfare. This kind of strategy had a certain impact on Zhao Hai's group, especially against the people of the 3 great clans. They had to worry about being attacked by the Protos at any time. Although Zhao Hai was also affected, it wasn't a big deal. After all, he had the realm. No matter how good those people were at guerrilla warfare, they could only rely on the realm to monitor them. So Zhao Hai wasn't worried about this. However, this matter had infuriated Zhao Hai. A large number of casualties had appeared among the three races. This made the people of the three races not dare to act rashly. This had a huge impact on Zhao Hai's plan. Zhao Hai wanted to destroy the Golden Bull celestial race before the reinforcements from the other continents arrived. This way, they would have more strategic depth to deal with the Protoss counterattack. However, the Golden Bull celestial race's actions had greatly reduced the time he could control the Golden Bull continent. When he was attacked by the other Protoss continents, he would be even more passive. The situation was getting worse. In the past, as long as Zhao Hai's group eliminated the guards in the Golden Bull continent and killed some of the people who resisted, the people in the Golden Bull continent wouldn't resist anymore. However, there were no guards in the city now, and the Golden Bull celestial race seemed to be very obedient and didn't resist anymore. However, whenever Zhao Hai sent undead creatures to capture them and bring them into the origin space, many undead creatures would disappear. The number of undead creatures that went missing in the city was even more than the number of undead creatures that attacked the city, which made Zhao Hai very angry. Zhao Hai was infuriated. The consequences were severe. He couldn't take it anymore and gave the order to kill. As long as there were more than 100 undead creatures missing in a proto-city, the city would be massacred immediately. This order was open to the public. Every time Zhao Hai conquered a city, he would make it clear to the Protoss. If they didn't resist, they wouldn't be hurt. If they resisted, they would be sorry and killed. It was a bloody order. At first, the people in the proto-cities didn't believe it. However, in a medium-sized city with more than 1 million people, more than 1,000 undead creatures were killed in an instant. Zhao Hai directly ordered a massacre in the city. Not a single person was left alive. In addition to killing everyone, Zhao Hai used the magic cannon on Hades to raze the city to the ground. From then on, the city with millions of people disappeared from the Golden Bull continent. The Golden Bull continent was very large. Although the Protoss were playing guerrilla warfare with Zhao Hai, they still needed a lot of things, such as food and supplies. They were also very familiar with the situation of Zhao Hai's attacks on various cities. Therefore, the news of Zhao Hai razing a city to the ground quickly spread across the Golden Bull continent. All the cities knew about it. Although the people of the Golden Bull celestial race were very angry and very afraid, they still couldn't resist. Zhao Hai was too powerful. There were some benefits to Zhao Hai's actions. Many small proto-cities stopped resisting and allowed the undead creatures to capture them and bring them into the space. For those who refused to fight to the death, Zhao Hai still had some rewards. He would return the living supplies he had received from the Protoss to them, so that they could live a better life in the realm. Now, more and more Golden Bull celestial race people had entered the space, and their resistance was getting weaker and weaker. Although the first celestial race who had entered the space had destroyed a lot of things in the space, there were still many things for them to eat. If they didn't want to starve to death, they had to stay in the space obediently. Zhao Hai didn't ask them to do anything. They could live a good life in the space. As long as they didn't cause trouble, Zhao Hai wouldn't care about them. These god races discovered that although their living conditions were not as good as those in the Golden Bull continent, they had more freedom. In the past, they were just ordinary people on the Golden Bull continent and not nobles. They farmed, raised livestock, and hunted, but they had to pay taxes. However, they did not have to pay taxes in the space. In order to prevent the Protoss from causing trouble, Zhao Hai treated them the same way he treated the gnomes. He built a few churches that could be used to exchange items so that the Protoss could live in peace in the realm. Zhao Hai's swift and decisive actions had greatly reduced the resistance in the proto-cities. The remaining Protoss who were planning to fight guerrilla warfare realized that no one was providing them with supplies anymore. All the cities that Zhao Hai passed through were empty. Everything that could be used had disappeared. If they wanted to fight guerrilla warfare, they would have to become savages. The Golden Bull continent was very big and had many magical beasts. Those gorillas didn't have to worry about food, but one thing was for sure: they had to eat salt. Salt was not produced in every place on the Golden Bull continent. Those gorillas needed the cities on the continent to provide them with salt. However, Zhao Hai had moved all the people in the cities into the boundless space. They couldn't even find a grain of food in the cities, let alone salt. People who did not have salt would get sick. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for them to fight guerrilla warfare. Those who were prepared to fight guerrilla warfare had to gather in the cities that had not been captured by Zhao Hai. This increased the pressure on the supply of supplies in those cities. In the end, the Protoss had no choice but to fight Zhao Hai. NBSB Zhao Hai discovered that many of the Protoss had fallen sick from not eating salt for a long time. Their combat power was far from what it had been before. There was no need to kill them. They could just capture them alive. At first, the order from the royal family of the Golden Bull celestial race had indeed caused some trouble for Zhao Hai and the others. However, the people of the Golden Bull celestial race gradually realized that they could no longer cause any trouble for Zhao Hai. Instead, they had allowed Zhao Hai to capture the people in batches. This plan had completely failed. The Golden Bull celestial race was truly at the end of their rope. They realized that Zhao Hai's speed of advancement was much faster than before. Originally, with the size of the Golden Bull continent, Zhao Hai would need at least a few months to a year to take down all the cities. As long as they were given 4 to 5 months, the other celestial races would come to help. But now they realized that they were wrong. With Zhao Hai's current speed, he would be able to reach the Divine Decree City in less than a month. By then, they would be finished. Seeing Zhao Hai's constant progress, the members of the Golden Ox clan could no longer sit still. They secretly sent away some of the members of the royal clan and had them go to the other continents of the Divine Realm to seek refuge. The rest of them stayed behind to hold back Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew about the people who had escaped, but he did not stop them. He continued to push forward at his own speed. As the Protoss resistance grew weaker, Zhao Hai's speed grew faster. Finally, 1 month after the old man with the ultimate weapon had left the Golden Bull continent, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the Divine Decree City, the largest city in the entire Golden Bull continent. The current population was over 60 million, all of which were soldiers. All the civilians in the city had moved to other small cities. Of course, they had already entered the medium. Zhao Hai had already cleaned up the entire Golden Bull continent, leaving only this Divine Decree City. It was obvious that Divine Will City had been reinforced. The magic shield was opened, and bed artilleries and magic cannons were placed all over the city wall. It seemed like they were ready to fight to the death. Zhao Hai stood on the Hades and looked down at his Divine Decree City. Behind him stood the Great Demon King, the Demon Dragon King, the Barbarian Tribe's Chief and Great Elder, the Winged Horse Tribe's Chief and Chairman, the Thunder Tribe's Chief and Great Elder, as well as Zio Bingya, Ladina, and Eheda. As early as 10 days ago, Zhao Hai had already met up with the Barbarian Race, Thunder Race, and Winged Horse Race. It took them 10 days to clean up the entire Golden Bull continent. Then they moved to Divine Decree City. The patriarchs of the 3 great clans were very respectful of Zhao Hai. Coupled with Zhao Hai's powerful strength, they were completely following his lead. Looking at the Divine Decree City, the eyes of the people from the major races lit up. Back when their plane was conquered by the gods' race, they had never thought that there would be a day where they could actually surround the Golden Bull celestial race in the city. How powerful was this? The Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King were excited as well. After fighting the god race for the past few days, they had discovered that the god race was extremely powerful. If not for Zhao Hai's appearance, the god race would have eventually obtained the Ark continent and even conquered the demonic realm. That would have resulted in them trapping the god race in the city like they were doing now. The ones who were the most excited were Zio Bingya and the others. The battle between the Esgod tribe and the Protoss had been going on for tens of thousands of years, and the Esgod tribe had always been at a disadvantage. If not for the fact that the Protoss were not very united and that they had the ultimate weapon, the Esgod tribe's status would probably be similar to that of the gnomes. For so many years, it had always been the Protoss attacking the continent where the Esgod race was located. The Esgod race had always only been able to defend the city and had no ability to attack. Now they had completely destroyed the entire Protoss continent, which was something that they did not even dare to think about. But now Zhao Hai was about to do it. This made them feel a mix of emotions, and they did not know what to feel. Zhao Hai looked at the Divine Decree City, which was on high alert. To be honest, he was really impressed by the people of the Golden Bull celestial race. Under such circumstances, they still didn't give up resistance. It was really not easy. Although Zhao Hai admired the people of the Golden Bull celestial race very much, he wouldn't be polite to them as they were his enemies. However, he still wanted to give it his all. Zhao Hai slowly steered the Hades towards the city of Divine Decree. He stopped some distance away from the city and said, "The one from the Golden Bull celestial race has the final say. God, come out and meet me." The people of the Golden Bull celestial race in the Divine Decree City were all nervously preparing for the battle. No one had expected Zhao Hai to suddenly say this, and they couldn't react for a moment. After a while, an old voice said, "Patriarch of the Golden Bull celestial race, Heir, greets Mr. Zhao Hai." As he said that, a sword-shaped territory weapon slowly rose up from the Divine Decree City. A man in a gorgeous armor stood on top of the sword. His hair and beard had turned white, but he had an amazing aura. He gave off a feeling of superiority. Although his territory weapon was much smaller than the Pluto, his aura was no weaker than Zhao Hai's. To be exact, Zhao Hai didn't have any aura. He was a very calm person. Normally, no one would notice him. Zhao Hai looked at Moria and bowed slightly. "Greetings, Patriarch Moria. I've asked you to come out today to have a chat with you. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in the Golden Bull celestial race putting up any resistance. Please think for the Golden Bull celestial race and stop resisting. I, Zhao Hai, will guarantee your safety and will not enslave anyone from the Golden Bull celestial race." Morier looked at Zhao Hai with hatred in his eyes. After hearing what Zhao Hai said, he laughed and said, Zhao Hai, don't think that you've won for sure. Let me tell you, you haven't won yet. Our Golden Bull celestial race will not lose, just you wait. There will be a day when someone will seek revenge from us. All of you will die without a burial ground. Zhao Hai looked at the frenzied Moria and frowned slightly. It seemed that this defeat had dealt a huge blow to Moria. He had been blinded by hatred. It was impossible to resolve the matter with the Golden Bull celestial race peacefully. He could only fight. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and said, I have nothing else to say, Patriarch Moria. You started this war, so you should bear the consequences of it. Please return, Patriarch Moria. We are about to attack. Morier looked at Zhao Hai and snorted. Then he turned around and went back to Divine Decree City. The ThunderClan's patriarch, who was standing behind Zhao Hai, said in a deep voice, Sir, your efforts have been in vain. Morier is a complete lunatic. He never admits defeat. He is so arrogant that it makes people go crazy. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Too many people have died in the war. I didn't want to kill more, but it seems impossible. We can only fight like we did in the past. I'll break their shields and use the undead creatures as the vanguard to kill them all. The crowd responded. Zhao Hai didn't hold back. If the negotiations couldn't come to an end, they could only fight. There was nothing else to say. Under Zhao Hai's command, the Hades charged forward. The Protoss in the city were also ready, but they had underestimated the speed of the Hades. The Hades was extremely fast. One moment it was still far away from Divine Decree City, but the next moment it was already outside the city. Before the people in Divine Decree City could react, the ram of the Hades had pierced the shield of the Divine Decree God. Due to the high speed, the shield of the Divine Decree City was broken with a crack before it could even block. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The magic cannon on Hades immediately launched an attack, and then a large number of undead creatures appeared in Divine Will City. Although the Protoss had encountered such attacks many times, they still couldn't do anything about Zhao Hai's attack. However, the Divine Decree City wasn't so easy to deal with. Although the shield was broken, Hades' artillery attack, and the undead creatures had rushed into the city, there were too many people in the city. Tens of millions of people were waiting to fight with Zhao Hai. Therefore, the empty space created by Zhao Hai's attack was instantly filled by other Protoss. The Protoss in the city began to kill the undead creatures. The Protoss on the city wall used magic cannons and other things to attack the allied forces outside the city. Zhao Hai also noticed the situation, but he wasn't in a hurry. He had more undead creatures than the Protoss in Divine Decree City, so he wasn't afraid of them at all. He just kept sending the undead creatures into Divine Decree City and expanded his territory little by little. The war had been in a heated state from the very beginning. The people of the celestial race in the Divine Decree City were all very loyal to the Golden Bull royal clan. In addition, the patriarch of the Golden Bull celestial race was personally overseeing the battle. Those people were naturally determined to die in the battle against the allied forces of Xian and the others. In a short time, the casualties of the allied forces were greatly increased. People were dying every minute on the battlefield. The Protoss used their bodies to fight the undead creatures and other races. Zhao Heicheng recognized that they were very brave, but these people were his enemies. He would not show any mercy. The battle continued. This was the most brutal battle Zhao Hai had ever experienced. The people seemed to have gone mad. Their eyes were blood red and their bodies were covered in blood. The weapons in their hands were constantly slashing at the enemy. They were either hacked to death or killed by the enemy. There were only a handful of people who could remain calm on the battlefield. The only ones who could remain calm were the undead creatures. They were like machines and had no emotions at all. All they had to do now was to kill non-stop. The two sides were now entangled in a battle. Zhao Hai could not use the magic cannon anymore as it would cause accidental injuries. However, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. Although the Golden Bull celestial race still had more than 20 domain weapons left, Zhao Hai had quite a number of domain weapons in his possession. The domain weapon experts from both sides were evenly matched. Zhao Hai didn't interfere, and none of the Protoss came to deal with him. They knew that they were no match for Zhao Hai. It could be said that they also knew that they would lose this battle. They were only making their final struggle. Time passed bit by bit. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, but the war was still going on. 3 days passed, but the war was still going on. However, it was already nearing the end. Now the entire city had become hell. Dark brown, viscous blood was everywhere. After 3 days and 3 nights of consumption, people's combat power was not as good as before, but no one stopped. They still rushed at their enemies with their weapons. Finally, when nightfall arrived, the last god race member who was still resisting was killed, and the war officially ended. At this time, almost all the people who had participated in the battle were so tired that they fell to the ground immediately. Only the undead creatures were still standing. Zhao Hai was still standing on Pluto, looking at Divine Decree City. In this battle, no Protoss surrendered and no one ran away. They had fought to the last soldier, but this didn't affect Zhao Hai. A war was a war. No matter how fierce the other side fought, as long as they were still resisting, the war had to continue. Zhao Hai waved his hand and put away the corpses of the undead creatures and Protos. Then a huge water ball appeared in the sky above Divine Decree City. Then raindrops slowly fell from the water ball and washed everything in the city. The Divine Decree City had been completely destroyed. There were almost no complete buildings here. Weapons were abandoned everywhere, and some people had broken limbs. The outsiders who were lying on the ground suddenly felt the rain. The water was warm, and it felt as comfortable as taking a hot bath. The strength that had disappeared was slowly recovering, and their sore bodies were also slowly recovering. They couldn't help but open their eyes. They saw the huge water ball in the sky and Pluto, which was parked not far from it. At this moment, the setting sun dyed the water ball golden, and the originally golden Pluto seemed to be emitting a golden light, looking extremely holy. This beautiful scene made the people lying on the ground not want to move. They quietly looked at the Pluto, but their hearts were filled with admiration. Zhao Hai watched the entire Divine Decree City calmly. The water in the water ball was hot spring water. It was very hot in the beginning, however. When it was poured in, the temperature dropped a bit. When it touched the ground, it felt very comfortable. All the blood on the battlefield had been washed away. Although the Divine Decree City had been severely damaged, its drainage system was not too damaged. Therefore, the water did not exist in the Divine Decree City. Instead, it was drained out of the city through the drainage system. This water was not only for bathing these people, but also for healing. Almost all the people in the Divine Decree City were injured, so he could use this water to heal them. Zhao Hai didn't stop until he couldn't see any more blood. At this moment, a few figures flew out of the city and landed on the Hades. Zhao Hai didn't need to look to know that it was the Great Demon King and the others. Both sides had invested more than 200 million troops in this battle. The Golden Bull Celestial race had more than 60 million troops, while Zhao Hai's alliance had invested more than 140 million troops. In this battle, no one from the Golden Bull God race surrendered, and all of them died in battle. At the same time, Zhao Hai's side also suffered over 60 million casualties. Among them, Zhao Hai's undead army lost over 20 million, the Thunder race lost nearly 5 million, the Winged Horse race lost nearly 17 million, and the Barbarian race lost more than 14 million. As only the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King participated in the battle, no Infernals died, and the Yishin race also lost some people. Originally, they had more than 1,000 people. There were less than 100 people left. This was a huge victory. They had finally exterminated the Golden Bull Celestial race, and all the other races had regained their freedom. From now on, no one would be able to ride on their heads and enjoy their glory. However, this was also a Pyrrhic victory. The losses of each clan were not small. Therefore, even though they had won this time, the patriarchs of the Thunder clan and the other two clans didn't have much of a smile on their faces. They knew that this was just the beginning. There would be even more brutal battles waiting for them in the future. The few of them stood quietly behind Zhao Hai as they watched the sun slowly sink into the ground. They admired the beauty of the setting sun, and for a moment no one spoke. After a long while, Zhao Hai said, "I didn't expect this battle to be so brutal. All of you have suffered heavy losses and need to rest and recuperate. However, the Protoss won't let them off so easily. I believe that it won't be long before the allied forces of all the races in the divinity come here." Everyone's mood became even heavier when they heard Zhao Hai's words. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. The Golden Bull Divine race had already sent out reinforcements, and it had been more than a month. Although they hadn't found any reinforcements yet, they believed that it was only a matter of time before they arrived. However, the Golden Bull Divine race had miscalculated Zhao Hai's attack speed, so they had yet to return. However, once they returned, they would be followed by the allied army of the God Clan. At that time, the situation they would face would be even more severe. The leader of the Thunder Clan sighed and said, "I didn't expect the Protoss to be so strong. I thought they would be easy to deal with since they had suffered such a heavy blow on the Ark continent. I didn't expect the last battle to be so brutal." It was a Pyrrhic victory. The others nodded in agreement. Although the Thunder Clan had suffered the least losses in this battle, their population was not that large to begin with. Compared to their overall population, their casualties were probably the heaviest among the other clans. Zhao Hai sighed and continued, "What are your plans? Now that the Golden Bull Celestial race has been exterminated, the other celestial races will still come. This time there will definitely be more than one ultimate weapon among the reinforcements. I can deal with these ultimate weapons, but at the same time I can't take care of you too much. The casualties may be greater in the future." The patriarchs' hearts were heavy. They had thought that with the combined power of the races and Zhao Hai, they would be able to fight against the God race. They had succeeded, but at the same time, they had attracted even more powerful enemies. If they didn't handle it well, they might be in danger of being exterminated. Xiao Bingya, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Sir, I have a suggestion, but I'm not sure if it's feasible." Zhao Hai turned to look at Xiao Bingya and asked curiously, "Oh, please speak, sir." Zhao Bingya also looked at the crowd, and everyone was looking at him eagerly. Zhao Bingya said in a deep voice, "Sir, over the years, we the S-God race have had some contact with those races that had been conquered by the God race, and we know that some of them are not very satisfied with the rule of the God race. Sir, do you think you can spread the news of what happened on the Golden Bull continent to those races? Perhaps those people will also rise up to resist the God race. This way, the pressure we will face will be much less." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. Then he asked curiously, "Sir's suggestion is very good, but have your S-God race not conquered other dimensions? Have you never enslaved any other race? If your backlines start to make trouble as well, then we'll be in even more trouble." Zhao Bingya laughed bitterly. "Sir, you might not know this, but we, the S-God tribe, have never conquered any other space. To conquer other spaces, we first use magical arrays that can break through space. These magical arrays were given to the gods by the supreme deity expert of the gods race. The gods have never taught this to outsiders, so we, the S-God tribe, do not know how to use that magical array. Naturally, we have no way of breaking through space to conquer other races." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Zhao Bingya. "That's for the best. Please report the situation here to your race and see if they can contact those races. The incident on the Golden Bull continent has already happened, so there's nothing to hide. You can tell those races. If they can really stand up and resist the God race, we will definitely cooperate." Zhao Bingya nodded. As long as Zhao Hai agreed, everything would be fine. In fact, over the years, the S-God race had thought of many ways to deal with the Celestials. The Celestials had been fighting in various small dimensions and taking them under their control. On the surface, it seemed like their strength had increased greatly, but in reality, there were hidden dangers. After the Protoss had conquered that race, they had forced that race to change their faith. If this had happened on Earth, it wouldn't have been a big deal. However, for the people here, their faith was often more important than their lives. By forcing those races to change their faith, the seeds of hatred had been buried. On the other hand, the S-God race did not have such a worry. They had not conquered any other dimensions, and they did not have any other races under them, so they did not have to worry about this problem. However, this way, they would be at a disadvantage when fighting against the God race. This was because the God race could force the races that they had conquered to join the battle, while the S-God race could only rely on themselves. In order to change this situation, the S-God race had come up with an idea. They secretly sent people to contact those who had been conquered by the God race to see what their attitude was toward the God race. If those people hated the God race, they would make an agreement with that race that they would not actively attack those races during the war between the God race and the S-God race, and the other races would naturally agree. The S-God race had indeed formed a relationship with many other races, which was why Zhao Bingya had such a suggestion. After seeing Zhao Hai's combat strength, Zhao Bingya and the others all believed that they could not deal with the God race without Zhao Hai. That was why they had told Zhao Hai about this. Zhao Hai then looked at the Thunder Clan leader and the others, and said in a deep voice, "The Golden Bull celestial race has been completely annihilated. The entire Golden Bull continent is now our territory. I have also taken away the people of the Golden Bull celestial race. However, I don't want to station too many troops on the Golden Bull continent. I am going to use the same method that I used on the Stupa Empire to deal with the other celestial races." Hiko and the others who had experienced this before knew what Zhao Hai meant. To be honest, Zhao Hai's game tactics were really hard to deal with, and they had suffered a lot from it. The Thunder Clan leader and the others understood what Zhao Hai meant. Heir had told them about Zhao Hai's tactics before. However, they had never seen it before, so they were still a little suspicious. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Now, your races need to rest and reorganize. How about this? You should withdraw your troops back to your own spaces and have a good rest. Leave the matters of the God race to me. Mr. Zio, when you send letters to your own people, you should also tell them that when the God race's reinforcements attack us, they should not take action immediately. That should be the time when the other God races are the most vigilant. When we arrive at the Golden Bull continent, it won't be too late for you to take action after you've killed off those people's prestige." Zhao Bingya was stunned for a moment. He didn't know where Zhao Hai got his confidence from, but he believed that Zhao Hai had a plan in mind, so he didn't say much. He just nodded and said, "Okay, that's not a problem." "But sir, do we still need to contact the races that have been conquered by the Protoss?" Zhao Hai laughed. "Of course, and it has to be carried out as soon as possible. Tell them that if the Protoss wants them to send troops, remember that they can send troops, but they can't contribute. If they send troops and contribute, Zhao Hai will not be polite." Zhao Bingya nodded. If Zhao Hai had said this a while ago, he might not have believed it. However, now that Zhao Hai said it, Zhao Bingya believed it. After seeing Zhao Hai's combat power, he didn't believe that Zhao Hai was joking. Zhao Hai turned to the crowd and said, "If there's anything that your family needs, feel free to let me know. I'll definitely find a way to get it for you. Please don't worry." The reason Zhao Hai was so confident was because he was no longer short of money. The various mines in the devil world were easy to mine. The amount of gold coins in Zhao Hai's hands had exceeded his original level. He had also bought the 20 normal spaces and 10 magical spaces that he could sell. In addition, he had also made a harvest from the previous magical spaces. He was not short of money now. No matter what the Thunder Clan and the other races needed, he could create it through the all-purpose machine. That was why Zhao Hai dared to make such a claim. The Lei clan's patriarch and the others thanked Zhao Hai and left. After this battle, they still had many things to take care of, so they couldn't stay with Zhao Hai for long. On the other hand, Xiao Bingya and the others didn't leave. The things that Xiao Bingya had told Zhao Hai could be left to others to handle, so they had to stay and observe Zhao Hai. This was an order from their clan. They wanted to know Zhao Hai's strength, so they had to let them stay. After seeing those people leave, Zhao Hai turned to the great demon king and the demonic dragon king and said, "Your Majesty, Mo Long, you've been out for a few days. It's time to go back to the clan and take a look. I won't keep you." The demon king looked at Zhao Hai's face and knew that he had something to tell them. However, he didn't want Xiao Bingya and the others to know, so the two of them didn't say anything. They just nodded and Zhao Hai let them enter the realm. This was not the first time Xiao Bingya and the others had seen the great demon king and the demonic dragon king enter the space. However, they did not know that the demonic race had already entered Zhao Hai's room. They only thought that Zhao Hai was a powerful space sorcerer who could use the space to send the great demon king and the demonic dragon king back to the demonic realm, so they did not suspect anything. After this battle, Zhao Hai wanted to tell the other races about the realm and see if they could enter it. However, when Xiao Bingya said that he wanted to contact the other races, Zhao Hai knew that was impossible. It was difficult to leave one's homeland. They still had a glimmer of hope in the kingdom, but it was impossible to let the Lei race enter the realm at this time. So Zhao Hai held back his words. After the great demon king and the demonic dragon king left, Zhao Hai turned to look at Xiao Bingya and the rest and said, "Mr. Xiao, I'm going to rest too. I'll leave the matter you mentioned to you." Xiao Bingya and the rest immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Don't worry, sir. I'll do a good job." Zhao Hai nodded and entered the cabin. Xiao Bingya and the others went into the cabin as soon as Zhao Hai left. However, their room was not on the same floor as Zhao Hai's, but the room was pretty good and well decorated. Xiao Bingya and the other two entered the house but did not close the door. Instead, he invited Lei Dina and Eheda to sit down before he said in a deep voice, "Do you think Mr. Zhao Hai went all out this time?" Lei Dina laughed bitterly. "Do my best. How is that possible? I don't think Mr. Zhao Hai has ever used his full strength. Even when he was dealing with the Golden Bull Celestial Race's ultimate divine weapon, he didn't use his full strength." Yet Ta also nodded. "I always feel that Mr. Zhao Hai's goal is not small. He's so strong that he can deal with the Golden Bull Celestial Race alone, but he's pulling the Thunder Race and the others along. With Mr. Zhao Hai's strength, the Thunder Race and the others should be on guard against him. But look at the three races now. Do they even look like they're on guard against him? It's as if they're following Mr.'s lead. Not to mention them, even we have to listen to Mr.'s words, right? Hee. No one would have believed us if we said this in the past, but we've done it ourselves without any complaints. It's really strange." Xiao Bingya also smiled bitterly. They didn't know what was wrong with them, but they were always thinking for Zhao Hai. This was very strange, as if they were under a spell. However, they were very clear that Zhao Hai didn't use any spells on them. Xiao Bingya collected his thoughts and said, "Sir, what are you after? I don't think he's interested in the gods' race's land. What's his purpose?" Lei Dina and Eheda didn't know what to say. After a while, Lei Dina said, "All right, don't think too much. Tell the situation here to the clan. First, we have to settle the things that Sir has arranged." Xiao Bingya nodded and left to make arrangements. What they didn't know was that Zhao Hai was sitting in the origin space, looking at the screen. The screen was showing Xiao Bingya and the others. Seeing that Xiao Bingya and the others had stopped talking, Zhao Hai turned the screen to the Golden Bull continent. He then turned to Laura and said, "It seems like we were right. Hades can indeed change people's attitudes towards me quickly, but it seems to be a little too fast. They seem to have noticed it." Lola smiled and said, "Don't worry. The way Pluto changes people's attitudes is not magic, nor is it a mental attack. They won't think of it. Forget it, let's not think about it. Brother Hai, didn't you want to go to the demon race and see the members of the demon army who have been trained? Why aren't you going?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'll go now. I believe that the great demon king and the demonic dragon king must be very surprised. Those people from the demon army have only been training in the infernal realm for slightly more than a month. Now they have actually become god-grade powerhouses. Their combat strength has increased by several times." Laura smiled and said, "That's right, I didn't expect this. Also, Brother Hai, there's one thing that you didn't expect. During the battle today, Pluto absorbed some of the blood chi in the city and sent it to the Hell Dimension. Now, the Hell Dimension looks even more sinister. However, the undead creatures you put in the Hell Dimension successfully leveled up, and now they have become god tier." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he said with a happy expression, "I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Ha ha ha, good, that's great. By the way, what's the reaction of those plants in the hell space? Laura turned her head and looked at Kai-Er. Kai-Er nodded and said, the herbs in the hell dimension are very good, and it's not just the hell dimension. The plants in the other 2 dimensions we bought are also very good. It seems to be related to the blood and chi that Pluto attracts. After upgrading, Zhao Hai could buy 10 more magical spaces. However, he didn't have enough money at the time. After he had enough money, Zhao Hai discussed with Laura and the others and decided to buy 2 more spaces with dark attributes. This would be more beneficial to Fang Zhan. The other spaces that they bought were all magical spaces with some special characteristics, such as those with a stronger fire attribute or water attribute, which was for the convenience of planting medicinal herbs. Hearing Kai-Er's words, Zhao Hai also nodded his head. Good, then let's do it this way. I'll go take a look at the demons first. You guys should also take a good rest. I didn't expect this battle to last for 3 days. You must be tired, Laura and the others responded. Zhao Hai then flashed into the space of the demons. The construction of the space of the demons was quite good now. The demons had built their own houses and planted some food on the ground. Some of them were specialized in herding livestock. They were living a leisurely life. These demon race people were very satisfied with their current life. The demon palace was the first building they had built, and it was exactly the same as the one in the demon world. Now the demon army was standing outside the palace, and a large number of demon race people were surrounding them. The demonic army was still standing there with cold expressions, but the deathly aura around them had disappeared. Although they still gave off a lifeless feeling, they were no longer frightening. This made the demons somewhat puzzled. The demon army used to be the most powerful fighting force of the demon race, which was almost equivalent to an invincible symbol. The demons were very clear about what they were like, so why was the aura of the demon army not as strong as before? This made them very puzzled. The great demon king and the demon dragon king looked at the 100,000-strong demon army in shock. They were different from the ordinary demon clansmen. They had a better understanding of the demon army. To them, the demon army was definitely more terrifying than before. In the past, the demon army was very powerful, like a sword shining with a cold light. Anyone who saw them would know that they were very dangerous. Although the people in the demon army didn't look as scary now, the great demon king and the demon dragon king knew that this was the scariest part of the demon army. Everyone knew that an unsheathed sword was dangerous, but a hidden dagger was sometimes even more dangerous than a sword. This was because the danger of a sword could be seen, but the danger of a dagger could not be seen. At this moment, Zhao Hai entered the medium. The great demon king and the demonic dragon king went up to him when they saw him. After the 3 of them greeted each other, Zhao Hai turned around and looked at the 100,000 people from the demon army. He nodded and said, "Not bad, they're quite good. Hee, it seems like it's time to equip them with mounts." The demonic army was still in the infantry division. In the past, Zhao Hai had given them mounts for battle. However, those mounts were not compatible with their strength. Now, things were different. After Zhao Hai conquered the Golden Bull continent, the origin space had been upgraded once again. Now, the origin space finally produced divine-ranked demonic beasts. Many of these demonic beasts could be used as mounts. The mounts that Zhao Hai was going to give the demonic army were actually from the infernal space. Although the magic beasts raised in other places were also very powerful, they lacked a certain degree of wildness. If these magic beasts were given to the demon army, they wouldn't be able to display 100 of the demon army's power. That was why Zhao Hai had raised so many magic beasts in the infernal realm. These magic beasts were prepared for the demon army. These magical beasts were kept in the infernal realm. The members of the demon army that were sent to train would fight these magical beasts. This way, not only would the demon army be trained, but the magical beasts would also be trained. Then Zhao Hai would equip the magical beasts with the demon army. It would be a strong alliance, and their combat power would be even stronger. As for the fact that they had fought before, Zhao Hai was not worried at all. The magical beasts were not as smart as the demon army. With just one order from Zhao Hai, they would die immediately, let alone become the demon army's mounts. The great demon king didn't know about this. When he heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned for a moment before he continued, "Sir, can you find a magical beast that is compatible with them?" "No problem," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. After he finished speaking, he released 100,000 magical beasts. These magical beasts were all black and had the shape of a horse. They had a horn on their heads, but they had no hair on their bodies. Instead, they had a layer of leather armor. Their 4 hooves were covered in fire, and their tails were like a fire whip that swung around. These magical beasts were a type of magical beast that was produced in the space. They were called shapeshifters. Although they looked like horses, they were extremely ferocious. They also ate meat and knew fire magic. Their combat power was also very powerful among divine magical beasts. Nightmare beasts existed in the devil world in the past, but they were not as strong as this one. Although the nightmare beasts in the devil world were very powerful, they were at most at the 9th grade in strength. They also had fur on their bodies, and they did not have such obvious characteristics of fire-type magical beasts. At most, the fur on their hooves and tail were red. Like now, their hooves and tail were on fire. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King had never seen such a nightmare beast before. Zhao Hai turned to the demon army and said, "This will be your mount from now on. Take it." The demon army responded and went forward to take a dream devil beast each. However, Zhao Hai was still not interested in the weapons used by the demon army. The weapons used by the demon army were provided by Zhao Hai. They were a full set of armor, a knight's spear, javelins, and greatswords. These items were not wrong in the eyes of the demon army, but Zhao Hai was still not satisfied. Unfortunately, he could not make a better weapon now. He could only wait for the opportunity in the future. After the demon army had taken their mounts, Zhao Hai turned to the demon king and said, "Your Majesty, you can arrange for the second batch of people to enter the dimension. I'll let the undead creatures guard the line of defense in the crack. Let the demonic army have a good rest in the dimension." The great demon king responded and turned around to make arrangements. The devil dragon king, however, stayed by Zhao Hai's side and said softly, "Sir, did Xiao Bingya and the others ruin your plans today? Why don't we just send them away?" Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry, there's still a war to be fought. Have you forgotten? It's been more than a month now. The black fog of the underworld has already drifted into the Arca's empire, and the Atlanta continent is almost ready. In about a month, the Atlan continent's demonic armor army will almost attack the Arc continent. I want to see what kind of reaction they will have when they see the Arc continent." The demon dragon king could not help but laugh. The people from the Atlan continent had come to attack the Arc continent for the resources and manpower of the Arc continent. However, the Arc continent had been almost completely destroyed. Most of the various minerals had been kept by Zhao Hai into the realm. The remaining things were useless. There was not even a single population left. This time, the people from the Atlan continent were bound to suffer a loss. Zhao Hai turned around and said to Demonic Dragon King, "I originally didn't want to use the devil army in this space. If we really went to the cultivation world in the past, that would be the place where the devil army would show off their skills. I can't find a better way to increase the strength of the undead creatures now. As long as the devil army becomes a god-grade powerhouse, their cultivation will be very smooth. Therefore, this army will be the foundation for us to settle down in the cultivation world after we enter. We must take good care of them." The demonic dragon king nodded and said, "Don't worry, sir. Every demon will never forget the humiliation that Lu Wei brought us. They will also never forget the great kindness that you have shown us. I have asked someone to understand. Right now in the realm, many of the demon race's homes have already offered you your statue." Zhao Hai was taken aback. He really didn't expect this. He asked in confusion, "When did this happen? How come I didn't know? You didn't force him, did you?" Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "It's good that they didn't force me. If they really treat me as a god, I can rest assured. Forget it. I'll just let nature take its course." The power of faith was useful to Zhao Hai, but he didn't know what it was used for. He wasn't in a hurry. He didn't force any of the races in his space. They could believe in whoever they wanted, and he wouldn't interfere. The demonic dragon king looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but admire him. He knew about the power of faith. Originally, they wanted to use it as a bargaining chip to negotiate some conditions with Zhao Hai. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to not mention it at all. Zhao Hai had completely fulfilled the promise he made when he invited them into the realm. He didn't interfere with their clan's affairs at all. This made the demonic dragon king very touched and admired him. On his way back from the demonic dimension, Zhao Hai paid more attention to the situation of the three races. Fortunately, the three races didn't seem to have any problems. Everything was normal. Although they had won the battle against the Golden Bull Celestial race in the Divine Decree City, the ratio of casualties between them and the Celestial race was 1-to-1. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's powerful undead creatures, the casualty ratio would have been even greater. Although the three races were prepared to sacrifice themselves, they had never expected such a huge sacrifice. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to help. In fact, if it weren't for Zhao Hai, they would have lost even if they had pulled the Infernals in. They had greatly underestimated the strength of the Protoss in a life-and-death situation. It could be said that the three great clans' vitality had been damaged. Without a period of time to recuperate, it was impossible for them to recover. And the period of time here did not refer to a few days or a few months, but a few years or a few decades. What they had lost was their population and elite soldiers. It was not easy to train elite soldiers of any race. Every soldier needed a long and difficult process to become an elite. In this process, the investment in these soldiers was very large. The training of these warriors required warriors, armor, mounts, food, and salary. All of these required money. Each of the three clans had invested a lot of money behind their impressive military achievements. The three clans had been suppressed by the God clan for many years. Every year they had to pay a lot of taxes to the God clan. As a result, they didn't have enough money. Although they had defeated the God clan, their foundation was too weak. It was almost impossible to train an elite army in a short time. Zhao Hai looked at the situation of the three great clans. They had all returned to the spatial rift that was connected to the other clans. They had also set up a line of defense using the spatial rift as a base. They had no choice but to do this. Although there were many spatial rifts, they were not very large. If they built a defense line there, they could use fewer soldiers to block the enemy. The enemy could not invest too many soldiers in each attack, which was the importance of a defense line. Zhao Hai wasn't angry at the three clans' reaction. On the contrary, he was very happy. The three clans had been working with him all this time, which restricted his movements. Many special tactics couldn't be used at all. Now, he was working alone again. This was a good thing for Zhao Hai. It was like a person who had been carrying a heavy burden suddenly became as light as a swallow after removing the burden. Zhao Hai was like that now. Although Xiao Bingya and the others were still on the ship, they didn't affect him at all. He could make any tactical arrangements at will. The Golden Bull continent was much larger than the Ark continent. In the past, Zhao Hai had dared to deal with the god race and demon race with the size of the Stupa Empire. Now that he had such a large strategic depth, he had nothing to be afraid of. He could use his spatial ability to drag the entire god race here. Zhao Hai was confident in himself and the realm. The Protoss reinforcements might be from one continent or several continents, but no matter what kind of reinforcements they were, one thing was for sure, they would definitely have ultimate weapons. Although the ultimate weapons were very powerful, the Protoss couldn't use them lightly. Just like the Golden Bull Celestial Elder, he could use the ultimate weapon, but he couldn't use it for long. Otherwise, his body would not be able to take it. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's forces weren't weak either. He had nearly 40 territory weapons, undead creatures that could be equipped with mounts and spatial teleportation abilities. All of these were weapons that could be used against the Protoss. As long as he used them well, the entire Protoss race wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai could not help but pay more attention to the movements of the god's race. Unfortunately, his spatial map only had a map of the Golden Bull continent. He still did not know much about the other places in the divine world. Other than that, there was one more thing that Zhao Hai was worried about. It was the underworld and the Atlan continent. The underworld was still advancing at a rapid pace, and the Atlan continent was almost ready. Once the Atlan continent's forces reached the Ark continent, they would have another variable. Fortunately, Zhao Hai did not lack soldiers. Even if he had to deal with a multi-line war, he had enough soldiers. Because of this, Zhao Hai was not worried about the battle at the Protoss side. He was only worried about one thing, the spatial rejection. Zhao Hai could clearly feel that the rejection force against him was getting stronger and stronger. He didn't have much time left. He had never felt such a strong rejection force before. Even when the Protoss had not changed the laws of space and Zhao Hai had appeared on the Ark continent as a god-grade powerhouse, he had never felt such a strong rejection force. However, he felt it here. Although Zhao Hai didn't understand this, he was sure that it wouldn't be long before he ascended. If he couldn't solve this problem before he ascended, then he would leave a huge mess in the three major clans. The god's race would never let the three major clans go. However, Zhao Hai had no idea how to completely solve this problem. Whether it was the Atlantic continent or the underworld, they were not easy to deal with. Even the Protoss were not something Zhao Hai could deal with easily. If the other Protoss were to fight back like the Golden Bull Protoss, it would take a long time for Zhao Hai to finish them off. He did not know how long he could stay in this space. Zhao Hai also tried to see if the repulsion toward him would be reduced after he put Pluto into the dimension. However, the result was disappointing. The repulsion toward him was not reduced at all. Zhao Hai understood that it was because his strength had reached the requirements for ascension, not because of Pluto. However, Zhao Hai discovered a problem. When he hid in the space, the rejection of the spatial laws would be greatly reduced. He could almost not feel it. This was good news for Zhao Hai as it could greatly extend the time he needed to ascend. However, at the same time, his cultivation speed in the space was much faster than it was outside. The Tao Lotus and the Golden Core could cultivate by themselves in the space. Zhao Hai was sure that if he stayed in the space all the time, he would be able to cultivate by himself. It might not take long for him to ascend as soon as he left the space. The space wasn't omnipotent. He couldn't just hide in the space forever. Zhao Hai was in a dilemma. In order to slow down his cultivation speed, Zhao Hai had no choice but to reduce the time he spent in the dimension. He spent most of his time in the God realm. However, Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. There were many mines in the divinity, so he immediately sent a large number of undead creatures and iron-armored beasts to mine and move the mines into the medium. Xiao Bingya and the others didn't understand Zhao Hai's actions, but they didn't ask too much. In Xiao Bingya's opinion, Zhao Hai had already occupied the god race, so why was he in such a hurry to mine? As long as they repelled the Protoss attack, they could pick whatever they wanted. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't explain anything to them. Every day he would wander around the Golden Bull divine realm. As long as there were mines, he would release the undead creatures to mine them. There were many high-level undead creatures from the Golden Bull continent in his inner space. These people were very familiar with the Golden Bull continent and knew about the mines there. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about not being able to find anything to mine. While mining, he also paid attention to the god race's situation. Time passed by little by little. Soon, a month had passed. The defense line of the three great races had already been completed, and the people of the Atlan continent were also about to be ready to invade the Arc continent. News had also come from the S-god race that the joint army formed by the Capricorn continent, the Scorpion continent, the Giant Crab continent, the Gemini continent, and the Lion continent had already left the other continents and was heading straight for the Golden Bull continent. Zhao Hai wasn't too worried when he heard this news. He was waiting for the Protoss. To be honest, the Protoss were moving much slower than he had expected. Now, Zhao Hai might have to face a war on two fronts. When the Atlan continent's people attacked the Arc continent, they would definitely notice the spatial crack. After all, it was too obvious. As long as Atlan noticed that spatial crack, they would definitely send people to investigate. At that time, a conflict would definitely occur, and Zhao Hai would have to face the possibility of a war on two fronts. Although Zhao Hai didn't want to see this happen, he had no choice but to face it. The Protoss had come, but the Atlan continent's forces were not slow. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to take advantage of the time difference. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had a rough idea of the situation, so he wasn't worried. The arrival of the Protoss in the Atlan continent wasn't a big deal to him. It was just that the simultaneous arrival of both sides would bring him some trouble. Originally, Zhao Hai had wanted to use the underworld to hold back the people from the Atlan continent. However, with the underworld's speed of advancement, it would take a long time before they could officially start a war with the people from the Atlan continent. The Atlan continent would definitely enter the Arc continent from the south. In that case, the first to fight with the people from the Atlan continent would be Zhao Hai and his group. However, Zhao Hai thought of giving up on the dimensional crack between the Divine Realm and the Arc continent, allowing the Atlan people to enter the Divine Realm. Then he would let the Atlan people fight with the Divine Realm. He wanted to see which of the two races was stronger. Jin Ben sat on the Golden Bull. His face was calm, but his heart was not as calm as his face. He had lost contact with the people on the continent for more than a month. It could be imagined that the situation on the continent must be very bad. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become more anxious. He felt a tightness in his chest and coughed twice. Ever since the last battle with Zhao Hai, he had escaped with injuries. Although he didn't die, his body was not as good as before. Then he personally came out and persuaded the 5 continents to send troops to help them. It took him a lot of energy, and his body was getting worse day by day. Now, his hair and beard were all white. Her face no longer had the ruddy luster from before. According to the Patriarch's estimation, even if Zhao Hai was powerful, it would take at least 3 to 6 months to conquer the Golden Bull continent. However, Jin Ben didn't expect that he would lose contact with the continent not long after he left the Golden Bull continent. This made him very uneasy. Although he had invited reinforcements from 5 continents, he had only managed to invite 2 ultimate weapons. In addition, he only had 3 ultimate weapons. To be honest, he was not confident that these 3 ultimate weapons could defeat Zhao Hai. When he was not confident, he had no choice but to lead the reinforcements back to Golden Bull continent. First, he was worried about the situation there. Second, he understood that it was useless even if he begged others. It was impossible for those people to send their ultimate weapons to help them. He had already paid a huge price for the 2 ultimate weapons. Thirdly, he did it on purpose. He invited these people to Golden Bull continent. Even if they couldn't defeat Zhao Hai, Jin Ben wasn't afraid. If Zhao Hai defeated those people, it would be equivalent to making enemies with those continents. At that time, the people from those continents would definitely fight Zhao Hai to the death. It was with this in mind that Jin Ben went to invite the god race from the Capricorn continent, the Scorpion continent, and the Giant Crab continent. Because among the god race, the people from these continents were the most vengeful. Once they started a war with Zhao Hai, it would be impossible to stop. The people of these continents didn't have a good reputation with the god clan. They were warlike and vicious. They were vengeful and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Most importantly, these people were very greedy. Even though they were also from the god clan, Jin Ben didn't like them. However, it was because of their personalities that Jin Ben was able to invite them. Jin Ben made good use of their greed and arrogance to drag them into this war. Thinking of this, Jin Ben couldn't help but turn around and look at the continents behind him. This time, the 5 major races had sent a total of 100 million elite troops to help the Golden Bull continent. In addition to the 100 million Protoss troops, there were nearly 100 million troops of other races, making a total of 200 million troops. In addition to these 200 million troops, there were nearly 200 domain weapons and 2 ultimate weapons. It could be said that the 5 major races attached great importance to Zhao Hai. However, Jin Ben didn't have much confidence in this army. He had seen Zhao Hai's attack methods before. They were strong, very strong. He believed that if Zhao Hai wanted to attack the city of the Protos, no one would be able to stop him. The Golden Bull continent had a lot of soldiers, but they were all defeated when they encountered Zhao Hai. Although the Golden Bull continent had lost a part of their army and the three major races rebelled, these were not the main reasons for Jin Ben's loss. The main reason was that Zhao Hai was too powerful. Although he was the one who had hired the 200 million troops, he wasn't in charge of them. He couldn't command these people, and these people were not convinced by each other. Jin Ben really didn't know how much of their combat power could be exerted. However, he had no choice. He had no other way except to trust these people. He only hoped that the Golden Bull continent was still under the control of his clansmen. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. The horizon of the Golden Bull continent could be seen in the distance. Jin Ben couldn't help but feel a little excited. This excitement made him cough again and again. The people of the Golden Bull continent who were following him were all nervous. As they got closer and closer to the coastline of the Golden Bull continent, the team became more and more nervous. Everyone was paying attention to the direction of the Golden Bull continent for fear of encountering Zhao Hai's army. Jin Ben didn't hide Zhao Hai's strength from them. He told the 5 families that Zhao Hai was very strong. After all, Zhao Hai had defeated him, so the 5 families believed him a little. That was why they were so careful. Soon they arrived at the coastline of the Golden Bull continent. However, they were not attacked, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. However, the Protos also found a problem. They had already entered the Protos continent, but so far they had not seen a single person, which made them feel a little depressed. These people, who had experienced hundreds of battles, naturally understood what this meant. Previously, they were somewhat disapproving of the Golden Bull continent's high price to ask them to help. They thought that the Golden Bull continent was making a mountain out of a molehill, and that they were too timid. However, after arriving at the Golden Bull continent, they discovered that the matter was far from as simple as they had imagined. The Golden Bull continent had a large population, and the place chosen by Jin Ben used to be the rear of the Golden Bull celestial race. If Zhao Hai had not conquered the Golden Bull continent, there would have been many people here. However, they had not seen a single person so far, which made their hearts race. Jin Ben's face turned even uglier. He knew all too well what this meant. This might be the result he didn't want to see the most, but he still hoped that he was wrong. In order to find out the answer as soon as possible, Jin Ben increased his speed because he knew that there was a medium-sized city in the Protos continent not far ahead. If there was nothing here, there must be someone in that city. The people from the other continents behind him also increased their speed. This empty scene gave them a lot of pressure, and they also wanted to know the results as soon as possible. Soon, the city in Jin Ben's memory was in sight, but before he could reach it, Jin Ben's face became worse and worse. He didn't see the magic shield of the city, and he didn't see any signs of smoke from the kitchen. When Jin Ben and the others flew over the city, Golden Bull couldn't help but shout, "No, this is impossible." After he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted, falling to the ground. The people from the Golden Bull continent who were following him immediately caught him and the Golden Bull and slowly landed in the city. However, these people from the Golden Bull continent were also sobbing with tears in their eyes. The city looked very ordinary, and the damage in the city was not serious. However, there was no one here. There were only some dried blood on the ground. The blood had turned black, and it seemed to have been there for a long time. All of this meant that a battle had taken place in this city. Now that there was no one from the gods' race here, it could only mean that the Golden Bull god race had lost this battle. The people of the Golden Bull celestial race knew very well that this was their rear. If even the city here had been taken down by Zhao Hai, the other places would not be good either. The Golden Bull continent had probably fallen into Zhao Hai's hands. When the people of the other 5 clans saw the people of the Golden Bull continent acting like this, they also understood what had happened. The people of the other continents issued an order to stop moving forward almost at the same time. Then they immediately sent people to clean up the houses in the city. Some people with high status in the major clans immediately moved in. Jin Ben naturally also lived in the city. Almost all the god race people knew healing magic. The people of the Golden Bull continent used healing magic to treat him for a long time before Jin Ben slowly opened his eyes. As soon as Jin Ben opened his eyes, he saw the clansmen surrounding him. His heart ached, but he still forced himself to sit up. He looked at the crying clansmen and said in a deep voice, "What are you crying for? It has already happened. The most important thing for us now is to take revenge. What are those clans doing?" One of the Golden Bull divine race clansmen said with tears in his eyes, "Grand Elder, those people have already stopped and are having a meeting in the city lord's mansion." Jin Ben nodded and took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and only opened them after a while. The divine light returned to his eyes. He moved and got off the bed. The gods' race people were shocked. One of them quickly said, "Elder, you should have a good rest. The Golden Bull continent's hope of revenge is on you. If you fall again, our Golden Bull clan will be finished." Jin Ben looked at them and said in a deep voice, "I'm not that delicate. Don't worry, I won't die for a while. You guys stay here, I'll go and see what those guys are discussing." After saying that, Jin Ben walked straight out. When he was outside, he looked around and found that he was actually in a house behind the city. He recognized the direction and went straight to the hall in front. The people of the major clans were indeed discussing how to deal with the current situation in the hall. The many benefits that Jin Ben had promised were built on the foundation that the Golden Bull continent still existed. Now that the people of the Golden Bull clan had been slaughtered, it was likely that they would not be able to get the benefits that Jin Ben had promised. Under such circumstances, they wondered if they should still participate in this matter and provoke this powerful enemy. After half a day of discussion, no conclusion was reached. The hall was strangely quiet. Everyone was constantly calculating in their hearts. If they provoked that powerful enemy, would it be good or bad for their clan? If it was good, what good would it do? If it was bad, what bad would it do? After weighing the pros and cons, the leader of the Capricorn continent said in a deep voice, "I don't think we can participate in this operation anymore. The enemy that Golden Bull continent has provoked is too powerful. A god race was exterminated by them just like that. It might not be a good thing for us to provoke them. Even if we force them to retreat, our losses will not be small. Moreover, we won't get any benefits." Short-sighted mouse. An angry roar came from outside the hall. Everyone in the room was stunned because the person who had just spoken was not an ordinary person. He was the great elder of the Capricorn tribe and the user of the ultimate weapon. He could be said to be one of the people with the highest status here. No one would dare to be rude to such a person. However, when they saw the person walking in, they all shut their mouths because it was Jin Ben. Jin Ben was the supreme elder of the Golden Bull tribe and the user of the ultimate weapon. He had the same status as the elder of the Capricorn tribe, so there was no problem for him to say that. However, the elder of the Capricorn race was not happy. He glared and said, "Jin Ben, who are you scolding? You're just a stray dog and you dare to bark here." Jin Ben looked at the elder of the Capricorn race and snorted, "Moroga, I'm scolding you. You're an idiot who only looks at your eyes. You want to retreat the moment you see our Golden Bull celestial race being defeated. Where's your courage? Are you worthy of calling yourself a god? Did you ever think that Zhao Hai could destroy our Golden Bull celestial race today, but he might attack your Ram celestial race tomorrow? Do you really believe that you can defeat Zhao Hai? Even if you can defeat Zhao Hai, how much damage will your continent suffer? How many people would die? Think about it yourself." Moroga wanted to say something, but after hearing Jin Ben's words, he didn't say anything. What Jin Ben said was the truth. If Zhao Hai could destroy the Golden Bull continent, why couldn't he destroy the Capricorn continent? If Zhao Hai really attacked the Capricorn continent, their days would definitely not be good. When Jin Ben saw that Moroga did not speak, he continued, "The sea is definitely not something that a single continent can deal with. Besides, he's a powerful black mage. He can turn all the dead into undead creatures, and the undead creatures he makes will retain all their combat power when they were alive. Doesn't mean that if he kills a Protoss, he will have a god-level undead creature in his hands. As far as the current number of god-level undead creatures in his hands is less than 100 million, but there are at least 80 to 90 million. Think about it. 80 to 90 million god-level undead creatures are going to attack your continent. What kind of scene would that be?" A person who had been sitting beside Moroga with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were very strange. His eyeballs were red and he was extremely tall. Although he was only wearing ordinary clothes, the aura he exuded was stronger than Jin Ben and Moroga. This person was the great elder of the Cancer continent, Jiyu. Jiyu used her red eyes to scan everyone in the room and said in a deep voice, "Jin Ben is right. This Zhao Hai must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will only grow stronger and stronger. At that time, the entire God's race will not have a good life. Furthermore, the Golden Bull God race has already been exterminated. If we start a war with Zhao Hai here, we won't hurt the innocent. If we wait until the flames of war reach our own homes, then even more of our race will die." Jiyu's status in everyone's hearts was higher than Moroga and Jin Ben's. This was because Jiyu was an expert who had been famous for many years. In the divine world, he was famous for killing countless people. He was famous in the divine world. After Jiyu said that, everyone could not help but take this matter seriously. Jin Ben also said in a deep voice, "Elder Jiyu is right. Our Golden Bull celestial race is finished. If we start a war here, we won't implicate the ordinary people of our celestial race. If Zhao Hai kills his way to our door one day, it doesn't matter if you defeat him or not. The ordinary people of your race will be implicated. Besides, who said that there were no benefits to defeating Zhao Hai? Don't forget that the Golden Bull celestial race is already finished, but the Golden Bull continent is still there. Not only is the Golden Bull continent still there, but we also have 3 vassal dimensions. Although they have rebelled, as long as we defeat Zhao Hai, it will be easy to exterminate the 3 races. In addition, the Golden Bull celestial race has already opened a spatial crack between us and the Ark continent, and the demon race has opened another spatial crack in the Ark continent. As long as we defeat Zhao Hai, we will be able to defeat the three vassal dimensions. Not only can you get all the land on the Golden Bull continent, but you can also get all the land on the Ark continent, the Thunder God continent, the Barbarian continent, the Winged Horse continent, and the Devil continent. Isn't this a benefit? This is a great benefit. Jin Ben had thought it through. Since the Golden Bull celestial race was finished, he might as well use these things as bait and let them deal with Zhao Hai with all their might to avenge the people of the Golden Bull continent. As expected, after hearing what Jin Ben said, the people in the hall couldn't help but show greed in their eyes. Moroga looked at Jin Ben and said, "Jin Ben, is what you said true? Did the Ark continent really open up a space in the demonic realm? You're not lying to me, HMPH." Jin Ben snorted coldly and said, "How can you lie about this? This time, Zhao Hai has obviously joined forces with the demon race to deal with us. We saw the demon race in Zhao Hai's army, and the demon race had opened the spatial crack to the Ark continent before us. All of the Golden Bull divine race people know this." Moroga stopped talking. After a while he said, "Is Zhao Hai really that strong, HMPH?" Jin Ben snorted coldly and said, "If he wasn't strong, would he have annihilated our Golden Bull clan? Our Golden Bull clan couldn't even hold on for 2 months before we were exterminated by him. Do you think he's strong? When I went to deal with him, I had 20 domain weapon users with me. However, he killed them all in one move. Don't you think he's strong?" Moroga's expression turned ugly. Jiyu said in a deep voice, "Jiyu, you didn't seem to mention this." Jin Ben sneered, "I've said it before, will you come? I'll tell you the truth. Our Golden Bull continent has summoned the High God's clone twice in order to ask the High God to help us eliminate Zhao Hai. However, both times we failed. The High God was defeated by Zhao Hai and 2 of his weapons were snatched away by him. The reason why Zhao Hai has such powerful combat power is because he has the High God's weapons in his hands." Upon hearing Jin Ben's words, everyone in the room could not help but gasp. To be honest, the people in the room were not too surprised when they found out that Jin Ben had been defeated. Among the 13 clans in the Divine Realm, Jin Ben was not the strongest. He could only be ranked 7th or 8th. Jiyu and Moroga could defeat him. If he lost to Zhao Hai, it could only mean that Zhao Hai was stronger than him, but whether he was stronger than Jiyu and Moroga was hard to say. However, when they heard Jin Ben say that Zhao Hai had defeated the High God twice and even snatched 2 weapons from the High God, the Protoss were shocked. They had long known that the High God was very powerful. In the past, they had invited the High God's clone to fight. The first time the High God's clone came out, it might not be much stronger than them, but the High God's weapon was extremely powerful. It had almost nothing that could match it. If the Exalted Goddess identity was destroyed once, the Exalted Goddess that appeared the second time would be even stronger. There was no one in the Divine Realm who could match her. Even Jiyu was no match for the Exalted Goddess. However, Zhao Hai had defeated the Exalted Goddess and snatched her weapon. This meant that his strength had completely surpassed Jiyu's. He might even be stronger now because he had obtained the Exalted Goddess weapon. Jiyu frowned as well. Jin Ben did not say anything about this. Jiyu knew very well why Jin Ben did not say anything. It was all because Jin Ben wanted to drag them into this. But now, even if Jin Ben said it, they had no choice but to go into the water. This was because Zhao Hai's threat was too great. He had already threatened the entire Protoss. They had no choice but to deal with him. Moroga and the others did not make a sound. Everyone was frowning. Jin Ben, on the other hand, calmed down. He looked at the people in the room and turned to Jiyu. "Elder Jiyu, we have to make some arrangements now. First, immediately send a message to the other Protoss. We need at least 2 elders who can use ultimate weapons to come here. Only then will we have the confidence to deal with Zhao Hai. Second, we have to be careful with the races under your command. The Thunder race, Barbarian race, and Winged Horse race didn't show any signs of rebellion before, but they rebelled. This is a lesson for you. Can you guarantee that the races under your command won't rebel? Thirdly, we have to be on guard against the Esgod race. Zhao Hai came to the Divine World from the Ark continent, and there are lower realm races of the Esgod race there. After they arrive in the Divine World, they will definitely contact the Esgod race. Once the Esgod race knows of Zhao Hai's strength, they will definitely cooperate with him. Don't forget, we have been suppressing the Esgod race for many years, and they will not let go of this opportunity to take revenge. If Elder Jiyu agrees, I suggest that the 10 great divine races form an alliance. Of course, our Golden Bull celestial race has already been exterminated. We only want revenge now. As long as we defeat Zhao Hai, we don't want anything. I will even give you the Golden Bull godly armor." Upon hearing Jin Ben's words, Jiyu and Moroga were both stunned. Then they both understood what Jin Ben meant. Jin Ben had nothing now. His race had been exterminated and he was injured. Now he had nothing but the Golden Bull armor in his hands. Therefore, he wanted to use the Golden Bull armor as a bargaining chip for his revenge. However, he had to admit that it was a very heavy bargaining chip. They were all tempted. In addition, what Jin Ben said was right. This wasn't the first day that the Thunder race, Barbarian race, and Winged Horse race had become subordinates of the Golden Bull divine race. Previously, these three great races had participated in the war between the 10 divine races and the 3 alien divine races and had made some contributions. However, they had suddenly betrayed the Golden Bull divine race. Who could guarantee that their vassal races wouldn't betray them? Furthermore, Zhao Hai had come from the Ark continent, and there was a branch of the S-God race there. It would be strange if Zhao Hai did not contact the S-God race after he came to the divine world. The enmity between the S-God race and the 10 God races was too deep, and it was impossible to resolve it. If the S-God race did not take advantage of this opportunity, they would be idiots. These 3 points alone were enough to make the 10 divine clans want to deal with Zhao Hai, not to mention the 3 points combined. Jiyu and the others were convinced by Jin Ben in no time. After a while, Jiyu nodded and said, "Jin Ben, you're right. This matter must be dealt with properly. How about this? Moroga, Jin Ben, the 3 of us will write a letter together and tell the people of the other continents about the situation in the Golden Bull continent. Then, we'll listen to their opinions. As for what we should do during this period of time, I think we shouldn't rush to attack. We'll first build a base here and prepare to welcome the troops behind us. We're pushing into the continent bit by bit. What do you guys think?" Mo Luojian nodded and said, "I agree with Elder Jiyu's opinion. However, I think that it's too little for the 3 of us to write letters. How about this? Let's write a letter and get everyone present to sign it. Then we'll send it out. This will be more convincing." "What do you think, Elder Jiyu?" Jiyu nodded and said, "You're right. That's good. We'll do it this way. I'll write the letter later. Jin Ben, are you familiar with the surrounding terrain? Draw a map immediately and choose a place. We're going to build a base to welcome the army behind us." Jin Ben nodded and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me. But I have something to tell you. Zhao Hai's magic cannon and javelin are very powerful. He also got a ship from the High God. This ship can easily break through the protective shield of our city, and it's not afraid of ordinary artillery fire. I heard that when Zhao Hai was fighting with us on the Ark continent, he used a harassment tactic. He got some fast cavalry to harass us. I'm afraid that Zhao Hai will do that again, so I think we need to think about this before we build our base." Jiyu nodded and said, "Among us, only you have fought Zhao Hai. I'll leave this to you. You must finish the base. If we can't kill Zhao Hai here, it will be a huge disaster for us Protos. I'll go and choose a place to build the base now," Jin Ben said in a deep voice. With that said, he turned around and walked out. After Jin ran away, Moroga turned to Jiyu and said, "Brother Zai, do you think that Jin Ben's claim that he was going to give away the Golden Bull armor is true?" Jiyu said in a low voice, "It's true. Jin Ben's injuries were not light. He was not pretending. He even vomited blood outside the city. That can't be an act either. He must be using a secret technique to suppress his injuries. But this method can't last long. If his injuries erupt again in the future, he will be dead. That's why he said he would give the Golden Bull armor to us." Moroga nodded and sighed. "This Zhao Hai is really powerful. He actually annihilated the Golden Bull god race in one fell swoop. No wonder Jin Ben risked his life for revenge. If this person isn't eliminated, he will definitely be a great threat to our god race." Jiyu nodded and closed her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. As soon as Moroga saw Jiyu's appearance, he immediately asked someone to arrange a pen and paper for Jiyu to write the letter. Akias had been in high spirits recently, and his status in the O'Neill family was getting higher and higher by the day. Previously, Akias wasn't the most powerful in the family because he loved to take risks. In addition, he rarely asked about the family matters, so his position as the heir of the O'Neill family wasn't very stable this year. However, the news that Akias brought back this time was too important to the O'Neill family. It was the news that allowed the O'Neill family to start preparing for their invasion on the Ark continent. Under such circumstances, Akias's position in the family became more and more stable. No one dared to question his qualifications as the heir. It was because of this that Akias was very concerned about the invasion of the Ark continent. In his opinion, this invasion was definitely a good opportunity for him. As long as his family took over the Ark continent, the position of the family head would definitely be his. It was because of this that Akias was the most enthusiastic about this invasion. He was involved in many things that were not under his jurisdiction. The head of the O'Neill family, who was Akias' father, really doted on his son. He didn't stop Akias from getting involved in those matters. On the contrary, he supported him. In the past, Akias did not pay much attention to the matters of the family. This was what his father was worried about. As the head of the family, you could give up power, but you must know what was going on in the family. Giving up power did not mean that you were kept in the dark. Otherwise, you would become a puppet. Akias had been like this before, which had made his father very worried. So not only did he not stop Akias from being so enthusiastic this time, but he also encouraged him. In the Atlantic continent, especially the demonic armor continent, if they wanted to carry out a large-scale military operation, there were many things to prepare. For example, the Protos had to make some preparations before they could attack someone. They had to gather troops, materials, and weapons. All of these had to be carefully prepared before they could take action. A military operation without full preparation would only end up in failure. On the other hand, there were even more things to prepare for the battle in the Atlantic continent. First of all, their main weapon was the devil armor. The defensive and offensive capabilities of the devil armor were extremely powerful. However, the devil armor also had a weakness, and that was that the devil armor required power. Devil armors weren't like humans, especially those god-grade powerhouses. They were very strong in battle, and as long as they ate something and were given the right time to rest, they could continue fighting. However, the magic armor was different. The magic armor required a type of compressed energy device to provide it with energy. The energy in this energy device was extracted from a special equipment in the Atlantic continent and then compressed. This kind of energy device was the heart of the demonic armor. Therefore, it was the first time it was produced. This kind of energy device was the most prepared item in the Atlantic continent. Without an energy device, the demonic armor was just a pile of scrap metal. It was precisely because of these preparations that the Atlantic continent took much more time to prepare for battle than the Protoss chief. The Protoss only needed a month to prepare for the war, while the Atlantic continent would need at least 2 to 3 months to prepare. Other than this energy compression device, there were many other things to prepare for the attack on the Atlantic continent. The first was the means of transportation. The Atlantic continent's devil armors were like airplanes. Of course, their combat power was stronger than that of an airplane. However, the amount of energy devices that they could carry were very few. Once these energy devices were used up, the devil armors would not have much combat power. Therefore, the devil armor could be used in battle, but not for a long time. Moreover, they could not use their limited energy to travel. In this case, if they wanted to use the devil armor in battle, they had to think of another way, which was to use a larger object to transport the devil armor. There were quite a few of such transportation tools in the Atlantic continent. Some of these transportation tools could be used in the sea, while others could be used on the road. Without exception, these transportation tools were all very large. It was because of its size that the Atlantic continent did not have such a tool that could carry multiple armors in the sky. Therefore, if they wanted to invade the Arctic continent, they had to prepare a lot of things. The spatial rift between the Atlantic continent and the Arctic continent was on an island, a very large island with no people. This was not a problem. On the contrary, it was a good thing for the people of the Atlantic continent because they could directly use the island as a base for their rear. Then, through the island, they could slowly invade the Arctic continent. However, this also brought some trouble to the people of the Atlantic continent. If they wanted to leave the island, they would need large-scale sea transportation equipment. There were many such transportation equipment in the Atlantic continent, but how to get those transportation equipment to the Arctic continent was a problem. Whether it was the Arctic continent, the Atlantic continent, or even the Earth, the amount was the same. The long-distance transportation equipment at sea could be built larger than those on land. However, the larger the equipment, the more difficult it was to transport it. So after learning about the situation on the Arctic continent, the first thing the O'Neill family did was to build a shipyard on the island. Then, they gathered all the best shipwreckers in the family to build ships on the island. This was the best solution the O'Neill family could come up with in their desperation. The spatial rift was found in a small valley in the mainland. The O'Neill family had no way of transporting large long-distance ships directly to the Arctic continent through the spatial rift, so they could only use this method to achieve their goal. However, since the Atlantic continent was able to make something like the devil armor, it could be said that they were even more adept at making ships. Their speed was extremely fast. A 1,000,000-ton ship, the Atlantic continent only needed a little more than a month's time to complete it and use it underwater. The O'Neill family attached great importance to this invasion. They invested almost all of the family's funds and manpower and built 4,000,000-ton ships in a short 2 months. These 4 large ships were not only used to transport magic armors, but also to transport some armors used on land. These armors used on land were also a masterpiece of the Atlantic continent. Each vehicle could carry 20 magic armors. Moreover, these vehicles were multi-purpose. They could carry amphibious troops for a short period of time, travel in extremely poor conditions, get on a vehicle, and have very thick armor. There were also weapons on the vehicle, which could be used for combat. It could be said to be very versatile. The O'Neill family knew very well that they would eventually conquer the Arctic continent, and they would still need these military trucks. Therefore, they only needed to build a few large ships. The O'Neill family was gambling with everything they had. In their opinion, they would have everything if they conquered the Arctic continent. Aeneas was standing on the island where the space crack was located. This island had been named as the Kax Island by his family in memory of him. After his family named it, Aeneas liked to stay on this island very much. He would supervise those people building ships and indulge in his own self-satisfaction. Aeneas wasn't the only clansman of the O'Neill family on Cass Island today. Achaeus' father, who was also the patriarch, and other important members of the O'Neill family, was also present. The reason they had come to Quez Island was because today was the day that the 4 million ships built on the island would be launched. These 4 ships were named by the O'Neill family as Conqueror, 100 Victories, Glory, and Tyrant. From the names of these ships, it could be seen how ambitious and hopeful the O'Neill family was to conquer the Ark continent. The O'Neill family had poured all their power into these 4 ships. They were officially launched, which also announced the official start of the O'Neill family's invasion on Fangzhou continent. The workers below were still busy. Achaeus stood at the dock, half a step behind his father. Achaeus' father looked at the 4 big ships and could not help but smile. After a while, he turned to Achaeus and said, "Achaeus, you've done well this time. As long as our family conquers the Ark continent, you'll be the main contributor." Even though Achaeus was feeling smug, he still maintained a calm expression on his face as he bowed to his father. "It's my honor to serve the family. Father, I think I'll make a trip to the Ark continent after a while and contact Zhao Hai. What do you think, father?" His father glanced at Achaeus and smiled, but he shook his head and said, "Achaeus, don't be in such a hurry. It won't be too late for you to go after the family is ready on the island." Zhao Hai is very young and may not have much experience, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the people on the Ark continent are inexperienced. If you go to the Ark continent rashly without us being prepared, you may alert the enemy. That's not a good thing for the O'Neill family. Also, Achaeus, don't forget. You're the young patriarch of a clan, so what you need to do is to command the overall situation, not charge into the enemy lines. There are plenty of people who can do that kind of thing, and there's no need for you, the young patriarch, to personally appear, understand. Achaeus didn't dare to talk back after hearing his father's words. He said in a deep voice, "Yes, father, I understand." Achaeus' father nodded and patted Achaeus on the shoulder. "Child, the O'Neill family will be handed over to you in the future. You have to understand that those things are what the family should do, and those things are not what the head of the family should help with. If you do too many things that the head of the family shouldn't do, then you won't be able to hold on to your position." Achaeus didn't understand his father's words very well, but he knew that it wasn't a good time to ask about it, so he just nodded and didn't answer. At this moment, the dock was ready. A leader walked up to Achaeus' father, knelt down on one knee, and said loudly, reporting to the family head, "Everything is ready. Please cut the ribbon." Achaeus' father nodded and walked to the dock where the tyrant was anchored. A bottle of wine was tied to the bow of the tyrant. Achaeus' father grabbed the bottle and threw it onto the bow of the tyrant. However, what Achaeus and the others didn't know was that Zhao Hai had seen everything that had happened on Cass Island. Zhao Hai had not relaxed his surveillance of the god race, underworld, and Atlan continent. Zhao Hai knew that the reinforcements from the divine realm had arrived. However, he did not attack the reinforcements immediately. He wanted to see what those people would do. Zhao Hai thought that those people would directly come to the Golden Bull continent to fight him, but this time he was wrong. The other party did not come to find him. On the contrary, they had built a base there. This surprised Zhao Hai, but he thought it was reasonable for the Protoss to do so. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't know that the Protoss were going all out against him was that they would use magic arrays to surround the venue during every meeting. He couldn't see or hear what they were saying, so he couldn't do anything. However, when Zhao Hai saw the Protoss actions, he more or less understood what they were thinking. He was not in a hurry. He wanted to see how the Protoss would deal with him. Of course, Zhao Hai would not just stand by and watch. He even asked Zio Bingya to send a letter to the S-God race, asking them to contact the other races that had been conquered by the God race and see if there was any movement from them. However, this was not something that could be obtained in a short period of time. Even if Zhao Hai gave the S-God race some news fish, it was impossible for them to receive any news in such a short period of time. Hence, Zhao Hai's attention was drawn to the situation on the island. The O'Neill family had not set up a defensive magic array on the island. Although the Atlan continent people were famous for their magic array skills, the O'Neill family thought that people from the Ark continent would never come to the island. There was no need to set up a magic array. Moreover, they had arranged for a large number of magic armored guards on the island, so there was no need to build a magic array at all. That would be a waste of time. To the O'Neill family, if they had the time to build a magic array, they might as well use it to build a ship. It was precisely because they didn't build any magic arrays that Zhao Hai was able to see their actions. At first, Zhao Hai didn't know what the O'Neill family was busy with, but he soon found out that the O'Neill family was building a ship. Seeing this, Zhao Hai could roughly guess the situation on the Atlan continent. The Atlan continent's magical technology was higher than Earth's, but it had not reached the cosmic level of power like in science fiction. At the very least, they had no way to build spaceships to transport troops. Zhao Hai didn't attack the O'Neill family's shipyard either. He was afraid that if he did, the O'Neill family would be on high alert. He wanted to see the expressions on the O'Neill family's faces when they saw the view of the Ark. Thus, Zhao Hai watched as the O'Neill family's shipyard on Quez Island built 4 large ships bit by bit. To be honest, Zhao Hai couldn't bear to see the O'Neill family working day and night in the shipyard. However, he wouldn't remind them that they were enemies. Under Zhao Hai's gaze, the 4 ships were completed. After the ships were completed, Zhao Hai also saw Achaeus and Achaeus' father cutting the ribbon for the ship. However, he did not know what Achaeus and his father were talking about. The official language of the Atlan continent was obviously different from the language of the Ark continent. Although they could speak the language of the Ark continent when they communicated with their own people, they did not speak the language of the Ark continent. Instead, they spoke the Atlan language. This made Zhao Hai a little depressed. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. The ship was completed, but it would still take some time for the Atlantic continent to invade the Ark continent. Right now, Zhao Hai was no longer thinking about the time difference because that was impossible. From the looks of it, the day of his battle with the Protoss reinforcements would have to be delayed for a while. The invasion of the Atlantic continent into the Ark continent would also have to be delayed for a while. If things went wrong, these 2 continents would attack the Ark continent at the same time. Zhao Hai had already made preparations for both sides to fight. However, Zhao Hai was now very interested in the 1,000,000-ton ships that were built in the Atlantic continent. Furthermore, the machines used to build such a continent also made Zhao Hai very excited. When Zhao Hai first saw how long it took for the Atlantic continent to build their ships, he was truly surprised. This was because the Atlan continent had already achieved a level of complete mechanical work. When they were building ships, they would also do welding, cutting, and other work. All these work processes were completed by people through the special demonic armor. This made Zhao Hai very amazed. Those demonic armors were not the shape-shifting demonic armors that Zhao Hai had seen before, nor were they human-shaped demonic armors. Some of the demonic armors were in the shape of cars with mechanical arms on them, while some were just mechanical arms. This method of building ships was the most amazing Zhao Hai had ever seen. It was clear that they had already assembled the magic machinery very well, forming a new magic machine civilization. The magic machine civilization was what Zhao Hai called the magic machine civilization. Zhao Hai had thought that the Ark continent would take the same path as the magic machine civilization. The people here used magic arrays to make stoves, refrigerators, and other daily necessities. It was almost like a magic machine civilization. However, Zhao Hai soon realized that he was wrong. Although magic arrays were used on the Ark continent, they were not very important. People only used magic arrays for the convenience of their lives. They never thought of using magic arrays to help him do more things. After that, he came into contact with the Devil world, the God world, the Thunder world, the Barbarian world, and other planes. Almost all of them were from a magic civilization, and they knew very little about the mechanical civilization. After learning about the goblins, Zhao Hai felt that it was a pity. To Zhao Hai, the goblins were just a magic-based civilization that was destroyed by someone. The appearance of the Atlan continent allowed Zhao Hai to know that the magic machine civilization truly existed in the universe. Furthermore, they had already developed to an extremely high level. Having lived on Earth for decades, Zhao Hai knew very well what kind of changes the machinery civilization would bring to people's lives. Thus, Zhao Hai sincerely hoped that he could develop the magic machine civilization. From Zhao Hai's point of view, the Atlantic continent had really developed the magic machine civilization to a certain extent. Not counting the magic machines used in the construction of the ships had also made Zhao Hai's eyes light up. The ships were all made of metal. They were different from the armored ships on the Ark continent. The ships were very similar to the large ocean-going cargo ships on Earth. However, their power systems were also made up of magic arrays. What puzzled Zhao Hai the most was that there were many magic arrays carved on the hull of the ships, which made the 4 big ships look even more magical. Zhao Hai did not understand the magic arrays used in the Atlan continent. The Atlan continent's usage of magic arrays had already reached a certain level. Ordinary people would not be able to understand them. Their magic arrays were very strange. 2 magic arrays that looked exactly the same could produce completely different effects when used. When one observed the magic array carefully, one would realize that only one symbol in the magic array had changed, but it could cause the entire magic array to produce different effects. It was not as simple as changing a magic symbol. It required many experiments to find the most suitable position, size, and even the thickness of the lines drawn on the symbol. All these factors could make a magic array unrecognizable. Right now, Zhao Hai had some Atlan continent's magic arrays in his hands. These magic arrays had been created by Heir from the mechas of Achaeus and the others. Right now, Kellen was looking into these magic arrays. Although the gnomes were very talented in this area, their civilization was almost completely destroyed. Most of them could not read. A few months of learning was not enough to help. Therefore, although Zhao Hai had many magic arrays, he did not know how to use them. Therefore, when Zhao Hai saw the magic arrays carved on the ship, he felt as if he had read a heavenly book. He had no idea what the magic arrays were for. It was like giving an illiterate person a sophisticated machine. He had no way of using it. In BSB, however, the more this was the case, the more curious Zhao Hai was about the ships. He really wanted to know what kind of functions they had. Other than being curious about the magic array on the ship, Zhao Hai's eyes also lit up at the ship's design. The deck of the ship was divided into 30 floors, and the upper floors were for people to live in. The design was very reasonable, with 4 people to a room. The space inside was not small, and there were even some entertainment facilities. This surprised Zhao Hai. The living quarters took up a total of 5 floors. Starting from the 6th floor, it was for the mechas. The demon armors took up 10 floors of the deck. Further ahead were some garage-like places. It seemed like they were for the demon armors. Zhao Hai had seen these transport trucks before. There were many of them on Kaz Island. Below the garage was a repair workshop. In the repair workshop, it was a huge field that could repair 50 mechas at the same time. All kinds of mechanical arms and special magic armors moved in an orderly manner. At the bottommost level of the ship's hold were the spare parts of the demonic armor, some places to store energy devices, and even a small device to compress energy. It could be said to be very well equipped. From the looks of the workers, they were not unfamiliar with this type of ship at all. This gave Zhao Hai a rough impression of the Atlan continent's magic machine civilization. Zhao Hai sat on the Hades, while Laura and the others sat beside him. The layout of this room was almost the same as the dimensional villa. Because Zhao Hai couldn't stay in the villa for long, he could only make a room similar to the villa on the Hades so that he would be more comfortable. Laura and the others didn't object to Zhao Hai's decision. In their eyes, Zhao Hai's decision was absolutely necessary. Zhao Hai was on the Hades every day, so they had to stay on the Hades to accompany him. They had already gotten used to the villa. In other words, they wouldn't touch anything in the villa even if they closed their eyes. If it was a new environment, it might take them a while to get used to it. Thus, Zhao Hai decided to do this. It was also very beneficial to them. Hades was now their home. Almost everything in the villa had been moved onto Hades. Zhao Hai and the others also stayed on Hades every day. Xiao Bingya and the others finally understood what it meant to be a shut-in. Although Zhao Hai and the others stayed on Hades every day, they rarely left the house. They almost always stayed in their rooms. Xiao Bingya and the others could not help but laugh bitterly at Zhao Hai's behavior. At the moment, Zhao Hai was carefully looking at the situation on Kay's Island. The 4 big ships had gone into the water and tested out the waters. Everything was normal. Then, the few ships returned to the shipyards on Kay's Island for a final inspection and some adjustments. After that, they could officially be put into use. However, Zhao Hai wasn't looking at these things. He was looking at the armored personnel carriers. Although Zhao Hai didn't know what the names of these armored personnel carriers were in the Atlan continent, he liked to call them armored personnel carriers. This was because the armor of this car was really thick and large. It was also a tracked car with a sharp design and looked very powerful. Zhao Hai noticed the magic arrays on the armored vehicles. They were similar to the magic arrays on the ship. With Zhao Hai's knowledge of magic arrays, he could not tell if they were the same or different. However, there was one thing that made Zhao Hai feel very strange. These armored personnel carriers had caterpillar tracks, and the body of the vehicle was very heavy. If the mecha inside were included, it would be even heavier. However, such a heavy armored vehicle was not slow at all. It was also very flexible in its turning. This made Zhao Hai very confused. Laura was sitting beside Zhao Hai. She had nothing to do now. She was not like Meljan and Lies, who were busy developing tactics every day. Laura would not do something like that, and she could not do it. However, Zhao Hai noticed another characteristic of Laura when it came to logistics management, which was her sensitivity to machinery. Perhaps because she only had Kellen's genes, Laura had a very strong intuition for machinery and magic arrays. However, she had never paid attention to these things in the past, so she had never displayed this talent. However, it was different now. Now that Laura was looking at the magic armor and magic array on the Atlan continent, it immediately aroused the love of the team for these two things. 2 days ago, when the ship was about to go into the water, Laura stared at the screen crazily for more than a day. Zhao Hai was so scared that he had to force her to rest. Right now, Laura was also staring at the armored personnel carrier on the screen. After a while, she said, "Big Brother Hai, do you think we should also modify Hades?" Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard what he said. He looked at Laura in confusion and asked, "Modify Hades? Why, how do we change it?" Laura laughed. "Do you think that Hades' attacks are too simple? I want to change my spell name. What do you think?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment. Hades was built according to the blueprint of the realm. It won't be easy to get it. How about this? You go and draw a blueprint. If it's good, I'll agree to change it. Laura laughed. "Big Brother Hai, you misunderstand. I don't want to change the appearance of Pluto. I just want to destroy some of the internal structures. There is no need to let Pluto go back to the furnace." Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief when he heard her say that. "So that's how it is. Okay, change it, but you still have to draw a picture. Otherwise, I won't let you change it." "Yes," Lola responded, turned around and ran. Zhao Hai looked at Laura's back and smiled bitterly. "I hope she's not like father-in-law. Otherwise, it'll be too scary." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Meg couldn't help but burst into laughter. who was the one who caught Sister Lola staring at the screen. Do you regret it now? It's too late. Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. At that time I saw that she didn't have anything to do and looked listless. That's why I asked her to come and watch the screen to relax. Who knew that this would be the result? Meg couldn't help but laugh. Among Zhao Hai's women, she was the one who spoke the least and had the least presence. Even Nicole was more prominent than her. Because she liked to do things, Zhao Hai let her stay in his inner space most of the time to watch over his movements. Nier was too innocent. Zhao Hai did not want her to know too many things that she should not know. It might be better for her to stay with the animals. On the other hand, Meg didn't have much to do. Her role was just like Laura and Zhao Hai's professional secretary and personal assistant. She helped Laura and arranged the daily lives of Zhao Hai and the others. Now, Zhao Hai and the others had gotten used to her way of doing things. If she stopped caring about these things one day, their lives would definitely be in chaos, but that day would never come. Although Meg was the least noticeable, Zhao Hai had the best feelings for her. She had been with Zhao Hai for the longest time and had the deepest feelings for him, so Zhao Hai also doted on her the most. Among Zhao Hai's women, only 2 of them stayed in the realm the least. One of them was Ruyan. She had been with Zhao Hai for the shortest time, and because of her previous status, she was the one with the most special status among Zhao Hai's women. If they were to rank, she might be the last. Ryan was currently in the realm, and she was the one who wanted to go there. She usually stayed on the Berserk Dragon Island in the Ark realm and arranged everything on the island, because it belonged to the Buddha family. Of course, she would still return to Zhao Hai's side every night. She could come back at any time during the day as long as she dealt with the island's affairs. Zhao Hai didn't want to let Ryan go, but he had nothing else to do. If Ryan stayed here every day, it would be very boring. Since Ryan liked to help Zhao Hai manage the island, Zhao Hai agreed to Ryan's idea. The other woman who was not always by Zhao Hai's side was Barry. As a demon, she was not good at managing things. She was not good at taking care of Zhao Hai's life, and she was not interested in machinery. The reason why she was so busy was to take care of her people. Before Zhao Hai allowed the demonic tribe to enter the realm, he had already promised Barry that he would let her people in. After Zhao Hai had let the demonic tribe enter the realm, Barry came to beg Zhao Hai to give the succubus tribe a piece of land. Just like Mad Dragon Island, the succubus tribe could live in peace on the island. Zhao Hai completely agreed with this point, but he didn't understand why Barry wanted to do this. After asking Barry, Zhao Hai understood that the succubus race had long had enough of the competitive life because they were considered the most suitable people to be wives. Therefore, almost everyone in the demon race wanted a succubus as their wife. To achieve this goal, they would sometimes use some means to force the succubus race to submit. This was the place that the succubus race hated the most, so they wanted to find an uninhabited island and live a quiet life. However, Zhao Hai felt that it was strange. He asked Barry, if the succubus race stays on that island, how will the succubus race pass on their legacy? Without a man, how could they have offspring? Bailey and the others had already thought about this. The succubus race wouldn't always stay on the island. Every once in a while, the adult succubi with enough strength would go to the continent to train. By then, they could find men by themselves. Whether they married and stayed on the continent or returned to the island after getting pregnant, it was up to them. Zhao Hai was dumbfounded when he heard the news. He couldn't understand why the succubus race would make such a strange request, but he agreed in the end. It wasn't just Bailey's idea, but all the succubi. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai had no choice but to agree. It was because of this that she would stay on the island with her clansmen on the Bailey continent to deal with some matters that happened in the clan. As Barry was Zhao Hai's wife, her status was very special. Therefore, the succubus clan was very respectful to her. Now that Barry had become the succubus clan's patriarch, she was very busy. Zhao Hai didn't object to Barry's decision. Zhao Hai wasn't the kind of man who would only think about his own woman every day. He wasn't the kind of pig-like man who couldn't leave him, be better than him, or have his own family business. He hoped that his wife could do what she liked to do, so he supported Barry's decision. The women were all busy, but Zhao Hai was much more relaxed. All he did every day was sit there and watch the screen. He watched the undead creatures and the iron-armored beasts mining in the demonic realm, the Ark continent, and the Golden Bull continent. He watched the underworld's black fog advancing, watched the Atlan continent's people transporting supplies and preparing to attack the Ark continent, and watched the celestial realm's soldiers building their own bases. These things might seem boring because those people did the same thing every day. However, Zhao Hai had to pay attention to them because they were his enemies. He was analyzing their motives, understanding them, and finding their weaknesses through their actions. At the same time, Zhao Hai was observing the various races in the realm. The gnomes were living normally, but more and more gnomes were starting to play with magic arrays, which meant that they needed more resources. Zhao Hai and Kai had no choice but to give the gnomes some missions. They could only get more resources if they completed these missions. These missions were not difficult for the goblins, and they were all related to magic arrays. They were very effective for the growth of the goblins, and they were all doing well. Zhao Hai would also pay attention to the marine race from time to time. Of course, Zhao Hai was most concerned about the Azure Dragon conches. The Azure Dragon conch was a magical beast that Zhao Hai had obtained from the Sea Tribe a long time ago. Its defensive abilities were extremely strong, and it was the most important weapon of the Sea Tribe. Zhao Hai had only obtained one Azure Dragon conch from the Sea Tribe in the end. He had obtained more later, and now he was keeping them in the Sea Tribe's dimension. Because of the spatial laws, the turquoise conch shells had grown to a large size. However, Zhao Hai didn't use them to refine them. He knew that the longer they lived, the better they would be. The longer they lived, the more useful they would be in the future. So although there were many turquoise conch shells that were mature and ready to be used, Zhao Hai didn't use them. Zhao Hai wanted to see how long it would take for the green dragon conch to die. He wanted to wait for them to die naturally before he refined them. But something happened that surprised Zhao Hai. The green dragon conch was alive and well. They didn't die. The largest green dragon conch in the Sea Clan's dimension was nearly 10,000 meters tall. The green dragon on its body was more realistic, but it was still alive. Zhao Hai conducted an experiment. He used a magic cannon from the Ark continent to attack the green dragon conch. The energy source of the magic cannon was crystals, and even ordinary divine-level experts would not be able to withstand such a shot. However, when the cannon hit the green dragon conch, a shocking scene appeared. The green dragon on the shell seemed to come to life. It swam around the shell and extended a dragon claw to face the energy beam from the magic cannon. When the energy light beam met the green dragon's claw, it actually slowly disappeared. This cannon shot was completely useless. Zhao Hai was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect the defense of the green dragon conch to be so strong. If he was allowed to live for a few more years, he didn't know what would happen to him. That was why he didn't touch the green dragon conch and let them grow naturally. He wanted to see what the green dragon conch would become. The other races of the Sea Tribe had also improved greatly in the dimension. They were very powerful. The Sea Dragon Tribe was the one that Zhao Hai saw the most. It was the last branch of the Dragon Tribe. The dimension they were in was not the dimension of the Sea Tribe, but the dimension where Zhao Hai's villa was. However, they had been living their lives in the sea. Zhao Hai had even forgotten about them for a while. However, the Sea Dragon Tribe's growth was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. The last time he saw them, they already had a few God-grade powerhouses. Now that he had seen them again, the number of God-grade powerhouses in their tribe had increased, which was truly beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Time passed by quickly. Zhao Hai stood calmly on the Hades and looked at the spatial rift in the distance. Of course, there would not be any changes in the spatial rift, but Zhao Hai knew that there would be changes behind it. Behind the dimensional crack, the people of the Atlan continent were aggressively charging towards the Ark continent. Their 4 million-ton ships had officially been put into use. At first, Zhao Hai thought that the Protos and the Divinity would be the best opponents for him. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, it had been more than a month since the Protos arrived on the Golden Bull continent, but they were still building their base at a leisurely pace. They had no intention of moving forward at all. They were also using ships to slowly transport strategic materials such as magic arrays, bed armors, and food to their base. It was as if they were going to build a giant fortress there. On the other hand, the people from the Atlan continent began to load the ships with all kinds of resources after they had built them. Then they began to mobilize their troops. When everything was ready, more than a month had passed. Then they boarded the ships and headed straight for the Ark continent without any probing. This surprised Zhao Hai. These Atlan people did not look like new recruits on the battlefield. However, they did not test the waters or scout the area. Instead, they directly charged towards the Ark continent. This puzzled Zhao Hai. The Atlantic continent's actions seemed a little frivolous. Zhao Hai really did not know where their confidence came from. However, Zhao Hai had to admit that the magic machinery civilization on the Atlan continent had developed quite well. After the 4 large ships had taken shape, they had added some things to them. The 4 large ships had become 4 cities that could move on the sea. Most importantly, Zhao Hai also saw many pieces of demonic armor. These demonic armors were all of extremely high grade, and some of them were even more powerful than the ones that Akias and the others were using. They could transform into 3 different forms, and from Zhao Hai's point of view, the combat power of these demonic armors was definitely not lower than that of an ordinary god-grade expert. This time, the O'Neill family had deployed close to 1,000 of these armors, and it was obvious that they hadn't used their full power yet. They were only using them for battle, so the 4 ships were equipped with some other armors. The 4 big ships had already arrived at the Flame Island. The 100 Victories stopped there, and the mechas immediately flew up from the ship and rushed to the Flame Island. They killed all the remaining magic beasts on the island and took their magic crystals. NBSB Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the actions of Atlan. He wanted to know what was going on. Luckily, perhaps because they did not notice any danger, the magic barrier on the ship was not activated. Zhao Hai could clearly see what they were doing. They took the magic crystals to the small factory at the bottom of the ship and used one of the machines to turn the magic crystals into an energy device. Zhao Hai looked at all of this in shock. He never thought that someone from the Atlan continent would be able to do this. This was truly shocking. Only now did Zhao Hai know what the demonic armors in the Atlan continent relied on to power themselves. It was actually a demonic crystal. However, this made Zhao Hai even more curious about the devil armor. He wanted to know if the combat power of the devil armor would increase if he could get his hands on it and use crystals as power. Although the Atlan people had turned those magical gemstones into energy devices, Zhao Hai was very clear that the energy in those energy devices could not be stronger than those magical gemstones. In other words, the energy devices used by the Atlan people could not be as powerful as the crystal in his hand. The magic cannons used magical gemstones, and their power was not that great. However, after using the gemstones in his hands, they were actually able to kill divine-level experts. If the armor of devils were to use the gemstones as power, how much power would they be able to unleash? Right now, Zhao Hai was really eager to get a few pieces of demonic armor and test out their power. However, Zhao Hai knew that it would not be easy. Laura walked to Zhao Hai's side and whispered, "Big brother Hai, don't worry. The Atlan people won't be able to cause any trouble. Don't you want to know what kind of expression they will have when they reach the Ark continent? You'll see it soon." Zhao Hai smiled and patted Laura's hand. "I know. I'm not worried. I'm just a little impatient. If the Hades is equipped with this mecha, its combat power will be even more amazing." Laura smiled and said, "What? Are you still not satisfied with the attack power of Pluto? How's my modification?" Zhao Hai laughed. When Laura said that she wanted to modify the Hades, Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart and let her do as she pleased. However, he didn't expect Laura to be so serious. She carefully studied the Hades and made a full modification of the Hades interior. She even drew a very detailed blueprint on Laura's map. She had divided Hades into many areas. The top floor of Hades was where Zhao Hai lived. The layout was the same as in the medium, and there were even green water and hot springs. The lower floors were prepared for the other living quarters on the ship, which could accommodate 10,000 people in total. They also had their own independent rooms, which were very well equipped. Below them was the storage area, which could store enough supplies for 100,000 people for a month. Further down was the forbidden area on the ship, where the undead creatures were stored. The environment there was very similar to Hell, and the undead creatures could also cultivate there. At the bottom was the ship's power deck, where the yin-yang pool was located. It was the heart of the ship. In fact, with the interspace, Laura and the others did not have to spend so much effort to prepare these things. However, Zhao Hai could not enter the interspace now. If the ship was decorated better, they would be able to live comfortably. The other living areas and material storage areas were for outsiders to see. They were to help Zhao Hai keep the secret of the interspace. Besides confidentiality, Laura also had Zhao Hai modify several parts of the ship. The first part was the ram. Previously, the ram was integrated with the ship now. Laura separated the ship, which meant that the ram was movable and could be taken off. In necessary moments, the ram could fly out of the ship and kill enemies. Additionally, the chess rod on the ship was just used to hang flags. However, Laura had asked Zhao Hai to extend it. Meanwhile, the chess rod could be flexible or rigid and could be swung in all directions. That was to say, even if someone was on the side of the ship, this chess rod could also stab towards the enemy like a sword. Other than these people, Laura didn't make too many changes to the ship, because if she were to make major changes to the ship, she would have to use the all-purpose machine. Therefore, Laura didn't make any more changes to the ship. Furthermore, the undead creatures in the hell space on the ship were all specially selected by Laura. They were all god-tier undead creatures. These undead creatures were originally very large, but Zhao Hai's undead creatures could transform. Therefore, these demonic armors turned into human forms and stayed in the space. When they were waiting for Zhao Hai, they would come out of the space and transform into their true forms to fight. Zhao Hai was very interested in Laura's modifications. His modifications would indeed increase the combat power of Hades. Zhao Hai knew very well that the reason why Hades was able to dominate this place was because there was nothing in this space that could threaten it. It was like an adult going to kindergarten to fight with children. That was pure bullying. But now, the rejection force of the space was getting stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, he would go to the cultivation space. At that time, Pluto might not be the most powerful ship. He would encounter even more powerful enemies and even more powerful weapons. Right now, no one could get close to Pluto, and there was nothing that could threaten it. However, this didn't mean that there was nothing in the cultivation dimension. Laura's changes were very useful for Pluto. Hearing Laura's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. "Not bad, it's a good change, really good. By the way, what are they doing?" Laura smiled and said, "Nothing much." Becky and Meljan are still looking at the maps of the Golden Bull continent and the Ark continent, preparing to deal with the Protos and the Atlan continent. Meg is researching a new way to make desserts. That little girl, Neil, is still watching the animals in the space. Ryan is still busy on the island. I heard from Grandpa Green that Ryan is preparing to open a chamber of commerce on the continent. He wants to use this method to earn more gold coins for you. Bailey is still with her people. She is the busiest among us. What about you? Zhao Hai smiled. Why haven't you been studying the blueprints these past few days? Aren't you very interested in the devilish armor? I even asked Kai to bring me a three-dimensional map of the devil armor. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I don't know how many years the Atlan continent has spent researching to create those mechas. It won't be that simple. You can see it from the magic armors that the goblins are researching. Just the magic armors are involved in so many disciplines, let alone the magic armors that are even more interesting than the magic armors. Don't be hasty, take it slow. Once we get our hands on a few magic armors, you can study them properly. Laura smiled. It seems that if I want to make good mechas in the future, I'll have to ask the dwarves for help. Oh, and the elves. They're very good at carving magic arrays. Zhao Hai smiled. Let's not alert them first. After we get the mecha, we can see if the realm can analyze the metals used to make the mecha. If they are all made of those metals, we might be able to make mecha. Lola nodded and said, I know that's fine, but I still hope that the dwarves and elves can help. That way they won't be too free. Both dwarves and elves are people with special talents. For example, the dwarves are more sensitive to metal than us, and the elves are much better at drawing magic arrays than us. I think it'll be very beneficial for our mecha improvement. Zhao Hai thought for a while and nodded. To be honest, he had never thought about this before. He had only wanted the gnomes to study magic arrays and then make mechas. He had never thought about making these things separately. Zhao Hai now had some understanding of magic arrays. He knew that the study of magic arrays was not something that could be done in a day. Other than metals, the carving of a magic array was also very important. If you carved one symbol wrong, the magic array would be useless. The elves were the best at inscribing magic arrays. They had an innate advantage. They were more focused and more talented in this area. The dwarves' obsession with various metals was something that the humans couldn't compare to. If the dwarves could join in the research of magic arrays and armor, it would be very helpful. Zhao Hai had never thought of this before. To be honest, even though he had put the gnomes into his dimension, he still had a different view of the races in his dimension. In his heart, the people on the Ark continent were the closest to him. He had lived there for a long time. His friends and family were all born and raised on the Ark continent, so in his heart, the people on the Ark continent were his family. The second was the devil race. Although he was enemies with the devil race before, he didn't hate them at all. Moreover, he didn't have much of a grudge against them. The devil race had entered the realm of their own free will, so they had a very high status in Zhao Hai's heart. The second most important thing was the goblins. He had nothing to do with the goblins. He just didn't want the goblins to live like that. He also wanted to use the goblins' talents to research more magic arrays, so he put the goblins into the origin space. Finally, it was the gods' race. The hatred between him and the gods' race could never be resolved. However, he didn't really want to pursue the matters of the gods' race, nor did he want to exterminate them. That was why he kept the gods' race in his space. It was because of this relationship that Zhao Hai allowed the gnomes to study the magic arrays. He had never thought of letting the elves and dwarves join in. He wanted to give the dwarves and elves as much freedom as possible without asking for anything in return. He always felt that if he asked the elves and dwarves to work for him, he would be asking them for something in return. However, he didn't have such thoughts about the gnomes. He didn't have any feelings for the gnomes, so it was only right for them to help him. Now, with Laura's reminder, Zhao Hai had thought it through. There was nothing wrong with allowing the dwarves and elves to participate in his research. After all, the dwarves and elves liked to do such things. He did not force them to do so, so it was not a big deal. Laura understood Zhao Hai's thoughts. When she saw Zhao Hai nod, she smiled. All right, big brother Hai, don't think too much about it. We can ask the dwarves and elves on Berserk Dragon Island to join us. Then we can choose some smarter earth elves and put them together so that they can get to know each other. This way, the gnomes will no longer be afraid of the dwarves and elves. The dwarves and elves will also accept the gnomes, and they will naturally be able to study magic arrays and magic armors. That's right, Zhao Hai nodded. It's time for the gnomes to get in touch with the other races. Zhao Hai knew that Laura had her reasons for allowing the gnomes to interact with other races. The goblin race had suffered too much from the god race in the past. Not only was their civilization almost destroyed, but they had also suffered a huge mental blow. Zhao Hai realized that the goblin race was very wary of other races, and they were also very afraid of them. When they faced other races, they often did not know what to do and acted dumb. This was why Lola said he wanted the gnomes to have more contact with the other races. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. The gnomes had just come into contact with the magic array. Even if he wanted them to help, they wouldn't be of much help. He had to wait for a while. At this moment, Xiao Bingya walked out of his room. Xiao Bingya and the others had been following Zhao Hai, but they didn't know what Zhao Hai was planning. They only thought that Zhao Hai wanted to occupy the Golden Bull continent. They never thought that Zhao Hai was still here for the demonic armor and the ultimate weapons of the gods' race. Xiao Bingye hesitated when he saw Zhao Hai and Lola standing at the bow of the ship. He was afraid of disturbing Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also noticed Xiao Bingye's expression and smiled. He turned to Xiao Bingye and said, "Bingye, what's wrong? What's the matter?" They had believed in him for quite some time, so Zhao Hai addressed him more casually. Xiao Bingye walked in front of Zhao Hai and bowed. "Sir, I just received news from my race that the Proto seem to have increased their surveillance on the races that they've conquered. As soon as they find something wrong, they'll immediately mobilize their troops." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he nodded and said, "No wonder the Protos didn't make a move for so long. So this is what they're planning. They want to stabilize their rear first and then turn around to deal with us. Hee, interesting. What should we do then? Are we just going to watch?" Xiao Bingye asked. "Isn't it good to watch like this?" Zhao Hai smiled. They know that the reason why the Golden Bull continent was conquered so quickly is largely related to the rebellion of the three major races, so they have increased the monitoring of those races that have submitted to them. They might even kill some people to establish their power, but the more they do this, the more those people will hate them. When they can't suppress those people anymore, their backcourt will become more and more chaotic, which is very beneficial to us. Xiao Bingye was stunned for a moment, then he nodded. He had to admit that Zhao Hai was right. They had been going against the God Clan for many years, so they knew the God Clan very well. The God Clan was indeed very powerful. When they knew that the races that submitted to them might rebel, they would not be polite to them. Killing people to establish their power was the most common method. However, Xiao Bingye knew that the races that had submitted to the Protos were already very dissatisfied with them. If the Protos continued to do so, it would only speed up the rebellion of the other races. As long as the other races rebelled together, the Protos would not have any more troops to deal with them. At that time, Zhao Hai could completely annihilate the Protos one by one. After thinking through these soldiers, Xiao Bingye nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as you say, sir. I'll tell my people what you want. But sir, should we take action against the Protos and let them build their base like this? If they really do finish building their base, it won't be good for us." Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled. "No need to rush. Let them build. They can't stay in the base forever. Once they come out and attack us, I'll be able to destroy them bit by bit." Xiao Bingye stopped talking and nodded. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "If I had reported it to the ancestors." After saying that, he turned around and returned to the cabin. Laura looked at Xiao Bingye and turned to Zhao Hai. "Big Brother Hai, is the reason why the S-God race doesn't allow Xiao Bingye and the others to return because they want to monitor you? Why do we have to keep them? We can deal with the God Clan by ourselves." Zhao Hai smiled. "If we don't drag them into this, they won't go to war with the Protos. As long as they become weaker, we'll have a better chance of snatching their ultimate weapon. What I want is the ultimate weapon. Of course, it'll be even better if we can drag them into the dimension." When Laura heard Zhao Hai's words, she couldn't help but laugh. Only now did she know what Zhao Hai was planning. This was actually Zhao Hai's plan to deal with the Thunder race and the other two races. He wanted to drag them into the battle with the Protos. This way, not only would they be eliminated faster, but their strength would also be weakened. When Zhao Hai lured the Atlan continent and the Netherworld to the Protos, he wouldn't have to worry about them not entering the realm. As long as these people entered the medium, they would treat Zhao Hai as a god sooner or later. At that time, Zhao Hai would have more power of belief. Although this method was not very honorable, it was the most effective method at the current stage. If Zhao Hai used force to conquer them, it would only waste more time. Moreover, Zhao Hai could not stay in this space for too long. Laura and Zhao Hai always wanted to bring people into the space. First, the space was too empty, and it would be more lively if some people were there. Second, it would be a waste to leave such a large space unused. The second reason was the power of belief. Even though Zhao Hai still didn't know what benefits the power of belief could bring to cultivators, he was certain that it would be of great use to them after seeing how much effort they put in to collect it. NBSB, but if Zhao Hai ascended to the cultivation world one day, it wouldn't be so easy for him to collect power of belief. The fact that Lu Wei had been assigned to this place showed that it wouldn't be so easy to collect power of belief in the cultivation world. NBSB, if the people in the world of self-cultivation were all very strong, it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to collect power of belief there. NBSB, moreover, the cultivation world had distributed their own space, so the other major factions must have taken everything from the cultivation world. If Zhao Hai wanted to collect power of belief, he would offend those major factions and would be hunted down. He had already offended Lu Wei, so he didn't want to offend more. If Lu Wei's clone was this powerful, then his true body must be even more powerful. In the cultivation world, Lu Wei wasn't the strongest existence. There were many people more powerful than him. Zhao Hai didn't want to be chased by people all over the world the moment he arrived. That wouldn't be fun. NBSB, more importantly, Zhao Hai was afraid that someone from the self-cultivation world could break through space. If that person could, then Zhao Hai would be in even more danger. Therefore, before entering the cultivation world, Zhao Hai had made full preparations. He wanted to kidnap more people into the realm so that he wouldn't be lacking in power of belief when he reached the cultivation world. He wanted to understand what the devilish armor was and what the ultimate weapon was. When these things were in his hands, he would have more power to protect himself. Achaeus stood at the bow of the tyrant in high spirits. He really liked the name of the ship. Every time he heard the name, he felt his blood boiling. They had already gone to the fiery island a few days ago. There hadn't been any changes there, only a few magical beasts. Achaeus didn't hold back and immediately sent people to the fiery island to kill all the magical beasts. He obtained some magical crystals. Although it wasn't a lot, Achaeus was still very happy. He liked the feeling of conquering. Then they headed north. He knew that the Ark continent must be in the north because Zhao Hai had come from that ark, so he was not in a hurry and slowly headed north. The tyrant wasn't the flagship of the 4 ships. The flagship of the 4 ships was the Glorious. His father was on the Glorious, and he had requested to come to the tyrant. Achaeus didn't like to stay under his father's nose. Although he could learn a lot, he was very uncomfortable with being under his father's supervision every day. So when he set off, he took the initiative to suggest boarding the tyrant city. He also found a very good reason to do so. He wanted to learn how to command a ship. This reason was indeed very useful. When his father heard what he said, he immediately agreed and made him the captain of the tyrant. At the same time, he gave him an experienced first mate. He didn't feel it before, but when he really managed a ship, he realized that the taste of power was so wonderful. It was like a glass of wine, making people unable to dominate. Although they had sent out a few demon armors to scout the area, they did not find any land or ships. Achaeus was puzzled. Their ship was not slow. It was a ship powered by energy devices, not those ancient sailboats. They had been traveling for a few days, but they had not seen any land. It seemed that the Fire Island was really far from the Ark continent. However, Achaeus was confused. It would take them a few days to travel on their ship. According to Zhao Hai, there were no magic machines on the Ark continent. They should be using a sailboat, which would take even longer. Why would Zhao Hai go to the Fire Island with a sailboat? And the timing of his appearance was so coincidental. There shouldn't be any problems, right? At the thought of this, Achaeus immediately shook his head and shook this thought out of his head. He didn't dare to continue thinking about this because he was afraid that if it was correct, it would be a huge blow to the family. Time passed day by day, and another 2 days had passed. Achaeus could no longer keep his cool. He spent most of his time on the deck, looking at the sky. He knew that if they were not far from the mainland, the armors would have come back to report. It was useless for him to stand there and look. However, he still stayed on the deck because he could not stay in the house for long. At this moment, a black spot appeared in the distant sky. Achaeus could not help but be jolted. He knew that the armor fiend who had gone to scout had returned. Sure enough, a moment later, a devil armor slowly flew to the sky above the tyrant. It was an airplane-type devil armor, and it was also the fastest among all the devil armor. The armor transformed into a human and slowly landed on the ship. The chest armor opened, and a man jumped out. He quickly walked to Achaeus and bowed. "Young master, I've found a continent. It's definitely the Ark continent. It's not an ordinary boat, it's just to our east. We're a little off course." Achaeus nodded excitedly and said, "Great, that's great. Did you tell my father about this?" The man nodded. "Someone has already reported it to the clan leader. Please rest assured, young master." However, the man looked hesitant. Achaeus's heart sank and he immediately said, "What's wrong?" "But what? Say something." The man looked at Achaeus and said, "We didn't get too close to the Ark continent. But what made us feel strange was that there didn't seem to be any people around the Ark continent. We didn't see any ships on the beach either. There wasn't a single ship. This is very strange." Achaeus' heart sank and he immediately said, "Did you tell my father about this?" "What did father say?" The man shook his head. "I don't know. I think I've already told the patriarch." We informed him separately. "I didn't go to the patriarch." Achaeus nodded and turned around. "Get my demonic armor ready. I'm going to the Glorious." The servant behind him immediately responded and turned to leave. After a while, someone drove a car and pulled Achaeus's magic armor out. Without saying anything, Achaeus immediately got on his magic armor and flew straight to glory. They weren't far from the Glorious. The 4 ships were advancing in a straight line. The first ship was the 100 Victories, which was the vanguard. The Glorious was in the second position, while the tyrant was at the back. Between them was the Conqueror. Soon, Achaeus arrived on the deck of the 100 Victories. After parking the armor, he immediately jumped out of the armor and rushed to his father's room. Soon, Achaeus arrived outside his father's room. There were 2 guards in front of the door. The 2 guards immediately saluted Achaeus when they saw him. One of the guards said to Achaeus, "Young master, the patriarch said that if you arrived, you should go in and see him directly." Achaeus nodded and pushed the door open. As soon as he entered the house, Achaeus was stunned because he saw a few people in the house. These people were all famous warriors in the family. They were also the commanders of the ships on the Ark continent. When his father saw Achaeus, he nodded at Achaeus and said, "Not bad, you're pretty fast. Hurry up and get off." Achaeus saluted the people in the house before sitting down. After Achaeus sat down, his father said, "We've already discovered a continent to our east, but there's a very strange phenomenon. They didn't see any ships on the coast of that continent. This is very strange. I've already sent people to investigate again. This time, I'll allow them to get closer to the continent and take a closer look to see what's happening." The people in the room nodded. One of the captains frowned and said, "Clan leader, if there really isn't anyone on that continent, what should we do?" Achaeus' father wrote a small note and said, "Don't worry. If there's really no one on that continent, there are only two possibilities. First, we didn't find the right place. It's not the Ark continent, but a deserted continent, but that's unlikely. Second, it's the Ark continent, but something happened there, so the people left. This might be good news for us because we can occupy that continent without using force. In any case, what we want is the resources and minerals on the continent. We have the people." The few of them nodded. Achaeus stood up and bowed to his father. "I'm sorry, father. I didn't do a good job in scouting." He waved his hand and said, "It's not your fault. If you had really come into contact with the people from the Ark continent, you would have alerted them. Maybe there is no one on the Ark continent now, which has something to do with the last time you saw Zhao Hai. Let's wait and see what happened on the Ark continent." Achaeus nodded and sat down. His father turned to the others and said, "It doesn't matter if there are people on that continent, we have to be prepared. The ship has already turned around, and once we reach that continent, we have to build a base in the shortest time possible and prepare for the arrival of the troops. It seems that the Ark continent is much larger than we thought. This is good news for the O'Neill family. A large place means that we will have more useful things. This might be an opportunity for the O'Neill family to develop." Everyone was shocked by what he said. The Ark continent was indeed much larger than they had imagined. This was definitely good news for them. Putting everything else aside, the Ark continent was huge, and there were many magical beasts. The more magical beasts there were, the more magical crystals there were. With more magical crystals, the more energy they could get. Just this income alone was enough to make the O'Neill family a fortune, not to mention the other resources and minerals on the Ark continent. It was impossible for such a large continent to not have minerals. As long as there were minerals, it would be even more important to the O'Neill family. On the Atlantic continent, after many years of mining, the known mineral production areas on the continent had almost been emptied out. Without minerals, there would be no various metals. Without various metals, they would not be able to make devil armor. Without devil armor, their strength would be limited. This was a cycle. Achaeus' father looked at the crowd and said, "Although the Atlantic continent is huge, it still has the existence of the Martial clan and the Demon clan. It seems impossible for us to take care of the Martial clan and the Demon clan in a short period of time. On the other hand, the Ark continent is a place that only belongs to us, only to our O'Neill family. This place isn't any smaller than the Atlantic continent. Think about it, we have a complete Atlantic continent as our base. How exciting would that be?" Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. They were all stunned by the scene described by Achaeus' father. That's right, if the O'Neill family had an area as large as the Atlantic continent as their base, then who else in the Atlantic continent would be their match? Achaeus' father looked at everyone's expressions and nodded in satisfaction. "All right, that's all I have to say. Go back and prepare. We'll definitely take down the Ark continent. Anyone who dares to stand in front of us is our enemy and we'll tear them apart. O'Neill family, victory is ours." The captains and Achaeus all stood up and shouted Wan Sheng. Only then did he leave with an excited look on his face. Achaeus was about to leave as well, but his father stopped him. After the captains left, his father let Achaeus sit down and said, "When you saw Zhao Hai the other day, did you notice anything special about him?" Achaeus was taken aback, but he understood what his father meant. His father was still worried about the Ark continent. However, Achaeus did not find anything special that day. He shook his head and said, "I didn't see anything special about it." It seemed like it was his first time seeing a piece of magical armor. He was curious, but also a little scared. "I'm sure that there is no magical armor on the Ark continent." He was dressed as a mage and had a magic staff in his hand. He could fly, so he should be a grade 9 expert. "I didn't see any divine aura on him." His father nodded and said, "It seems that what that man said is true. It is impossible for a god-tier elite to appear on the Ark continent. This is good news for us. Now I am just a little worried. Why did a spatial rift appear there for no reason? It is really puzzling." Achaeus also frowned. To be honest, he had not thought of this. Achaeus was not an idiot. He understood what his father meant, but he did not quite understand why the Ark continent was like this. Achaeus' father looked at Achaeus and nodded in his heart. He felt that Achaeus had matured a lot recently, which was what he wanted to see the most. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside, reporting, "Clan leader. The people who went to scout have returned." Achaeus' father was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. He immediately said, "Let him in." Someone answered from outside the door. Then a man pushed the door open and walked in. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. However, he was very energetic. He was wearing a tight-fitting battle suit, which was also a necessary outfit for those who were driving the devil armor. The man walked up to Achaeus' father and bowed. "Greetings, chief." Akia's father nodded and said, Lai Fu, what's the situation there? It was impossible for Akia's father to know every single person who used the demonic armor in his family, but this Lai Fu was an exception. He was a pilot of the divine demonic armor, and among the divine pilots in the family, he was one of the best. The demonic armor he was driving also had the ability to become invisible. In order to find out what was going on at the Ark continent, Akia's father had sent Lai Fu. Otherwise, Lai Fu would not have had the chance to make a move under normal circumstances. Lai Fu said in a deep voice, that might be the Ark continent, but the strange thing is, there is no one in their coastal city. It doesn't look like there was a war there, and it seems like those people moved away on their own. They took away everything in their homes. From the thickness of the dust on the ground, they have been moving away for more than 3 months. Akia's father was stunned, but Akia's expression changed. He looked at Lai Fu and said, it's really been more than 3 months. Does that mean that when I saw Zhao Hai, the Ark continent was already in this state? Lai Fu, did you only see that one city, or did the entire Ark continent look like this? Lai Fu said in a deep voice, I've seen 2 cities and some villages. It's the same. People moved away by themselves. Everything that can be used has disappeared. I can see that they weren't in a hurry when they moved away. Everything was cleaned up very well. Akia's face turned ugly. He looked at his father, and his father looked back at him. Then he smiled and comforted him. All right, Akia's, don't take this to heart. It looks like Zhao Hai lied to you. When you met him, he was probably moving away. But no matter where he moved to, the Ark continent is still there. They can't move the Ark continent away. As long as we get the Ark continent, everything will be fine. Lai Fu, go and rest. Lai Fu responded and saluted the two before turning to leave. After Lai Fu left, Akia's father frowned and said, it seems that things are not as simple as they seem. If everyone on the Ark continent moved away, why did they move away? Where could they move to? I wonder if the appearance of the spatial rift has anything to do with the people moving away from the Ark continent. It seems that we need to investigate this. Akia's sat at the side with a dark expression. He was really angry right now. He thought that he had deceived Zhao Hai, but the truth was that he had been deceived by Zhao Hai. Thinking of this, Akia's couldn't help but clench his teeth. He felt like he had been played, which made him very unhappy, but he couldn't do anything about it. Akia's father looked at Akia's and smiled. All right, Akia's, don't be angry. You'll encounter this kind of thing many times in the future, so don't take it to heart. Now go back to your ship and take care of it. Akia's heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. He saluted his father and turned to leave. Looking at Akia's back, his father smiled but didn't say anything. In his opinion, this was the lesson that the young man should have been taught. What Akia's father didn't know was that Zhao Hai was sitting in the origin space, watching the two of them. Zhao Hai only sighed after Akia's left the room. It's a pity. I thought there would be some interesting content. I didn't think Akia's father would be so calm. It seems that the O'Neill family is indeed extraordinary. Lola nodded and turned to Heir. Heir, your translation just now was correct, right? To be honest, I'm really surprised that you're able to learn Atlanta language in such a short time. Heir laughed. What's there to be surprised about? I've been monitoring them from Kessie Island. Although they're very busy, they still have to talk. After monitoring them for a long time, coupled with some analysis and calculations, I've naturally learned Atlanta language. The translation just now is definitely correct. Lola nodded and said, if I'm not wrong, then the head of the O'Neill family is even more amazing. The problems he mentioned just now are the key to leaving the Ark continent. It looks like he's an amazing person. Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course he's an extraordinary figure. He's a member of a family, so how can he be simple? But I don't want to deal with them yet. I'll just monitor them and wait until they discover the spatial crack. I really didn't expect that these guys would follow us to the Rossan Empire. This is even more interesting. I wonder if he will discover us first or fight the undead creatures of the underworld first. That's right. I didn't expect them to deviate so much from their route, she said, and the speed of their ship is so fast that they reached the Rosen Empire in a short time. They're much closer to the undead creatures of the underworld than we are. I'm guessing they'll fight the undead creatures of the underworld first. Zhao Hai nodded. That's a possibility. That's good. We can ignore them for now. We just need to keep an eye on them. Heir, don't forget to collect data on their equipment. The more the better. Heir replied. Zhao Hai turned the screen to the Protoss. The patience of the Protoss who had come to Golden Bull Continent was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. He didn't expect that the Protoss would take so long to build a base, and this base was even more powerful than their original city. The entire base was built on a mountain, just like Zhao Hai's base on the Akara Mountains. They had dug up the entire mountain. Although the Protoss did not have iron-armored beasts to dig, they were strong and could use magic. Earth magic was easy for anyone. This made it much easier for them to build a base than Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai did not have so many magic arrays to help them build a base, so they could only rely on the iron-armored beasts of the dwarfs. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the magic arrays on the walls of the base. It took the Protoss a lot of time to inscribe these magic arrays. It seemed like they really wanted to turn this place into an impregnable fortress. Zhao Hai could understand the Protoss' actions. They wanted to build a base, just like how they entered the Ark continent. Then he would slowly push his way into the Golden Bull continent, slowly reducing his living space. He had no choice but to come out and fight with the Protoss. However, Zhao Hai didn't think so. The Protoss had built a fortress, but they were in the Divinity, not in the Church of Light. After the Protoss occupied the Church of Light, they were able to transport the resources from the Divinity to the Church of Light continuously because of the spatial rift behind them. At that time, Zhao Hai couldn't even enter the spatial rift. Therefore, the Protoss could transport the resources to the Ark continent without worry. However, things were different now. They were in the Divinity. The Protoss base was located near the sea, and the sea was not necessarily the Protoss territory. If Zhao Hai wanted to attack their supply line, it would be very easy. As long as he cut off their supply line, the base would be useless. In addition to the base, Zhao Hai also noticed something else. Protoss didn't seem to trust the vassal races that had submitted to them anymore. They didn't use the vassal races to build the fortress this time, and they didn't allow any vassal races to enter the fortress. They were completely excluded. However, Zhao Hai had no intention of attacking the Protoss right now. He was waiting. Once the Protoss rear began to stir up trouble, he would immediately cut off the Protoss supply line. Then he would take care of the fortress first and see how the Protoss would react. Recently, Zhao Hai had been getting more and more information from Xiao Bingya. The Protoss were preparing to deal with the vassal races. They were getting more and more aggressive and strict with the vassal races. There was a curfew in all the vassal races' spaces. Other than the curfew, the Protoss didn't allow the vassal races to have weapons, show up in gatherings of more than 10 people, or even learn martial arts. It could be said that the Protoss no longer trusted the vassal races, and they had already reached the point of insanity. This deepened the conflict between the Protoss and the vassal races, and war was already imminent. It was because of this information that Zhao Hai had told the vassal races to attack first before he did. He was afraid that once he started a fight with the Protoss would turn their attention to him. If that happened, the vassal races wouldn't be able to muster the courage to attack the Protoss. Zhao Hai didn't want that to happen. He wanted the vassal races to participate in the war so he could fish in troubled waters. The vassal races didn't make Zhao Hai wait for too long. The crucial thing was that the Protoss were too cooperative. The Protoss' suppression of the vassal races became more and more intense. It even developed to the point where if they didn't like someone, they would capture and kill them. Under such circumstances, the vassal races finally exploded. They couldn't and didn't dare to wait any longer. If they kept waiting, all of their people would be killed by the God clan. Therefore, the vassal clans of the God clan started to rebel one after another. The scale of their rebellion was huge. Zhao Hai had heard this news from Xiao Bingya on the 10th day after the 4 ships from Atlan continent arrived at Wanzhou continent. Zhao Hai's main focus was still on the Atlan continent. Even though the O'Neill family knew that it was strange for the people from the Ark continent to move away, they didn't care. They still sailed to the Ark continent. They arrived at the original port city of the Ark continent, the Water City. This was originally a very important port city of the Rosen Empire and had always been managed by the Prince of the Rosen Empire. However, it was now empty. However, it didn't matter to the O'Neill family. They appeared not far from Watersource City, which was why they chose to land in Watersource City. It was a good thing that the port of Outwater City was a deep water port. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stop the 4 large ships. Although the O'Neill family knew that there was no one here, they still carefully sent out their magic armors to scout the entire city. They only let the main troops go ashore after making sure that there was no danger. After the O'Neill family's mech soldiers went ashore, they didn't rush to expand into the Ark continent. They only sent out a small force to scout the Ark continent, while the rest of the people were working on the construction of Outwater City. Although Water Out City used to be a rather famous port in the Rosen Empire, it wasn't suitable for the O'Neill family's use. The O'Neill family used magic armors and war chariots the most, and both of them were very tall, especially the war chariots. The first war chariot had to carry 20 magic armors, which made the war chariot look like a giant. Although Wushui City was not a small city, their city was built according to normal standards. Although it was very tall, the chariot could not enter. In addition, when the mechas were not in battle, it was best to put them in the house for maintenance, so the mechas needed a warehouse to store them. An ordinary house in Outwater City would not be able to store the mechas, so the O'Neill family needed to build a base here for long-term use in battle. They couldn't just send the mechas to the ships for repair no matter what problems they had. The 4 ships couldn't be parked here forever. They still had to return to Kaz Island. They were transporting supplies to the Ark continent. In the past few days, the O'Neill family had been rebuilding the Water Out City apart from sending out a small team to scout. There was no major trouble. Their scouting range did not exceed the range of the Rosen Empire. Therefore, Zhao Hai's wish to have them fight the underworld was naturally in vain. At this moment, Xiao Bingya sent Zhao Hai some news. The god race's vassal races had started a rebellion. Zhao Hai was overjoyed when he heard the news. As soon as the god race started, he would be able to act. It was not that he was a battle maniac, but after so many days, he could only watch and not fight, which really made him feel very uncomfortable. Now he could finally take care of those protos. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything in front of Xiao Bingya. He only nodded and said, "All right, I know." After saying that, he turned around and returned to the house. The moment he returned to his room, Zhao Hai immediately said to Laura and the others, "Get ready, we'll go out immediately. Let's deal with the god race first." Laura and the others also nodded happily. To be honest, they also felt very annoyed and bored by waiting here every day. However, they were also very clear that now was not the best time to send out their troops, so they had been holding back. Now that they could finally send out their troops, they were also very happy. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "Let's set off immediately. We'll cut off their supply line first and then clean up their base." Laura and the others all nodded. They had nothing to worry about and would be here soon. However, before they left, Zhao Hai sent a letter to the Thunder race and the other two races, explaining the situation to them. At first, Xiao Bingya was confused by Zhao Hai's reaction. He did not know what Zhao Hai was up to and why he had such a calm reaction after hearing the news of the Protoss rebellion. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. Zhao Hai had already started to move. The Hades had already turned around and was flying out of the Golden Bull continent at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Bingya stood on the deck of the ship and looked at the retreating clouds outside the Pluto. He was relieved as he knew that Zhao Hai was about to send out his troops. Xiao Bingya had never doubted Zhao Hai's combat strength. He had seen how strong Zhao Hai was with his own eyes. As long as Zhao Hai made a move, the Protoss would not have an easy time. Pluto was very fast, but there was no wind on the ship. The ship had a shield that completely blocked the strong wind, and the ship was very stable in the air. If Xiao Bingya wasn't on the deck of the ship, he would have thought that the ship was moving. At that moment, Zhao Hai appeared behind Xiao Bingya. He looked at him and smiled. "What's wrong? You do seem a little excited." Xiao Bingya turned to look at Zhao Hai and bowed. "Yes, sir, I'm a little excited. My uncles at home, my father, and my brothers were all killed by the God Clan. The thing I want to do the most every day is to kill the God Clan and avenge them." Zhao Hai looked at Xiao Bingya and sighed. He patted his shoulder and said, "This is inevitable. This is how war is. Don't think about it. Go and rest." Xiao Bingya shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir. I can't sleep. Sir, do you think we can defeat the god race this time?" Zhao Hai looked at Xiao Bingya and smiled. "Yes, I will. Don't worry." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xiao Bingya's expression slowly calmed down. He didn't know why, but even though Zhao Hai only said one sentence, he believed it. At this time, Eheda and Ladina had also arrived on the deck. They looked in the direction of Pluto and did not say anything. They knew about the rebellion of the Protoss vassal races, and Zhao Hai's reaction was within their expectations. The Hades was extremely fast. 2 hours later, they were already out at sea. Zhao Hai did not stop. He continued flying for another 2 hours before stopping. He let the Hades fly horizontally across the sea and recorded the situation in the sea into the space map. If there were satellites in the realm of God, they would have noticed that Pluto was now moving in a semicircle, surrounding the Protoss base. Feeling that he could completely cut off the Protoss base's supply line, Zhao Hai stopped. Xiao Bingya and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "Don't be anxious. Just wait here slowly. As long as the God Clan sends the materials to the Golden Bull continent, we will definitely be able to seize them. All right, everyone, go and rest." Xiao Bingya and the rest looked at each other, but no one moved. They already knew about Zhao Hai's miraculous abilities, but they still could not believe that the supply ship of the Protoss would come to them if the Pluto was parked there. Zhao Hai didn't explain anything to them and just turned around to enter the cabin. Xiao Bingya and the others had no choice but to return to their rooms. Xiao Bingya and the others also knew that if Zhao Hai really cut off the supply line of the Protoss on the Golden Bull continent would be in deep trouble. There were nearly 100 million people on the Golden Bull continent. Other than the Protoss army, there were also 100 million vassal races. At this moment, those vassal races still didn't know that their race had already started a war with the Protoss, so they were still following the Protoss. The more people there were, the stronger they were. But don't forget that they were also mouths to feed. 100 million people meant 100 million mouths to feed. If you added the people released by the vassal species, there would be 200 million mouths to feed. With the addition of mounts, this number was an astronomical number. Every day, the Protoss would send some Protoss ships with spatial equipment to deliver food to them. Otherwise, they would go hungry. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't just cut off the Protoss supply line. At the same time, he asked Xiao Bingya to think of a way to send a message to the Protoss vassal forces on the Golden Bull continent, telling them that their Protoss had already started a war with the Protoss. Zhao Hai didn't expect the 100 million vassal races to pose any threat to the Protoss army, but it would be a good idea to win over the 100 million vassal races. Even if they didn't help them, they couldn't help the Protoss or let the Protoss kill them for nothing. Time passed by slowly, and the sky was getting dark. Xiao Bingya couldn't stay in his room any longer. He ran to the deck to see if there were any more Protoss passing by, but when he got out of the room, he was stunned. As soon as he came out of the room, he saw that Pluto was moving. Xiao Bingya was stunned for a moment, but when he looked down, he was happy because he saw a fleet of Protoss ships slowly approaching. At this moment, Zhao Hai also walked out. He looked at Xiao Bingya and smiled. "What, are you worried that I can't stop the Protoss fleet?" Xiao Bingya scratched his head and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Sir's skills are extraordinary. Bingya is worrying for nothing." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry. I said I would deal with the Protoss, and I will. I have placed undead creatures in the sea where we just passed. As soon as we find the Protoss fleet, those undead creatures will come to us." Of course, Zhao Hai did not tell the truth. If he did not, there would be no way to explain how he knew that the Protoss fleet would appear here and how he happened to stop them. As expected, after Zhao Hai said that, Xiao Bingya immediately looked as if he had a sudden realization. He really thought that Zhao Hai had really arranged undead creatures in the sea. Xiao Bingya had already witnessed the combat strength of Zhao Hai's undead creatures, so he didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words at all. Zhao Hai had no intention of hiding himself, so the Protoss fleet quickly discovered them. The fleet slowed down, and many Protoss soldiers flew out of the ships. Among them, more than 20 used domain weapons. However, Zhao Hai was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he directed Pluto to slowly meet the Protoss army. He stopped in front of the Protoss army and looked at them. "Stop hiding. The Supreme Elder with the ultimate weapon is here. Come out and let me, Zhao Hai, get to know him." No one made a sound. The Protoss army stood there obediently without any reaction. Xiao Bingya looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They thought that Zhao Hai was trying to trick them. At that moment, Zhao Hai snorted coldly, sneaky, despicable behavior. After saying that, the Hades flagpole behind him suddenly fell in his direction. Xiao Bingya was shocked. Just as he was about to warn Zhao Hai, the flagpole was like a big spear, stabbing straight at Zhao Hai's head. A clang suddenly came from the empty air. It was clearly the sound of weapons colliding. Following the sound, a human figure slowly appeared about 30 meters in front of Zhao Hai. The figure was standing on top of a huge scorpion-like thing, and the tip of Pluto's flag plant was hitting the scorpion's tail. Seeing this, Xiao Bingya and the others immediately knew that this person wanted to use his ultimate weapon to attack Zhao Hai, but he was discovered by Zhao Hai and blocked the attack with the flagpole. Zhao Hai looked at the person and said coldly, the one who was defeated, "How about you sign up? You don't even know my name." "Prepare to die," the man said coldly as he looked at Zhao Hai. After he finished speaking, the scorpion beneath him opened its pincers and suddenly separated from its body. It attacked Zhao Hai. At the same time, the scorpion's tail stretched forward and hooked the flagpole. Zhao Hai smiled. With a thought, the ram in front of Hades broke away from the hull and thrust forward, ignoring the two pincers. The man was taken aback. He did not expect Zhao Hai to use such a lose-lose strategy. He did not care about hurting Zhao Hai anymore and immediately commanded the giant scorpion to sink down. The two pincers naturally returned to the giant scorpion's body. The man's giant scorpion had just sunk when the magic cannon on Hades adjusted its direction and fired at the man. The man commanded the giant scorpion to block Zhao Hai's attack with its pincers. At the same time, the giant scorpion's tail stabbed at the Hades. Just as the scorpion's tail touched the ship, the waves below the ship rolled up and turned into a whirlpool, blocking the scorpion's tail. Zhao Hai suddenly moved his hand, and a magic staff appeared in his hand. He waved the magic staff in front of him, and it immediately turned into a huge hammer chain, which he used to hit the man. The man didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a trick up his sleeve. He retracted his scorpion tail and retreated. At that moment, he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. He was shocked and immediately dodged to the side. The ram of Hades brushed past him, causing him to break out in cold sweat. The man dodged the ram, but he didn't expect that the flagpole of Hades had turned into a huge soft whip, which was lashing at the man's head. In a hurry, the man could only block with the giant scorpion's tail, but he did not use any strength at all and was knocked down by Zhao Hai's flagpole. Zhao Hai did not give chase. Instead, he returned the flagpole and ram to their original positions. The magic staff in his hand also returned to its original state. At this moment, a golden light flashed from below, and a man slowly flew down. The giant scorpion under his feet had disappeared, and he was wearing a golden armor. The armor was very gorgeous. There were two large pincers on the fists of the armor, which opened and closed from time to time. The pincers flashed with a cold light, and one could tell that they were extraordinarily lethal. Behind him, there was a tail, which was shaking nimbly. The tip of the tail had a scorpion tail hook. The man looked at Zhao Hai with bloodshot eyes and laughed, "Good, not bad. No wonder that old bull suffered a huge loss from you. However, you're also unlucky to have met him today. That old bull is already old and useless. However, against me you must die. Take this, poison tail sharp killing fist." After he finished speaking, he pulled his right hand back and punched forward. This punch was very interesting. He did not clench his fist like an ordinary person. Instead, he extended his index finger like a hook and struck forward. Following this action, a huge scorpion shadow appeared behind him. As soon as the scorpion shadow appeared, its huge tail immediately stabbed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled. With a wave of his hand, Hades' ram left the hull and headed straight for the scorpion tail. The ram collided with the scorpion's tail with a loud boom. The scorpion tail disappeared and the ram returned to the hull. Before the man could make a second move, Zhao Hai's magic staff grew longer and stabbed at the man. The man reacted quickly. He stretched out his left hand and the giant pincher appeared in front of him. With a clang, the pincher blocked the magic staff. However, the man did not want to let Zhao Hai go. He moved his right hand and the pincher opened and closed. It caught Zhao Hai's magic staff. Then he sneered and used force. With a crack, Zhao Hai's magic staff was snapped in half. "Kid, your weapon is interesting, but it's not sturdy enough," the man laughed wildly. Zhao Hai looked at the man and smiled. "Oh, really? How come I didn't know about this?" After he finished speaking, the staff in his hand slowly returned to its original shape. The broken section of the staff automatically flew back to Zhao Hai's hand and slowly fused back together with the staff in his hand. It didn't look like it had just been broken. Zhao Hai looked at the man and sneered. "I was just trying to match your actions just now and you took it seriously. Ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting." The man was infuriated by Zhao Hai. He roared and pounced on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the man and sneered, "Looking at you, you're a bloodthirsty person, then I won't be polite." After saying that, Hades suddenly shrank and crashed forward. The man was charging forward and Hades was about to collide with him. The man was shocked. He crossed his arms in front of him to block Zhao Hai's attack, but he didn't expect a pulling force to pull his arms. He couldn't cross his arms in front of his body immediately, and just as he was shocked, Hades' ram hit him. The ram had hit a very special spot. It was none other than the man's defenseless throat, and it had directly cut off his head. The man's eyes were still filled with disbelief. The last thing he saw was his hands being caught by the waves below. It was because of the waves that he was unable to stop Zhao Hai. As soon as the man died, the armor automatically fell off his body and formed a huge scorpion in the space, falling to the ground. How could Zhao Hai let this thing fall to the ground? With a wave of his hand, a spatial crack appeared, and the huge metal scorpion disappeared in the air. As soon as that man died, the god race's continent behind him fell into chaos. It was obvious that the god race's people knew that man's identity. Now that that man was dead, the god race's people immediately lost their believers and their morale plummeted. There was no way Zhao Hai would let go of this opportunity. He immediately fired a wave of magic cannons, killing a large number of Protoss in an instant. After all, the magic cannon was the first shot from the Hades, and it was already very powerful. The Protoss panicked. They couldn't even fight back. They turned around and wanted to run, but when they turned around, they found that their backs had been sealed by the undead creatures. Not only behind them, but above, below, left, right, front, and back 100 places where they could run had been sealed by the undead creatures. It was like they were trapped in a huge cage. What they didn't see was that countless undead creatures were emerging from the sea and attacking the ships. The remaining Protoss on the ships were fighting the undead creatures. The two sides were evenly matched, but as the number of undead creatures increased, the Protoss on the ships were slowly killed. The fleet was now under Zhao Hai's control. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He immediately gave the order to kill the undead creatures. The Protoss who were surrounded were immediately surrounded by the undead creatures. The few Protoss who used domain weapons tried to resist, but it was useless. Zhao Hai also released some undead creatures with domain weapons. There were more of them, and they surrounded and killed them. The battle ended very quickly. The undead creatures' attack was a one-sided massacre for the demoralized army. In less than 2 hours, the entire fleet was under Zhao Hai's control. There were no more Protoss who resisted. Of course, not all of the Protoss had been killed. Some of them had lost the confidence to resist and knelt down to surrender. This was the first batch of surrendered soldiers that had appeared since Zhao Hai started fighting the Protoss. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about them at the moment. He directly threw them into his space, then waved his hand and put the ships into his space as well. Each of the ships was loaded with a lot of food. Some interspatial equipment was found on the bodies of the dead Protoss, which were also filled with food. The largest interspatial equipment was found on the Grand Elder who had been killed by Zhao Hai and used the ultimate weapon. It didn't contain food, but the magic crystals of the continent. Zhao Hai didn't care about those things. He wanted to study the giant metal scorpion. It was the first ultimate weapon of the Protoss he had obtained. However, Zhao Hai hadn't put the weapon into his space for analysis yet. He had only put it in the storage space. Xiao Bingya and the others followed Zhao Hai the entire time and witnessed the battle. When Zhao Hai fought with the Grand Elder, Xiao Bingya and the others were so nervous that their hearts were about to jump out. Fortunately, Zhao Hai won in the end. However, they had a new understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. It was too terrifying. In their opinion, Zhao Hai's strength was too terrifying. A supreme elder was killed by Zhao Hai in such a short time. Zhao Hai's strength was too terrifying. Zhao Hai turned to look at them and said in a deep voice, "Do you guys know that person?" Xiao Bingya and the others came back to their senses, but they shook their heads. However, Xiao Bingya said, "Sir, although I don't know that person, I've heard of all kinds of ultimate weapons. According to the appearance of that ultimate weapon just now, he should be the demon scorpion race's grand elder." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's what I guessed. All right, I'll go back and rest for a while. You guys can do as you please." Then Zhao Hai walked back to his room. Zhao Hai didn't immediately put the giant metal scorpion back into the origin space. Instead, he waved his hand and summoned an undead creature. It was the great elder of the demon scorpion race who had just fought with Zhao Hai. The reason why Zhao Hai asked Xiao Bingya and the others if they knew this person was to cover for himself. He wanted Xiao Bingya and the others to think that he had no way of knowing about the god race from other sources. After all, his relationship with the S-God cluster was not that good. Although the man's head was knocked off by Zhao Hai, the other parts of his body weren't injured, so it was completely possible for him to turn into an undead creature. Zhao Hai looked at the man and asked in a deep voice, "What's your name? Why is he on the grain ship?" The man immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, my name is Yan Jian, the Grand Elder of the Demon Scorpion race." The Grand Elder of the Golden Bull race said that Master is very powerful and might launch a sneak attack on our transport team. Therefore, he suggested that the first time we send food to the Golden Bull continent, there should be a Grand Elder to oversee it. This time, it's my turn. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You usually send food to the Golden Bull continent once every few days. I have just calculated that you have used more than 1,000 ships to transport food this time. The first ship can carry nearly 10,000 tons of food. With those space teleportation equipment, the amount of food this time is quite a lot." That person immediately replied, "Master, we usually send food to the Golden Bull continent once a month. This food is not enough for the consumption of 200 million people. Therefore, those vassal races usually only get very little food. This is so that they can't be full. This way, even if they want to rebel, they will be hungry and have no strength. It will be more convenient to deal with them." Zhao Hai didn't laugh at them because of Yan Jian's words. He believed that the Protoss were right. Since the Protoss had decided to fall out with the vassal races, they naturally couldn't treat them too well. If they kept the vassal races alive and well, the Protoss would be in even more trouble when the vassal races fell out with them. "How many continents are participating in this operation?" He nodded and continued, "Master, all 10 continents of the God Clan are participating because we believe that this incident can shake the foundation of the God Clan. We must kill it immediately." Yan Jian lowered his voice. "How many Supreme Elders are there on the Golden Bull continent who use ultimate weapons?" Zhao Hai nodded. Yan Jian immediately said, "On the Golden Bull continent, there are still 4 great elders who use ultimate weapons. They are Jin Ben of the Golden Bull race, the one who was defeated by Master; Moroga of the Capricorn race, Jiyu of the Cancer race, and Kinton Karna of the Archer race. If I'm included, there are exactly 5 great elders who use ultimate weapons. The remaining few will stay at the God race to deal with the vassal races and to prevent the S-God race from attacking." Zhao Hai nodded. The God's race's arrangement was very correct. 5 great elders against him, without knowing his true strength, was not a small number. In the eyes of the God's race, even if they couldn't kill him, they should have no problem protecting themselves. They would also leave 5 people to guard their base. This number was just enough to suppress the 3 ultimate weapons of the S-God race. Even if the S-God race wanted to ambush them, they would not be able to do so easily. Zhao Hai then turned to Yan Jian. "Will the Divine Realm still send reinforcements to the Golden Bull continent? How's the matter of the rebellion in the Divine Realm?" "Kill," Yan Jian said in a deep voice. Although Yan Jian had said it in a calm tone, Zhao Hai still felt like he was drenched in blood when he heard it. There were some vassal races on every continent of the God race. The population of these vassal races was very large, but the God race only had one word to deal with them: kill. It seemed that the God's race had really made up their mind. Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. "All right, you may leave." Yan Jian bowed to Zhao Hai and left. He wanted to return to the cabin that Zhao Hai had arranged for the undead creatures. As soon as Yan Jian left, Laura and the others came over and said, "Big Brother Hai, it looks like the Protoss are determined to kill us this time. However, it's really good that we've received an ultimate weapon this time." "Oh right, let's see if the realm can analyze this ultimate weapon." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. With a thought, the ultimate weapon appeared in the boundless space. As soon as it appeared, a notification came from the boundless space. "High defense battle suit discovered. Activating special spatial seed page. Current seed, 12-star crystal ball defense battle suit Scorpio seed. This seed can only be planted in black soil and is a plant that cannot be planted. The fruit is the Scorpio defense battle suit spatial crystal ball. The host can distribute it at will. This battle suit has a certain level of self-consciousness and is under the control of the host. If the host discovers that anyone who is under the battle suit is not loyal to the host can take back the battle suit at once. You can also have the armor attack that person. The current armor can become a spatial crystal ball of a defensive armor. It can be combined with the host's staff. As the host has the ability to crystallize defense, it is stronger than this armor. It is recommended that the host doesn't wear this armor. Instead, you can combine this armor with the staff. This armor will be assimilated by the staff and become a special crystal armor. It cannot be damaged or dropped. It has a bit of self-consciousness and can be summoned to help you fight. Once the user is permanently separated from the staff, the suit will be restored to its special metal structure. The user can freely distribute it. Does the user wish to carry out this operation? Zhao Hai couldn't understand all of this at once. After asking Heir, he finally understood. The realm had determined that the god race's ultimate weapon was a battle suit with very strong defense. The main function of this battle suit was to help the owner in battle. Because of this battle suit, the realm had activated a shop page called the Special Seed page. In the shop there were some special races, and now there was only one race in the shop. It was the seed of the Sky Scorpion battle suit. This seed was just a crop in one season. After growing up, it would bear a crystal ball, which contained an armor similar to the Sky Scorpion battle suit. Zhao Hai could gift this armor to his subordinate at will. If the subordinate was not loyal to him, Zhao Hai could have the battle suit kill him or take the Sky Scorpion battle suit. However, the space could turn the Sky Scorpion battle suit into a crystal ball. The crystal ball could be combined with Zhao Hai's staff. The Sky Scorpion armor seemed to be made of a special metal, but once it was combined with Zhao Hai's staff, the material of the armor would become the same as the staff. However, Zhao Hai had the ability to crystallize, so his defense was much stronger than this kind of armor. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't need to wear the armor. He just needed to use the armor as a weapon like a summoned beast, like Yan Jian. This news was definitely good news for Zhao Hai. This kind of battle suit was known as the ultimate weapon by the Protoss. Although it could not be compared to Zhao Hai's Pluto, it was still not to be underestimated. Zhao Hai could now grow this kind of battle suit in batches. If Zhao Hai really had one, and an army formed with this kind of battle suit, wouldn't their combat power increase by a few times? Zhao Hai was worried about how to increase the combat power of the demon army. The demon army was not weak, but they lacked good armor and weapons. If they were to wear such a suit, they would have no armor and weapons. Although Laura and the others had also heard the system announcement, they were even more confused than Zhao Hai. After hearing Kai Er's explanation, Laura and the others finally understood what was going on. They couldn't help but feel happy. To them, this was a pleasant surprise, a huge pleasant surprise. An ultimate weapon that can be grown in batches. This kind of thing could only happen in the space. It was impossible to do so in other places. Laura and the others couldn't help but cheer. Zhao Hai was also happy. He said in a low voice, "Execute this operation immediately." As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, the armor in the medium was immediately covered by a white light. When the white light appeared, a blood-red crystal ball appeared. The crystal ball was not very big, only the size of a longan. Zhao Hai flipped his hand and the crystal ball appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai looked into the crystal ball and saw nothing inside. There was only a symbol, a Scorpio constellation symbol. Zhao Hai placed the crystal ball on the staff. The crystal ball seemed to melt and slowly dissolved into the staff. Then a Scorpio astrological symbol appeared on the staff. After that, there was nothing special about it. Zhao Hai waved his hand gently. A huge scorpion made of blood-red crystal appeared in the room. It looked like the Sky Scorpion battle suit, but it didn't look like it. It looked much more powerful than the Sky Scorpion battle suit, and its structure seemed to be more secure. Zhao Hai looked at the big scorpion and nodded. He said in a deep voice, "The tail needle." The big scorpion moved its stinger obediently. Zhao Hai realized that the stinger of the Sky Scorpion battle suit was different from that of ordinary scorpions. The stinger of ordinary scorpions could only attack the things in front of them, but the stinger of the Sky Scorpion battle suit could be waved at will like an agile whip. Zhao Hai nodded in satisfaction and said in a deep voice, "Left front pincer." The giant scorpion obediently waved its left front pincher. Its front pincher could still be separated from its body and fly out to hurt people. Zhao Hai tried to use the front claw again. It was the same as the front left claw. Zhao Hai then nodded and said, "Transform." Zhao Hai wanted to see if Sky Scorpion could still turn into armor. If he turned into armor, would he still need to be covered in it to fight? As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the Sky Scorpion armor slowly turned into an upright human figure. It did not cover Zhao Hai's body, but turned into a whole piece of armor. The armor was made of blood-red crystals, which were very beautiful. Even the joints and other joints were made of crystals. However, the crystals seemed to be soft crystals, which could move freely. They were no worse than human joints. The armor looked exactly the same as the one Zhao Hai had seen before. There was nothing special about it, but Yan Jian could move on his own without anyone wearing it. "Yes," Zhao Hai said with an excited smile. The armor immediately turned into a small crystal ball and returned to Zhao Hai's cane. Laura and the others had just watched Zhao Hai test the scorpion's abilities from start to finish. Seeing how strong the scorpion was, they couldn't help but feel happy. After Zhao Hai retrieved the sky scorpion armor, he turned to Kai and said, "Kai, pay attention and make some adjustments to the space. Clear out a piece of land in the black soil ground and use it to grow this kind of battle suit." Kai replied. She understood Zhao Hai's meaning. The black soil was now filled with medicinal herbs, which were to be used to make god-grade potions. Zhao Hai's meaning was to grow these battle armors without affecting the growth of the medicinal herbs. This was not a difficult thing for Kai. Of course, no matter what, the cultivation of medicinal herbs would still be affected to a certain extent. However, she had to make some adjustments to minimize the impact. After giving his orders to Kai, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said with a smile, "I didn't expect the Protos' ultimate weapon to be so useful. It seems that if we can get our hands on all 13 ultimate weapons, it will be very helpful in our battle. What do you think?" Laura laughed. "Of course it will help. But Brother Hai, we have robbed the God Race's grain ship. Will the God Race have received the news?" Zhao Hai laughed coldly. "Of course they will find out, but they might not find out today. Maybe they will find out tomorrow. After all, they don't have a messenger fish to send messages. We will return to the Ark continent now. If the Protos come out tomorrow to look for food ships, we will take the opportunity to clean up their base." Lola smiled and said, "I knew you would be like this, but I think we should tell Zio Bingya and the others about this first. The vassal races of the God Race on the Golden Bull continent don't know about the war between their race and the God Race. If we go to attack the God Race's base, the God Race might use them as cannon fodder." Liz also nodded and said, "That's right, Big Brother Hai. We're not familiar with the vassal races. If we really become enemies with them, it'll be a lot of trouble for our future operations. I think it's best to wait for Zio Bingya to contact those races, then we'll deal with the Protos base. We're not in a hurry. This time we'll rob the Protos grain ships. As long as we don't let the Protos find them, it'll be fine. Next time when the Protos grain ships come, we'll rob them again. We have this time. I believe that Zio Bingya should be able to contact those races. What do you think?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and nodded. He realized that he had been too anxious. This was not a war that could be resolved in a short time. It would be a long war. It would not be easy for him to hold back a great elder of the Protos who was equipped with an ultimate weapon without using his full strength. If the elder of the Scorpion race had not underestimated his opponent at the beginning, and if his Pluto had not been enhanced by Laura, Zhao Hai would have been worried. It would not be easy to keep that person. If that person was determined to run, Zhao Hai would not be able to keep him. However, after suffering such a loss, the gods' race would definitely strengthen their defenses. The next time they would place their bets, it would probably be the two great elders. Although Zhao Hai was confident that he could defeat both great elders at the same time, it wouldn't be easy for him to keep them here. NBSB, if Zhao Hai couldn't keep the grand elders of the gods' race, then this war wouldn't end so quickly. It would be nearly impossible for him to finish off the gods' race as soon as possible. Most importantly, Zhao Hai thought of something. There were 13 continents in the divine realm. 12 of them were named after the 12 constellations, but one of them was not. If the ultimate weapon of the Protos was something like the 12 golden sacred armors, what would the 13th be? Zhao Hai frowned slightly, but he shook his head to get rid of these thoughts. Now was not the time to think about it. He would find out in the future. Seeing Zhao Hai nod and then shake his head, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Big Brother Hai? Did I say something wrong?" Zhao Hai looked at her and smiled. "No, you're not wrong. I'm just thinking too much." "All right, I'll go see Zio Bingya and see when they can contact the vassal races." Zhao Hai stood up and walked out. Zio Bingya and the rest were sitting on the deck outside. The Pluto had left the place where the battle had taken place, but they did not return to their rooms. The battle just now had been too stimulating for them. A great elder of the gods' race had been killed by Zhao Hai so quickly. It was simply unbelievable in their eyes. Furthermore, they had not been of any help in this battle. This made them feel very bad. In their eyes, they were useless. In Zhao Hai's eyes, they were completely useless. This made them feel bad. However, they had to admit that Zhao Hai was right. In Zhao Hai's battle with the Protos, they couldn't even turn the tables. Although they were considered experts in their current race, they were nothing to Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai had given them missions, they were not combat missions at all. This made them very depressed. Ladina looked at Zio Bingya and said in a deep voice, "Old Zio, what do you think Mr. Zhao Hai is thinking? Are we just going to sit here and do nothing?" Zio Bingya smiled bitterly. "Be content. At least we have something to do now. With our strength, can we participate in Sir's battle? What's the difference between that and seeking death?" Eheda smiled wryly as she recalled the first time she met Zhao Hai. She couldn't help but blush. She believed that Mr. Zhao Hai had looked at them as if they were a group of idiots. Ladina looked at their expressions and suddenly laughed. Zio Bingya and Eheda looked at Ladina in confusion, not knowing what he was laughing about. Ladina smiled. "I just want to say that it's really eye-opening to be by your side. If someone told us in the past that grand elders can be killed, would you believe it?" Zio, Bingya, and Yater couldn't help but laugh when they heard Ladina's words. Yes, if someone told them that the Grand Elder might be killed or defeated, they would have taken it as a joke. But now it happened in front of their eyes, so they had to believe it even if they wanted to. Just as they were chatting, Zhao Hai's room door opened and he walked out. The three of them quickly stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and looked at the three of them. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? What are you talking about?" "We were just chatting," Zio Bingya said with a smile. "Don't you need to rest for a while, sir?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "There's no need. By the way, Bingya, I have a question. When can you contact the vassal races on the Golden Bull continent and let them know and believe that their race is fighting the God race?" Zio Bingya thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "This won't be easy. The God clan's vassal clans on the Golden Bull continent must be under surveillance. It won't be easy to contact them. I think it will take at least half a month." Zhao Hai frowned slightly but didn't say anything. He only nodded and said, "Let's do it as soon as possible. We don't want to wait for the God's people to attack them. We haven't contacted them yet. The sooner we contact them, the sooner we can attack the Protoss base. This way, the vassal races might suffer less casualties." "Yes, sir," Zio Bingya said in a deep voice. "Don't worry, we'll make the best use of our time." NBSB Zhao Hai nodded. "Tell your clansmen not to rush. Take it slow and wait for a while before attacking." Zio Bingya nodded. "Yes, sir, don't worry. I'll make it clear to the family." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to look at the approaching Golden Bull continent. He said in a deep voice, "I wonder how many people will die in this war. Perhaps this is the fate of the people living in the lower realm. To the people in the upper realm, people like us are just a bunch of ants fighting each other. They are just watching us as a joke, but they don't know that ants have feelings too." Zio Bingya and the others did not know what Zhao Hai meant. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled bitterly. "The actions of the God race over the past few years can be said to be under the control of humans. With a little bit of ambition, it became like this. Even if we defeat the God race today, there will be another person controlling this place in the future. The final result will still be the same. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Whether it is controlled by humans or not, I must defeat the God race now. Only then will I have a chance to meet those people who are controlling this." Zio Bingya and the others did not say anything. They still did not understand what Zhao Hai meant, so they could not say anything. Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and said, "When we arrive at the Golden Bull continent, you can get off the ship and make arrangements for the meeting with the vassal races. I can give you some space to prepare. It's filled with food. When Sir and the others are full and have a good rest, they can help me when I attack the God race. Otherwise, if we rob the food ship this time, the God race will definitely deduct their food and starve them to death. At that time, they will only become a burden." Zio Bingya and the others were not stupid. They immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. The three of them nodded. They knew that the Protoss knew that they were at war with the vassal races, but the vassal races did not know. Therefore, it was entirely possible that the Protoss would use the method of deducting their food to deal with the vassal races. Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and flipped his hand. A few invisible storage equipment appeared in his hand. These invisible storage equipment were all obtained from the Protoss grain ship. They were filled with rations. Zhao Hai threw the invisible storage equipment to Zio Bingya and the other two, and said in a deep voice, "There's food in here. You can distribute it to the vassal races. Tell them not to let the God race find out. If the God race finds out, I'm afraid they will immediately attack them." The three of them replied. By then, the Hades had already arrived at the Golden Bull continent. Zhao Hai turned to look at the three of them and said, "Go down. Once you're done, find me at the previous place. I'll be waiting for you there." The three of them nodded and left Hades. They sneaked toward the Protoss base. Zhao Hai only returned to his room after the three of them disappeared. As soon as Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately said to Kai-Er, "What's wrong, Kai-Er? Did you just call me?" Kai-Er had indeed called out to Zhao Hai, but Zio Bingya and the others couldn't hear it. Kai-Er nodded and said, "Yes, young master, I just called you. When I was monitoring the O'Neill family, I found that they have already started to explore the Arca's empire. It won't be long before they encounter the undead creatures of the underworld." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, but he immediately became interested. He turned to Kai-Er and said, "Oh, that's good news. I'd like to see how the O'Neill family will react when they encounter the undead creatures of the underworld." After saying that, he sat down on the sofa, and Kai-Er immediately turned on the monitor. On the projection, it was a small team of Devil Armor battle team. This team was made up of 3 cars, about 50 or so Devil Armor. Originally, 3 cars could carry 60 Devil Armor, but they had emptied 10 seats to carry some living supplies and some energy devices, so they only carried 50 Devil Armor. These 3 vehicles had entered the Arca's empire from the Lifeline Canyon. Their speed was extremely fast, and See How was not any slower than the cars Zhao Hai had seen on Earth. They were not big cars, but small ones. Zhao Hai had calculated that if the war chariots in Atlanta were to go at full speed, they could reach a speed of over 200 km/h. Zhao Hai couldn't believe his eyes when he came to this conclusion. 200 kilometers per hour was something even a small car on Earth couldn't reach. How could these guys, which carried 20 demonic armors and weighed more than 100 tons, travel at such a speed? That's impossible, right? However, after repeated calculations in the spatial ring, Zhao Hai finally believed that the number was correct. Those cumbersome-looking metal objects could really achieve such a speed. At first, Zhao Hai couldn't understand how these heavy-looking chariots could run so fast. Finally, when he noticed the large ships, he thought of a possibility. The large ships of the Atlantic continent were not slow. For a ship with a displacement of more than 1,000,000 units to be able to move so fast was a very strange thing in itself. However, because the ship had been sailing in the sea without a fixed point of reference, Zhao Hai did not think of this point. However, once the four big ships encountered a small wave in the sea. It was not a big deal, but Zhao Hai noticed that when the wave hit the bow of the ship, the spray flew very high. When the waves were not in a hurry, there was only one explanation for this. The ship was very fast. Zhao Hai measured the speed of the ships and found that they were really fast. They were not inferior to the ships on Earth that were about 10,000 in number and might even be faster. This really surprised Zhao Hai. When he thought about those war chariots, Zhao Hai suddenly understood. In the Atlantic continent, whether it was the ships or war chariots, there were many magic arrays carved on their bodies. Even now, Zhao Hai still did not fully understand the use of these magic arrays. In other words, the people from the Atlantic continent might have used these magic arrays to reduce the weight of the chariots and ships, which allowed these ships and war chariots to travel so fast. Thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai could not help but feel even more excited about the Atlantic continent's magic arrays and magic armors. They had really developed this magic machine civilization to a very high level. At the very least, whether it was the Arc continent, the divine realm, or the magic armors, if it was just the use of magic arrays, they would all have to look up to the Atlantic continent. The three war chariots that Zhao Hai saw were obviously the best of the best. Not only were they faster, but they also had more weapons. Zhao Hai had already noticed him. The war chariots in the Atlantic continent were also divided into a few types. One type had a tortoise pattern on it, which was the tortoise-shaped war chariot. This type of war chariot was the slowest, but it carried the most items and had the best defense. The other type was the tiger-shaped war chariot. This type of war chariot was the most commonly used war chariot in the Atlantic continent. This type of war chariot had strong horsepower and was much faster than the tortoise-shaped war chariot. Moreover, its firepower was very fierce. It was the most common war chariot in the Atlantic continent. The third type was the leopard chariots. These chariots were the fastest, but their load capacity was average, and their firepower was not as good as the tiger chariots. They were a type of communication vehicle, specifically used to send messages. However, the war chariot that Zhao Hai saw was a modified tiger-shaped war chariot. Not only was its speed not inferior to the leopard-shaped war chariot, but the train was even more ferocious than the tiger-shaped war chariot. It was much more troublesome to build such a war chariot than the tiger-shaped war chariot, and its cost was also much higher. Therefore, this type of war chariot was the rarest in the Atlantic continent. After the war chariots passed through the Lifeline Canyon, they headed straight for the Arcas Empire. Although the Arcas Empire had experienced a huge battle before, it was not like the Aklea Mountains where Zhao Hai had slaughtered almost all the demonic beasts. Therefore, there were only a few demonic beasts there. It was different in the Arcas Empire. There were many demonic beasts, all of which were wild in the mountains. Although Zhao Hai had moved the people from the Arc continent away, he had no time to deal with the wild beasts. Furthermore, there had never been a beast tide like in the demonic realm in the Arcas Empire, so there were still a large number of demonic beasts here. As soon as the people of Arcas Empire moved away, that place naturally became a paradise for magical beasts. All kinds of magical beasts ran to Arcas Empire to cause trouble. The three Atlan war chariots did not care about the magic beasts. They would only destroy the magic beasts when they were about to attack them. The rest of the time, they would just drive forward. Zhao Hai did not quite understand what the Atlantic continent was trying to do. If they really wanted to scout, they should have stopped and taken a good look. Why did they just pass through the door like that? This did not seem like a scout. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't know that these three chariots weren't here to scout. They were heading north of the Arc continent for one purpose, to see if they could find the people on the Arc continent, or to see if they could figure out why the people on the Arc continent had left. They weren't just heading north. They had also sent out a convoy to the front, but many of the convoys would wander around the Lian Empire and not reach the Stupa Empire because they didn't have enough supplies. That was why Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the fleet heading south. Instead, he focused on the fleet heading north. According to Zhao Hai's calculations, the fleet heading north would reach the undead creatures of the underworld faster than the fleet heading south. He wanted to see how they would react. Although the cars were fast, there were many arcs on the continent. It was impossible to travel the entire continent in 1 or 2 days. So by the time the sky turned dark, the fleet had only reached a medium-sized city in the Arcas Empire. Seeing that these people had stopped to rest, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "It seems like we don't have to worry about the Ark continent for the time being. I wonder if the Atlan people will start fighting the undead creatures of the underworld." Lola smiled. "I don't think so. Without knowing the depth of the underworld, the Atlan people might not start a fight with the underworld. On the contrary, they might head south and find a spatial rift." Zhao Hai nodded. "It seems like that's possible. However, there's nothing to worry about. If they start fighting, then so be it. We're not afraid of them. On the contrary, I'm waiting for them. I just don't know if they'll arrive in half a month. If they arrive in half a month, we'll have to go to war with the gods' race." Lola smiled bitterly. "It looks like we'll have to fight on two fronts." "Oh right, Brother Hai, should we tell the Thunder clan and the other two clans about this so that they can be prepared?" Zhao Hai nodded. "We should tell them. You guys go make the arrangements. I have to go and see how Zio Bingya and the others are doing." Lola nodded. Then Lies and the others turned around and left. Zhao Hai switched the surveillance camera to Zio Bingya and the others. Zio Bingya and the others had already reached the periphery of the protospace. They didn't advance rashly, but stopped in a secret forest and had a good rest. Seeing that nothing had happened, Zhao Hai turned off the surveillance and went to take a shower. He then went to the Nephilims in a flash. The demons had already sent the third batch of the demonic army into the infernal realm. Zhao Hai had also arranged for the demonic army to cultivate. The devil world was developing very quickly. It was not any worse than the Ark continent. Although Zhao Hai took care of the Ark continent more, the devil race also received a lot of care. Most importantly, they liked this place very much. When the people from the Ark continent entered the realm, they didn't feel anything other than the fresh air in the realm. After all, the realm was so different from the Ark continent. The environment in the realm was much better than the demon world. The demon race cherished this place very much. To them, it was the best thing to live in such an environment. Therefore, each of them took out 200 of their energy to build their home, so their development was very smooth. Zhao Hai's first visit to the demonic realm was to inform the great demonic king and the demonic dragon king of the situation outside. He wanted to tell them that he was about to start an all-out war with the god race. The great demon king and the demon dragon king were living a very relaxed life now. The people of the entire demon world were working hard to build their own homes. In addition, the space was very large, and every race had their own territory, so there were no conflicts and there were fewer things to deal with. In the past, when they were in the devil world, there would be conflicts between the races from time to time for territory, food, and other things. These were all things that needed to be dealt with by the great demon king. Sometimes, when the devil's city was attacked by magical beasts, or when there was a natural disaster, these were also dealt with by the great demon king. But this kind of situation would never happen in the space. The territory of the space was very large, and each clan occupied a large territory. There would be no conflicts over territory. There were many weak magic beasts in the space, and there were countless breadfruit trees. They also planted some bamboo, rice, and various vegetables. They could not finish eating, so naturally they would not have conflicts over food. In the realm, there was also a church where you could exchange things. As long as you took out something of equal value, you could exchange it for anything you needed. In this case, naturally, no one would get into conflict with him for his things, so the great demon king was very relaxed now. The demon race had almost reached the point where there were no dead people on the road, no closed doors at night, and peace was everywhere. Zhao Hai only had one purpose for coming to the demonic realm this time, and that was to discuss the issue of currency distribution with the great demon king and the demonic dragon king. In the past, there was no currency in the devil world. Everyone used to exchange for goods, just like the Orc clan in the past. They used cattle and sheep to exchange for living supplies from people. It was the same in the devil world because in the devil world, supplies were more precious than gold. However, it was different in the space. There was no shortage of materials in the space. Just in the demon world, one could almost be self-sufficient. In this case, the distribution of currency must be carried out. Otherwise, there might be conflicts due to the price problem in the exchange of goods, and the method of exchange was also very inconvenient. If the demonic race wanted to develop, they had to issue a currency. This was what Zhao Hai had thought about a long time ago. The issue of currency was very beneficial to the transactions between the spaces. Zhao Hai meant that the various backgrounds in the spaces had to communicate and trade with each other in the future. In this case, the issue of currency must be carried out. Zhao Hai had mentioned this to the Demon King before, and the wise old man agreed with him. However, it was a difficult problem as to what they should use to make their currency. It was true that Zhao Hai's space could produce gold mines, but the demonic race's protection of the environment had reached an abnormal level. Even when they built a house, they would first think about whether it would damage the environment and how much damage it would cause. If they were asked to mine, would they damage the environment of the space? The demon race man would definitely not agree. Zhao Hai was also very impatient with the way the devil race did things. He didn't know what to say. They couldn't mine and couldn't use paper currency because they would need things to produce paper. Moreover, the anti-forgery technology in the devil world was not good. In the future, there would definitely be fake currency. At that time, the currency of the devil world would be a piece of waste paper. The entire devil world might go to war because of this. This was not what Zhao Hai wanted to see. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to find a solution to the devil world. However, this wasn't his forte, so he brought Laura and Ryan with him. When the three of them appeared in the devil realm, the great devil king and the devil dragon king were having dinner in the palace of the devil realm. Their dinner was very simple. This had always been their habit, and it had not changed because of the changes in the environment. As soon as Zhao Hai and the other two appeared in the palace, the members of the demon army guarding the palace noticed them. However, the demon army did not stop them. Instead, they bowed to the three of them and arranged for them to inform the great demon king and the demon dragon king. When the great demon king and the demonic dragon king heard that Zhao Hai had arrived, they immediately came out to welcome him. They invited Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others into the dining hall and immediately ordered the servants to place the cutleries and food on the table. After everything was arranged, the demon king turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, you're here for the matter of producing currency in our demon world, right? I wonder if teacher has any good ideas." The great demon king had been having a headache over this matter for the past few days, but he had not come up with a good solution. Zhao Hai had thought of a few methods before, but none of them worked. It was only recently, when he was cleaning up the space, that he realized that there was such a thing on the continent, a crystal card. Back on the Ark continent, Zhao Hai had obtained quite a few crystal cards. However, crystal cards were not of much use in the realm. After the realm was upgraded a few times, crystal cards could be used. The realm could convert the money in the crystal card into money in the realm, or deposit the money in the realm into the crystal card. Therefore, there were many bank-like things in the Ark now, and crystal cards had become a necessity for everyone in the Ark. On Earth, you could use your bank card, but there were certain problems when you thought about going abroad. You could lose it, be stolen, or be hacked. However, there would never be such a problem in the space. In the space of the Ark, crystal cards were divided into two types. One was the crystal card for ordinary transactions. These crystal cards were like money, and anyone could use them. The other type was an exclusive crystal card. These crystal cards could only be used by the owner of the card. The crystal had the owner's photo, fingerprint, blood type, energy attribute, and other things to identify the identity of the owner. It was impossible for anyone else to use it. Such protective measures were impossible on Earth, but they were possible on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai had even mixed the crystal card with his identity card on Earth. The card had very detailed information about the owner, which made it more convenient for the people on the Ark continent. This crystal card was now widely promoted on the Ark continent, and almost everyone had one. This time, Zhao Hai came to discuss with the great demon king to let the demon race promote this card. So when the devil asked, Zhao Hai told him his thoughts. Hearing this, the devil thought for a while and nodded. "That's a good idea. Sir, can you let me see the kind of card you're talking about?" Zhao Hai nodded and took out a card. This card was the same as the one used by the people on the Ark continent. Zhao Heizai had one of these cards because he wanted to promote it. The demon king took Zhao Hai's card and looked at it. She nodded and said, not bad at all. When do you think we should get it, sir?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I'm going to build some banks in your first city to distribute this kind of card. There's also a small converter, like a jade pendant that anyone can carry around. If you want to buy something, you just have to negotiate the price with the other person. You don't need to use money. You just have to take out your card and insert it into the converter at the same time, and the money will be transferred to the other person's card. It's very convenient." The great demon king laughed. "So you already have a plan. Okay, I have no objections. I'll listen to you." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's good. It's settled then. You can discuss it with your clansmen first. When you're done, let me know. I'll build the bank immediately." The demon king nodded and said, "Okay, please ask for my news, sir. By the way, sir, what's the situation outside? Do you need us to send troops?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Not now. I just robbed the Protos food ship today. I don't think they can attack now. The most important thing is to get food for themselves. There are people from Atlan on the Ark continent. Those guys won't be able to threaten us for a while, so it will take some time before we fight a big war. You don't have to worry." The great demon king laughed. "I'm not in a hurry. The more we delay, the more beneficial it is for us. We can send a few more batches of the demon army for training." Zhao Hai smiled. "It's good that you're not in a hurry. Wait slowly. You'll have a chance soon. By the way, I'll be equipping the demon army with a new set of armor. I'll let you know when the time comes." The great demon king was stunned for a moment, then continued, "Sir, have you found a suitable battle suit?" "Of course I did. Don't the Protos have many ultimate weapons?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Just get their ultimate weapon and make it into a battle suit, right?" When the great demon king heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He never thought that Zhao Hai would actually have such an idea. Snatch the god's ultimate weapon. Only Zhao Hai could come up with such an idea. The great demon king had seen the power of the Protos' ultimate weapon. To be honest, although he had a territory weapon in his hand, after seeing the Protos' ultimate weapon, he really felt like he had been hit. He had a thought that the Protos were indeed the Protos. The ultimate weapon looked simple, but the Great Demon King knew very well that it was very powerful, much stronger than a domain weapon. Before the demons met Zhao Hai, they only had one domain weapon. He knew how difficult it was to make a domain weapon, let alone an ultimate weapon that was even more powerful than a domain weapon. Zhao Hai actually said that he wanted to mass-produce ultimate weapons. How could the Great Demon King not be surprised? Zhao Hai looked at the Great Demon King and smiled. Don't be nervous. I've already obtained an ultimate weapon and am currently fighting against it. I believe there will be results soon. However, this thing is very special and it will be difficult to mass-produce it. Thus, we can only supply it to the demon army in batches. The Great Demon King stood up and said to Zhao Hai, "Sir, if you really make an ultimate weapon, please give me one." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He looked at the Demon King in confusion and said, "Your Majesty, you're the master of a world. You can just sit in the demon chariot. What do you want that thing for? How many more chances do you think you'll have to personally go to the battlefield in the future?" The Great Demon King was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly and nodded. "Yeah, I'm a king, but I'm thinking about these things every day. I'm so useless." Zhao Hai looked at the Great Demon King and laughed. "You're really a martial arts fanatic. Don't worry, an ultimate weapon isn't anything good, so I'll give you one. If I can make another Pluto in the future, I'll give you one too." Zhao Hai understood why the Great Demon King wanted the ultimate weapon. Ultimate weapons were extremely important to a warrior. If Zhao Hai changed the equipment of the demon army would be loyal to him in the future. They might not listen to the Great Demon King anymore. Therefore, the Great Demon King had some concerns. Although the demon army was very strong, they were still under the command of the Great Demon King. If Zhao Hai gave them the ultimate weapon, the situation might change. Although the Great Demon King's opinion of Zhao Hai had been altered by the space, it was still not at the point where he was completely considerate of Zhao Hai. He couldn't be like Su Weiniang and the others, so it was understandable that he had his own selfish motives. After all, even a person in power had to be as hard as iron. It was much harder to change their minds than to change ordinary people's. Zhao Hai was aware of this, which was why he said he would give the Demon King an ultimate weapon for a year. At the same time, if there was a chance in the future, he would also give the Demon King a Hades. Zhao Hai smiled. "You're welcome. All right, that's all for today. You can start preparing as soon as possible. You have to set up the bank system as soon as possible." The Great Demon King nodded. "Don't worry, sir. I'll get it done as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded and led Laura and Ryan out of the demonic dimension. They returned to the Hades. As soon as they got back, Laura immediately said to Zhao Hai, "Big brother Hai, it looks like the Devil King is still a little selfish. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for an ultimate weapon." Zhao Hai smiled. "I understand. We don't have to rush, we can take it slow. We don't have to worry about him having selfish motives. As long as he doesn't want to rebel, it's fine. Those Protos are my enemies, but I put them in my space. We don't have to rush." Lola nodded. At this time, Lies came over and said, "Big brother Hai, what's going on? Why did Sister Lola say that the devil has selfish motives?" Zhao Hai smiled and told her what happened in the devil realm. After saying that, she couldn't help but stare at him and say, "What a great demon king. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Big brother Hai, do you want us to teach him a lesson?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "No need. The Great Demon King has a very high prestige among the demons. If we attack him, it will affect the demons to a certain extent. Anyway, the Great Demon King only has a little selfishness. It's not like he wants to harm us. There's no need to do that to him." Still feeling indignant, she snorted, "We've been so good to the demons, but he still has selfish motives. HMPH, such a person should be taught a lesson." "You're wrong. Who told you that if you treat others well, they'll treat you well?" Zhao Hai smiled. "No one had ever said that, right? Remember, if you're good to others, others may not necessarily be good to you. The human heart is the most difficult thing in the world. Now do you know the strength of the space? The most powerful thing about space is that it can change people's minds, which is the most heaven-defying thing." She nodded. Although she was still a little angry, she knew Zhao Hai was right. There were many people in this world who would return kindness with enmity. If you thought that others would be good to you just because you were good to them, you were too naive. You might not even know how you died. Laura didn't want to talk about this heavy topic, so she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, you should go and have a good rest. There might be a big battle in a few days." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Kai-Er. "Kai-Er, pay attention to Zio Bingya and the others. If anything happens to them, help them. They're very useful to us now." Kai-Er replied, and Zhao Hai turned around to rest. Tai Wu sat in the tiger-shaped chariot. Through the tempered glass on the chariot, he looked at the land outside. He could see that the land here was very fertile. It was not inferior to the land in their Atlan continent. Although there were no crops on it, the weeds were growing very long. It was clear how fertile the land was. But this was what Tai Wu was most confused about. He knew very well that most people would not give up such a good piece of land and move away. However, the people on the Ark continent had moved away. There were only two explanations for this. Either they had found a better place to stay, or something had happened that forced them to leave. The latter reason was exactly what he wanted to prove. It wasn't just because he was curious, but also because it was related to the future of the O'Neill family. They had been walking on the inner road for 3 days. The cities they had encountered were of different sizes, but judging from the scale, the population of the Ark continent must be huge. It was much more than the population ruled by the O'Neill family, but the more it was like this, the more uneasy Tego felt. For a continent with so many people, it wasn't easy to move. Even if they wanted to move, where could they move to? Not to mention a continent with so many people. Even if a city's population wanted to move to another city, there were many factors involved. The migration of the Ark continent this time was too sudden and strange. As Tego was thinking about this, someone beside him suddenly said, "Taiwu, what are you thinking about? You're so engrossed in your thoughts." Taiwu turned around and saw that it was the driver of the chariot, Lu Shiming. He was not a driver of the chariot, but a devil armor driver, which was a higher level than a chariot driver. However, Taiwu did not dare to look down on Lu Shiming. Lu Shiming used to be an excellent devil armor driver, but he was seriously injured once. After he recovered, he could no longer drive the devil armor, so he came to drive the chariot. His status was much higher than ordinary chariot drivers. He was also the most famous chariot driver in the O'Neill family. Taiwu didn't try to brush Lu Shiming off. He said in a deep voice, "Brother Shiming, I'm getting more and more uneasy. Look at how fertile the land on the Ark is. If it wasn't for something, the people here wouldn't have moved away. We've already passed by more than a dozen cities of different sizes. There are more than 10 million people in the cities, not to mention the villages. It would take a lot of determination to move such a large population and such good land, but they still moved. Then he must have encountered something extraordinary. We must be careful." Lu Shiming turned around and looked at Taiwu. Taiwu felt a little uncomfortable. Confused, Taiwu asked Lu Shiming, "What's wrong, big brother Shiming?" "Did I say something wrong?" Lu Shiming shook his head and said, "No, you're right. I just didn't expect you to think so much. This is really a surprise. You're right. The moving of the Ark continent this time is too strange. This concerns the survival of the O'Neill family, so we must be careful." Taiwu nodded and turned to Lu Shiming, "Big brother Shiming, I remember that the injuries on your body seem to be from when you were fighting with someone from the warrior continent, right? Are those people really that strong?" All these years, the Atlantic continent had been relatively peaceful. Tego had never fought with the people from the warrior continent and the magic continent, so he did not know how powerful they were. Now that he had the chance, he would definitely ask. Hearing Taiwu's words, Lu Shiming's expression changed slightly. He nodded his head dejectedly and said, "Yes, very strong, very strong. I was already a god-level magic armor pilot back then, and I was only in my 20s. I was a famous genius in the O'Neill family, so naturally I was more arrogant than the sky, full of pride and afraid of no one. You once heard that a secret magic mine was found on a deserted island between the warrior continent and our magic armor continent. Although there weren't many, it was enough for us to use for a while. When I heard this news, I didn't think much about it." He drove his mecha to that deserted island. This was the first time that Taiwu had heard Lu Shiming talk about this, so he listened very carefully. To be honest, when he heard Lu Shiming say that he had found a magic mine on a deserted island between the warrior continent and the armor continent, he was also moved. Magic silver was an indispensable ore for making magic armor. It was the most basic material for making magic armor by mixing it with other metals. No one in the magic armor continent could resist such temptation. Taiwu listened to Lu Shiming's words in a daze. Lu Shiming had said a lot of things that he didn't know. If one were to count, Taiwu could be considered a genius in the O'Neill family, but he didn't even know about these things. Lu Shiming turned to look at Taiwu and said softly, "The people of the 3 continents will not tell me about this. They will only send people to protect you in secret." "Maybe there are people protecting you in secret now." Taiwu was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly. "Big brother Shiming, stop joking. I'm not even a genius of the O'Neill family. The family wouldn't send anyone to protect me. Otherwise, they wouldn't have assigned me such a mission." Lu Shiming smiled slightly. "That's not necessarily true. You have to know that those experts who truly grow up to be famous are all battle-hardened and have not gone through the test of life and death. It's impossible for them to become true experts." Taiwu was stunned for a moment before he nodded. He looked out of the window and said firmly, "I'll definitely become an expert. I definitely will." Lu Shiming looked at Taiwu and smiled. It was as if he was looking at his younger self. At that time, he was so high-spirited and full of praise. However, when he was seriously injured and could no longer operate the mecha team, all of that disappeared. Fortunately, Lu Shiming didn't give up on himself and become a common drunkard. After being depressed for a while, he stood up again and started to drive the O'Neill family's war chariot. In the end, he became the most excellent war chariot driver of the O'Neill family. Although the status of an excellent chariot driver was not as high as that of a magic armor driver, a good chariot driver was not necessarily lower than an ordinary magic armor driver. Not everyone could play with this huge thing that weighed more than 100 tons as if it was their own arm. People like you usually don't see anything, but when carrying out some special missions, you will need them. There was a long silence in the car. Suddenly, Lu Shiming stopped in his tracks. Tai Wu, who was deep in thought, was stunned. He turned around and looked at Lu Shiming in confusion. However, Lu Shiming was looking ahead as if he had just seen a ghost. Taego followed Lu Shiming's gaze and was shocked as well. Far in front of them, the entire world had been shrouded in black mist. It was now noon, almost time for lunch. It was the time when the sun was at its peak, but in front of them a black fog had appeared, a black fog that shrouded the entire world. This was too shocking. Big brother Shiming, what's going on? Tai Wu's face changed. What is this? Lu Shiming snapped out of his daze. His expression changed as he turned to look at Tai Wu and said, "Tell everyone to get ready for battle. I have a feeling that this black fog is not as simple as it looks. I once killed a black magician from the magic continent. When he used black magic, this poisonous fog would appear, but the range of his magic was not that large. Even a god-level black magician would not be able to use such powerful black magic. This situation is not simple." Maybe this is the reason why the people of the Ark continent moved away. When Tai Wu heard Lu Shiming's words, he didn't dare to dawdle. He immediately turned around and entered the space behind the car. That was where people rested, and further in was where the devil armor was stored. When he reached the storage area, Tai Wu immediately pressed a red button on the wall. As soon as the button was pressed, a sharp-eared warning sound immediately came from Lu Shiming's war chariot. The moment the warning sound rang out, the entire war chariot became lively. For example, the tank that Lu Shiming and the others were on had a standard configuration of 40 people, of which 20 were armor's drivers, 5 were tank drivers, 5 were tank repairmen, and 10 were weapon operators. Therefore, some of the spaces in the tank were for people to rest. In fact, the space in the tank was not as big as the ship, and the conditions were not as good as the ship. However, if a tank wanted to engage in long-distance battles, these were all necessary. It was understandable that the conditions were a little harsh. Tai Wu quickly got into his own armor. He was a god-ranked pilot of the armor, and his armor was even bigger than a Kias. Not only could it transform, but it was also extremely fast and its attacks were more ferocious. Its defense was also stronger. At this moment, the chariot's cover opened. Tai Wu immediately drove his devil armor and flew out of the chariot. He rushed straight toward Tianzun and flew toward the black mist. This had always been the battle style in the Atlan continent. After noticing the abnormality, the war chariots immediately stopped and the devil armors attacked. After all, the war chariots had only used the transportation of troops. The ones who were really fighting were the devil armors. Tai Wu carefully controlled his mecha. He liked to stay in his magic armor. He believed that there was no place in this world that could be more comfortable than staying in his magic armor. He liked this feeling, and it was because of this that he was able to achieve what he had today. Tai Wu carefully looked ahead where the black mist was. Tai Wu could not help but clench his fist tightly. His mech did the same. This was the greatest invention of the Atlan continent. It was because of this invention that the magic armor had truly grown. It was a magic array called mind acceleration. The biggest use of this magic array was to allow people to control foreign objects with their mind. Moreover, the foreign object would be in the same place as their mind, just like how they controlled their own hands and feet. It was precisely because of this that the devil armor was so powerful. It was because the devil armor would do whatever the person did in the armor. It was very powerful. However, this magic array also had a weakness. To control this magic array, one would need a very strong mental strength, and this mental strength was different from the mental strength that mages practiced. Mages trained their mental strength in order to control more magical elements. They could use incantations and their own magical elements as a guide to use magic. The mind power cultivated by the magic armorist was the purest form of mind power. This kind of mind power could not be released to kill the enemy. They were only used to control things. The most important thing for the magic armorist was to cultivate this kind of mind power. The stronger the mind power, the stronger the magic armor they could control. It was precisely because they had spent all their time training their mental strength that their bodies were only stronger than ordinary mages. They were far inferior to real warriors. Tai Wu looked at the black mist through the armor. Due to some special magic arrays in the armor, Tai Wu could clearly see the situation in the black mist. Under the enhancement of the magic arrays, he could even get a certain degree of enhancement. The black mist was very dark and he couldn't see what was inside. Tai Wu turned to look at the others and they all stopped. Tai Wu said in a deep voice, "What do you all think?" The armor of devils amplified his voice. "Send a few people in to check it out," another man said in a deep voice. "See what's inside. The rest of you will wait outside." Tai Wu nodded and said, "All right. Spirit snake, venomous snake, vicious dog, madman, lone wolf, the 5 of you will go in and take a look. Don't go too deep. Enter the black fog and come back immediately if you find anything unusual." The 5 devil-armored men entered the black fog and found that the visibility was very low. There seemed to be nothing in the air, but the dead atmosphere made them even more careful. The 5 of them advanced in a 2-3 formation, 2 in front and 3 behind, forming a ladder. Suddenly, one of them said in a deep voice, "Stop, there's movement." The one who spoke was the pilot of the demonic armor nicknamed Vicious Dog. The few of them were stunned and immediately stopped. "Get down," the dog said in a deep voice. "There's movement down there. Let's see what it is." As soon as he finished speaking, a bone spear suddenly flew out from below and stabbed straight at him. The dog was stunned, but he had been on high alert the whole time. As soon as the bone spear appeared, his hand immediately moved and grabbed it. At this moment, a few more bone spears flew towards them from below. However, these people were all experts from the Atlantic continent, so the bone spears could not hurt them at all. After the few of them blocked the bone spears, more than a dozen fireballs suddenly flew out from the black fog. These fireballs were very unique. The ordinary fireballs were red, but some of them were gray. Gray fireballs. The moment the dog saw the fireballs, its face changed. "Leave immediately. This place is too strange. We'll go back and ask Big Brother Shiming." The others also responded and turned to leave the black fog. However, before they retreated, they still shot out energy beams from their hands and hit the fireballs. They thought that the fireballs would be destroyed, but they didn't expect that although the fireballs were hit, they suddenly became bigger. It was as if the energy they shot out had become fuel for the fireballs. The dog and the others were shocked, and they retreated even faster. Fortunately, they didn't go too far into the black fog and quickly flew out of it. However, something strange happened. As soon as they got out of the black fog, the fireballs that were chasing them stopped. They didn't leave the black fog at all. Taiwu and the others were paying attention to the situation in the black mist. They didn't expect that the person who had just entered would come out again. He seemed to be in a very sorry state. They were shocked and immediately went up to receive them. However, to their surprise, nothing came out of the black mist. Taiwu asked in confusion, "Vicious Dog, what's going on? Why did you retreat so quickly?" "Lion, it's very strange inside. The visibility is very low. We can't see what's going on inside. Someone attacked us with bone spears, and then there were a few fireballs. Those fireballs were not afraid of our energy beams. When our energy beams hit the fireballs, they became bigger, so we retreated." "Lion, you have to ask Brother Shiming. He's very knowledgeable, so he might know what's going on." Taiwu was stunned for a moment before he nodded. "All right, let's go. Leave 10 people behind to stand guard and see what else will appear inside." After saying that, he led the others and left. There were 10 people in their devil armors standing there, looking at the black fog. Taiwu and the others returned to the war chariot and immediately let the armor of devils down. He jumped out of the armor, and Lu Shiming opened the door of the chariot and walked out. Taiwu walked to Lu Shiming's side and said, "Big Brother Shiming, I asked Evil Dog and the others to go into the black mist to take a look. There were people in the black mist attacking them with bone spears, and then there were a few fireballs. Our energy beams couldn't extinguish the fireballs, but they burned even more fiercely. What's going on?" Lu Shiming was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed. "Mr. Yinland, why would there be an innate Yinland here?" Taiwu looked at Lu Shiming in confusion and said, "Big Brother Shiming, what is an innate Yinland? Why can't there be an innate Yinland here?" Lu Shiming said in a low voice, "The innate Yinland is just a name we use. The so-called innate Yinland is a place with an especially dense yin qi. That kind of place can produce some undead creatures, and these undead creatures can evolve into higher-level undead creatures. The fire you encountered is the innate yin fire produced by the undead creatures in Sir's Yinland. This fire is extremely poisonous. Nothing can extinguish it except for the purest yang things. As long as you let even a little bit of this fire touch your body, even if you put out the fire, you will still be poisoned to death. Other fires do not have this kind of ability, and other places will not produce this kind of fire. This kind of fire will only appear in the innate yin land, and there is one condition of the innate yin land, that is, there cannot be a sun there. Once there is a sun, it will not be able to produce yin, because the sun is the natural enemy of the innate black land. It is extremely strong in yang. As soon as Lu Shiming finished speaking, Taiwu and the others couldn't help but look up at the sun in the sky. They finally understood why Lu Shiming was so surprised that there was an innate yin ground here. The sun was hanging high up in the sky, but there was an innate yin ground below. This was simply inexplicable. Lu Shiming looked at a man who looked to be in his 30s but had a fierce look on his face and said, "Rabid Dog, did the fire not come out of the black mist?" The vicious dog nodded. "Yes, we encountered the fire not long after we went in. When we saw that it couldn't be put out, we immediately retreated. The fire didn't chase after us." Lu Shiming nodded and continued, "No one was touched by the fire, right?" The vicious dog shook its head. Lu Shiming heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good." As soon as they touched the innate yin fire, it would immediately destroy everything they touched. Even the devil armor could block the water. This is too strange. It's obviously impossible to produce an innate yin land here. Why would such an innate yin fire appear? At this point, Taiwu had no idea what to do. He raised his head and looked at Lu Shiming. Shiming, what do we do now? Are we still going in to take a look? Lu Shiming shook his head and said, that's impossible. Only the cannons on the ship can deal with this kind of innate yin fire. We don't have any of those at the moment, so we'll only be courting death if we go in. How about this? Leave 2 chariots here to watch the black fog, find out how big the black fog is, and send a chariot back to report it. I now understand why the people of the Ark continent want to move away. If there's really innate yin fire here, then something must have happened to the Ark continent. The undead creatures might come out of the black fog, and the people on the Ark continent won't be able to stop them. Prepare a chariot immediately and load it with 10 armors. We'll go back and report. Tai Wu didn't dare to dally. He immediately went to prepare. Lu Shiming, however, didn't leave. He knew that he couldn't leave this place without him. Although he hadn't been piloting the devil armor for a long time, he had been to many places in the past and had seen much more than Tai Wu and the others. His real purpose was to stay and help Tai Wu and the others. The car was ready very quickly. Tego didn't lead the car back. Instead, he picked 10 Inferno armor drivers and followed the car back. The dog was among them. After the war chariot left, Lu Shiming looked around and said in a deep voice, let's retreat to the city we rested in last night. Don't get too close to the black fog, or we might be attacked at night. Tai Wu responded and sent someone to summon back the small team of fiend armors who had been watching the black fog. They then drove the carriage back. What they didn't know was that there was a pair of eyes watching everything they did and every word they said. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, innate yin land, innate yin fire. Does this mean that there is a place similar to the underworld in the Atlantic continent? Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to recognize it. Also, was the innate yin fire really that strong? I'd like to take a look. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura laughed. I knew you wanted to go and take a look. All right, it's good to go and take a look. I'm also very curious about the innate yin fire. Big brother Hai, Hades is dark in nature. Let's go back to Hades and take a look, okay? Zhao Hai turned around and looked at the girls. They were all looking at him with desire. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. You guys are really like children who haven't grown up. All right, let's go and take a look. With a wave of his hand, Hades disappeared into space. The next moment, Hades reappeared in the black fog, but it was much smaller. In fact, regardless of whether Hades became bigger or smaller, the space inside was the same. Hades did not rely on its appearance to determine how much space it could hold. It relied on its spatial ability. Even if Zhao Hai enlarged the Hades, he could not hold too many things. As soon as the Hades entered the origin space, Zhao Hai and the others came out of their rooms and looked at the black mist curiously. Zhao Hai had only been in the black mist once before. The rest of the time, he ordered the undead creatures to capture the undead creatures in the black mist and send them into the origin space. He had never been here personally. Now that he was here, he was really curious, but he soon felt that there was nothing strange about this place. It was surrounded by rolling black fog, and the visibility was frighteningly low. At that moment, a few bone spears shot out from the black mist toward Hades. Their target was Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai did not even look at the bone spears, as he knew that they posed no threat to him. As expected, the bone spears were immediately swept away by the waves below the ship as soon as they reached the ship. They could not get close to it at all. Seeing that the bone spear was useless, the enemy immediately shot out a few fireballs. The technique was the same as what they did to Evil Dog and the rest. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up when he saw the gray fireballs. He knew that the thing he was looking for was here. When the fireballs approached the Hades, Zhao Hai did not let the waves attack them. Instead, he opened a dimensional crack and kept the fireballs into his dimension. As soon as the gray fireballs entered the medium, Zhao Hai immediately heard a notification from the medium. Yin-type toxic substance has been discovered. Some of the substance is yin-type flames. Components extracted. Components extracted successfully. Host can use this flame to refine weapons and increase the power of the infernal realm. Add the yin-type flames to the Hades. Yin-type flames will form on the surface of the Hades. They can be used for attack and defense. They can also be used to increase the power system of the Hades. They can also increase the attack power of the Hades magic cannons. This substance can slowly form a yin-fire crystal mine in the infernal realm. Does the host wish to proceed with this operation? Zhao Hai couldn't help but be dazed when he heard this. He really didn't think that these fireballs would bring him so many benefits. He couldn't believe that these flames could also be used for refining. This was too interesting. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do this immediately. As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, a gray light enveloped his Hades. By the time the gray light disappeared, gray flames were already rising from the outside of the ship. The gray flames seemed to be coming from the inside of the ship. They kept burning on the ship's surface, but Zhao Hai and the others were unaffected. When Laura and the others saw the situation on the ship, they were also very puzzled. They tried to touch the flames, but the flames seemed to be just shadows and didn't affect them at all. At that moment, a few more bone spears shot out from the black mist. This time, Zhao Hai did not use the waves to block the bone spears. Instead, he let the bone spears shoot straight towards the ship. Just as the bone spear was about to hit the deck of the ship, a wall of fire suddenly rose from the side of the ship, blocking the bone spear. When the bone spear came into contact with the wall of fire, it turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. Laura and the others all exclaimed in shock. They really didn't expect that those illusory flames would be so powerful. At this moment, a sound of surprise came from within the black mist. Zhao Hai was stunned and looked in the direction of the sound. He said in a deep voice, "Who's there? Come out." The black mist split to the sides and a few people walked out. No, they shouldn't be called people. They didn't have a physical body and they were floating in the air like ghosts. Zhao Hai was slightly taken aback when he saw the group of people. He immediately understood that they were the witchcraft tribe, a tribe unique to the underworld. To put it bluntly, the witchcraft tribe was the ghost tribe. They were a kind of dark life force that was formed from the mutation of some powerful souls. They were almost completely immune to physical attacks and were a very difficult race to deal with in the underworld. Zhao Hai did not expect to run into the Lick tribe in the Black Mist. It seemed like more people from the underworld had come to the Ark continent. The few liches looked at Zhao Hai, and one of them suddenly said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why did you come to our place?" Zhao Hai looked at the few liches and smiled. "This is the Ark continent's territory, so I can come here whenever I want. You must be liches from the underworld, right? Why didn't you stay in the underworld? Why did you come to our Ark continent and cause trouble?" When the liches heard Zhao Hai's words, they were slightly stunned. One of them looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Stop talking nonsense. How can this be the Ark continent? The Ark continent is suppressed by the laws of space. Those who have reached the divine level can't stay on the Ark continent for long. We've been here for a while, but we haven't felt any changes in the laws of space. Also, judging from your strength, you've reached the divine level. How can you live freely on the Ark continent? Speak, where is this place?" Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect these liches to know so much. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't know that these liches were old ghosts who had lived for countless years. As long as the ghost clan didn't get killed in the process of fighting with others, they could live forever. Therefore, they knew a lot of things and were called living history books. Seeing that Zhao Hai was silent, the liches thought that they had guessed correctly. Zhao Hai had nothing to say. One of the liches could not help but say, "Kid, tell me, what is this place?" Zhao Hai looked at the few liches and said in a deep voice, "This is indeed the Ark continent. However, a huge change has happened here. Laws of heaven and earth here have been changed by humans. That's why the spatial crack that connects to the underworld has appeared, and that's why you can come here." The liches looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. Zhao Hai was right. Changing the laws of heaven and earth of a continent would indeed lead to some unexpected changes. They had been wondering what kind of power could break the spatial barrier and connect the spatial crack to the underworld. Now, it turned out to be the reason. However, they were puzzled as to what kind of power could change the laws of heaven and earth of a world. The leader of the liches looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Nonsense. The laws of heaven and earth in a realm can't be changed so easily. How can anyone do it?" Zhao Hai laughed bitterly and said in a deep voice, "It's not that easy to change the laws of the world. However, someone used the blood of an entire country to change the laws." When the liches heard Zhao Hai's words, their expressions changed. Although they were liches now, liches were also transformed from humans. Although these liches had become ghosts, they still remembered their lives. They had never thought that someone would be crazy enough to sacrifice an entire country's people. Zhao Hai looked at the few liches and said in a deep voice, "You may be liches, but you still have some humanity. You're much stronger than those people. I'm not afraid to tell you that the ones who did this to the Ark continent were the gods." The gods and the demons invaded the Ark continent at the same time. The gods used the people of an entire kingdom as a blood sacrifice to break open the space and change the laws of space. With the sudden appearance of the underworld, I had no choice but to move everyone on the Ark continent away. As soon as Zhao Hai spoke, a lick immediately said to Zhao Hai, "Sir, can you tell me which country's people the gods' race used for the blood sacrifice?" NBSB Zhao Hai nodded. "That's nothing. The country they're using for the blood sacrifice is the Greenwave dynasty." As soon as Zhao Hai spoke, the lick who had asked the question stared at Zhao Hai and said, "You mean the Greenwave dynasty? Is it really the Jade Wave dynasty?" Zhao Hai looked at the lick in confusion and nodded. "That's right, it's the Blue Wave dynasty. I have no need to lie to you about this." The lick suddenly let out a sharp screech. Zhao Hai realized that the flames on his ship had formed a wall of fire. It seemed like the screech was very powerful. It made the flames think that he was going to attack Pluto. Zhao Hai could not help but frown. He looked at the lick in confusion and realized that the lick did not do it on purpose. He was just too agitated. The other liches were trying to comfort him. Moreover, Zhao Hai could tell that the one who had just screamed was the weakest among them. Zhao Hai suddenly realized that liches were transformed from humans. Could it be that this lick was related to the Greenwave dynasty? After a long while, the liches calmed down. One of the older liches looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Please don't take offense, sir. He didn't attack you on purpose." It's just that he was a member of the royal family of the Jade Wave dynasty when he was alive. That's why he was so excited when he heard what you said. I understand, Zhao Hai nodded. But I believe it's been many years since you've returned to the Green Wave dynasty, right? The screeching Lick was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Teacher's guess is correct. He passed away more than 1,000 years ago and doesn't know anything about the Jade Wave dynasty. Zhao Hai nodded. You can't blame yourself, sir. The Church of Light has been in the Green Wave dynasty for hundreds of years. The Church of Light's words are more powerful than the nobles there. Most of the people in the country are the most fanatical believers of the Church of Light. The Church of Light is a chess piece left by the god race on the Ark continent. Later, we found out about the Church of Light's scheme and dealt with them. However, we didn't expect that the Church of Light would retreat to the Green Wave dynasty. Then, the king of the Green Wave dynasty passed the throne to the bishop of the Church of Light and changed the name of the Green Wave dynasty to the Kingdom of the Church of Light. It was because of this that the god race could use the people of the Green Wave dynasty as blood sacrifices. The few liches were stunned. The Lick from the Green Wave dynasty sighed and said, Forget it. More than 1,000 years have passed. It's no longer my business what the Green Wave dynasty has become. Besides, I can't take revenge on the god's race in my current state. Forget it. Zhao Hai smiled. Actually, I've already taken revenge for you. The ones who invaded the Ark continent were the Golden Bull celestial race. I've already destroyed them. We're now fighting against the celestial race on the Golden Bull continent. From now on, the Ark continent belongs to the underworld. The few liches looked at Zhao Hai in shock. They could not believe what Zhao Hai had just said. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. I only came here because I heard that a strange flame had appeared here. That's why I came to take a look. I don't have any other intentions. The few liches looked at each other, and one of them said in a deep voice, You're saying that those iron men who just came in are also people's subordinates. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't have that kind of subordinate. The god race has changed the laws of the world on the Ark continent, so there are several spatial cracks here. One of them is connected to your underworld, and the other leads to another place, a dimension we didn't know about before, called Atlantic continent. Those iron men are their weapons, called magic armor. When they drive the magic armor, they can display very strong combat power. They are also the invaders of the Ark continent. The few liches were at a loss for words. They never thought that the Ark continent would change so much. To them, it was like listening to a heavenly book. Zhao Hai looked at the liches and said in a deep voice, Everyone, I won't say anything more. In the future, you'll definitely have to face those people from the Atlantic continent. Please be careful. With that said, he was about to leave on the Hades. At this moment, the few liches suddenly said, Sir, please wait. Zhao Hai was stunned. He stopped and turned to look at the liches. Is there anything else you need? The old Lick bowed to Zhao Hai. This was a noble's etiquette, but it was not quite the same. It had an ancient air to it. Laura's eyes lit up when she saw the old Lick's etiquette. She whispered into Zhao Hai's ear, Big brother Hai, this is the etiquette of the ancient nobles. It is only used when someone has a request. Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the Lick. Is there something you need, sir? The Lick looked at Zhao Hai and said, Looking at you, sir, there must be something extraordinary about you. The few of us liches are already tired of staying in the underworld. We would like to walk around with you. Would you agree to that? We were originally Sir's slaves and were under Sir's command. The old Lick smiled and said, Sir, you're right. The few of us are considered to be respected figures in the underworld, but the underworld is different from other places. In the underworld, almost all the people who call the shots are undead creatures. Everyone is almost immortal and they don't fight each other when they have nothing to do. Let the people below fight if they want to. We have almost nothing to do. I don't know how many years I've lived. When we're bored, we can only sleep. We can only be bored. We've really had enough of such days, so we want to walk around with teacher and see. Even if we have to become slaves, we won't hesitate. Zhao Hai turned to the other liches and said, Do you all have the same idea? The few liches nodded. To be honest, the days of doing nothing but daydreaming and sleeping were not for humans. It was like being in confinement had always been a very severe punishment. Zhao Hai looked at the few liches and smiled. I can take you away, and you can also bring your men to my ship. I'll just treat you as friends and you don't have to be slaves. The few liches looked at Zhao Hai in shock. They did not expect Zhao Hai to be so easy to talk to and be friends with them. The Lick turned to Zhao Hai and said, Sir, we're liches. If we go out with you like this, will we bring you trouble? Zhao Hai laughed heartily. You're all thinking too much. I'm a black mage. My undead continent has tens of millions. Why would I care about a few more liches? The few liches were stunned for a moment, then said excitedly, How many undead creatures can you carry on your ship? We have quite a few subordinates. No matter how many there are, you can bring them into the realm. The more people, the better. Zhao Hai laughed. The Lick was stunned for a moment before turning to Zhao Hai. All right, since you've said so, I won't stand on ceremony. However, many of my men can't fly. Please lower your ship, sir. Zhao Hai smiled and slowly lowered the Hades to the ground. At this moment, the old Lick leader let out a shrill cry and led the other liches to board the Hades. Soon, a large number of undead creatures rushed over from all directions. Zhao Hai thought that the underlings of the liches were liches as well, but he soon realized that he was wrong. Most of the undead creatures were skeletons and zombies, while the number of liches was the least. Although he found it strange, Zhao Hai still brought his underlings to the ship. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the liches, the undead creatures entered the Hades one by one. The ship wasn't very large, but it was like a bottomless pit that swallowed all the undead creatures. After the last undead creature entered Hades' cabin, Zhao Hai turned to the liches and said, "All right, everyone, let's go take a look at the god's race." The few liches nodded their heads in a daze. Zhao Hai smiled. The next moment, Hades disappeared into the black mist and reappeared in the divine realm. The few liches stared blankly at the sudden change in the scenery outside. The old lich looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to be a space sorcerer. No wonder you could defeat the gods." Zhao Hai smiled. "That's not the only reason we defeated the Protoss. You're all well-known figures in the netherworld. You should know about the existence of the demonic realm, right?" The lich didn't quite understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai had just said that the demonic race and the Celestials were invading the Fangzhou continent. Could it be that he wanted to understand the situation in the demonic world through them? The lich's mind raced, but he still nodded and said, "Yes, the underworld and the devil realm have fought a few times. The devil realm's combat power is extraordinary. Even though the underworld's main force is the undead army, we were still defeated by them. They are the most powerful enemy we have ever seen." Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "The reason why I dare to attack the god race is because I have already subdued the devil race. Now that the devil race is under my command, I have no more worries. Naturally, I can attack the god race without any worries." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the liches were stunned for a moment. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with a change in expression. Several of them were thousands of years old and had participated in the war with the demonic race. They did not expect Zhao Hai to subdue the demonic race. This really shocked them. As soon as they arrived in the devil realm, the liches were completely stunned. They had all been to the devil realm before, so they knew what kind of place it was. They were sure that they were not in the devil realm. What made them feel strange was that although this wasn't the devil realm, the people living here were definitely from the devil race. They had fought with the devil race before, so they naturally knew what the devil race looked like. The few liches were looking around in confusion when they suddenly heard a voice. "Discovered that it does not belong to a spatial program. Program modification completed. The host can now command the program." While Zhao Hai was still in a daze, the few liches suddenly bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, master." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. These liches were intelligent, so he thought that the realm wouldn't do anything to them. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Although these liches were intelligent, they were undead creatures. In the realm's eyes, they were intelligent programs, or perhaps viruses. The realm certainly wouldn't allow such disobedient things to appear in the realm. Hence, he had subdued them directly. This was definitely good news for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, just call me young master from now on. I'll show you around the boundless space today. After that, you guys can head to the Wild Dragon Island and study magic arrays with my father-in-law. Just let me know if you want to come out and play." The few liches responded obediently. They had completely treated Zhao Hai as their master and would respect his words unconditionally. They were different from the people Zhao Hai had kept in his dimension. The dimension had to change them bit by bit, but the lich's dimension wasn't so kind. It simply and violently subdued them. Zhao Hai then brought a few liches to visit the Demon King. Since the Demon King was busy talking to his tribesmen about crystal cards, Zhao Hai did not stay long and came out of the medium. However, Zhao Hai simply threw the lich's underlings into his origin space. The underlings were all ordinary undead creatures, and some of them weren't even at level 9. Of course, Zhao Hai had to send them back into the furnace. After dealing with the undead creatures, Zhao Hai returned to the divine realm. However, he handed the liches over to Heir and asked Kai to take them to understand his realm. After that, he asked Zhao Hai to arrange for the liches to stay on the Mad Dragon Island in the Ark's realm. These liches all had long lives. Even if they were not very smart, time could make up for everything. In addition, they had been trapped in the underworld for all these years and had nothing to do. Other than sleeping, they would record history or research something that they were excited about. However, it was a pity that the great inheritance of magic arrays and knowledge in the underworld didn't form a system at all. Those ordinary undead creatures didn't have intelligence at all. They only had instincts. Under such circumstances, even if they wanted to study it, they wouldn't be able to find anything. Now that Zhao Hai had thrown them into the origin space, it might be a good thing for them. They had something to do now. Magic arrays were profound, so he would let them study them. Zhao Hai had already asked Ryan to help him build a laboratory on the Berserk Dragon Island. There were many people in the laboratory, including mages, elves, dwarves, and even a few liches. Zhao Hai had recently equipped himself so that the gnomes could live in the laboratory. To Zhao Hai, this laboratory was of great significance. When Zhao Hai lived on Earth, he was very clear about the importance of these laboratories. Many important scientific and technological achievements on Earth were made in these laboratories. He wanted to build a laboratory like that now to prepare for the future. Tai Wu and Lu Shiming stood on top of the city wall and looked at the black fog in the distance. They had seen for the past few days that the black fog had covered the entire northern part of the Ark continent. The black fog was advancing at a very slow pace every day, which made Lu Shiming and Tai Wu's faces very ugly. They had no choice but to send a messenger to the clan after the dog and the others left. There were only 30 demonic armors and 1 chariot left. Taego looked at the black mist and couldn't help but punch the battlements. I didn't expect the black fog to not expand. No wonder the people from the Ark continent ran away. Could it be that the clan's great campaign this time is going to be ruined because of this matter? Lu Shiming was well aware of this. The O'Neill family's name had been branded on them, and they were bound together for good or bad. They knew very well how much power the O'Neill family had put into this expedition to the Ark continent. If they failed, the O'Neill family would probably never recover from this setback, and they would not have a good life in the future. However, this black mist wasn't easy to deal with. There must be undead creatures in there. Lu Shiming was very sure of this because only undead creatures and black mages like to use bone spears to attack their enemies. Also, the appearance of the innate yin fire made Lu Shiming certain that the undead creatures were in there. Lu Shiming knew that even black mages couldn't survive in the innate yin land for long without being affected. However, Lu Shiming couldn't show any signs of uneasiness. He turned to look at Tai Wu and smiled. Don't worry, the family will think of a way. If it really doesn't work, we can just bring the family's ship and prepare more light artillery. Tai Wu nodded. He was still young and wasn't as patient as Lu Shiming. The appearance of the undead creatures had indeed disrupted many of their plans. Therefore, as soon as Tai Wu was worried about this matter, his temper naturally became bad. Tai Wu turned around and looked at Lu Shiming. Big brother Shiming, how many more days will it take for those messengers to return? Tai Wu was stunned for a moment before he nodded. He turned to Lu Shiming and said, Brother Shiming, the undead creatures won't attack us even at night. We can't just sit around and do nothing. Can we do something? Lu Shiming looked at Tai Wu and asked, do something. What are you trying to do? Tai Wu smiled. There's no one on the Ark continent now. It's the world of the magical beasts, and these magical beasts can provide us with a lot of magic crystals. Do you think we can send people out in batches every day to hunt the magical beasts and collect some magic crystals? At the same time, we can also see what kind of minerals are on the Ark continent. This will be more beneficial for our future operations. Lu Shiming thought for a moment and nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. How about this? We'll send 10 people out every day, but we can't use chariots. Tai Wu replied happily, turned around and ran away. Lu Shiming looked at Tai Wu's back and smiled. Then he turned to look at the black mist and frowned again. He was really worried about the current situation. The black mist was too large and was still expanding. This meant that the undead creatures in the black mist were extremely powerful. Was it really worth it for the O'Neill family to fight against such undead creatures? Just as Lu Shiming was worrying about these things, Evil Dog and the others had arrived at the O'Neill family's residence in the Rosen Empire. The O'Neill family was now a member of the original Rosen Empire, and the head of the O'Neill family had moved into the palace. Although Zhao Hai had already moved the entire population of the Rosen Empire away, he did not destroy the palace too much. There was nothing much inside, but the decorations were still there, making the palace look magnificent. Of course, the head of the O'Neill family moved in without any hesitation. When the Evil Dog and the others appeared outside the palace, they were stopped by 2 devil armors. The devil did not dare to act arrogantly here. The devil armors in front of them were all high god-level armors. If he dared to act arrogantly, the other party would definitely kill him. He jumped down from the chariot and bowed to the 2 devil armors. Lion Hunting Squad, leader of the scouts, Gu Zhang, requests an audience with the clan leader. I have important news to bring back. One of the 2 devil-armored men turned around and shouted at the palace. The lion hunting team has brought back news and requests to see the patriarch. Another suit of devil armor not far away also sent the same message. Soon, it reached the palace. A man dressed like a servant walked to the O'Neill family's office. He knocked on the door twice and said, Patriarch, the lion hunting squad has sent someone back, saying that they have something to see you about. The head of the O'Neill family was in his office. When he heard the servant say this, he immediately said, Quickly let him in. The servant replied and turned to a mecha in the distance. Let him in, the mech passed on the message again. After a while, the vicious dog entered the palace and was led by the servant into the O'Neill family's office. The clan leader looked at the vicious dog and smiled. Gu Zhang, it's you, what's wrong? What did you find? Gu Zhang did not expect the clan leader to recognize him. He could not help but feel excited and kowtowed to the clan leader before saying, Clan leader, we started from here and headed north. Everything was going smoothly at first, but about 10 days from here, we ran into trouble. It was a black fog. I went into the fog to investigate and found that there were bone spears attacking us. There was also a gray fireball. The fireball was not afraid of our energy beam attacks. Instead, it burned more and more fiercely. Later, we came out and told Brother Lu Shiming. Brother Lu Shiming said, we might have encountered an innate yin ground, and those fireballs might be innate yin flames. That's why he asked us to come back immediately to deliver a message while they stayed behind to monitor the black mist. The clan leader was stunned for a moment, then he frowned. Of course, he knew what the innate yin land meant to them. He looked at Gu Zheng and said, are you sure that's the innate yin land? Gu Zheng shook his head and said, Big Brother Lu Shiming said that place really does have the characteristics of an innate yin land. However, an innate yin land is usually afraid of seeing the sun. However, that place does not have such a situation. Even if it is under the sun, the black mist still exists. Big Brother Lu Shiming is not sure, but he still thinks that the possibility of that place being an innate yin land is higher. The clan leader nodded and said, Shiming has always been very reliable in his work. It seems that place might really be an innate yin land. If that's the case, then it's a bit of a waste, but I think Shiming and the others won't go into the black fog again. You can go and rest first, Gu Zheng responded and turned to leave. After Gu Zheng left, the clan leader turned around and shouted, invite the generals for a meeting. A servant at the door responded and turned to leave. After a while, the generals arrived at the patriarch's study room. Achaeus was there as well. After they sat down, the patriarch said, Gu Zheng of the lion hunting squad just returned. They said that they found a black fog 10 days north of where we are. Shiming suspects that it is an innate yin land. What do you all think? The people in the room were silent. Everyone in the room was experienced in battle. Even Achaeus, who had been out on adventures for many years, knew the underworld very well, so he did not speak nonsense. After a while, a tall general stood up and bowed to the chief. Chief, I think we should send people to protect that place. It's only 10 days away from here, not far. If anything happens, it'll be a threat to us. Besides, our O'Neill family has just occupied the Ark continent. We can't just retreat like this. Otherwise, we'll suffer too great a loss. The clan leader nodded. At this moment, another general stood up and said, Patriarch, I think that we should speed up our exploration of the South. The South is too close to our family. If something really happens, it might directly threaten our family. The clan leader muttered to himself for a moment before nodding, that's right. We should do a thorough investigation of the South. Achaeus, do you have anything to say? Achaeus stood up and bowed to the clan leader. Father, we've just taken over the Ark continent, so we don't know why the people on the Ark continent moved away. Now that this innate yin land has appeared, I think we're still too weak here. We should transfer some people from the family, as well as the engineering magic armor soldiers, to find the mineral deposits on the Ark continent in the shortest time possible. We can mine them and bring back the family's funds as soon as possible. The clan leader looked at Achaeus and nodded in satisfaction. My son has grown up. This is a good idea. We don't know how dangerous the Ark continent is, so we have to be ready to retreat at any time. But if we retreat now, the family will suffer a great loss. So what we should do now is to find all the mineral deposits on the Ark continent and mine them so that the family's funds can come back as soon as possible. The generals nodded. To be honest, they came to the Ark continent for resources and minerals. If they didn't look for minerals just to find out what happened here, they would be putting the cart before the horse. Even if something dangerous happened on the Ark continent and they had to retreat, they had to mine as many minerals as possible to minimize the loss of their family. The few of them stood up and listened to the orders in shock. They went to make arrangements. After they left, the clan leader frowned and said, Interesting. There's a Khanate Yin land here. I'm getting more and more curious about the Ark continent. I wonder what else is there. Now, Zhao Hai was watching the conversation between the clan leader and the others in the origin space. After they left, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and smiled. Looks like the O'Neill family is very careful as well. However, they'll probably find the spatial crack in the Devil Realm and the Divine Realm very soon if they continue to explore south. I wonder how they'll react when they see the two spatial cracks. Lola smiled. If I were the head of the O'Neill family, I'd send people to keep an eye on the underworld. I'd send people to mine on the Ark continent. I'd also send people into the demonic world to investigate. I'd also send people to attack us. There's a lot to do. I just don't know if they have enough backup, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Laura smiled and said, I'm sure they have enough soldiers. Didn't you hear what they said just now? They're not using the armors to mine the ores. There's no danger in mining on the Ark continent, and they don't need too many people to investigate the armors. They only need to divide their main forces into two parts. One part will monitor the underworld, and the other part will attack the city through the dimensional rift. They should be able to spare that number of soldiers, right? Zhao Hai nodded and said, they won't attack us too fiercely. They should have enough troops. All we need to do is to prevent them from entering the Divine Realm. Let them do whatever they want on the Ark continent. After they mine the ore, we can just take it. Isn't that better? Laura and the others all burst out laughing, and Liz even said, I've realized that Big Brother Hai is becoming more and more like a bandit. He's always talking about snatching. Big Brother Hai, if you see that girl in the future, are you going to snatch her back? Zhao Hai pretended to be deep in thought. After a while, he nodded and said, well, that makes sense. I haven't tried to snatch the bride. It seems that I have to try it when I have the chance. With that, he turned and ran. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others immediately pounced over and started chasing him. Of course, they knew that Zhao Hai was just joking. This was just a couple playing tricks. After messing around for a while, Zhao Hai finally stopped. At this moment, he noticed a messenger fish was calling. Zhao Hai took out the messenger fish and saw that it was Xiao Bingya's messenger fish. Zhao Hai turned around and looked at Laura and the others. He smiled and said, "It seems like we have work to do." Then he said to the messenger fish in a deep voice, "I'm Zhao Hai Bingya, say something." Sir Xiao Bingya said, "I'm done here. You can move at any time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't move from your side for now. Wait for my notice when you act. Remember, don't let the Protoss notice your movements. We have to launch a sudden attack." "Yes, sir," Xiao Bingya said in a deep voice. "Don't worry. The Protoss have gathered all the troops of these vassal races together. They won't find out. How did the Protoss solve the problem of food supply these past few days?" Zhao Hai nodded. Xiao Bingya smiled and said, "The God Clan has been very strict in controlling the distribution of food these days. They have also sent a large number of troops to hunt for magical beasts all over the continent. The vassal clans have even less food, but the God Clan doesn't control them to hunt." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "The Protoss don't want to arouse the suspicion of the vassal races. You should also tell the vassal races not to be anxious and not to show any hostility to the Protoss. When I give the order, you can take care of the Protoss." Xiao Bingya replied. Zhao Hai smiled and kept the messenger fish. He turned to Laura and the others and said, "It seems like it's time for us to act." Lola smiled and said, "Or are we targeting their grain ships?" "I believe their grain ships will be here soon. If they don't come soon, the gods' race will really starve." Zhao Hai understood. Not only will they send the food as soon as possible, but they will also send more people to deliver the food. Maybe a few great elders with ultimate weapons will come. They should already know that the great elder of the demon scorpion race is in danger. Lola nodded and then frowned at Zhao Hai. "Big brother Hai, are we still going to take action? Wouldn't it be better to deal with their base directly? You can't use your full strength now, so don't be at a disadvantage." Zhao Hai smiled. "It's okay. We'll go and take a look. If we really can't do it, we'll leave and clean up their base later. It's impossible for them to catch up to us anyway." When Laura heard Zhao Hai's words, she didn't stop him. She knew that Zhao Hai knew what he was doing. Zhao Hai immediately asked Kai to monitor the area of the sea that they had seen a few days ago. Once they found the god race's grain ship, they would immediately go and seize it. Kai replied. She didn't need to keep an eye on them, she only needed to pay attention. Zhao Hai's attention was still on the O'Neill family. The O'Neill family had not only sent scouts to the north of the Ark continent, but they had also sent scouts to the south. However, the scouts had not yet reached the Stupa Empire, so they could not find the dimensional cracks in the demonic realm. However, the scouts to the south were almost at the Aklea line of defense. Zhao Hai still left some undead creatures to mine for ores on the Ark continent, but there were very few of them. Most of the iron-armored beasts and undead creatures went to the demon world to mine for ores. There were also some on the Golden Bull continent. On the third day after Zhao Hai contacted Xiao Bingya, Kai told Zhao Hai that the Protoss' supply team had arrived. This time the Protoss supply team was very unique. In addition to their supply ships, they had also brought many warships, and it was obvious that they had reduced the number of supply ships. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile when he saw this. It seems that the Protoss can't gather too many ships in a short time, but it seems that they must have brought a lot of space preparation this time. "How is it, Big Brother Hai?" Laura asked. "Are we taking action?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Of course. Let's go and meet the god race. Let's see what kind of people they've sent to suppress the grain." As soon as he finished speaking, Hades disappeared. When it reappeared, it was not far from the god clan's grain ship. Zhao Hai slowly enlarged Hades and pressed it toward the god clan's fleet. The Protoss had obviously known about the Hades. As soon as they saw it approaching, they reacted almost instantly. The battleships quickly surrounded the grain ships, and at the same time, a large number of Nephilims flew up from the grain ships and battleships. To Zhao Hai's surprise, he did not find any of the great elders of the gods' race who used ultimate weapons. This puzzled Zhao Hai. The people of the gods' race should know that other than the great elders, no one else could pose a threat to him. Why did the gods' race not send out any great elders this time? Just as Zhao Hai was feeling puzzled, he suddenly felt the sky turn dark. Just as he was stunned, he realized that he had arrived at another place. It was a starry sky, surrounded by meteorites of all sizes and all kinds of planets. Not far away, there was even a star that was emitting an astonishing amount of heat. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were all dumbfounded by the situation. They couldn't wrap their heads around the situation, especially Laura and the others. They had no idea what space was like, so they naturally wouldn't know where they were. Zhao Hai looked around curiously. Although this place was very similar to the space he had imagined, Zhao Hai was sure that this was definitely not space. Space had no gravity. People would float in space and there was no air. However, none of these things had happened here. Zhao Hai was sure that this was a place created by the Protoss, a formation. This was the first word that came to Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai was almost certain that they were in one of the gods' race's formations. However, he had no idea what formation it was. He had never thought that the gods' race would have a weapon that could change the surroundings like this. This was beyond his expectations. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others. Be careful. We must be trapped in the god race's formation. I believe it won't be long before the god race attacks us. Lola nodded, but they were not too worried. The key was that Zhao Hai had given them a very good impression. He was almost invincible, so they had absolute confidence in him. Zhao Hai didn't care. He directed the magic cannons on the ship to fire at the planets around him. The energy beams from the cannons hit the planets very quickly. A few small meteorites were shattered, and the larger planets were left with huge craters. Everything looked like space. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. To be honest, his understanding of formations was still too little. The gods' race's formation was really mysterious. To a beginner in formations like him, it wasn't difficult to trap him in it. At this moment, Zhao Hai noticed that a few planets in the distance were suddenly connected by a white line. These planets were connected by the white line to form a pattern that looked like an ox. As soon as the pattern was formed, a huge golden ox rushed straight at Hades. Zhao Hai frowned slightly. The planets connected by the white lines reminded him of the Golden Bull constellation. This attack seemed to be the same attack method used by the great elder of the Golden Bull race when he used the Golden Bull battle suit. Zhao Hai didn't move. He simply waved his hand, and the magic cannons fired a beam of energy at the Golden Bull. More than 100 beams of energy combined into a huge beam of energy that struck the Golden Bull. However, something unexpected happened. The golden light on the Golden Bull only dimmed a little, but it didn't disappear. It continued to charge towards Pluto. It was too late for Zhao Hai to dodge. However, when the Golden Bull was about to get close to the Hades, the waves from below hit it. The Golden Bull slowed down even more, and the golden light on its body became dimmer. However, it still didn't disappear. The Golden Bull braved the waves and rushed in front of the Hades. It hit the Hades with its head, and with a boom, the Hades shook slightly for the first time. This kind of shaking was almost undetectable, but Zhao Hai still frowned. He realized that this Golden Bull's attack was much stronger than the attack of the Supreme Elder of the Golden Bull race. At that moment, Zhao Hai felt something coming from the back of the ship. Zhao Hai turned around and saw a white line connecting a few stars. It formed a centaur archer. As soon as the centaur archer took shape, an arrow of light shot toward Hades. With a thought, Hades immediately shrunk and dodged to the side. However, what Zhao Hai did not expect was that the beam of light seemed to have eyes. It turned around and continued to attack Hades. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw the arrow of light. However, he still directed the magic cannon on the ship to shoot energy beams at the arrow of light. The result was similar to that of the Golden Bull. Although the beam of light from the magic cannon dimmed the arrow of light a little, the arrow of light still shot towards Pluto. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. With a wave of his hand, a huge blood-red scorpion flew out of his hand and went straight to meet the light arrow. When the scorpion collided with the light arrow, it suddenly swung its tail and stabbed the light arrow. With a boom, the light arrow was pierced by the scorpion tail and disappeared. However, Zhao Hai was disappointed this time. The spatial surveillance device was in a mess. He couldn't see anything useful. When Zhao Hai saw this, his expression changed. He understood that spatial surveillance wasn't omnipotent. The formation used by the gods' race must be very powerful this time. Even the spatial surveillance device was useless. This was equivalent to breaking the most important thing in Zhao Hai's hands. If the dimension surveillance camera was useless, they might really be trapped here until they died. In an instant, Zhao Hai was in an unprecedented crisis. Laura and the others followed behind Zhao Hai. When they saw the situation on the monitor, they were stunned. This had never happened before. They were all panicking. Laura and the others were panicking, but Zhao Hai was not. He was even calmer when faced with such a situation. He tried to shout, Kai-er, are you there? Kai-er didn't reply. This was unprecedented. Under normal circumstances, Kai-er would respond to Zhao Hai's call immediately. Zhao Hai could feel that the connection between him and Kai-er was still there. However, it seemed to be blocked by something, making it impossible for them to communicate for a while. Zhao Hai's expression turned even uglier. He slowly walked out of the cabin and looked around. The giant scorpion was still beside the Hades. The oars of the Taurus and Sagittarius constellations were still attacking the Hades. However, the magic cannons, ram, waves, and chessboard were all activated. With the giant scorpion's help, the enemies could not do anything to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai soon noticed that on the left side of the ship, there were two star constellations. One of them looked like a mountain lying on the ground, while the other looked like two entangled fish. Slowly, their star constellations took shape. From the goat constellation, a goat with two sharp horns rushed out and crashed into Pluto. From the two fish-like star constellations, two fish rushed out and crashed into Pluto. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He immediately ordered the Hades to fire at the goats and fish on both sides. The waves worked together, while the golden bulls and archers were left to the giant scorpions, the ram, and the chess stick. Zhao Hai was now certain that there would be at least 4 great elders from the Protos coming to deal with him this time: Golden Bull, Capricorn, Pisces, and Archer. It seemed that they were well prepared and had even set up a large formation. They were prepared to exhaust him to death here. "Big Brother Hai, what should we do?" Laura asked in a panic. Zhao Hai turned to look at Laura and smiled. "Don't panic, it's fine. They want to drag us to death, but we're not afraid of them. If they really want to drag it out, it's hard to say who will drag it out." As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, a huge meteorite next to him suddenly slammed into Pluto. The ship didn't react in time and was hit by the meteorite. When the meteorite hit the ship, a wall of fire immediately appeared on the ship. Meteorite was turned into dust, but the ship still shook slightly. At that moment, a few more meteorites were flying toward Pluto. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He was now certain that there were at least 5 great elders attacking him. 4 of them were commanding the 4-star constellations to attack him, while one was commanding the meteorites to attack him. This formation was most likely set up by the 5th great elder of the Protos. Otherwise, he would not have been able to command it so smoothly. Zhao Hai's expression turned ugly. He had almost lost contact with the realm, so it was impossible for the people in the realm to come out and help him. Although there were many undead creatures on the ship, they weren't strong enough to resist the opponent's attack. Even if he released them, they would only be sending them to their deaths. Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of formation the Protos had set up this time, but he was sure that it would strengthen the attack power of the Protos' ultimate weapons to a certain extent. It could be said that this continent could be used in conjunction with the Protos' ultimate weapons, allowing the Protos' ultimate weapons to be put to greater use. It could also be used in conjunction with attacks. It could be said that with the help of this formation, the Protos' ultimate weapons would become even more powerful. Its attack power had more than doubled. This was what Zhao Hai was most concerned about. He wasn't afraid of the gods' race's ultimate weapons. It could be said that he wasn't worried about them at all. However, he was very concerned about the gods' race's continent. He wanted to get his hands on this great formation. The reason why Zhao Hai was so concerned about this continent was because the formation could even cut off his connection with space. It was truly mysterious. In addition, he was confident that he would get his hands on all the ultimate weapons of the Protos sooner or later. At that time, if he could use this formation with the Protos' ultimate weapon, it would be even more powerful. If the Protos knew what Zhao Hai was thinking, they would definitely faint from anger. Zhao Hai was still trapped in the continent, but he had already begun to plot against their formation. How could they reason with him? Zhao Hai looked around and saw that the meteorites were still crashing toward Pluto. The staff in Zhao Hai's hand turned into a huge flail, and he kept smashing the meteorites. As long as the flail hit the meteorites, they would be shattered. As Zhao Hai smashed the meteorites, he observed his surroundings. He didn't want to waste too much time with the Protos. He had to find a way to break the array. NBSB Zhao Hai paid attention to the meteorites and the planets. He noticed that the planets were also moving toward Pluto. These planets were much larger than the ship, and if they were to get close to the ship, it would be a problem. Zhao Hai took a look at the planets and soon noticed a very strange phenomenon. All the planets and meteorites in the array were moving. The only thing that was not moving was the sun, which was the fixed star. This discovery stunned Zhao Hai. He decided to take the risk. He immediately directed the Hades towards the star. The reason Zhao Hai had discovered that there was something wrong with the star wasn't just because the star hadn't moved at all. It was also because it was the only star in the entire continent. The more it was like this, the more Zhao Hai felt that something was wrong. That was why he specifically targeted the star. Hades was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the star. The waves outside the ship immediately surrounded the ship. A wall of fire was set up, but Zhao Hai could still feel the heat from the star. Zhao Hai didn't care much about it. He rushed straight into the star. With a whoosh, he entered the star. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that he had passed through the star in the blink of an eye, but the formation was completely fine. Zhao Hai's expression changed as he thought, "Did I guess wrong? That's impossible. In this formation, all the planets can be used to attack the enemy, but this star hasn't moved. The key to breaking the formation should be this, so why is it useless?" Laura and the others were stunned when they saw Zhao Hai rushing towards the star. They did not understand why Zhao Hai would do this, but they decided to trust him with all their heart. Thus, no one moved. Everyone stood on the ship and waited for the result. Seeing that nothing had happened to them, Laura and the others were relieved. However, their current situation hadn't changed at all. Zhao Hai looked at the stars around him with a dark expression. They were still pushing toward him, and the attacks from the 4 constellations hadn't stopped. Everything was not what Zhao Hai had expected. Zhao Hai looked at the star. There was no change on the star, but Zhao Hai firmly believed that it was the key to breaking the formation. It was because his ship had passed through the star and nothing had happened to it. If the star was not the key to breaking the formation, he would definitely be attacked by something more terrible than the high temperature. However, nothing had happened. This was really a flaw of his opponent. It could be said that his opponent had been too smart for his own good. However, such an obvious attack was obviously useless against the star. He had to think of another way. What should he do to deal with the star? As he thought about this, Zhao Hai waved his staff and shattered the meteorites. Suddenly, he thought of a book he had read before. In fact, there was more than one book that had such content. If a person set up a formation, there would definitely be a formation eye. Where the formation eye was, they would definitely protect it. For example, they would set up an even smaller formation to protect the formation eye. However, Zhao Hai was a complete noob when it came to formations. It was almost impossible for him to break the formation. What could they do? Zhao Hai frowned. He remembered that it was not so difficult to break the Tao Lotus array. Was it because there was no one to command the Tao Lotus array? At this thought, Zhao Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. He had thought of something. Since he couldn't connect to the realm, he didn't have many things he could use. The staff, Hades, giant scorpion, and undead were the only things he could use. However, he had forgotten an extremely important item, Tao Lion. The Tao Lotus was in his body and not in space. Therefore, he could take it out and use it. With this thought, Zhao Hai's heart moved, and the Tao Lotus immediately flew out of his middle dantian. However, Zhao Hai didn't use the Tao Lotus to defend himself. Instead, he used it to attack the star, using an array to break an array. Zhao Hai suddenly thought of this sentence. Although this sentence only appeared in novels and might not be effective at this time, regardless of whether it really worked or not, he had to take it out and try it. Therefore, Zhao Hai released Tao Lotus and attacked the star. After releasing the Tao Lotus, Zhao Hai immediately paid attention to the situation there. As expected, the Tao Lotus didn't encounter any resistance. It flew straight into the star. It looked like it had been swallowed by the star, but Zhao Hai could clearly feel that his connection with the Tao Lotus hadn't been cut off. The Tao Lotus was still operating, and it seemed to be operating normally. Zhao Hai controlled the Tao Lotus to attack the star. Suddenly, 8 illusory images appeared on the Tao Lotus. These 8 illusory images were the 8 trigrams of heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and pond. Following that, the Tao Lotus rapidly rotated and the 8 trigrams followed. In the end, it was almost impossible to tell what they were. They had all turned into chaos. Zhao Hai had never encountered such a situation before. He had only asked the Tao Lotus to attack, but it was as if the Tao Lotus had a mind of its own. Automatically started attacking. This left Zhao Hai very confused. At that moment, the chaotic chi suddenly exploded. With a boom, the star disappeared, along with the entire starry sky. Once again, the blue sky, white clouds, and blue ocean appeared in front of Zhao Hai. The Protoss' grain ship was not far away, and they were surrounded by 5 Protoss. One of the Protoss had an extremely ugly expression. A round, plate-like thing was slowly turning above his head. The other 4 were all wearing. Zhao Hai recognized the Grand Elder of the Golden Bull race, but he didn't recognize the other 3. However, this didn't stop Zhao Hai from guessing. The person with 2 long horns on the helmet should be the Great Elder of the Capricorn continent. The person with a pair of big wings on his back and a bow and arrow in his hand should be the Great Elder of the Archer continent. The person with a fin-like thing on his elbow should be the Great Elder of the Pisces continent. These people didn't look young. The oldest one should be the Supreme Elder of the Golden Bull continent, while the others looked younger than him. However, Zhao Hai didn't have the time to deal with them. He was calling for Heir. As soon as Zhao Hai called for Heir appeared in front of him and hugged his neck. She cried, "Young master, where did you go? Heir couldn't find you just now, and I was so scared." Zhao Hai patted Heir's head and said, "Heir, be good, don't be afraid." Zhao Hai won't ignore Heir. He will never do so. Heir, be good. After Zhao Hai coaxed her for a long time, Heir finally stopped. At this time, Laura and the others also walked to Zhao Hai's side and looked at him with excitement. They knew that Zhao Hai had once again resolved the crisis. Zhao Hai looked at the God's Race man and said, "You guys are the Grand Supreme Elders of the God's Race, right? We're already old friends with the Elders of the Golden Bull race, so there's no need to introduce them. Let me guess the identity of these few people. This should be the Great Elder of the Capricorn continent, right? Oh right, you should be called Moroga, right? HMPH. Moroga snorted in response to Zhao Hai's question. Although he still had a proud look on his face, his eyes were filled with fear. Zhao Hai smiled and turned to look at the man with a bow and a pair of wings on the back of his combat suit. You must be the Great Elder of the Archer continent, right? Please forgive me, but I still don't know your name. The Grand Elder, on the other hand, had a calm expression. He also bowed slightly to Zhao Hai and said, "No problem, I'm Yarasuk." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to look at the elder with the fin-like armor. You must be the Supreme Elder of the Pisces continent, right? Please forgive me, but I don't know your name. The Great Elder of the Yaoyu continent said, "Mine dar greets Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to look at the man with the plate floating above his head. He smiled and said, "It's not easy to guess this elder's identity. If I'm not wrong, you were the one who created that formation. The reason why you were able to create that formation was because of the plate above your head. That formation seems to be able to be used in conjunction with the ultimate weapons of the various continents. In this case, it's not difficult to guess your identity." The Grand Elder looked at Zhao Hai calmly and didn't reply. Zhao Hai smiled and continued, there are 13 continents in the divine realm, and each of them has an ultimate weapon. 12 of them use the names of their constellations to command their troops. Only the central continent is not. From the looks of the ultimate weapons used by the few great elders, the weapons used by the 12 continents that are named after their constellations are also this kind of battle suit. They are battle suits that correspond to their constellations. Only the central continent is not. The ultimate weapon of the central continent might not be a battle suit. The central mainland Grand Elder's eyes narrowed, and Zhao Hai noticed this detail. He smiled and said, the central mainland's ultimate weapon should be the plate above your head. That plate can be used to set up a very strange array that can be used in conjunction with the ultimate weapons of the other 12 continents. Therefore, your identity is obvious. You are the Grand Supreme Elder of the central mainland. Please forgive me, I don't know your name either. The Grand Elder looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, Mr. Zhao Hai, you're really too polite. Mister's guess is correct. I am the Grand Supreme Elder of the Divine Realm Central Continent. My name is Ding Xing. I didn't think that we would have made preparations in advance this time. It was another 5-person attack on Mr., but in the end, Mr. was still able to break my formation. Mr.'s strength is truly something Ding Xing has never seen in his life. Zhao Hai smiled, I'm just lucky. Mr. Ding Xing, you're too kind. It seems that you've all come together today to kill me. Am I right? Ding Xing looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, to be honest. I originally didn't want to be your enemy because your strength has exceeded my expectations. However, you're too strong, so strong that you've already threatened the existence of my divine realm. I have no choice but to deal with you. Zhao Hai laughed out loud. What a good Mr. Ding Xing. Sir, you really have a glib tongue. You don't want to be my enemy. Was I the one who opened the spatial rift between the divine realm and the Ark continent, using the hundreds of millions of people on the Ark continent, regardless of age, as a blood sacrifice? Am I the one, you, the God clan, asked for this? You are too full of yourself. Do you really think that you can rule the world just because you are a member of the God clan? You are still far from that. You are just a chess piece in someone else's hand, a dog ordered by someone else. How can you threaten the existence of the God clan? You're right, your God clan shouldn't exist. With Zhao Hai's words, Ding Xing and the others' faces turned ugly. Ding Xing snorted coldly, Zhao Hai, don't think that you've forgotten your place just because I praised you. Do you think you can escape from the 5 of us? Run. Zhao Hai laughed. Why should I run? I still want to take your ultimate weapons into my hands. Do I need to run away when they are for my use? You think that by stalling for time here, you can let your grain ships escape? I'm telling you the truth, I've been waiting here. Now there are 5 of you great elders here, and 4 of you haven't appeared yet. I think you should leave at least 2 of you to guard your continent, and the other 2 can appear here to besiege me. Are they coming soon? As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, the expressions of the Protos changed. At that moment, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sea below, sucking in the entire supply fleet. The supply ships were sucked into the whirlpool one by one. Other than the Protos who could fly, nothing was left. After the grain ships disappeared, a small bubble suddenly emerged from the sea and flew to Hades, landing on Zhao Hai's head. The water bubble was none other than Bubble. The sea was Bubble's domain. He was the source of all water, so it was a piece of cake for him to control the water. Therefore, after Zhao Hai, Ren broke the continent, he immediately released Bubble into the sea and had him rob the Protos and their grain ships. He was here to hold up the Protos. To be honest, it was possible for Zhao Hai to deal with the 5 great elders at the same time. However, he would have to use his true strength if he did so. In that case, the repulsive force of the space would be even stronger. If he made a mistake, he would have to ascend. Therefore, Zhao Hai was not prepared to fight to the death with the 5 great elders. The reason why he had said so much nonsense was to give Bubbles time to prepare. He wanted Bubbles to take care of the Protos supply ship in the shortest time possible. Moreover, what Zhao Hai had just said wasn't all nonsense. The 2 great elders of the Protos who were guarding their base on the Golden Bull continent were indeed rushing here. One of them was the great elder of the Cancer race, and the other was the great elder of the Lion race. They were almost at Zhao Hai's place, and this was what Zhao Hai wanted to see the most. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the few grand elders of the gods' race, Zhao Hai laughed heartily at the sky. Today is the toughest battle I, Zhao Hai, have ever faced since I started cultivating. I won't be accompanying you guys any longer. If there's a chance, let's get closer. After saying that, he and the entire Hades disappeared in the air. Seeing Zhao Hai disappear, the elders of the gods' race all changed their expressions. Jin Ben's expression changed and he said, not good. Zhao Hai knows that there's no one guarding the Golden Bull continent base. Will he attack that place? When Jin Ben said this, their expressions changed. Ding Xing immediately said, quick, everyone, go to the base to help. We can't let Zhao Hai destroy the base. After he finished speaking, he flew straight towards the Golden Bull continent. Unfortunately, among them, no one knew spatial magic or spatial special techniques. They were doomed to fail. As soon as Hades disappeared from the sea, it reappeared not far away from the Protos base on the Golden Bull continent. As soon as Hades appeared, Zhao Hai immediately took out his messenger fish and said, Bingya, Bingya, are you there? Sir, I'm here. Xiao Bingya's voice came. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, as long as they're here. Listen up, tell the vassal races to get ready. We're going to attack the Protoss base. Now that their base no longer has the Great Elder, it's the best time to take care of them." Xiao Bingya replied excitedly. He kept the messenger fish and immediately went to make arrangements. Zhao Hai looked at the Protoss base not far away and snorted, "It's time to deal with you." After saying that, he steered the Hades and rushed over. As it charged, Hades kept growing in size until it was the size of a small mountain. At the same time, Zhao Hai released the giant scorpion and bubble before returning to the sea. The Protoss bases were not far from the ocean so that they could receive supplies faster, which gave Bubbles the opportunity to show off her power. Zhao Hai and the others were very fast. The magic cannons on Hades fired energy beams from time to time, attacking the Protoss base. The giant scorpions rushed over directly. As soon as Bubbles entered the sea, she started to stir up waves. Each wave was higher than the previous one, attacking the Protoss base. The Protoss were caught off guard. At the same time, Zhao Hai also released a large number of undead creatures to rush into the Protoss base. Although the Protoss base had been retaliating with bed armor and magic cannons, the effect wasn't good. 20 territory weapons flew out of the Protoss base, but they were destroyed by Hades in an instant. Now, Hades' artillery fire was even more powerful than before because their artillery fire contained natural yin fire. This kind of fire was very vicious and had very strong offensive power. Although sunlight was the best weapon to deal with innate yin flames during the day, that was only for ordinary innate yin flames. Zhao Hai's innate yin flames were not included. However, the Protoss base was well built. There were layers of defensive magic arrays. Even the walls of the base were engraved with magic arrays. This made it more difficult for Zhao Hai to attack. Zhao Hai knew that there were still nearly 100 million Protoss soldiers in the base. If they were not taken care of as soon as possible, it would be troublesome when the great elders of the Protoss came to help. So Zhao Hai did not care so much. He drove Hades directly to the base. The Protoss base was built on a mountain, and the entire mountain had been emptied by them. Therefore, Zhao Hai's Hades crashing into the base was the same as crashing into a mountain. Outside the base, Xiao Bingya and the other vassal races, who were preparing to cooperate with Zhao Hai's attack, were dumbfounded as they watched Zhao Hai drive Hades into the mountain as if he was committing suicide. With a loud boom, Pluto crashed into the mountain from one side and came out from the other. The entire mountain had been penetrated by Pluto. The entire mountain peak couldn't withstand such an impact and collapsed with a loud bang. Dust gradually filled the sky and boulders flew in all directions. Some of them even headed straight for the camp of the vassal race. Xiao Bingya was shocked when he saw this and immediately shouted, "Quickly dodge." NBSB, the vassal race members, weren't idiots. They wouldn't just stand there and wait for death. With a whoosh, they scattered in all directions. Zhao Hai's collision had truly shocked them. Many of the Protoss in the base didn't even manage to escape. They were buried alive. Although the rest managed to escape, they stood there as if they had lost their souls. Looking at the destroyed base below, they even forgot to escape. The Protoss had come up with many ways for Zhao Hai to break into the base and had even made various preparations. However, they had never thought that Zhao Hai would use such a violent method to attack the base and destroy it in one go. Now, the Protoss were completely dumbfounded. All their confidence and pride had disappeared. Only deep fear remained. However, Zhao Hai wasn't ready to let them go. The undead army had surrounded these Protoss. As long as he gave the order, these Protoss would be completely annihilated by the undead continent. Although the strength of the gods' race was very strong, the power of a collapsing mountain was still not something they could withstand. Those gods' race people buried under the mountain were now more likely to be dead. However, Zhao Hai didn't order the undead creatures to attack. He realized that these people had completely lost the will to resist. Under such circumstances, it didn't matter if he killed them or not. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, the moment these people saw that they were surrounded by the undead creatures, except for a few people, the rest of them were terrified. At this moment, Zhao Hai steered the Hades to the periphery of these people. He looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Put down your weapons and I will send you to a place where you can live. Otherwise, die." When the Protoss heard Zhao Hai's words, they were all stunned. Then they looked at each other. They didn't know who had thrown away their weapons first. If one person took the lead, there would be a second, a third, and more. After a while, almost all of these people had thrown away their weapons. Zhao Hai looked at them and waved his hand. A huge spatial crack appeared in the air. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Everyone go in." The moment those Protoss put down their weapons, they had also put down their pride and dignity. They didn't resist and flew into the space crack. Of course, there were also a few who wanted to resist, but before they could do anything, the undead creatures had already captured them. As those who resisted were armed, it was too easy to capture them. Soon, many Protoss entered the spatial rift. Zhao Hai closed it and waved his hand. A huge cloud of black chi enveloped the collapsed mountain. More and more black gas gathered until the entire mountain was covered in it. After that, Zhao Hai turned to look at the vassal race's army that was slowly gathering. When the mountain peak had collapsed just now, gravel had been flying everywhere. In addition, the scene had been too terrifying, so these people had scattered and fled. When it had completely quieted down, they had slowly gathered again. At this moment, Zhao Bingya and the rest had also boarded the Hades. They bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, sir." Zhao Hai looked at them and nodded, "Not bad. You've done well this time, hee. However, you still need to tell these people to leave as soon as possible. I believe that it won't be long before the 7 great elders of the gods' race arrive." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Zhao Bingya was slightly stunned. Then his expression changed and he said, "Yes, sir. Don't worry, sir. We'll leave immediately." After saying that, he flew towards the vassal races. Zhao Hai turned to look at Laura and smiled. "They're gone, so let's go there and stay for a while." Zhao Hai pointed at the mountain shrouded in black mist as he spoke. "All right," Lola said with a smile. "Let's go." Only then did Zhao Hai command the Hades to enter the black fog and not come out. If anyone else could see what was happening in the black fog, they would be shocked. At the bottom of the collapsed mountain in the black fog, many Protoss were climbing out, but they were no longer human. They had become undead creatures. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to cover these mountains was to use magic to turn the buried Protoss into undead creatures. This way, his undead army would increase in number. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the black fog, he immediately turned on the surveillance camera to see what the great elders of the Protoss were doing. The great elders of the Protoss were about to reach the Golden Bull continent. Their faces were very ugly because they knew that they had been fooled by Zhao Hai. After another 2 hours, the grand elders of the gods' race arrived at the Golden Bull continent. As soon as they arrived, they saw the mountain shrouded in black mist. When the few of them saw this situation, their faces turned ugly. After a while, Dingsing said, "Looks like we're too late." Jinben looked at the black mist with fire in his eyes and said, "This is black magic. This Zhao Hai is so vicious." Dingsing turned around and looked at the few of them. "Let's go in and see what this Zhao Hai is up to. Everyone be careful, don't spread out too much. If Zhao Hai is still in the black mist, we might be affected by his attack if we spread out." The few of them nodded. They were very afraid of Zhao Hai's strength, so they did not split up and entered the black mist together. They were all experts of the Celestials and had extremely powerful consciousnesses. However, they discovered that the area that their consciousnesses could control in this black mist was very limited. They couldn't be blamed for this. The black mist was just an ordinary black mist at the beginning. However, after Zhao Hai kept the black mist from the underworld into his space, the black mist mutated. The black mist from the underworld had the ability to block divine sense. The black mist now had the same ability. However, this was the first time the great elders of the Protoss had encountered something like this. They had seen things that could block divine sense, such as territory weapons and magic arrays. However, this was the first time they had seen something like the black fog that could block divine sense. Jin Ben and his people had watched the base being built, so they were very familiar with everything in the base. That was why they were able to leave the base to deal with Zhao Hai. In their opinion, the base was so well built that even if a few people with ultimate weapons were to attack it, it would still take a lot of effort. They would have enough time to come back and help. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to attack the base in such an unreasonable and brutal way. Therefore, the base was destroyed by him in an instant. Not long after Jin Ben and the others flew into the black fog, they saw the base. In fact, it couldn't be called a base anymore, because it was just a ruin and a fallen mountain. Jin Ben and the others all looked at the destroyed base in a daze. To be honest, when they saw the black mist, they already knew that the base had been destroyed, but they didn't expect that the base would collapse so badly. It was completely destroyed. At this moment, a rock in front of Jin Ben and the others moved twice. Jin Ben and the others were stunned, thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. But under the gaze of Jin Ben and the others, the huge rock that weighed 1,000 jin suddenly flipped to the side, and a person slowly climbed out from under the rock. Jin Ben and the others were stunned when they saw the man. It wasn't that they knew him, but the way he dressed. He was wearing the battle armor of the Protoss. He was obviously a Protoss warrior. However, this wasn't what attracted Jin Ben and the others. What attracted their attention was the 2 weapons on him. There were 2 weapons stuck in the Protoss soldier's body. One of them was a 2-handed sword that was stabbed into his chest, revealing the sharp tip of the sword from his back. This was a standard Protoss weapon. The other weapon was a spear. This spear had been stabbed into the soldier's shoulder blade, and the tip of the spear was exposed from his lower abdomen. It could be said that these 2 wounds were fatal, and now this man had crawled out. Just as Jin Ben and the others were staring blankly at the man also turned to look at them. There was no expression on his face, and his eyes were like those of a dead fish. Then the man stretched out his hand and slowly pulled out the 2-handed sword that was stuck in his chest. He then pulled out the long spear that was stuck in his shoulder. During the process, Jin Ben and the others could even hear the squeaking sound of the sword and spear rubbing against his bones. It was terrifying to hear. After the 2 weapons were taken out, he looked at Jin Ben and the others, then turned around and flew into the black fog. The man didn't make a sound during the whole process, and Jin Ben and the others were so shocked that they didn't even react. Jin Ben and the others only heaved a sigh of relief after the man flew away. However, their expressions immediately turned very ugly. They knew very well that the man was not a living person. He was an undead creature. HMPH, Dingsing snorted coldly. Zhao Hai, how dare you turn our Protoss warriors into undead creatures? Unforgivable, unforgivable. Jin Ben forced a smile. He was the first to fight Zhao Hai among them. Moreover, Zhao Hai had been fighting with the Golden Bull continent for a long time. Jin Ben was very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai's most powerful troops were the undead army, and the main combat force of his undead army was the Protoss. Therefore, Jin Ben wasn't surprised that Zhao Hai did this. The undead creature went in that direction, Jiyu said. Maybe Zhao Hai is there. Let's go and check it out. Dingsing looked at the other elders and shook his head. Right now, this place is covered in this strange black fog. Fighting here is extremely disadvantageous for us. In my opinion, we should first get out of this black fog, then use light magic to slowly disperse this black fog. By then, it won't be too late for Zhao Hai. Otherwise, in this black fog, our divine sense is restricted, and Zhao Hai also has special techniques. We have almost no chance of winning. Hearing him say so, the few of them nodded and flew out of the black mist in a flash. Once they were outside the black fog, they immediately used light magic. However, something unexpected happened. As soon as they cast their light spells, the black mist slowly melted like snow under fire. After a while, the mountain revealed its true appearance. There was only a destroyed base, no Pluto, no undead creatures, and no living people. Dingsing and the others looked at the ruins with an ugly expression. When Jiyu and the others left, the base was still fine. However, they had only been away from the base for a few hours. In just a few hours, a base guarded by a god-level warrior, which they thought was unbreakable, was destroyed by someone. Everyone in the base disappeared. From the undead creature they saw just now, they knew clearly that everyone in the base had gone there. That was the reason why they looked so upset. It wasn't only because their base had been destroyed, but also because Zhao Hai had grown stronger. There were nearly 100 million soldiers guarding the base. If Zhao Hai turned them all into undead creatures, the number of undead in Zhao Hai's army would increase again, making him even more difficult to deal with. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly turned her head and looked at the military camp of the vassal race. The vassal race's military camp had also been destroyed, but it was not a serious damage. It was just the damage caused by the gravel after the mountain fell. There were no signs of battle. Dingsing and the others had also thought of the problem that Jiyu was thinking about. They also turned to look at the camp of the vassal races. When they saw it, their faces became even uglier. Jin Ben gritted his teeth and said, "Those guys already know that we are at war with their clan. They have been holding it in for the past few days. They must have something to do with the destruction of the base." Jiyu shook her head and said, "I don't think so. The base's destruction might not have anything to do with them. Don't forget, we've been running low on food lately, and we've given them even less. Many of them don't go out to hunt or kill some mounts to fill their stomachs. Besides, the base has been built by our own people. They didn't do anything. You can say that they don't know anything about the base. Under such circumstances, it's almost impossible for them to help Zhao Hai, and I don't think Zhao Hai needs their help with his strength. Zhao Hai might have taken them away for the future." Dingsing nodded and said, "Not bad. That Zhao Hai is really strong. The 5 of us can't do anything to him. He can destroy the entire base by himself. He doesn't need the help of the vassal races." Jin Ben didn't say anything. He knew that Jiyu and Dingsing were right. He was just too angry to think straight. Jin Ben forced himself to calm down. He turned to look at Dingsing and Jiyu. "What do you two think we should do next?" Dingsing's eyes glinted coldly. "We can't take this loss for nothing. It's not that easy to take advantage of our Protoss. Zhao Hai is unfamiliar with the firmament, and it's impossible for him to establish a relationship with those vassal races so quickly. The reason why those vassal races are causing trouble is definitely related to the S-God race. I think we can take action against the S-God race next. At that time, in order to break free from the S-God race, Zhao Hai will naturally come out to find us. This is much better than us searching for him all over the world." Jin Ben and Jiyu's eyes lit up. Dingsing wasn't the oldest among the Grand Elders, and he wasn't even the strongest. However, there were few people who respected him. Dingsing was the most resourceful of them all. The ultimate weapon in his hand could be used in conjunction with their ultimate weapons, so Dingsing had always been the center of attention. Jin Ben's eyes gleamed coldly. "That's right. Those bastards from the S-God race have been going against us for a long time. It's time to take care of them. We can use this opportunity to take care of them in one fell swoop." Jiyu and the others did not say anything, but their cold eyes betrayed them. They had long wanted to deal with the S-God tribe, but it was not that easy. The S-God tribe was very strong, and they also had 3 ultimate weapons, so they were not easy to deal with. Furthermore, they were not united. At critical moments every day, there would always be someone who would quit, which was why the S-God tribe had been able to hold on for so many years. However, the situation this time was different. In the past, they had always been on the offensive, and it could be said that in the battle against the S-God tribe, they could fight whenever they wanted to. The S-God tribe had no way of fighting back at all, but this time they weren't on the offensive. An entire continent's god race had been annihilated, and a great elder had gone missing. Now, it looked like the situation was grim. It could be said that the god race had reached a very critical moment. They should join forces. In the past, the reason why they could not truly form an alliance was because of their own interests. This was also the reason why when the S-God race fought with the other god races, they would often fight one of the god races to the death, causing the other god race to suffer heavy losses while the other god races remained unharmed. This way, in order to preserve their strength and obtain greater benefits, the god race that was being beaten would often retreat. This way, the alliance would naturally collapse without them attacking. However, it was different this time. This time, the fate of the entire Protoss was at stake. If they did not do their best now, they would eventually be defeated by Zhao Hai one by one. Therefore, no one objected to Jin Ben's proposal. Although Jin Ben had only one brother on his back and there was no one else in the entire Golden Bull continent, he still had an ultimate weapon in his hands, which was his greatest asset. Dingsing said in a deep voice, "We can't stay here in the Golden Bull continent anymore. Let's go back to our respective continents and gather our forces immediately. We will make it clear to the people below. This time, it concerns the life and death of our god race. Tell them not to only care about their own little schemes." They all nodded. Although they were the supreme elders of each continent, the real decision-maker in each continent was the patriarch of each clan. They couldn't make things difficult for the patriarchs for no reason. Otherwise, those people might rise up and rebel. Therefore, even if the supreme elders wanted to do something, they had to make it clear to the patriarchs. Of course, the great elders also had a very high status in the Protoss. They were usually from the royal families of the various major Protoss clans. Naturally, they would not oppose the decisions made by their own clans. Therefore, the decisions made by the great elders could almost be said to be true. However, this matter still had to be communicated with the patriarchs of the various clans. The few of them nodded. Dingsing looked at the Golden Bull continent again and said in a deep voice, "One day, we will take this place back. Not only will we take this place back, but we will also take the Ark continent." After saying that, he turned around and left without a trace of reluctance. The others followed behind him and left the Golden Bull continent in an instant. However, their reaction was really beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai had been watching them through the surveillance cameras. Dingsing and the others had been flying in the sky the entire time without using any protective shields, so Zhao Hai could hear everything they said. Zhao Hai really didn't expect Dingsing to be so decisive and leave right away. This was really beyond his expectations. Zhao Hai calmly watched Dingsing and the others leave and did not stop them. Lola stood beside Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, it seems like this fellow is not easy to deal with. He is different from those gods. Those gods are more or less arrogant, but he is not. A completely calm god is very terrifying. Furthermore, they are now changing their target to the S-God race. Should we warn Xiao Bingya and the others?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. This guy is not easy to deal with, especially the ultimate weapon in his hands. If we can get our hands on that ultimate weapon and combine it with those battle suits, our combat power will definitely be stronger. We must get our hands on that ultimate weapon and see if we can combine it with Pluto. If it works, that would be great." Laura smiled and said, "It's definitely possible. As long as we have the all-purpose machine, it's definitely possible. Big brother Hai, we're not short of money right now. Do you want to improve the domain weapons we collected and give them to Stone and the others? These guys can only annoy my father every day. They really don't have any talent in researching magic arrays. My father is so angry that it's useless even if he scolds them 3 times a day. I think you should give them the weapons and let them follow you. With them around, you don't have to deal with many things yourself. Isn't that better?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment. "That makes sense. We can give it a try. However, it's not the time yet. After the first batch of combat suits is produced in the space, we'll give them one each." Laura smiled and said, "Sure, brother Hai. Let's go and tell Xiao Bingya and the others about this. Let the S-God tribe be prepared as well. We can't let them suffer too many losses. Otherwise, the S-God tribe might hate us." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Kai-Er. "Kai-Er, how's the O'Neill family?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "If they want to see, then let them. The Devil Realm is different from other landlords. Don't forget, even the air in the Devil Realm is poisonous. I want to see if their devil armor can resist poison. If it can resist poison, it would be even better." Zhao Hai had already taken those devil armors as his own. Therefore, the more powerful those devil armors were, the happier he would be. Xiao Bingya and the rest had already led the vassal races deep into the Golden Bull continent and settled down in a big city. Xiao Bingya believed that Zhao Hai would find them, so he was not in a hurry. He wasn't in a hurry, but that didn't mean the vassal races weren't. They were very anxious. They weren't in a hurry at first, but after seeing Zhao Hai's combat power, they became anxious. Zhao Hai's combat power was beyond their expectations, so they wanted to see Zhao Hai and have a good talk with him. The vassal races were in such a hurry to see Zhao Hai because their race was still at war with the Protoss. They were the elites of their race. Without them, their race would suffer greatly. In BSB thus, after seeing Zhao Hai's strength, they asked Zhao Hai to think of a way to send them back to their race and help them fight against the Protoss. Zhao Hai didn't know what the vassal clans were thinking. He had almost no contact with them, and Xiao Bingya was the one who communicated with them. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to them. This was also Zhao Hai's way of dividing power. If he tried his best to contact the vassal races, it would make Xiao Bingya and the others think that Zhao Hai wanted to rope in the vassal races. If things didn't go well, there might be trouble. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't contact the vassal races and left the matters to Xiao Bingya and the others. After Xiao Haoya and the others settled down, Zhao Hai appeared in the sky above their campsite. Xiao Bingya and the others immediately dropped whatever they were doing and flew to the Pluto to meet Zhao Hai. In fact, Xiao Bingya and the others didn't have much to do now. After all, the vassal races were only in a cooperative relationship with them, and they weren't directly under their command. Xiao Bingya and the others saw Zhao Hai standing on Hades, looking down at the battalion. Xiao Bingya's heart skipped a beat. He had come to see Zhao Hai twice without bringing the vassal races. Zhao Hai wouldn't be angry at him because of this, would he? Xiao Bingya couldn't help but feel uneasy. Xiao Bingya and the other two walked to Zhao Hai's side and bowed. "Greetings, sir." Zhao Hai turned to look at the three of them and smiled. "Good, you've all done well. These people have not caused any trouble. Very good. Today I came to find you all to tell you something. The gods' race might attack your S-God race in the near future, so you have to remind your race." Xiao Bingya was stunned when he heard Zhao Hai's words. His expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is what teacher said true?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course it's true. The great elders of the gods' race realize that they can't do anything to me, so they are preparing to attack the S-God race. They have already guessed that I have allied with you, so they are preparing to attack you and lure me over to fight them. Thus, you must warn your race to be careful of these guys." Xiao Bingya nodded with a heavy expression and said, "Yes, sir. Don't worry, sir. I'll make it clear to the clan. Sir, how do you intend to deal with these people below? We can't just let them stay here, can we?" Zhao Hai frowned. They have quite a number of people, and their combat strength cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, their people are currently at war with the god race, so I think they must really want to go home. However, it is not realistic to send them home at this time. How about this? You can send people to the 3 continents of your S-God race. Since the war with the god race is about to start there, they should be able to fight with the god race, and there should not be any reaction. After all, that would be considered as supporting their race from the side, and I can't bring them along. I'm preparing to make my move against the god race continent. If they attack your S-God race, I'll attack their base. Let's see what they can do. Xiao Bingya was relieved to hear Zhao Hai's words. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would misunderstand and think that he didn't want the vassal races to get in touch with Zhao Hai. That was why he wanted to test Zhao Hai's thoughts. If Zhao Hai was really dissatisfied with him, he would definitely take this opportunity to meet the vassal races. Since Zhao Hai didn't make such a request, it meant that Zhao Hai didn't think that way at all. Xiao Bingya was relieved. After Xiao Bingya calmed down, he started to think about the possibility of Zhao Hai's suggestion. He was a smart person and knew the emotions of the vassal races. He knew that they wanted to go home, but to be honest, it was impossible to send them home. Sending them there would be suicide, so he never mentioned it. Eheta and Ladina did not speak. They would unify their opinions before meeting Zhao Hai so that they would not speak to each other in front of Zhao Hai, as that would only annoy him. Zhao Hai saw that Xiao Bingya didn't speak for a long time. He knew that it would be difficult for Xiao Bingya to complete this task. The vassal races wouldn't listen to Xiao Bingya completely, especially when it concerned the future of their race. The vassal races would have more things to consider, so it would be up to Xiao Bingya and the others whether this task would succeed or not. Zhao Hai and Xiao Bingya said, "In the past 2 expeditions, I have obtained a lot of food and military supplies from the Protoss. How about this? If they are willing to help you, I will give you all the food. If they want to return to their own race, I will not stop them and will give them some food. However, I will only give them enough to eat. There is no more." Xiao Bingya's eyes lit up when he heard Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai's words had reminded him that they could make a big deal out of the food supply issue. Xiao Bingya bowed to Zhao Hai. "Yes, sir, I will take care of this. Please rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, you can go and deal with those things. Remember, tell your people to be careful. The gods' race will probably attack soon. They will definitely send a few great elders." "Okay," Xiao Bingya replied and got off the Hades with Ladina and Eheta. Zhao Hai entered the ship as soon as they left and turned on the surveillance camera. The camera showed a small scouting team from the O'Neill family. They had 3 cars and 50 armors, and they were now outside the spatial crack in the demonic realm. Speaking of the magic armored scouts of the O'Neill family, they were quite powerful. These guys were piloting magic armors, and their scouting range was very wide. In addition, the combat power of the magic armors was good, which allowed them to go to many places. So it wasn't strange at all that they found the spatial crack in the demon world. In fact, these people had discovered the spatial crack at the demon territory a few days earlier than Zhao Hai had expected. Zhao Hai had thought that they would stay at the Aklea mountain defense line for a while. After all, such a long defense line was rare, and it was so well built. There were even traces of battle there. The O'Neill family should have stayed there for a few days. However, Zhao Hai had miscalculated. Even though the O'Neill family's scouting armors had scouted the defensive line at the Aklea Mountains, it did not take as long as Zhao Hai had imagined. The scouting armors were very fast. Moreover, the defensive line at the Aklea Mountains had been abandoned, and there was not even a single magical beast on the mountain. Hence, the people did not stay at the defensive line at the Aklea Mountains for long. They headed straight for the Stupa Empire. The situation in the Stupa Empire was even worse. There were traces of battle in many cities. This delayed the reconnaissance devil armors for a few days, but they soon discovered the spatial rift in the demon world. The spatial crack in the devil realm was huge and could be seen from far away, so it wasn't strange for the O'Neill family to discover it. Fortunately, the O'Neill family didn't send many scouts to the south. Otherwise, they would have discovered the spatial crack in the divine realm. Now, Zhao Hai was hesitating. He didn't know whether he should stop the O'Neill family or let them in when they discovered the spatial crack in the divine realm. If they resisted, they would have to fight with the O'Neill family, which would allow them to obtain the demonic armor earlier. They could also turn the Golden Bull continent into their base. When they fought with the god race, they would be able to use more and more flexible tactics. This was also beneficial to Zhao Hai and the others. If they let the O'Neill family into the Golden Bull continent, there would be certain benefits. This benefit was that they could use the O'Neill family to threaten the Thunder race, Barbarian race, and Winged Horse race. Now that these three races had already lost their vitality, if they knew that such a powerful enemy had attacked them, they would have to consider a way out. At that time, if Zhao Hai worked harder, he might be able to keep